throw it over to your casters, who's definitely never cursed at anyone before. It's Mitch and Tom.
Gurdev Mila Mahagutsu, thank you so much. Yes, I'll say there was a little bit of a curse up here in the caster desk the other day. A little bit, but today, I think we're on an even float. Both of these teams,
I don't know.
we've
Someone
seen them
else
win, we've
looked
seen them
into it
lose.
last time, and I was just like, I don't want to touch anything, you know? With Liquid, we had all the stats posted. I don't know with these two teams. I don't think we've cursed anyone, but I guess we'll wait and see.
Tom, we've seen both these teams win. We've seen both these teams lose. It's
Yo.
a healthy refresher for us. Moving on to this
Just in
map
time.
for KC, we haven't seen them play this map in a little while, actually. It's all the way back to week 2. They had a win in week 1, or a win and a loss starting it out. I wouldn't say it's the best in maps. For Fnatic, I think a strong pick on Breeze, and I'm expecting a map win out of them.
Well, I'm excited as well, though, the switch up. Bringing Martin in on the Yoru, it's something we've seen him on other maps.
So we have Breeze,
Fnatic
Fnatic speak.
back to the Jet for, I believe, maybe even the first time in this team. He's been playing
With
a lot of
KC
different agents. He's been playing
attack
duelists,
side.
but the Jet hasn't been
And then we
something
have
he's been putting
Bine
into often.
for
So
KC.
back to that superstar
Decider
role, good
Lotus.
opportunity for him to strut his stuff, and someone we know has the ability to do so. Yeah, this is a map where I wouldn't say there's too many where Fnatic
So
look
we could see a
comfortable,
lot of
but after
a lot
their
of side
initial
trials.
defeat to GX, they've looked fantastic on this map.
Martin has snuck all the way up close, fighting Durga on just a dry peek. Not a bad start, catching him
I don't
completely
think
off
people
guard,
play
and sending
safe.
Fnatic
No,
into a bit
people
of a
don't
frenzy.
play
They can't
Sentinels
contain
on
that A side anymore. Playing a
fucking
little bit
Bine.
further back on the stairs, it'll be Chronicle
And
spotted
Lotus
for
is
walk-ups.
generally
The real idea
filters.
from the defensive side, the hope is that the push comes in towards the B site where they have that Cypher
Let's see.
set up for the cam for mid. At least they have
We have a
down
classic
five
comp
This
for
is gonna help them
Fnatic
sneak out
outside
position
of
that we've seen
the
before. Shock Dart kills
of
coming in
Yoru
onto
instead of
the right, pardon me,
of the-
Martin
yeah,
has
the
that
Yoru
attack
instead of the
extremely
Jet.
low by that utility. They have to take some fights to try and secure the control, but
And
no
we
one's really
have,
in fighting form that's up close.
again, a
Look at
classic
Martin.
comp
No
for
utility to try to
KC.
take these fights.
Viper,
Element of surprise is what he's
Cypher,
relying on, or his
Sova,
teammate Shin. Somehow picked up 2. Both
Jet,
players remaining are
and
low, and
Yoru
well, Alpha can't
instead
find
of the
Martin. That will
classic
close it.
KO.
The classic.
So we have
Shin
more
off
flash
camera
plays
3K.
for the side of
Never seen that one before.
Fnatic,
Literally.
but we
he
have
is
more
a little bit cursed when it
engage
comes to
and
that, but
going
always massively
potential
high
for
impact
we
from
saw
him. And
KC.
that's the thing I've enjoyed watching with this team is we've seen a lot of sort of young players that have come through and looked very good. But also Shin from last year to this year, it's a different bloke.
I'm still a
they
bit
just put
sick,
someone
by the
else
way.
in the chair. He's
More than a bit, but yeah.
come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I talked to Zeish about him, saying, like, realistically, for me, Shin sticking around was even a bit of a surprise. And it's not that he performed poorly, but the fact that he's gotten so
He
much better.
retrialed, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
He was one of the players that he wasn't just given the spot. They said, okay, you can fight for the spot. He earned it. And well, they earned themselves a spot at the first Masters, looking to do it and get themselves into a second. That's what's on the line with this match. Obviously, no longer an elimination game. There is a lower bracket, which will give them another chance to try and qualify, but it's always nice to try and do it the first time. They've definitely spotted Leo, no doubt about that. They know he's there. And with the rest of the Fnatic players pushing down mid, the drone will quickly clear any information that's needed for KC.
Yeah, all around the back of Pyramid, wide open as well. Nice and easy take, and the plant to be acquired. But here's the thing, Fnatic are getting up close there. They're even spamming the wall, lighting Magnum down to 1 HP. Martin, though, steps up for 2. One player dropped already. Anything else is going to be damaged, and there it is already confirmed. Magnum on low HP has to be so careful. Still shock darts in play for Leo, but he won't get a chance to use them here. Forced into open fights, taking down another. It's already been so costly for the side of KC. Shock dart in, it's good, but Magnum repositions. Just about dodges that death blow. And with a player further back, you know, at this point, Leo, 20 HP and a rifle. He could save it through to the next. He's looking for a fight instead. Oh, he would have had it, but he'd already committed to the save. The weapon will be carried forward to the next, and damage will most certainly be done to the KC side, losing 3 players.
Yeah, losing one of the rifles as well is definitely going to be one of the worst cases for them in these sort of rounds. And I'll actually be curious to see how much they reinvest into the next round. Are they just going to play with the 2 guns that they've kept through? Are they going to try and fully invest into this next one and try and get themselves off to a good start? By the way, it's not a bad round at all for the side of Fnatic, but the main thing for KC is that they've stabilized. And that's the thing that's interesting going into this match. You look at the way the season went for either of these teams. Fnatic definitely having their struggles, beating the teams that I guess were a little bit lower down the pecking order, and then losing to the likes of Heretics, Foot, Na'Vi. The same thing can be said for the other side. It's very similar parallels. For KC, though, they didn't have the time to prepare. They were offered a Masters event. You can be a little bit more forgiving. If they come in and beat Fnatic, they will have done it twice.
At the end of the day, this season doesn't chalk up to too much of an impressive feat for either squad, right? When you talk about the teams they're beating, what is it, Koi, GX, and Gentlemates?
Yeah. They should.
Gentlemates is decent, but the other two proved to be no contest.
It depends on the day.
Also true. Yeah, week 1, week 2, Koi, very different from what we saw later on. Same thing can be said for Giant X.
And for mates. There's some weeks they'd get 12 rounds total. Sometimes they get it in a map.
Yeah. So it's a big scalp to take either way for either of these squads. It'll be the biggest victory for them thus far. You can see a slow approach to this round with KC having so many weaknesses. It's not like they're going to look for open fights with most of their players. You can see Narrate trying to force a duel with a Vandal in hand. Durka's worrying me a little bit. He could drop out of here and cause absolute chaos. But we've seen this aggressive position before. The idea just to catch any late 2 pushes. But now the play comes in towards the doors. Players getting close.
A TP just below. It's almost right next to him. We could have Yoru on Yoru action at any moment. Chronicle, though, under a little bit of pressure. He goes down. That could be another gun into their hands. He's at least taken down one, but that was only a pistol player. So a real opportunity for KC to get themselves an upgrade.
I mean, the fact that Tamazi's still sticking around, that position could be very valuable in mid, but no one is making their way towards it. Holding off on the doors, not good for post-plant. Players on site need to stay alive. Aggressive spots, Martin, good to take the first. That's Boaster down. Durka even putting out the decoy, not following up on the back of it. They're just biding their time and taking these fights. Eventually it has to come through. Narrate dropped. Okay, site control isn't great, but the firing from Tamazi is expected. Leo turned on a dime to take him down. Now the site control doesn't really have that backup, but the time's running low, as is the HP for KC. Tucked in, Magnum doesn't stand a chance, and what
nice
shot. Martin's spot too far away. Fnatic,
yeah,
they really managed to slice this up into bite-sized little engagements. They took every one. Nicely done.
Yeah, even still, it's really costly, though. Like, that was just the 2 rifles saved and pistols on the remainder. And I'm just looking at the aggressive positions that are being taken in these post-plants. Obviously, in this sort of round is expected from the side of KC. You had 2 guns. Those guns are fighting. They need to be up in the faces of their opponents, but it definitely could have gone a little bit worse, got a little bit more dicey. And for now, you're looking at the ultimates that are already there. Shin with those early kills got himself a Viper's Pit. He got the Yoro available as well on the Hunter's Fury on the other side. There's still a really good opportunity for KC to break back immediately.
A good chance indeed. Off rip. We're going to see Martin pop the ult, move towards A, and see that it's wide open yet again. Fnatic have been pretty content to play without this control. Sometimes after losing a player, this time, even before that, Martin looks to remedy it. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's just using the ult up close to yellow, causing confusion, TPing to mid and taking down Durka. Huge impact in this round already in pushing and pulling Fnatic, getting the site control and a plant on the back of it, but Chronicle picks up one. He's made this a bit more manageable for the squad. Sure, Fnatic have a weakness still. Boaster. Oh, Boaster coming in with a stinger, upgraded at least. But the Viper's Pit now puts a thorn in the side of this Fnatic retake, and that makes it a little bit worse. That late lurk out of Tamazi too. We don't even get to see it because it's Martin picking up the kill instead.
Yeah, they had to double up. There was 2 players in a crossfire in mid, just waiting for that player to attempt to rotate. And now Tamazi's even going to go hunting.
Yeah, them.
Now he doesn't have a mass amount of finances himself, but I think he's heard the steps. He knows that Boaster's already trying to wrap back into the site. He'll spot him out, not quite quick enough, but maybe expects for there to be a second player. Definitely taking this a little bit more careful, but you can see there's now 3 players looking to try and wrap in and take those guns away, trying to hold on as long as possible, and it looks like they will be able to keep the weaponry. KC have taken themselves around with a decent take off the back of the ultimate, and Fnatic are going to have to try and scrape a buy here.
It's been a very slow approach to a lot of these rounds. From the side of KC, pumping brakes, causing some chaos with ults going to yellow, TPs to mid, double stack up late. And I think it's frustrating for Fnatic to play against it. You see it in the player cam there for Durka and in Zeish's enthusiasm. as they're now sat 3-1. Very little challenge realistically in this round as well. Fnatic come in with a couple of pistols. The rifles on Leo and Alpha will have to do a lot of work to make this one doable. And add to that, Narrate's expecting there to be lighter shields. It's only on Chronicle and Durka as it happens. So he's gone for the Outlaw to potentially pick off some of these players. And the one tucked in that corner is one shot to this weapon.
You can see the gamble this time with the A-site being the heavier presence. That's where they put Alpha. He's been a little bit out of the action so far. So I know he had a decent performance yesterday, but it took him a little while to get started. A slow first half, and then everything else was solid. Dirk has been spotted and opts to just retreat back to try and show a little bit of support.
Here.
Now it looks like that young Turkish player is going to come under pressure after all.
Without a doubt, KC stacked up for A. Alpha about to be revealed. He'll step into the cage. He'll catch the decoy. The Hunter's Fury slows them. Does damage. Allows Alpha to get even closer. Now tucked in the corner. I mean, he's not getting out of here, surely. One more kill. Makes it worthwhile. Buys time for Leo to get into position and catch Martin completely unaware.
Yeah.
Shot onto Shin. Leaves Tamazi alone against the whole squad of Fnatic. A flank underway from Durka. Chronicle and Boast are holding sight, but it will be Durka with the challenge. Oh, in fact, no.
No time.
Limited time. Tamazi has to go forward unless he was going to save, which I thought was the call.
Left.
Either way, that will be denied. It will be impossible for KC to find any value. With 3 players left alive on Fnatic, rifles retrieved. Hell of a way to take the second round.
Yeah, no, the Alpha's just aggressive positioning. I like the fact that they use the Hunter's Fury just to create things in a little bit more of a disjointed way. And that just allows for the rotation. That second rifle, they only had the 2 of them, but it was the right place at the right time. And a big round coming out of Fnatic. It was one where they really didn't have much in terms of their investment. But they managed to pull off nigh on a miracle. Now for the other side, KC are going to be able to scrape it by. It leaves Magnum a little bit lower in terms of those finances. But for now, at least, it does look like they're building up to a B hit. But just look at the aggression that's already come through from Durka. He is pushed deep down within the tube. This could give them that early stack up or even an early rotation with no one being here.
Quick CP in, Decoy leading the charge. First to be hit, perhaps. In fact, it's Chronicle. And Boaster dropped by the man himself. Martin's having one hell of a start to this. Even last round, you saw Alpha having to constantly switch his crosshair back and forth, wary of that TP, and that's exactly why the damage is done. And Fnatic, seconds into the round, Tom, they're faced with a retake or a save.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's the switch up of composition. Obviously, this is one we've already seen before. It's not anything particularly new, but it was one that worked versus Fnatic because of how disruptive and aggressive it is. And I think for KC, this is the perfect composition. You have 2 players that fit magnificently within that bracket of just lunatics. Like, you look at Martin, you look at Narrate, they are willing to do whatever is called. They will run straight into the site together and that trade off each other perfectly. And that's the case most of the time. You're going to send Martin in, he's expected to either get one or die, and then you have Narrate as the follow-up. Well, as you said, so far Narrate hasn't needed to follow up because Martin's killing everyone as he gets there.
He's on a tear. 10-3 right now. Near untouchable. 4 rounds for the attack side of KC, building up round after round. And as I said, coming into this map, this is somewhere I expect Fnatic to do well. They have done well, because it's been a little while since we saw KC. They picked the map as well coming through, but when you come up against a guy like this, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do. No pause can prepare you for that.
Time to jump.
Fnatic coming into round number 7, thanks to saving some weapons, will have a full buy ult on Chronicle as well, and, well, they may be needing it.
It's again giving me some flashbacks. This is already the second time, by the way, these had this ult. Just based on the amount of kills he's getting. And they're actually going to try and use that Hunter's Fury to get themselves a freebie. Huge. Taking out Althea is a massive kill on the site as well. You mentioned Chronicle here with his ult, but may not even have an opportunity to use it. In fact, he's gone. Durka managed one as a trade, but with the site fallen completely, the ultimate lost, it may be irrelevant.
That's a nasty spot out of Narrate as well. It doesn't look like he's going to get value from the rotations of Fnatic back through, but filling back in that space. The late flank, I doubt will play any role. He's going to go for it anyways. All they have to do on site is delay, and they've got exactly what they need for that. Close flash from Martin. Gate crash out. Staggered them. Narrate stays down by the doors, and here's his reward for his patience. Boaster's cross, completely unaware. There's the snake bite confirming his position. Narrate, he's gonna have a smile on his face after that one, and I think that kill has forced Fnatic into a save. But here's the thing, Narrate grabs a kill on the doors and he says, I know where you like to save. He's gonna get it there a step ahead of them and try to pick off Durka and Leo, take any weapons from their hands, make this a much more difficult next round, and his positioning, his timing is perfect. But Fnatic don't go all the way to the site. They're playing inside the spawn. Narrate will have to push all the way up to try to get them. Time is running out, and he's just about caught in time.
Yeah, what I was going to say at the beginning of the last round is I'm getting flashbacks to yesterday. It was an incredibly slow start for a lot of the players on Fnatic, and it was Leo that dragged them through a couple of rounds. Bear in mind, that first map that they won on Ascent, they were 9-3 down, and then they managed a ridiculous comeback in the second half. And it was just because it seemed like a couple of people came in a little bit sleepy.
Oh,
now, versus a team like KC, they're going to have plans for almost every single round. That's one of the things I've truly loved about watching this team, is when they have a certain ult, when they have a certain piece of utility, they always have an idea behind it. The round before last, a quick execution onto the site, sending in the fake out, sending in Martin, and the whole team following off the back of it. This round, well, he's got Dimensional Drift again. Let's use that in combination to get us an opener, and then we're just going to steamroll into the site. None of the players afraid to take those battles, having even the player watching towards mid just in case anybody tried to rotate. And that was 2 players down within, what, 20 seconds on the side of Fnatic? Like, they were gone so fast that they haven't even had time to play with rotations. That's something that normally Fnatic's very good at, is you make contact, you get information, and then they have 3-4 players. We saw that quite often if you go back to even Lotus or something like that when they played versus Liquid yesterday. How many times have we seen them even get 3 players on the right side of the map? I think once. So it really has been a rough time with KC just being so quick to the point that Fnatic can't be ready for it.
I was taking a look at the faces there. A different pause out of Fnatic than what we normally see. I think this is a bigger challenge. Usually there's some sign of life. There's a small adjustment to be made and they're right back on course. But here, Fnatic have ran into a couple of obstacles, some hurdles they couldn't get over, and it looks like it's not getting any better. They call a pause to change things up, and that's when Narrate says, I'll take the operator. Screw following up Martin. He's just going to go straight into the angles, take the fights, drop Durka. And that's a big player for Fnatic in the sense of he's the guy rotating. That's not a trap I think I've seen before. My goodness, they really have extended the range. At least if he quadruple updrafts, he'll still get caught.
If you're the guy that bumps into that trip, you're just going to be infuriated. It's like, where I could have walked anywhere else.
I've never seen this,
though. I feel like it's more likely that Alpha's dead before they walk into the trip. So I think it was for his dash. It almost worked. I'm on the crossfire aggressively. That's what for Chronicle. Okay, he's definitely not sleeping anymore. 3 kills in this round. Denied any space into the site. Shin's still standing though, and this man is always good in the clutch.
30 seconds
Timing there almost got the better of him. There's a drone on the way.
Spike planted.
His reposition will be spotted, most likely, and indeed, yes. Odin now revealed. And they can approach this one together. Boaster and Leo. Leo's clutches have been out of this world. Another reveal goes through. They know exactly where he is. Shockey's on the way. Shin around the left, looking for the angle. He could isolate a duel, and he did, but the shot wasn't landed, and now this becomes so much more difficult. First snake bite used. Buying a little bit of time, another chance, but this time not hit either. Snakebite's good. He saw it land. He knows he's safe for a moment, but hold on, there's a little bit of a gap. They've tapped it, and Shin doesn't want to go swinging. He's only 57 HP. Pros don't fake, but this time they did. It doesn't matter. Fnatic still land the shot, and have plenty of time left to get the defuse across the line. There's that 3rd round they've been looking for.
Yeah, and it took a bit of a gamble. Like, they had that sort of 2-man push-up in the form of Chronicle and Althea. And a lot of that came off to a huge individual play from Chronicle. It was all a bait in the end with his teammate going down, focused. And he's just able to isolate every single battle to win them that round. We know they've got heroes, Fnatic always have. It's can they turn this into something consistent? Because right now they've won, well, 1 round 3 times. And it has been a lot of individual plays.
This has been a very good adjustment. Like we saw before, Althea in that corner, same sort of setup, gets caught. Oh no, Narrate, he's not going through the wall. He is going through the wall. Well, he's gonna pay the price. Durka was there, waiting for Narrate and Martin to emerge. A free kill on the operator. Good control for him as well. That's the kind of wall that we've seen put out of Fnatic to allow those aggressive tube pushes. But the attempt to counter it has not worked out this time with the man disadvantage. One of the better starts that Fnatic have been able to find.
Yeah, he was the man that when you look back to Fnatic's battle versus Na'Vi, they won this map quite convincingly. It was mainly because Durka had 25 kills and he was running riot. Prime Durka was in full force that day. Oh, that's for the cam if it was going to be there on that side of the map. It isn't. Tamazi though, trying to find something. This is a round where already losing Martin, he has been the real danger man so far in this matchup, but Chronicle goes hunting. And well, he finds his prey but loses the duel.
Really nice setup. Magnum's shock dart. Tamazi getting aggressive on B, tries to draw rotates, in fact ends up
30 seconds
bringing
left.
3 players to the B side. Like you said, Tom, Fnatic have had trouble with this before. Always seemed like KC picked the correct site, and they've done that yet again, despite their fake not working as intended. Fnatic can get back through. Dimensional drift from Durka. The human drone clearing all of these angles, spotting one on the backside. A second about to be seen. That's the operator now. Taken stock of, and I think they might even have caught Shin. Flash as he's back into this corner. Somewhere he's found so much success in the past. And now an angle that forces Shin into taking another fight, one that Alpha will win. And a decoy even tanks the first shot of the operator, but the Blade Storm backup is good enough to win the day. 2 versus 2. And the spike still to be defused. Nice shot from Narate. Even at the blades ready again, just in case Leo was that little bit closer. And the tap draws him out into the open. The dash used, one knife at a time. He'll close this one out as the seconds fade. And Leo, well, he was going to take Tamazi down with him one way or another. That spike was cleaning the side up.
Yeah, they wanted to remove every single piece of weaponry that Fnatic have had, and it's an immediate response. Once again, a good start this time, at least from Fnatic, but there's always another, always a response. And in this scenario, it came down to just those last couple of players. Narrate on that operator with a Blade Storm in hand. You always had faith that he was going to be damaging in this round. And now you look at what's on the board for Fnatic. Because that's it, when they've been losing rounds, they've at least managed to maybe keep a couple of players, keep a couple of guns. This time that didn't happen, and you can see how costly that is.
Yeah, especially after winning the previous, then coming straight in and losing. Cash is in the bin. Pistols for the most part, rifle for Durka. And listen, he can get a lot done with that if he's given the space. But look at KC's approach to the round. No risks being taken, no over-aggression. Everybody, in fact, 4 players are practically in their spawn, just watching for these pushes with a little bit of aggression sprinkled in from Narate on tube, looking for a pick with this operator. And I think that's what a lot of this round comes down to. Slow pace, clearing out their angles, and ensuring that they don't end up running into a stack. Because with these weaker weapons, it's the only place that Fnatic can really hope to find value outside of Durka just popping off. And, well, he's about to have a challenge. Tamazi is moving up to mid, looking for this fight, and Durka's almost caught by the timing. Almost caught again by the timing, but he's made it to the site in time.
Magnum, though, has already been able to catch one in the back. Again, Tube becoming a frequent issue for the side of Fnatic.
Nice shot.
Leo actually gets a second through the wall, but even still, they're in a deficit. They need Durka to get something, and Magnum has caused them so many issues. The ex-player exterminating Fnatic, and now Boaster, Stinger, 1 versus 3. Last time they played this versus Na'Vi, he had 1 kill in the entire match, which they won. He's yet to get on the board. Been finding assists here and there. We know that that Viper utility has been having value, there's no doubt about it, but
Toxins going up.
at least removing an extra weapon, making things that little bit more costly. There isn't the same backup cash for KC, but to be honest, we're getting towards the latter stages of the half. The value of it does start to become more insignificant.
Yeah, at 7-3, I don't really care if you can lose 2 rounds and still buy. Won't be much left to play for. Oh, that's a disaster for Boaster. I mean, tough enough that Magnum is jumping through the wall, but could have at least got the first kill on the board. Hey, KC 7-3, 4-round gap. The attack side not showing any signs of slowing down. All the Fnatic can find is a round here or there, and there's an immediate response every time. In fact, the last successful round they have is baiting a change in setup, having Chronicle tucked in the corner.
Angie smiling.
right? He said it a little bit more harshly than I did.
That was just a little bit rude. Just a small bit.
The funny thing is, that's you if you were playing.
100%.
100%. You'd have said it much
Me
louder.
if I'm on Jake's team, to be honest. That'd still be. You gotta give it some time. Well, 2 rounds left to play for. Good money for KC no matter what. And the real issue for Fnatic is look, it can be an okay half, 7-5. Just doesn't seem like we're on track for that sort of result. KC so far have control. They have the more convincing rounds under their belt.
This time they're putting Durka back into Tube.
Yeah.
It's been an issue for them over the last couple of rounds. We saw Magnum go in that direction in the last to cause them problems. Shin the round before, managing to pick off Chronicle. This time they are pushing into the Viper Cypher. Normally a lot of delay, but Narrate's already through. He's already in. Boaster's gone within seconds. And actually, so is Alpha.
Cypher.
This is meant to be a setup that's difficult to break down. They've just walked in like they own the place. Even with an ultimate use, there's barely even a tickle of damage. They're just going to have to save. And in fact, there's not anyone left to save. Leo's running away. The rest of the team are already dead. KC are utterly dominating right now.
And they're not giving him any quarter either. Look at Shin's spot. He's waiting on A. They know this player hasn't fully wrapped back yet. Don't know if they will clear this angle. In fact, they did. They definitely will. Guns looking, shots fired. Good connection by Leo. That's 2 under his belt already. Another 1v1 fight. It's not even for the round anymore. It's only for the weapon in his hands. For the few credits that they could string through because they're low on credits. They need this. 3, 4. In fact, Leo standing alone against all of KC. Again, even the ace wouldn't win him the round, but style points would certainly be accrued. 4 bullets left, a player right on top, and Shin finally takes him down. 8 rounds for KC, and sure, yeah, they might have all died in the end. They have credits, it doesn't really matter. The real travesty, in fact, even some of these players go down, it's a worthwhile trade because they move towards getting their ult orbs, which Leo won't really care about because he used his ult in that round.
Wait, what? He might get back to it. It's
3 kills?
Genuinely possible, but at this point, it may not even matter just the impact of it. Like,
Exactly.
He's had high impact in 1 round. This round, he threw it in just as a last-ditch effort because they're getting bodied. And then this double duelist of Martin and Narrate has just been an absolute pleasure to watch. He's 15-4 right now, by the way, is Leo.
Yeah.
But it's irrelevant. They're unable to get anything done in the early stages of the round, and by the time he's actually doing damage, well, it's already over. Viper's Pit has actually been used in Tube. That's how much they've had enough of that position. They just go, yeah, screw it, go for a Viper's Pit then.
I mean, I think this pit, yeah, look, we can see it there from
has
third
other
person.
value.
It's very nice because it comes down and blocks the double doors. But again, KC, they've only got Tamazi moving around that area, and he's been lurking to catch these Fnatic players on rotate. They haven't had 3 players towards the site. 1 is stuck inside the pit, but there is ultimately another 2 here to fight. It looks like they've made the right read on the side of Fnatic. Lost 1 player on the way through, almost lost Leo. But he's just about holding on. The Viper's Pit going up causes problems. Orb retrieved, you won't see that for too much longer, and put on the right-hand side. A site with Boaster dropped. That pit inside a tube is now gone, it's wide open. And the cage used actually buys a little space for Tamazi. Nice shot. Alpha's keeping it competitive. Still a 3v3. Still the spike needs to be planted. Magnum is sitting way, way back, but he's on his way now, spike in hand, to grab this plant actually around the side. He's going for where the orb is.
Just to try and give them vision off it if they were to fall back. A lot of damage still done onto Leo. Durka as well is going to be desperately low on HP. And Magnum's already going to find out the danger man. Can Durka get anything done? He's not going to last much longer. And now it's left all onto Alpha. He'll meet the same fate. On the map choice of Fnatic, KC have come in. And this is a masterclass. Hasn't been any level of response. Only a single round, 3 separate times. Nothing strung together.
What? The guy was full blind from his own flash, still grabs the kill. There really is just no stopping him. And this is, this is the real concern, Tom, because I come into this series, I look at the Vito, I'm thinking we're going to go to Lotus and have a crazy, exciting game. I'm going to get to see Durka's Odin rattling off again. And we know the Fnatic's comeback ability is second to none, but Breeze, we haven't seen KC lean to this since week 2. The results were on and off, as I say, even the teams that they're beating doesn't inspire me with a whole lot of confidence. And yet, it come in here, up against the squad who picked it, up against one of the best in EMEA, the title that they've since claimed, I suppose. And it's not even about winning this map, it's the utter devastation. It's how convincing it's been so far. We need to see Fnatic show up in this pistol round. Yes, a good start for Alpha here. That's what we want to see.
Well, 9-3 yesterday, first map. They won it.
They did.
I'm not saying they're going to do it again because this has been a very different look. Been incredibly clean, but just giving you the facts. This round looking pretty good. Tamazi needs to connect the shot, and while they are aggressive, they're looking to not just win this round, but win it clean at that. Not a single player
And a
even really
flawless.
taking much damage on the side of Fnatic. And that'll be an Andaluthia
Oh, the pistol
flawless
round.
to get them right back on the horse.
It's a start. Now all they need to do is string together a second round, which has so far evaded them on this map.
Yeah.
But it will be a little bit easier.
If they don't do it in this one, then we have to call into question what's going on.
Yeah. At that point, we will be thinking just about bind. And Fnatic will be in quite one. Just classics for the most part, for now at least. A few seconds left for any crazy upgrades, but no force buys out of KC. They've got a lead and no need to throw it away. The ideas, though, are what I'm always curious about, because in these rounds, you're not going to win in 1v1 duels. Instead, you're going to use your numbers a lot of the time. The knife catches 2, but they might not know those 2 are up and elbow. Luckily, the gate crash is used to move back towards this A site, and it looks like Fnatic will have an easy time taking it, as all 5 players are on our screen from KC. Sat over towards B. They're going to be
Now
quite
they
a
have
while
to run
behind,
after
and even the
them
flank will be
with
spotted by a
pistols.
trapwire, so no real dangers just yet for Fnatic in round 2.
No, like they managed to do a decent bit of damage themselves, but you can see that KC, they've always been a team that have been incredibly good if they want to force with those stingers or even coming in with low buys. But in this scenario, they've just decided to go for absolutely nothing. They've invested only into utility that will be used in the next round. And I guess if things got a little bit close in this one, maybe they'd throw a piece or 2 in, but they don't want to expend any of their credits and get right back into the buys, which, to be honest, thus far, they have been fantastic. So I definitely can't blame them. By the looks of it, they don't even want to give up the orbs. You can see Alpha is going to be sent on the hunt, only has a pistol. Boaster can do the same. And he's always going to be clean with it. Nice couple of kills, extra orbs. Maybe not the player that you'd necessarily want going for it, just because the ultimate you get on the other side. And the remainder are now just going to look to try and die to the spike.
Mission
Nice.
success. 9-5. 4-round gap for Fnatic. 2 rounds strung together at long last, and now a pretty decent follow-up round. I mean, you can already see there the buy that they're getting through, and it's going to be pretty stacked in terms of rifles. But this is where KC have ran away with things previously. Considering how dominant those early rounds are, I'm not certain that a switch in sides is going to have as much of an effect as it needs to. Perhaps Fnatic being able to group, being able to approach these fights together is the key to success, because in that first half, they were isolated, they were eliminated time and time again. Narrate loves a bit of aggression, but there's not many players here waiting. Alpha was around this area, but he's on his way to the B site now, and that's where the push is coming through.
Tamazi, the newfound Cypher as of this season, is going to try and do it all. He's been very good in these scenarios, but Chronicle has bodied him. An extra little bit of information, and they've sent in all that utility. And the rotation came in from KC, but they've opted to just give it up on Fnatic. Falling back to mid after a relatively successful trade. The thing is, KC are having to expend a lot of utility because that was their Cypher setup. That is where they expected to have a stronger hold.
Standing ahead.
And although there's a couple of players close, if this is going to be an A take from Fnatic, it's not really going to be much that their opponents can do about it.
Even for a while, they had Narrate still around this area. They had Shin on his way back, but the call's been made to focus more on middle. That will leave them with the site wide open, and a spot that Narrate occupied earlier for great value. Alpha will now do much the same. Tucked in, waiting for someone to walk right past, and the steps are being heard. There's 2 that he can hear on his way. We can see Narrate is close as well. Big opportunity for Alpha here, and he converts it. 2 kills. The Fnatic squad now seem to have this one locked in. The damage done to Magnum is significant. Double flank on the double doors. This is going to leave no room for KC to get onto that site. Boaster just needs to slow them down somewhat. There's his first kill. He's on the board, as our Fnatic, not just with 2 in a row. They're about to make it 3.
Shin is still here, can still try and do a little bit of damage before he falls, but Fnatic will do it with a couple of players standing. Their bonus more than successful. And a lot of that, it is almost poetic. The rate ends up going down to the spot he occupied literally a few rounds ago. I thought for a second that there was going to be a moment Tamazi just managed to pop off, but Chronicle is just shutting down through a cage and a wall.
Gotta get the slow-mo
As if
on
you
it,
just
too.
slow-moed his first kill.
Slow-mo his
That's
kill.
so toxic.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what Boaster's favorite map is, but if I had to guess his least favorite, it might be this one. I don't know why I say that. Go watch the last one they played.
Well, again, Tamazi's going to be left on his lonesome, trying to defend. Sheriff in hand, rotation has been pulled. You can see the hesitation from KC now. After the last round where this same sort of execution was put into play, they might not have expected a full commitment this time, but that's exactly what they've got. All 5 players looking now to try and retake, and there is an incredibly long flank coming out from Althea, but I think the round will be over before he gets there.
Yeah, he's actually flanking for the next round to get positional advantage.
Nice
So,
cleanup.
Guys, I made it! Where is everyone? I'm flanking.
I've got 2, I've got 2.
Wait, I'm flanking, I'm flanking, wait.
Well, 2 rounds in it, Tom. It has become somewhat of a closer game than we were expecting when we swapped
again,
halves.
Andaluthia flawless.
I
Two
mean,
of those.
up against a lot of weaker weapons here. I won't give them the roses for it necessarily, but the previous,
Nice.
decent.
Nice round.
Nice round indeed. 2 to go before they can equalize things up, and this is where KC called for a timeout. We're starting to get into the meat of things. And after such a dominant first half, it's been a while since they found a round. Few things have been going wrong. A little sneaky position at Althea round before. This is where they need to steady the ship for that final push, taking Fnatic's map pick, setting themselves up for a 2-0 on bind and a free flight to Shanghai.
I like the whiteboard in the background. Just highlighted, win or lose together. And it does feel like that's what this KC team has. Now, we spoke a lot yesterday about how Fnatic were able to get an awful lot from their pauses. But in this scenario, I've always been a big fan of Eng and the way that he sort of views the game. He's someone that definitely has solid reads, solid adaptations, or even just knows the right moment to try and pick his players out of the dirt. 4 rounds in a row definitely seems like an appropriate time to try and pick something up. Even though it's only been a singular buy round, I'm curious to see if they'll do anything to try and stack up to Mazzy. It seems like Fnatic have, in the early rounds especially, have looked to try and put the pressure on him, on that solo Cypher setup. For now, at least, looks like we might see a bit more pressure put towards Tube, and for Fnatic, building up again for more of a default.
The more games I cast with Leo, the more I wonder if there's just some sort of a statistical error with tallying his stats. Guy doesn't seem to die. Narrate. Oh, he's out of here. He is out of here. Dash at least secures him a second lease of life, but Tamazi becomes the new target. Durka up close, not going to be caught by a decoy, but TPing onto the backside now. Good position to play from as the wall drops, but Martin behind a wall of his own swings out into Durka. Good trade back. Fnatic keep the control and extend upon it with Magnum down and Narrate very low. Yeah, I think the call has been made. A save yet again. A lot of these rounds have gone down like that. A burst of aggression and an immediate save call.
Yeah, it seems like both sides. A lot of the rounds have been completed within the first 30, 40 seconds. It's been very, very fast-paced gameplay, and I don't think either team have really been able to adapt to it. I also just like the fact that we've seen the combination of utility to initially take out Tamazi. As I said, he's been a target. That's someone, I don't know if that's the research being done by Fnatic, just to go, okay, they like to leave this man out to dry. Let's just pressure him, be it with utility, be it with even putting the last burst of the Hunter's Fury to try and take him out. And then they even just had this sort of fast-paced push to make sure that nobody could really get back into position, because they already had them locked out of the site. Fnatic are doing it again. They're 9-3 down. We saw it yesterday. Obviously, people put a lot of that onto Liquid. I think a lot of the fans have gone, okay, you can't win from advantages, but I'm guessing Fnatic are starting to prove that maybe it's just them.
I just want to see Leo get killed by someone. It's not. It's oh! Well, okay, all according to plan.
Yeah.
He saved that one through. Definitely doesn't regret taking that shot. Yeah, no, Leo has died 5 times this map. It's 9-8. It's an incredibly close game, and I think it comes back to what I said at the end. A lot of these rounds have gone down to like a burst of aggression and a save. But even then, like one of those 5 deaths was literally 5 players hunting him down, and they only barely got him across the line.
The thing that makes me nervous a bit is a lot of what we
You
gave credit to
stop the
KC in their run
bleeding,
to kick
KC.
off was their ability to retake as a group. That round was not a retake as a group. That was Martin trying to fight the world. And in the first half, fair play,
Yeah,
it
worked.
worked. Now it's not. We need to see a change. We need to see them starting to actually work a little bit better as a coordinated unit. Now they have actually changed things up a little bit, looking to try and stack up some control here. The problem is the weaponry they have is an awful lot worse. Other than Narrate having an operator, and that's why they've left him solo on A.
And Fnatic have done very well in these rounds to avoid any sort of stacks that you see going down. I think weaker buy, Cypher setup on B, often you're going to move away, but they've had a lot of utility as well on this attacking side to remove these setups. Ult used by Durka. And this is going to be the little bit of information for the squad. I actually don't think that he saw Magnum on the way through. But definitely 2 towards the backside. There's the flash. Magnum spotted now, but he won't be taken down. It's Magnum to catch a jump on him, but Chronicle with double trades, keeping the numbers favored, keeping a bit of side control, forcing Shin into the open. He didn't want to leave Tamazi out to dry this time. Narrate doesn't either. Nice shot from the side. Another. They keep peeking the up.
Nice
now
shot.
they beat Tamazi. A mistake. They might not live to regret. Double digits on the cards for KC in this of all rounds, and it's a reveal on Boaster that gets it. A wonderful trap from Tamazi. This time they didn't leave him out to dry.
Leo tried to shoot that trap earlier and missed. Earlier in the round. It was just before he died. He tried to shoot it, didn't hit it. And that's now killed Boaster at the end. It really is an unfortunate round by all regards, especially because the initial setup was nice. They threw in Durka as a sacrificial lamb. But yeah, this operator, again, Narrate at times is just absurd, even ready for the players to try and lurk in. And when in the end, it was the cam that was left at the end. Tamazi always explosive, and he's been shut out thus far. This time, though,
Spike retrieved.
he came up big. And again, they've swapped their setup. They're putting that operator in. As said, they've been pressuring Tamazi so much that they are starting to give him a little bit of extra support, making those adaptations.
Cam's certainly being spotted, as has Tamazi. But they might expect that means the traps are towards B. But like we've said, setup changes. A site traps now. If Fnatic do go back in that direction, they'll be a little surprised by what they run into. And it looks like there is a shift. But it's not just back through spawn. Boaster is taking a little bit of space of his own up through middle. This is going to be spotted by Martin any second now, maybe not. TP used, nobody spotted outside of A. So he decides to go back into the spawn, move to B. He sticks around. KC don't have a read on what's going on here. They're waiting for Fnatic to make a move, hoping the traps will be enough on A, hoping the push up from Shin will get them some value, but he's spotted. A good jump off that rope by Durka buys them a second chance at taking this man down. Despite the damage done, no kill for Shin, but they have the info that the A play is where it's coming in. Hunter's Fury burn.
Surprised he managed to live to tell the tale, unfortunately. Narrate has not played a big part in the last round. Martin already gone, but Magnum's found a trade. And in the afterplant already, this is not going to get any easier. Boaster starting to step up, start to see some life in the IGL's individual capabilities. But more importantly, just sticking it out, staying alive, and with the remaining 3 of Fnatic not really giving anything over to the KC members. This almost has to be a save, but with the amount of finances that are still available for Fnatic, they're going to go hunting.
One enemy remaining.
Nice kill by Leo. That reveal is deadly too. It confirms the spot of Tamazi. There's players swarming up to move towards the spawn to catch him in nest. Although, they won't get there in time. It's this fight that defines it, and of course, try to dish out death to Leo. He's not interested.
No save for
He's
Casey.
accidentally turned on God mode.
How's he died 6 times?
Yeah, this is
27
looking more
and
and more like a
6.
fanatic.
Again, some of those kills were in scenarios where it was
win.
the round was already over, but a lot of them have just caused so much extra cost. Whatever stats you're going to be looking at the end of the game, I think.
Meg's gonna have to give him a pay raise after.
I mean, the guy is 27 and
You're
6.
just solo farming.
A pay rise is most certainly warranted. The guy has them in a backpack. And yeah, like you say, Tom, that's not 27 impact kills. Maybe in terms of the economy, there was some impact, some ripple effect, but realistically, a lot of those have been exits.
If the funny thing is, if they lose this map, there'll be some scoreboard warriors somewhere going, free Leo,
Get him out of here. Get out of here.
That's the thing. Right now, it is looking like everything's coming up Fnatic. They have managed to win 6 rounds of the last 7, only a solo round for the defensive side. And that's the thing, this composition, it was run by GX, but a lot of what they were doing were massively aggressive plays when they played versus Fnatic. They were pushing down mid. You had the combinations of Purpo and Fitinho basically just playing the most insane crossfires, and Fnatic themselves even admitted that they just weren't able to hit their shots versus that. Whether that was because GX were too good or because they had a bad day, who knows. Nonetheless, the defensive side is looking rough for KC, and that is one of the problems of this composition, especially with Tamazi
Here.
having some trouble. Now this round again, it has a few pieces that could do damage. A Bulldog, more importantly the Blade Storm. Other than that, Fnatic massively in the driver's seat.
Blade Storm is spotted on aggression. They move to the other side. This was the plan all along. A site hit out of Fnatic. Tube presence, flank watched as well. It looks like Boaster's got a little setup for us.
Out of chance.
There's a snake bite lineup coming through. It looks like it. The gate crash is going to be spotted out and pursued. In fact, it's going to be destroyed, but the fake was used instead. For Fnatic, they've drawn the rotations of KC in. They know that with all the presence they showed, that those rotations will come through. But after the push doesn't come in, KC start to think maybe it's a B play. Maybe they should be rotating back in the other direction and leaving A that little bit more open. Fnatic, well, they go for a little bit of a different setup. I think they're just going to all walk through this door. Clearing it now with the knife, close is clear, and they can make their way to the site. The only danger is Magnum tucked in this corner, but they're very aware of it. And there's going to be a lot of players coming from the other angle. The boxes might protect him, but turning your back to Boaster won't.
No, it had to be a risk. It had to be a huge risk, and with the fact that Fnatic just drops all noise, just rotates the entire defense in the other direction. Now Alpha's just looking to try and pad those stats a little bit. No orbs to be gained, but even still, Fnatic are most certainly back in this second half. I didn't think we'd be seeing anytime soon this scoreline equalize, but it does look like that's where we're heading. Unless Narrate has something to say about it. Again, he's still the only player with anything really to play with. Does manage to get himself one extra, and even still, he's not going to be able to kill off Leo. The man is invulnerable. He just will not die. 10-10. Fnatic doing it again. And I want to see what KC have got to try and respond to this.
It's again just baffling how I somehow find myself like a fish going back to the front of the bowl. And it seems new every time. For Fnatic, just yesterday we saw them make those comebacks. You even referenced it. You said, I don't think it'll be the same here. And to be honest, thinking back, first half yesterday, Liquid were kind of dominating individually.
Trust my calls, boys.
Trust my calls. Leo's out there. And this is the reality, though. When you're in a situation where Fnatic are consistently able to make these comebacks happen. Up against Koi, up against Liquid, now against KC. I mean, the other two you can excuse as teams that are not in their stride, not hitting their stride. I don't know how you make that excuse for KC. Boaster.
Who's next?
Snakebite will give away his position. It's fired off, and they know exactly what's going on, but Durka believed. Spotted Martine in the corner, cleared out a lot of this site now. Flash pop towards back. Hunter's Fury, not a big fan of the blind ones, but this has at least caught Magnum, revealing his position, tagging him low, and getting them the space to plant the spike.
Yeah, it seemed like Dirk half got them the information. He wanted to check the rest of the site, so I guess Leo just with utmost confidence, just blind fires it into the place he last saw a couple of players. It's done a little bit of extra damage. The main worry, though, is just those post plants. Like how far away a couple of the Fnatic players are. Still got a fragment available. Durka's already going to pick off one. He's the bodyguard. They've got a backup plan that they might not even need. He's still up close, just looking to try and finally get out of there. But there's Boaster on the lurk. A second kill already coming up for him. And for Shin, as said, he's attempted many a clutch, but this is not going to be one of them. 11 to 10. Fnatic now take the lead after such a mass deficit from the first half. I don't know how they do this again and again.
It is just the consistency is mind-boggling. God, the day they figure out their first halves, it's all over.
You know, like the race at the end of Incredibles, where he's like not really running, and then he goes, no, go, and he just runs out in front of everybody.
It's been a long time since
It's
I've
like
seen Incredibles.
the little son
The little
who's
guy,
like really
Dash or
fast.
something, yeah.
Basically, he does like a school race, and he's intentionally losing, and then just sprints past everyone, and then finishes second on purpose. That's what Fnatic feel like right now. It just seems like every time in that first half of the first map, it's like they're just trying to stroll their way through.
Durka was practicing that flash in the servers.
Yeah. And then it's almost like Elmer Putty pushes like a big red button, and everybody just switches on. A completely different team arrives. 11 to 10. Again, weaponry weak. Again, the focal point being the rate. There's only one having a weapon that they can use. Of course, we've spoken about the Stingers with this team, but on this map, I'd be impressed.
I mean, this was one of the rounds they managed to win, but you can't forget it was often a rate being in mid, op in hand, and finding so much value as they cross to the site to deal with Tamazi. This time, that will be much more difficult to do for a number of reasons. Mid is clear, is the first one. No op in play, that also doesn't help. And they've droned it out, sending players through this angle now to clear all their bases. Magnum, Stinger in hand, Tamazi, nothing to work with because he's being domed out by Alfier. Quick shot from the op, and well, 45 HP. I'm not believing in this one. Let's see how much the Stinger can do, and it's absolutely nothing. Okay, Narrate, same position almost, manages to find one.
Knight's already dead.
And there you go. He got his comeuppance. Alfier on the operator, dishing out exactly what he was dealt earlier. 2 versus 4, almost no chance, and somehow, and I really mean, like beyond my comprehension, we are at a 12 to 10 score line in favor of Fnatic. They were 9-3 down at the half. I'm perplexed for other teams.
Don't you dare. Okay, he doesn't know. He doesn't.
There we go. There
That's
we go.
literally the worst spot he could have jumped over to. Shin's going to get himself an operator. I don't know how long he's going to get to keep it, though, because Chronicle is so quick at his tail. Martin now hoping that he can maybe grab a gun from this. Other than that, it would be going down to the spike, and instead he's just going to go down to Chronicle. Oh, online, 12 and 10 for Fnatic. They have dropped just a singular round when it comes to this attack side of Breeze. They have been utterly dominant. And now they just look to put the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake.
Just you pause this game after the first half and ask anyone who's taking this. I guess the Fnatic fans would still say Fnatic. They've been here before. They know. Hey, you got to give them respect.
Leo probably smarter than me right now anyway.
You might be right, Minnie. I think Leo's smarter than us all. 28 and 6. You heard him earlier saying, trust my calls. Sammy leading. Certainly leading when it comes to frags. And well, with 1 round left to go.
Hey,
KC have got to feel pretty rough. They need to
he's
find
losing
2.
when it comes to death.
Double what they've got so far. Hey, he's losing when it comes to that. That's true, unless it's a golf score, which I think often is how you would look at it. Okay, now listen, Durka has an opportunity on this Yoru. Make his way right up. The gate crash. Oh no, the gate crash isn't in play. Never mind.
Look at the aggressive position, though. This was something attempted by Fnatic and worked out successfully. You can see, though, that Chronicle is playing anti-flash. His only goal is to dodge that flash. He shoots, and he's going to go down. Nice work from the side of KC. Finally, some light at the end of a very dark tunnel. Spike down. All right, he's going to try and keep hold of that control. Dirk has already been spotted and forced back, but it means they can group up and try and fight this one. Well, I was going to say together. Wasn't together. Alpha looks to try and turn the tide, and the Ray has just taken over this round. In fact, he's even going to get the wall bang at the end. out of absolutely nowhere, and Andalusia flawless for the side of KC to keep them in this map.
Hell of a time to show up. I like the setup from Casey as well, freeing them up to fight a little bit more towards that site because they've got their Viper's Pit alongside a trap in play on B. So it's not even pressure on someone like Shin to be holding those close angles and taking the fights. Instead, he's got full security, and you're just able to send the rest of the squad in scrapping. And the raid is dangerous when he's got Martine beside him even more so. But Yoru flashes popping all around. Well, you can see how easily they can divvy up your attacking side, but that's one round. They don't have the Viper's Pit to work with this time. Now, Fnatic look to repeat the success they've had time and time again here on the attack.
A completely abandoned B site. Maybe realizing how much Fnatic has been able to find an opener there, just almost looking to play it as more of a retake and really stack up into this middle control. Already, the raid's going to be spotted and forced to retreat. Fnatic have been methodical and being able to clear a lot of these angles. It almost seems like maybe Fnatic are just trying to be a little bit patient, see if Alpha can find them any sort of information. For now, though, hasn't really seen a thing.
Toxin screen down.
It'll be a very slow round out of him.
Can't use that.
But that position hasn't been pushed by a little while for Fnatic. Not in that slow late round, but the door will be closed nonetheless. Making that little bit longer rotation, push to the site. TP used up, plant to be played in, and on the back of it, Viper's Pit to secure it. Now this actually doesn't reach to the plant yet again. It's just locking down a little bit of map control. Good kill by Magnum, and it's Boaster down. That's the Viper's Pit down and out of the round, and a desperate attempt now for Fnatic to fight back through. The flash is good, but the kills don't come on the back of it. Counter flashes, Hunter's Fury, tagging them up and dropping them. This is KC fighting back, but Durka and Alpha, they have other ideas. 4 kills already for Magnum. The IGL needs an ace to take it across the line, and Durka's the man standing in between him and that feed.
my
He
God.
will not find it. KC,
So
no
fucking
OT
close.
after a 9-3
But yeah,
lead.
Fnatic's attack side is just
Down to
better.
Fnatic on map 1. An unbelievable comeback from a team that is just making this their bread and butter. I don't know how they do it again and again, but here, I think I do know how they do it. I'm looking at a man like Leo, 28-8 after a 24-round game. That is unfathomable.
I mean, 13-1 on Fnatic's peak. Not that bad, like... Now we'll see what Casey has to show on mine.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing? we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us,
I mean, EMEA fell off. For example, Fnatic, I can say I think they got lazy. They thought their form is enough to keep up with the other teams, but other teams in EMEA, they got on their level. But the other regions, they got way further than our region, sadly. It's really important to move on. Like, you need to play scrims to practice and not play to scrims to win. Because if you play to win, it's quite easy. But if you don't practice new things, yeah, teams are gonna beat you. But yeah, I agree with Boaster that it was probably wake-up call, and it probably started this fire inside of them again. I think the main thing is champions, obviously. So yeah, let's hope we're gonna be in the EMEA teams are gonna be way better than now.
1, 2, 3, Destiny! Let's go, guys!
Maybe they do need to try new things, or maybe Leo can just do Leo things. Here he is in the AIM Labs warm-up, and my God, I need everything, the routine, the gym training, the breakfast. Vlad and Ash, Leo was insane today.
He was absolutely wild in the server. I mean, he ends up being, it was 28 and 8, and it was just a repeat, I feel like, of what happened yesterday up against Team Liquid on Ascent, where Fnatic, they're down 3-9 at the half, then they bring it back 13-11, and in that first half, it's all on Leo's back.
I mean, we talked about Fnatic to win their this map. I mean, winning condition has to be the post plants in the second half. But witnessing the first half, I was giving up on Fnatic in totally. But second half, everything changed into with the Leo's incredible performance. Just run them down and pray for the post plant. But Fnatic pulled amazing comeback out of this, and I mean, I salute them.
I mean, I think you were spot on. A 10 out of 10 post plants won, which is crazy. I feel like at some point we just have to understand that 3 rounds for this Fnatic team apparently is enough. It is all they need. This is what, like the 7th time, Ash, it's happened to them.
I think it's just been a comeback story in a lot of these maps throughout this season of VCT EMEA here for Fnatic within the first split. And it's insane how they're able to switch up the momentum and switch up that mental going into the second half as well to be able to reset in that kind of regard, because we also saw Karman Core making some very similar mistakes when it came down to that mid control that we saw on the side of Fnatic on defense there.
I know Leo was popping off, but I definitely want to credit him for just how little he died, because this is the player that ever since he's come onto the scene, he is known for the fact that he never dies first. He, I think at one point only died first 3 times in an entire year of international events, and he only died 8 times.
I mean, statistics can be rough sometimes, because like whenever Leo was trying to not to die, it was like round already lost in the first half. You know, he was trying to just grab a weapon and just save it sometimes because he's playing main rotation in the map as a defender. So that's the reason, first reason. And the second one, yeah, he's so popped out so good, super good. And Karman Corp should have just won this map. I think they're gonna seek for this map. I mean, looking at back after this bind ends, I don't know.
Yeah, let's talk about this bind, because they were one of the teams that adapted to that Gecko super fast. They just picked it up and they looked amazing on it. Fnatic picked up a little bit later. Of course, Naray here played Jet for the first time for KC earlier on the map. Before, I don't expect him to switch up too much here.
Yeah, I mean, on Jet, he was super good, to be honest. We want to see him playing more Jet. But right now, just like you said, he's going to play Gecko again. This is their Joker. I mean, this is the last card they can show as a map for against Fnatic. They won Na'Vi, and we all know how Na'Vi used to play really decent bind. And this is the only map they can go for the decider, you know.
I mean, it wasn't just Na'Vi that Karman Core were able to take down. It was also Foot as well here on Bind. 2 teams who look very strong on it. But as we head into that Agent Select,
no changes.
Same old.
Yeah.
Easy breezy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's going to be like, it has to be the same, because like you don't have to do too much changes when you go for a real nice results against one of the best teams in the whole EMEA. But it depends on Fnatic, because like after they changed their comp into this one, they haven't been doing the best bind we ever seen from them. It's going to be interesting matchup on this map.
Well, I don't actually think it's all that bad. It was tough because Na'Vi did throw a wrench into that last game on Bind, but I'm excited to see what they got to play.
I can't wait to see this. Fnatic, they are 1 map away from Masters Shanghai. Mitch and Tom, I cannot believe I am saying that.
Well, it was a strange start to that previous one, a strange end as well, but I suppose not for Fnatic after that comeback. Now 1 away from locking in Shanghai, Tom. Doing it on Bind. Hey, look, last time they played here up against Na'Vi, 9-3 start. They were down 3 rounds. And what happened? They lost 13-3. But
the time before that, they did actually come back versus Koi.
It's a bar pause.
So there you go. But yeah, I'm hoping we're going to get a little bit more of a back and forth going into this one. I do think this is a map that, although we have seen KC lose a little bit on it, it's versus teams like the Heretics, like teams that they've always had a tough matchup against. So I think we're in for an exciting one. Nonetheless, Althea already up for contact. He's going to be under pressure immediately, and actually doesn't get out of there. I thought he might have just scraped it.
Now a few bullets pursued him through the wall. 3 players though still here. Big stack out of Fnatic. They've made the right call this time. KC flood in. Martin and Magnum caught off guard, and now they're realizing there's a lot more guns here than they thought. Fnatic just about able to escape with Durka's life. 3 HP. As he goes for the teleport, Chronicle still sitting here. They have a choice on KC. Who do they want to fight? And it looks like they're deciding on Durka. A brave choice for anyone to make. 2 kills already under his belt. And I was going to say he has his nade back, but no, I just don't think he used his nade in the first place. Didn't get a chance to with the all-out combat. They know there's a chance he'll be coming from bathroom or even from mid. Safe plant for spawn, but they're trapped. They're sandwiched, but that gives them 1v1 fights. And now, right, doesn't often lose those. All down to Chronicle.
Yeah, luckily with both of them being low, it was just who could shoot the quickest. Chronicle, though, in these clutch situations, has been devastating. This map in particular has so much history, so many memories, but he needs to try and isolate one of these fights, having no idea where his opponents currently sit from. Shin already just getting information, and almost needs him to make a pretty catastrophic mistake. And in the meantime, Narrate on the wraparound, even with low HP, able to get an extra couple of kills.
the 1-0 secured. I mean, KC did a good job of this considering how this started out. 4 players, they catch the first, it spurs them into a big site push, and fights come all across the board.
One enemy remains.
Able to isolate those fights in the end. Narrate did a fantastic job on just 22 HP of keeping that competitive, keeping it workable for his side. And now they get an easy follow-up. Fnatic only have pistols, the base pistols of the Classic to work with. KC stacked up 4 rifles brought into this round. It does mean the margin for error is slim. They lose more than 1 player, they'll start to feel the cost of the round.
It might just be because on Breeze, things definitely got a little bit dicey with one of their second rounds, so opting to play things a little bit safer. I think Tomazi has just spotted a lot of them, but it doesn't even matter. He's going to get picked off immediately. Now the margin for error is 0. They can't afford to lose a single extra player with all the weaponry that they've invested into. The post plant will definitely help with that.
Right here.
Definitely look like they're trying to hold out in case anybody rotates from the defender spawn, but they're mostly coming in from hookah.
Having to drop out with these pistols, I suppose it's not ideal, but no fight really will be. Narrate's avoided a lot of that damage, making it out on time. The Dizzy helped him on the cross, and Fnatic, well, they realize they're going to dive out of here for orbs, or they're going to go down to the spike afterwards, and I think that's the call that's being made. Question is, I see Alpha here walking out and around on long. He might have a chance if Shin sticks around just a little bit longer, but away he goes. Down to the spike, all Fnatic fall, and KC find their second round. Just the 1 player lost, and that was the player with the pistol. So cost is very low, and a pretty beautiful follow-up for this KC side.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is just already the amount of ultimate orbs that have been picked up by Narrate. So Thrash is a very real possibility. I wouldn't be surprised to see them fight one side of the map for orb, and well, you can already see where they're gathering up on the map. It definitely looks like they've decided to go for the B orb. It's also where you're more likely to see someone take a little bit of a risk, maybe go for a peek, take a fight. That's currently where Chronicle's sitting, though. You'd assume he's only going to utilize the flash to get information, but for now, just going for that jump peek.
It's a bit of a risk, and one that hasn't paid off. The hope here that you wouldn't see KC grouped up outside along, ready for the fight, but the intention was always to take it towards the B side. Boaster, now isolated, having to burn up his flashes, has just 1 left to work with. And the aggression out of Alfier, having not spotted anybody, decides to go hunting them. Oh yeah! That's Shin drop, Smoker down. Thrash in round 3 is used to no success. Boaster able to pick off 1. They know that he's still here. Having dropped Leo as well, there's no way that they don't account for this player who got a kill just moments ago. The swing is good. Tomazi finds it without the help being needed and ends up finding his teammate Magnum too with a snake bite. Looks like that could be a bit of a problem because the man standing in the 1v2 is Durka. Close fight first, and it's Tomazi with 16 HP.
It's a trade, you know?
Yeah, I traded out his teammate. What a good play.
Traded out his own snake bites kill on Turkey, you know? That's just how it works. But yeah, I will say that is about as unfortunate it can get for Chronicle. Like, you're not going to have that many players just building up to try and get the orb, but I guess when you haven't put any sort of information finding utility out,
oh, that's Magnum's
it's just not going to be great. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't fault Tomazi for that.
Look at his face. Look at 3-0 though. And wow, it looks like Fnatic are trying to take a leap out of the book of KC. Stingers galore. Alpha, you know, he's a hipster. He doesn't like the trends.
They gotta have someone to fight on range, I guess.
Yeah. Look where he's playing.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, that's a great position for the Guardian.
He's
yeah.
on close range. That's
yeah, no, it's just a perfect position for that weapon to be in. In fact, if I was to choose anyone to have that weapon, it wouldn't be Boaster. No,
it's all right. He's going to peek.
In his
so
position. Yeah, well, you're right. No success found, but at least damage done. The assist onto Narrate as Chronicle claims that, and well, the Guardian can be picked up, perhaps to hold close inside hookah.
Yeah. Actually going to gamble, rotate off down. It's understandable. When you've seen that many players stack up towards B long, the logical thing for KC would go, okay, let's hightail it to the other side of the map. Instead, though, they've called the bluff. I respect this. They've gone, okay, what are the chances that every single player just stuck around, waited for us to get there, and didn't just go for that immediate rotate.
They've realized now. A deep flash up on A, revealed nobody. Boaster's flank, reveals nobody. The realization sets upon them that, yeah, this plant has gone down on B.
Spike
Unlucky.
planted.
And not the best weapons to have to retake with again. Some players being trapped inside hookah, stingers in hand.
One day.
Nice shot by Chronicle, but just the one to be found.
Fortunately as well, all the weaponry has been dropped outside B long. Are they going to be able to get back in? Doug has done well. He actually caught the timing on Martin, and now it's left all onto Magnum. 1v3 needed. He's been crispy so far. Needs a little bit more. Needs to deny the diffuser, and now on to just Booster, and he finds all three. A Red Bull clutch from the IGL of KC. What a crazy round that was from Magnum.
I'm waiting for the replay to pop up.
He almost took them to OT in the last map as well. You remember that? He got 4 kills in the final round. Kept it going here.
Robbed of it. Unbelievable.
This shot.
The shot is beautiful. The cross-look, he realizes I have to stop the defuse now. Takes it. And I love the fact that we've seen this guy so animated, so hyped. And then he wins that clutch and he's just...
Weird there. He just said all of them are, and then it got muted.
It muted. The mic cut out.
Yeah.
Oh, noise gate. The noise gate, Tom. He probably said it really quietly.
All of them are lovely people.
Yeah. Probably. Something along those lines. Well, looks like KC are not going to slow the pace of this round. Straight up and into the fray. In fact, oh my God, Martin! Blast packing into elbow. The Chronicle didn't see that one coming. And now you come into a round where Fnatic have rifles. They've invested. They've got an ult in their back pocket. They've got a good chance to fight KC and stop them. And a few seconds later, save? Should we save? Let's save these weapons.
It was the same of the attack of the last map. Like, when KC truly get rolling, when the confidence is behind them, I genuinely think that Martin might be the most disrespectful player in the league in terms of his gameplay. Like, what he does within the server is disgusting. Like, to just, you get the opener, you go, okay, 5v4, we should probably chill, play those, and he's already through the smoke. Like, no one even got the time to talk before he'd already killed the second player. And that's Chronicle as well. He's bind royalty. Like, you don't do that to him. 5-0. KC, there's a lot of teams that you lose, especially from 9-3 up. You lose from 9-3 up, and your mental's gone. Like, look, you talk about the average age of this team. You got players that are 18, 19 years of age. Most of them rookies. The ones that aren't rookies, one of them was Magnum, playing in the Tier 2 last year. The other was Shin, playing in a team worse than the Tier 2 last year.
Oh, man. We heard from Magnum in that interview earlier. What did he say? Fnatic got lazy. But he thinks that missing out on the last event, it lit a fire under them. Gave them that spark back. Seems like they need that in every map as well. Down by 9-3, right back into it. Something's got to light that fire. And now they're looking for the torch. 5-0. KC with a decent lead. But, hey, listen, it's far from over yet when it comes to Fnatic. They've got plenty of time to course correct.
Yeah, the scary thing, though, is at least in the last map, you had Leo. Like, he ended that first half 15-4. Like, again, there was glimmers of what we expect from Fnatic. So far in this game, there really hasn't been much. You had the close round with the retake with Stingers, where Dirk is able to put a couple onto the board. But other than that, again, it's an awfully slow start for the players on Fnatic, and for KC in these early rounds. I don't know what pep talk Eng Zaysh is giving them, but I could use one of those. If I start the day off this good every single time,
well, we need to
be unstoppable.
We need to get a whiteboard in. Right? Why are you here? Check up a few of these statements that are on the background.
Does it say why are you here?
It does on the background, back left. It says why are you here? Obviously the conversation be you're here because you're the best and you deserve to be and all that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here. Well, Dirk is being dropped by Narrate off rip, but there's a second player aggressing up. It's Alphier. Not looking to get too aggressive just yet. Instead picking the weapon and bailing on out. KC, another opening pick successfully found, and a big difference between, I think, Leo and Narrate's Gecko as well. Like, on this map, typically, I think Leo's had a much tougher time. Even in series where he's popping off, things slow down. Just the way that his role works here. A lot of the time, it's other players taking the first fight. It was Durka in this round. Alpha backed off and left him for dead, but now he's standing his ground. He's got a teammate with him, Leo up close, blinded, but not expected to be here. The element of surprise grabs one, and he's going for more, running it through. That mosh pit forced him out, much to Narrate's chagrin. Tamazi, the last man standing, 1v3, and the spike not under his control. This is going to be a tough round to win, and we could be witnessing the first for Fnatic.
Definitely hasn't spotted out Chronicles. He attempts to cross. Fnatic, they are going to be onto that board. A huge individual play from both Alpha and Leo. Not really the expectation of the second player being there. And even after getting off to a pretty decent start, I think that was Magnum walking through with the spike in the first contact of the round. That definitely made things a little bit easier for the side of Fnatic. As we know, you can't really give this team anything. 5-1, still plenty of cash in the bank. Showstopper available, but that's for both sides. And in terms of the rest of the ult economy, it's definitely in the favor of Fnatic.
Oh, convincingly. Yeah, they've got their orbs farmed up. Good reactive ones as well. Info on Chronicle, punish on Durka, and the thrash for Leo. Completely halt a push in its tracks. You can see KC are playing this one a little bit slowly outside of Bath. A lot of players looking to take that control, but a small little shift up through mid from Tamazi and Shin, doubling up. Just tucking into this corner.
There is, if he turns around, I was about to say, it's almost just a game of chicken. Leo again, he tries to do the same, but Tamazi's got down to his own snake bite this time. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make, I guess. Nonetheless, it's come at a much higher cost to the side of Fnatic. The same gambles failing. Boaster blissfully unaware that they could have walked past, and that is, again, if you've played against Nats ever, you should have the expectation that he could do that alone. You see that Viper screen up, you need to be more aware.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the whole reason it's put down is for that cross. The idea to fight back in does not work out for Fnatic this time. Lamp secured and locked down 6-1. KC right back on the win, disrupting the economy further of Fnatic.
He has no idea. Absolutely none.
I mean, I can understand him not expecting two to be there, don't get me wrong, but
they didn't
not
check.
looking at all.
Yeah.
That is a huge mistake.
Oh, Riyad. Ooh.
And one you often don't get a chance to make a second time. All right, round 8.
These are always my favorite. Like whenever we cut to Tamazi, I know that whatever he's going to say is going to make me laugh.
It's silly. It's a little bubbly. For KC, looking for round number 8. No ultis in their back pocket, rifles to play with, but they've been super disruptive. It's not just about early round aggression, it's about the burst of aggression that comes out of this squad. They showed us last round they can slow it down. Now, they're gonna have to, because Alfier used the Viper's pit, and the whole idea was to move towards B-Long. So we gotta spread out and find another avenue, because you ain't pushing through the pit.
This is the thing, the rest of Fnatic are not just sitting there. They've already taken full control over towards Showers.
Here.
Already put deep with that Tiger as well. So they definitely have information. The only real opening is towards Hookah, and well, Leo's going to try and slow that down as much as humanly possible. Magnum's got to be careful. He's gone through on his own. Nobody else was on the same wavelength there. Tries to hit a timing, ends up being completely blind, and they've just lost a player for little reason, really.
I mean, you have to imagine the chaos once that mosh pit goes down. It's a split-second decision, and they didn't make that decision the same way. Little disruption. Shin's left towards the other side of the map while this push is coming through. Chronicle hearing a lot of steps. The rotations should be called. In fact, normally, they would have already fully rotated. But Alfier stuck around in this pit, still on long. One on the side as well, with Chronicle following them, pursuing them through the TP to drop Narrate. Now they've got to run into Leo, and there hasn't been a lot of success when that's the plan. Alfier, though, is with a weaker weapon down below, picking them off. They dealt with Leo, but his buddy was still alive, and the reinforcements came in on time. Another round found, this time for the defensive side, putting it up to 2.
That overall was just a fantastic round from Fnatic. The initial control just used the Viper's pit. Then you had the aggression where they take all the way into Showers to make sure there's no rotation back. And then you just had Leo set up. His only goal was to slow them down. And he did that twice. Both
Nice,
times they
boys.
attempted to
My
get
bad,
into
boys,
the
my
site.
bad. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
He bought them so much time. And well, that's a mistake initially that definitely cost them a little bit, but KC still firmly in the lead. Plenty of cash still to play with. Ults fairly level, if anything. Viper's Pit available for Tamazi. Still, that's the thing. Leo did all of that. He had Thrash the whole time. He just decided, don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess realistically, getting it up in there to be used, your teammates aren't going to be able to follow up on it easily either. I think he made the right call this time. A lot of players from Fnatic towards the B site. Looked like Alpha was thinking about rotating back. They're sticking around for now. KC not going to commit themselves just yet, at least you would imagine, considering the fact there's still a double stack up on A. You'll have the Viper wall going up, and well, that's already caused a lot of problems for Fnatic, so understandably, they're going to give it some respect this time, using some of their abilities to clear out these angles. I think Chronicle used the Tiger to clear it and ensure nobody was sneaking their way into that position. But eventually, the target will be acquired. It's the B site. Thrash on its way. Good catch. That's got one. Did it catch the player in the corner? It did. Huge value to be found, but they don't know. They don't know that Tamazi's here. Him being seized almost helps him out in this sense. He's forced into a late flank play the Chronicle couldn't expect. KC dominating the site now, just Leo to uproot. But that's a big task for any man. 2 kills already, another found, and just one man left down to the Classic, and he'll find it. A sensational play by Leo to keep control over B.
I can't imagine what he's saying, but I don't think we're going to hear that back. I actually think that there might have been Martin completely running out of ammo in both guns. At the end, he just sits there and accepts his fate. And the fact is, there was moments in that round where it looked like it was going to completely fall apart. In fact, it did completely fall apart. But Leo, and again, I said it, he had a slower start to this map in comparison to the other. 6-3. Again, the climb back starts, but for Fnatic, this time it's been a little bit earlier. Again, they still haven't managed to break the economy of KC. They had such a clean start to this game, but they have had finances for days. Operator now in play for Durka for the first time, allowing him to hold a little bit of deeper control, but they are going a lot quicker, or at least they plan to. And actually this time, the hero of the last round is dead immediately.
That's a first death for Leo. Can we mark that down? He actually had 1 in the last map as well, I believe. Or last time they played this too. Shit, hello! Well, that was a risk that has not quite paid off. They didn't think that Durka was still around here, that anyone from Fnatic would be, but now they're miles ahead. The plans will be secured. There's no denying it. The Viper's Pit extending out just in time to catch Chronicle. Magnum's reposition gets him way out of the way. The Thrash from downtown. Not going to be finding anything, but at least clearing this space for Magnum to now reside inside of KC. Only have the one-man advantage. Magnum and Martin are both very low. This is still a very winnable round for the side of Fnatic. But they decided to back out.
Yeah.
I mean, the Viper's Pit is really what seals the deal in a lot of these scenarios, and I can't blame them for making that call.
Yeah, at this stage you'd have to play through the Viper's Pit to get to the spike. You'd then have to work against any post-plant that was there, and you'd also have the issue of not being able to clear lamps without too much of a difficult scenario. It becomes impossible. The one opening they had was really quickly shut down by Magnum. I like the way that he had the realization, okay, we've planted, we don't have access to that. We're going to use the Viper's Pit, and I'm going to run straight across to hold onto the one bit of ground that was really dangerous. And you see Chronicle had exactly the same idea. He was like, if I get through this pit, I can almost start defusing without anybody being able to see. God's sake. Every time.
Well, KC are having fun with it, and with the 7-3 lead, you can understand why. It's been a pretty strong display, and their attack side in the previous map was much the same. We know the Fnatic can switch gears pretty quickly when they're in control. But for now, hands on the reins for KC. Looking for another 9-3 scoreline, one that Fnatic, at least up against Na'Vi, couldn't come back from. I won't insult KC by comparing them to Koi. I think for this defensive side, this is where I expect they need to show up. 3 is often enough, and maybe it'll have to be. Beautiful opening pick. Leo's grabbed 1. Somehow with the mosh pit, he's still alive, up close and still fighting. Dropped eventually, but the damage is done. He's made it competitive, doable, but difficult.
It seems like Magnum goes from having the best round to the weirdest round every single time. It's like Two-face, a flip of a coin.
Launching smoke.
And this retake's not going to be easy. You've got one weapon only valuable at close range, and the other only valuable at long. Luckily, that's already started fairly well. Martin, though, is back with a vengeance, leaving Durka with everything still to do. He had a full belt of utility, but yeah, it's not worth throwing the operator into the wind. It is a fantastic round again for Martin.
How unhinged is Martin? Look at the decision making here. Your teammate just got judged up close. You're 50 HP, and he just goes, "Oh, I'm going to swing it now. He won't expect me." It's absolute lunacy, but it works
I think
out.
he might just tape over his health.
Like, I don't care.
It's like a pure mentality thing. It's like whether it says 150 or whether it says 1, I'm going to play exactly
There's a 1
the
there.
same.
I'm number 1. That's what it's saying. It's not my HP.
Well, like, look at how he started the round, for God's sake.
Yeah. But this, like, I don't know if we'll see it. Yeah, look, teammate gets judged. Oh, I'll just go fight him. I'll just take him down. Don't worry about it. If he goes down, 2v1, and who knows? But he doesn't go down. That's the beauty of this man. 8-3 right now. Leo, back in form, looking good, firing off. Last time for Fnatic when they didn't have that great of a half, that great of a game, it was Alfier that was in very much the same position. Magnum on the other side for KC. He's lights out. Durka's going. Operator in hand. This is an ambitious play, and he needs his teammates.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't need his teammate. He doesn't need anyone. Durka's doing it by himself. Free kill onto Martin. That was the wide swing, and now Magnum's trapped in the corner.
Yeah, the problem is the rest of the team have gone in the other direction. Like, they have managed to get those opening kills, and especially with some of the weaker weaponry, I'd say it might allow for an upgrade. Unfortunately, the man who needs an upgrade the most is Boaster. And the other players are now so far away. Leo does still have that Thrash available, but they've got so many angles still to clear. They're going to be able to at least reduce some of the places they need to spot. The fight is going to work out again for Durka. This is looking like his round.
Oh, it's all down to timing the rate. He didn't get spotted. I don't think they realized he was here. Otherwise, they would have sent Thrash back in the other direction. He stood up close. Good for one, but the judge is there. The upgrade wasn't needed, and they caught Shin far, far away. He stands almost no chance. The teleport through is expected. Ready was Leo. 4 rounds at the end of the half. 3 is often enough for Fnatic, and they've done one better.
Oh, yeah, evidently more than enough. A decent resurgence, at least. Like, I think, again, some of the rounds they lost early on, the clutch out from Magnum was ridiculous. And even some of the set plays they have, like that is such a gamble to send in Durka like that, but it worked out magnificently. Even having the read on the last player at least. Even still, I think KC are going to be pretty happy with that. Going in an 8-4 half, heading onto the defensive side. As you mentioned, we've seen Fnatic many a time with their attack side comebacks, but it's a little bit worrying that they have to rely on it.
It is somewhat. Like I said, the day they figure out half number 1, it's over for everybody. We saw that Fnatic before. This is the comeback squad. 8 rounds, moving to the defense. I'd say KC are in a pretty decent position. Up against most teams, at least. Paranoia here for Shin. A lot of players towards Bath. Alpha's snake bite is good. No escape from Martin. The opening pick goes their way, but the fight back, sure, is traded out, at least.
Allows Alpha almost a raid boss scenario as a ghost and shields. Magnum, no, okay, it looked like Boaster was sending a fake out. Just running straight towards his opponent, but he'll win the fight anyway. And puts it into a 2 versus 4 scenario. This pistol almost looking guaranteed. I think it definitely is now. Tamazi left 1v4. You need some pretty drastic mistakes from the remaining players of Fnatic, and even though a headshot will be hit, it's not going to be the kill.
Well, that pistol round puts them right back in it, foot in the door. It won't be slammed in their faces just yet. And remember, for the side of Fnatic, for the side of KC as well, elimination's not on the line here. There's a lower bracket. It's not yesterday.
Yes. I don't even know what that was in reference to.
It was the Boaster kill, right? The human fake out being used.
Time to mobilize.
But yeah, for Fnatic, they're in a position now where
Magnum was hurt by confusion.
Yeah. Fnatic in a decent spot, like I said. This is a squad now that very comfortable when it comes to playing from behind. Attack sides looked good for them.
Scout destroyed.
Pretty much no matter what, unless they're up against Na'Vi.
Well, yeah, 10 rounds versus Koi. That was when they made that comeback. McCoy have been, to be honest, a pretty decent bind team. That's been one of the maps that I think they've actually been quite enjoyable to watch. It was a 15-13 overtime loss to KC on this very map. Plant denied. Magnum will be able to pick up the kill this time. Classic clearly better, and you can see that the main goal here for KC is just to counter with as much as utility as possible. However, for Fnatic, they're just going to decide to back out of there. Unfortunately, they can't really chase at pace without giving the game away.
Molly. Another position where these retakes are just a little bit too difficult when you're coming out of Hookah, having to drop down. Fnatic have a lot of control. Moving into fight spawn, long-range duels with rifles. Doesn't get any better than that. They'll even have a flash to initiate Alpha Year, taking them both.
Get out of my way.
At this point now, KC, yeah, 3 players about to drop out. I don't know that one's going to work. Magnum maybe worth dying for the orb. He's getting close to ulti. There's still quite a bit away, but his ulti's valuable. Same thing for Martine, just a 1 on the board. But I could see them going down to the spike, making that call. Magnum is going to go for it. He's jumping out. No success. The other 2 just default to spike after round. 6 secured for Fnatic. A 2-round gap. On the side of KC, they don't have to panic just yet, but after the last map, Tom, alarm bells would be ringing for me.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be in the back of your mind, whether you believe in it or not, to have such explosive starts and then just watch as Fnatic creep back into the game. Come on, for that exact matter, it's a much earlier pause this time for Carmine Core. You're going to see Aang get to talk to his team a little bit earlier. This is a round where you can expect as well that Fnatic will be coming in with a almost full buy. They kept the 3 rifles standing, the other 2 players only have pistols. So this is a pretty easy scenario for them to come up with full rifles on every single player. Ult's not particularly close, so 1 play apart, but if they win this round, they are very much back in the game.
Oh, 100%. Turns from competitive to perhaps even favored, thinking about the map, the side, and the squad that's in front of us. Surprised that second half graph didn't look a little different. We looked at it on the desk last week. Fnatic seemed pretty decent at mid to late halves. But more recently, they've been relying on those comebacks. 8-4, not that damning of a sentence. 8-6, very doable. And a win here will almost equalize things. So we got a little bit of a tech issue creeping up. Better get it out of the way now. Not disrupt the momentum of what's to come. Both teams have to sit in this. And, you know, for KC, like I said, it's not like even if they lose this map, it's not like they'll face elimination. But they'll go from 1 win away from Shanghai to 1 win away from Shanghai. And 1 loss away from going home.
That's the scary thing as well, because you think about the back and forth matchup they've had versus Heretics, the games they've had versus Foot. Like, these are teams that you don't want to be facing, like, especially if you're KC, because you've already had losses to both. So it is very much a scenario where pressure is on for both these teams. And although it's like, maybe you look at percentages and you go, well, from this point, it's like 75% chance of you qualifying. You know, it's a good odds, but those are tough teams. Every single team remaining is one that we could send over to Shanghai and could compete.
Yeah. And I think what really hurts about it for those teams that will end up losing out the matches today is that you sit there and you realize, okay, 75% chance of us making it through. Now all of a sudden the odds change drastically. And you know it's because you failed to close out that previous series. For KC, very much the same for Liquid, who are now watching from home, knowing that 1 map result could have changed the series entirely. 1 round, 1 clutch. If Magnum had found that final 1 on Breeze. Granted, I'm asking Magnum to get an ace to keep them in it, so maybe there's better examples we could point to. But nonetheless, after a narrow margin of a loss, to miss out on an event like that is heartbreaking. Yeah, KC will see that start to materialize in front of their eyes if Fnatic keep rallying up these rounds.
I think it's also just the difference of those 2 teams. Like, you've got KC, they managed to win themselves that first kickoff event. That was huge. Then they make it to an international. That was even more important to them. If they can go to both Masters in a year after the year they had last year, sure, it matters to the org more so than these players on the stage. The majority of them were not there. But even still, and to be so close, to be in that scenario where it can all slip away after the last map, and in the manner in which Fnatic have done it. Of course, for Fnatic, the odds may be even more important. If they let this series go, they get eliminated. You're talking about the team from last year that won 2 international events, of course made it to champions. There was never in doubt that they would get there and competed at the highest level for the entirety of the year. If they don't make both Masters events, unacceptable. With the players that they've got, with the investments that they've made, that's not something that they can have either. And that's the problem that we're in at the moment, is like every single team seems to have very high stakes. I guess the only one you could maybe give a little bit of wiggle room to would be Heretics, just because they've had to swap players in and out because of school, because of visas and all of these different things. But yet now everything is coming up at the right time. They looked amazing yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that even going to the international stage, there was a very real chance, and we heard it the other day in the post plant that Weber, I think it was Weber and Nilzinho were on, that there was still, going into Madrid, a serious chance that Weber would have had to play.
And they would have won the event.
Yeah, they would have won the event, that's the thing. But this is it, like you have a squad like that, like Heretics, who are able to consistently deliver, whether it's a stand-in, a coach playing, no matter who's swapping in and out, with Patatek leaving, and they're still able to deliver. It speaks to the system they've built, and I think that's what I've been happiest seeing the community, I think, realize that over time, that Nilzinho, I don't think his stocks were very high coming into even this stage, or more so into this year, into kickoff. Even when they get to Madrid, question marks around it, but we've seen it from almost every player. We've seen it with the replacements. We've seen it with the coach playing. If you have a system that you can just slot a player into and they'll fit and it will work, that's a wonderful system. That's something that not a lot of teams can manage to craft for their core 5, let alone when there's moving parts there as well.
I think the fun thing about this year in general has been the turn in the tide. Like we looked at a lot of very experienced players who've been around for a long, long time, and other teams taking risks and bringing in a lot of rookies. And honestly, the teams that brought in the rookies have been the ones to excite a lot of the time. Like you're looking, even talking about teams like BBL, who honestly should have been in the playoffs. It was brutal the fact that they weren't. Sure, others have taken risks that haven't paid off immediately, but even we've seen the upturn of teams like Koi, GX starting to look a little bit better. Obviously, they were the one that kept the majority, but bringing in Purpo definitely showed some sort of new life to the team. So I think that's been something that I've just enjoyed so much about 2024, is that the expectations was, okay, Fnatic's going to rule the server. They're going to carry on. Okay, Na'Vi, they're back. They've got that team. And don't get me wrong, it's kind of harsh that they've got out in the manner that they have, but that's the format, that's how it goes. But then you've still got all this young blood. Heretics managing to eliminate them twice. I don't think many would have had that at the beginning of the year. This KC squad with just so much talent, and also some players that have come back that I think we're so happy to see back. Like Magnum especially, like someone who deserved his roses, deserved the success that he's having. Eng, god damn, every team that like passed up getting Eng is just like, they must have just like punched the table 1,000 times. They've probably done more damage than Barber and Alex combined with just looking at how successful this man has been coming back. And it was like, it was the obvious choice. Like, it was the most obvious choice.
Yeah, you don't get any brownie points for coming into a meeting going, I'm thinking Eng. He might be, I've heard he's okay.
You know that mech and you know the Masters 3 champion. Yeah, I've heard of them. I'm thinking of picking up that coach. Do you think that's a good
I've just
idea?
been doing some scouting.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I feel like I found a good candidate. Like, you know, it's a pretty easy equation. But even then, when KC come through, we started out kickoff. We talked about the Eng method. We talked about the promise that he could bring, but people didn't believe in this roster. Led by Magnum, a lot of young guns, even an import from North America.
Well, he made the bold claim of like, I think we're top 4 when we came into kickoff.
Top 3 even, I think it was.
But even still, you're in a scenario where you go, all right then, and then they finished top 2, top 1 even. They won it. And you're going, okay, that was kind of bold. And it's definitely been, for both the teams we have on the stage right now, I think we're seeing how much depth there is in terms of these different squads within EMEA, because a lot of the victories, even versus, like, you expected the victory for Fnatic versus Koi to be easy. It was not easy. They definitely almost lost the map. And okay, from then on, it looked a lot cleaner. For the other side of things, for KC, after what was a fantastic run at kickoff, all the way through, like they're doing some real damage, like competing versus top teams when it came to Madrid. And then things have looked a little bit more dicey since they've been here. Losses to, what was it, Heretics, losses to Foot as well, who are definitely a team that I'm so excited to see later in the day, because I think that they have been one of the teams that has looked just unbelievably clean with a lot of their results. I think them versus Heretics is going to be an absolute banger of a match, but the fact is KC were expected to be up there. I guess they kind of did finish first, but in a 3-3-3 tie. Like, it's not quite as impressive as maybe what expectations were. They're definitely still looking competitive, and unfortunately, they've now been left to sort of stew in the fact that Fnatic might be doing it again after such a dominant start. Was it 5-0?
I think so.
Definitely up there. So for that to come crumbling down to just a 2-round lead, and you looking to face off against what will be a pretty tough bonus round for the side of Fnatic, because they to bring it back, they have been investing into these rifles. I think the old school, like, Na'Vi-esque of, okay, let's buy 3 rifles, 2 pistols, has now been taken on by most teams. I think one of the only teams who hasn't been doing that was KC. They went for the 4-1.
What I'm excited for when those barriers go back up is Fnatic, realistically, like you said, coming in with a strong buy. Bonus that I wouldn't even really refer to it as such. And what they've been able to do, and what they are able to do, that we've seen KC have a lot of success with in that first half, is the death ball burst into sights. Your Martine diving in. Dirk is going to do his best cosplay. Leo showing up here on the Gecko. He was someone I mentioned in the first half. Has these slower starts. Last time around, he finished 0-1 in first kills to first deaths. Up against Na'Vi, they killed him first. They killed him first here. That's a terrible day for Leo. But he's popping off. Fnatic can group up, they can burst through, and this is what I'm thinking. KC, they're stewing in it. They're knowing that that lower bracket is beckoning them in, and you're on the defense. It isn't somewhere I expect them to come back into things after this tech pause and say, all right, let's get this one done. Let's go fight them. Let's bring the pain, baby. No, they gotta sit back. They gotta wait, they gotta let Fnatic make those moves, and when Fnatic group up and take those pushes together, it's not an easy thing to deal with.
I hope that Martine wasn't able to, like, maybe get a little bit of that sound, because he'd be going, he's challenging me.
Yeah, I'm pushing. I'm pushing.
He's challenging me to that one.
Straight down bad.
The podcast is over. I hope all of you subscribed. I expect plenty of extra money in my pocket from that one, but we are going back into the game. 8-6. Fnatic on the climb back again. KC want to try and stop them in their tracks, and more importantly, Durka has got a judge. He is about to blast back into someone's face.
Ah, you know it. Predicted from the get-go, with the judge in hand. Even more reason for it. Dodging the initial utility. Dizzy, Paranoia thrown out by the side of KC, and now Dirk is thrown out by the side of FNC. They make their way in towards Lamps. Boombot covering on the up-close fight. Judge is dangerous, and now they can't really retake that control. Not with this man lurking around. The site itself has been seized. The shot out of Chronicle is absolutely clean. Magnum didn't stand a chance, and that off angle is one they very much needed. This will allow them to get the plant with Chronicle's flash going through. In fact, they're looking to fight. They didn't send the wingman out to plant. They sent him out to find some players, some targets. And those targets were on their back. Chronicle with 3 kills. Solo back controller, my goodness. The Fnatic have claimed this round in style. As soon as the wingman went down, I didn't have the spike above his head, but I'm thinking, oh, they're gonna plant, he'll flash, whatever. No, they took the fight to them.
I think also, just look at the reaction of some of the players on KC. I think they thought exactly the same. Like, the fact that they were swung, I mean, it might have been Shin at the backside. I don't even think he realized, no, sorry, he went down a little bit earlier. It was this kill, yeah, and Martine. It just didn't even realize that what had just happened.
Nice. Guys, how did you die? Did you overpeak? Like, no.
Super aggressive stance from Fnatic, but one that has worked out wonderfully. Again, you're going to look at what KC has to play with in an 8-8. Looks more than likely at this stage. Fnatic on that attack side, ever vigilant, ever deadly. Someone on KC needs to put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at the buy. 3 stingers and pistols.
Poison's off.
It's a tough one to find any value with. Maybe Leo's giving them an opportunity. Playing up close. The spam battles leave Narrate very low, down to 50 HP. Flash through, but Narrate still standing. Good to at least drop 1. Problem is, you can't expect that from every engagement here. Those weaker weapons. not going to have an easy time unless they can catch them off guard. The three-man flank underway from KC. A long flank sent out from Martin, but the problem is Tamazi is alone. It's not a spot they're likely to push, but as soon as he tries to retake some ground, some information, Durka's going to be there to challenge him. Good connection to start with, Alpha low, but there's Durka dropping Tamazi. Now everybody's coming from the back, which is spotted. Alpha Boaster switches to the knife at the worst possible moment. Still not looking doable though. Alpha's low, but they've got the time on their side.
The one thing is the rifle. It got retrieved for Martin. That's at least something a bit more dangerous, but Durka puts him in the dirt before any more havoc can be caused. Fnatic now stabilizing around that for a moment looked dangerous. And for Shin, the only plan is to just try and get the gun and escape. Nothing more that can really be hoped for. In fact, he may end up just going down to this spike after all. Got the gun, but he should just be able to get out of there.
He's good, he's good. 8 to 8. This is what we feared. Fnatic come through, burst of energy, equalize things, foot back in the door. And although they may be one to give an early lead away, they're not one to let a late lead slip. One round to take the lead. KC put all their credits on the line. No ultis to work with on the defensive side, but a thrash online for Fnatic. They are one away from Seekers, although I don't expect that to be a highly reactive ultimate or a round changer. And I noticed though, Fnatic, although there's a lot of players up at this barrier, and perhaps you'd expect a quicker fight, they are sending Boaster to the other side of the map to watch for some aggression to presumably play after this deep flash from Magnum comes through.
It does mean a lot of the setups will have to wait. The range on Brimmy, not quite as high as anyone else, but
no flash either.
It doesn't seem like they plan to go in that direction. Now the problem here is that Magnum is desperately alone. There is nobody even remotely close. The flash, I don't think it actually went deep enough to catch anyone. And so this is actually sold the complete wrong read. The rest of the team are not going to move because Magnum is yet to find that information. Obviously, with no recharging flashes, he's going to have to basically just play contact at this point. The side's going to almost be completely given up, just hoping for a miracle shot. And Alpha, well, he's not quite going to catch them. He doesn't know Tamazi is there. That's a little unlucky.
His team have just been saved by Tamazi. The nade that Narrate's not afraid to push through might give him an angle, but players have already pushed in towards the elbow. Wingman's on site with a free plant, and four-man elbow push after? There's no way you expect this. Aggression out of Durka. Thrash on his way around. Magnum clearing the site, wondering where those... What the hell was that? Durka! It looked like he was speed running it. Playing a neon, but somehow hitting the headshot. Narrate 1v2. Has a buddy to defuse for him, just needs to defend it long enough, but the shots don't land. Fnatic have come out on top again. And 9 rounds now secured for the attacking side. The momentum is in their favor. The credits are out of KC's pockets.
9 to 8. 4 rounds away, and the team of last year, the team of 2023, will make their way back to a Masters event in Shanghai. Another Boaster's always been brushing up on his Chinese, so I'm sure he'll be ready for that one.
You did hit a 6-shot, Durka. You did hit a 6-shot. I don't know how you hit that, but I'll tell you what, you did hit it. Fnatic, 9 rounds, 1-round lead. Weak buy from the side of KC. Still poses its dangers. We saw it even on Breeze. A much more open map. But that map, I think, played out a bit more chaotically than what we're seeing here. It was one-sided halves, dominant early fights that defined the round, that sent players to go and save seconds in. This time it's been much more push and pull, much more of the mind games in play. And the battles, they've always delivered. Even if KC go down on this defensive side, they're taking a few with them. This time might be different. Showstopper to entry. Players to be spotted. Nice position out of Durka. Predicts it perfectly, eliminating Tamazi, opening the A site completely with the kills that followed. Or that it followed.
Spike planted.
Now Magnum and Shin with it all to do. And they found Alpha. Okay, good start.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. The thing is, though, the rest of Fnatic immediately fall back into passive positions. Seekers is available for Magnum, but I don't know if he's going to want to give away the entire game from himself. already. Durka, they're gonna try and just isolate him. No, it seems like Magnum's gonna take that 1v1. The timing couldn't be worse, but Durka still wins the fight. And now Shin, no chance. Nade placed onto the spike, make sure that no one can get anywhere near it. Molotov there as well. There isn't even the time to get even close. Fnatic close this one out, 10 and 8 now, as they are running away with this attack side half. Again, 6 and 0. This is exactly the same as that last map, except this time it's even cleaner.
Well, that's it. When you look at how these rounds are being won, it seems like Fnatic have full control. Granted, this was one where there was a lot of weaknesses, but even going to some of the others, the A plan doesn't work. Alfier's flank up through the teleporter, spotted Tamazi, drops him. That seems like it should be the round over, right? But there's always another hero to step it up. And Durka and Leo have been those heroes. Durka in the last couple especially. And this one with the showstopper well placed. Alpha opened up the site already. KC call a timeout, and they have much to discuss and not a lot of time to implement it. Corrections need to be made here and now, or they're going to be fighting in the lower bracket.
That's the thing, you've got to think about. Leo might be about to like set one of the best ratings we've ever seen in a match, because he's barely been dying throughout this entire series. Had so many high impact rounds. It seems like he has already booked his ticket. Now that man is ready to get on the plane to Shanghai. They've already missed one international event. That one was a little bit more local. I don't think they have any plans to miss another for KC. They got to try and dig deep into this one. They let the last map slip. This one seems to already be somewhat out of their hands, but they do have ultimates online or close. And we know that Eng, Zeish have always got wise words to bring. Fnatic, though, have had time to talk to Alma and Mini as well, so there's definitely value there, and it looks like they're going to try and sell an early ruse with already sending in quite a bit of utility towards that B side. You could look at the defense. They almost fully rotated off just that little bit of utility.
Straight off a pause as well. That decision is going to haunt them. Fnatic have taken the space, but it looks like they've gotten here just in time. They'll be behind the smokes, but with a showstopper to play with, that push is slowed down, staggered slightly. Steps heard, nice connection. That's Alfier down and out. Viper utility no longer to play with. Durka out of the round, and a crazy adjustment from the right. KC looked like they'd made the wrong read, the wrong play, but they got right back in it on time. Great course correction. Chronicles Lurk has missed Tamazi. Just managed to thread the needle right up behind, and in fact, that is going to be a damning sentence for Leo, who shouldn't expect him, although I think I heard a bullet leave his gun.
He got his gun out just in time.
At least the shot didn't land.
Chronicle has thread the needle, but, well, this will be a 1v5 for the ages. We've not seen many. There's one man in the server who's done it on this map, and he currently has 6 HP. With 20 seconds left. The thing is, the economy of Fnatic is booming to a point where it's actually better for Chronicle to just do as much damage as possible. Magnum will go down for free.
10 seconds left.
But nobody else is looking to give anything. Shin just playing this one nice and safe. I like it. Don't allow Chronicle to take any more guns out of your hands. And there's nobody even remotely peeking on this one. KC, they are going to break their way back after a long hiatus from that board. They're going to finally get themselves another round, but this has to be the start of a few.
Oh, yeah. Gotta hope they started as they mean to continue. This is a round where they made the wrong call, and it nearly cost them. Whether you want to look at it as Fnatic being a little slow to push out, I tend to lean more towards KC making the right adjustments at just the right moment. One round in between them. Viper's Pit and Thrash online for the defensive side as well, so quite a bit to play around. Fnatic taking a slow approach, watching for aggression on A, doing much the same on B. This is somewhere that individuals will be leaned on to find their kills if KC do overextend. We can see that that aggression has come down on mid, but it's Martin tucked in a close corner, and to be honest, every time I've seen Martin in a position like that, he gets at least 2.
The play doesn't seem to be in that direction for now. Again, though, for KC, they might be a little bit hesitant just with how the last rounds have been played.
My ult's ready.
Orb taken. Boaster may just opt to try and TP back. Viper's Pit has been used immediately by Casey. This time, not willing, and that might have seen them. The Tiger going through the TP, it has, it definitely has. That's the information that will hold players within the site. In fact, you can even start to see a rotation out from Magnum to try and get into help.
A brave play to try spam through with the Vandal. Martin won't catch him. Flash close. Shin in a little bit of trouble. Paranoia used. Shrouded step for out. Yeah, he's clean, but he's straight into the fire. Manages to make it out. Standing on the other side of this orbital strike, but he's caught immediately. Alfier dropped inside the pit for Martin. Doesn't have an opportunity to follow up until he goes to the back site and sees Chronicle. Thought he was going to get caught off guard. The spike's gone to B. It should be the plant, and caught off guard or not, Martin will drop. Plant to come through. No denial of it just yet. And in a 2v2, this post-plant position from Magnum could be everything. I don't think they'll expect him to already be here. The steps are heard from Tamazi making his way through hookah. It's just a question of whether Leo will turn this angle. No, he was watching it the whole time. Even got a little spoiler with the barrel coming around. Just Tamazi left. Defuse to be had. Orb to work with, though. Best play might just be to try stick it inside. And that's not what he's going for. Instead, trying to bait them out. They're going to have to swing this to spam. It looks like they don't believe he's sticking it. One kill for Tamazi. Still so much time to run down. Boasters played this perfectly. Well handled. They didn't even know he was there.
Round on the board for Fnatic. A close one, but one that isn't a death sentence just yet. Is this just spam both Boaster and Alpha within the smoke, just able to get a couple of kills, and the quick decision to double back. And that the reason that Magnum was able to get as far as he did was just because he slightly bypassed that Molotov, but because they hadn't cleared it, Fnatic were ever vigilant. It's going to leave them still with some problems. Tamazi, only with a sting. They do have an ult that's mirrored on the other side, and Fnatic have used quite a bit over the last few rounds. But the fact is, so have KC. And the finances are in a slightly different spot. In fact, Boaster's not far off max.
Doesn't look like Martin will take a fight, but he is shoulder peeking it. Oh, a little wider than that. We'd seen that result before. The snake bite even took him down in one of the rounds. Nade up and over. It doesn't slow them down. But Boaster actually runs straight through the nade, trying to pursue Shin on the back of the Thrash, but a player close, not expected. Narrate does well to pull it back into their favor, and he does it again. There's no stopping this man. 85 HP in the Thrash online. It's going through. It's straight towards these players. He heard them stepping away, and they run right into the waiting arms of Magnum. Only Chronicle, 1 versus 3 to close this round out. He's spotted now as well. They know exactly where he is. The flash good, but he drops it out of the sky. Repositions, catches 2, and an idea of the last player. Flash is perfect, and he's won it! Expert positioning, expert precision, and a 12th round for Fnatic on the back.
Holy shit, Chronicle.
I said it. This man has history on this map. This man is a legend of this map. And put him in that spot, put 3 players in front of him, and Chronicle knocks them all down. Narrate did what he could.
Oh, he tried.
A real fight. Magnum as well, with a double up after they were forced into his position, but it's this double, and then just winning that final firefight for the Red Bull clutch at that. 12-9, the superstars of Fnatic, now just 1 round away from making it back to where they belong on that master stage.
3 chances. 3 chances to go to Shanghai. Fnatic, they're not going to let this one slip without a serious fight. My God, Narrate tried last round.
Saw you, Mosh.
But it wasn't enough. Mosh pit up and over. Denying the exit. Tiger to lock Narrate in. There's no follow-up on it just yet. Whoops. Martin didn't want to go jumping again, and he's now managed to get the boom bot up and over. Still, the information is the same. Push up by Magnum is good, and he's caught Boaster. That's their way back. Their access to the B site now denied. They might just have to tunnel vision forward, straight into the waiting arms of Martin yet again. He's not finding the first, and now that they're already past, they expect Shin. 3 quick kills, and Fnatic are on the cusp of victory. Magnum's only got 20 HP, and they know he's coming behind. The Seekers lock in that info. Alpha even stepping past his walled a little gap, just enough to reposition. And with Tamazi in spawn, this one looks done.
Magnum's going to go down. There's nothing more he can be doing, and it won't be
sure
Jacka to finish. After kickoff, questions were asked of Fnatic this season. It might not have been clean, but eventually they have got that job done. Shanghai is on the cards. And after winning it 2 times last year,
still like
they're hoping to add a 3rd trophy to the collection.
In lower bucket, right?
Well, I think a lot of people expected Fnatic to make it all the way this time. Even Magnum said it in the interview. They got lazy. They thought that they could just keep that top spot, sit on it, but they had to fight for it. But that fire was lit under them, just like he said. And come in today, and sure, it was a close affair. That first map nearly slipped out of their control. Couple of plays here and there that win them bind, but a narrow margin is margin enough. Fnatic will go all the way, and the international scene may once again fear their name.
Yeah, well, it's clear that since last year within the region, the bar has risen. I think KC have been a huge part of that. They're a team that definitely deserves their plaudits, but today, the better team won. Fnatic with the comeback on the first map, and then, well, a little bit earlier in the second one, showing that they still have their prominence when it comes to buying, showing that they still have those superstars. It's again the same as yesterday. Durka, Leo Alpha Chronicle, and Boaster at the helm. They've managed to get this one over the line, back to the internationals. As said, it's where they belonged all of last year. And now they at least have a little bit of time to try and get themselves ready.
What a performance from this squad. Leo, as always, he drew our eye on map 1. He played an unbelievable series, in fact. A few more deaths on the second one. I'm let down, Tom. I'm disappointed, but...
He should have baited more.
He should have baited more, exactly. But you know what? He traded those deaths for assists as well. A good teammate. He always is here on Bind, but his Breeze form was... Wow. Like Elma said, he's getting a raise after this one. Hopefully in time for Shanghai, because he needs to keep up that play. Fnatic are a scary team, led by the man himself, Boaster. And we've got some words from him down the stage.
We do indeed. Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Guys, give it up, Fnatic Boaster. Woo! Now, I know you weren't feeling great this week, but that's got to, be worth it, right? Being able to qualify on this stage today.
Yeah, it's a big relief. Honestly, I've been having a battle this year. I don't know what it's with, but it's been very tiring every week. And like, obviously, I started off this year thinking we're gonna get all 3, and now we're celebrating a big time qualification for Shanghai. So yeah, I'm just very grateful of my teammates. They stayed strong throughout all the kind of losses that we've had, and yeah, it's just been so tiring.
How did you do it? Because it looked like from the first time you were on this stage, game 1 was all right back at kickoff, but when you faced KC, it just felt like everybody was chirping in saying Fnatic are washed, Fnatic look like they're in a slump. So how did you get from that to this?
It took a lot of work, I think. I still think we're not there yet fully to our full potential. But it's like we watched last year back. We weren't even that good. We were just all shooting heads, including me. But this year, we're all shooting heads and stuff. But it's we get nerves or you get a loss and then confidence. It's just, there's a lot going on, I think. And the biggest thing these past 2 weeks is like we've just been trying to keep scrims really positive. And I think it has kind of bled into our results a little bit. Even though we lost against Na'Vi, it felt like the first game where we lost because the enemy team was outplaying us, whereas all the other times it felt like we were outplaying ourselves.
I mean, everyone in this league is shooting heads. It feels like anybody can win on their day. One player, though, Leo, I felt like he's really come alive so far at playoffs. So what's been going on with him? How come he's kind of found his form at the perfect time?
Honestly, I don't know, but he just says, like, I really want to effing win. And he just keeps saying that. So after every map, he's like, we're effing winning this. I'm not losing this. And then he's just like, yeah, he's been a bit relentless, and he's really stepped up. Like, he's pretty much, I'm not gonna lie, I was IGLing, but that guy was like trying to take my job. Like, I won't lie, like some of the stuff he was calling mid-round and stuff saved us, especially in the Breeze as well. So I'm just like there having a meltdown thinking, what the hell's going on? Luckily, Leo is saving the day, especially these past 2 games. That guy's been world class, one of the best, in my opinion.
Honestly, I was going to ask you that because we actually heard him on stream saying like, hey, trust my call, Boaster, trust my call on Breeze. So how big of a, I guess, advantage it is to have somebody like Leo who's shooting, who's not dying, and who's calling as well?
I think it's like, for me as an IGL, I'm worried about everything. And that's how I kind of play. So when I play, I'm worried about this, worried about that, which is why stuff might get fixed off the server. But when it comes into the game, my worriedness sometimes overtakes my calling. And whereas Leo, he's got massive balls.
He's cold, right? Oh,
yeah,
all that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he's very cold in the veins, and he's just very confident, and he just wants to swing, and he just wants us to swing together. So I think combine my worriedness and the coach's worriedness, Elmer Puddy and Minnie, like, been working super hard. You know, Elmer Puddy's getting flamed every week. We're getting flamed every week, but we're just trying to stay positive. And yeah, like some people might say we don't deserve to be here, but hopefully we're going to prove it in Shanghai.
Hey, you dodged the pie watch there. You dodged it from Finesse.
Man, I can't get a kill on defense Breeze. They should just come to my site. It's open. It's a red carpet.
And lastly, before I let you go, I know you wanted to make it to China for such a long time. Anything you want to say to the Chinese fans?
Shanghai, 我们准备好了.
You said Shanghai, we're ready. So thank you very much, Boaster, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, Fnatic, they are through, but there is 2 more spots left for Masters Shanghai, and it will be down to one of these teams. Foot will be fighting it out against Team Heretics right after this.
Winning this game and going to Shanghai. I feel it, bro. My brother! Team of Team of
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Well, Fnatic, they are the first team in EMEA to lock their spot in for Masters Shanghai. I'm your host, and I'm back here with Kukuka and Vlad.
Hello.
You arrived at the perfect time.
I got my visa.
You got your visa, like BBL?
Yeah, exactly. Just like BBL, but I'm very happy to be back, especially because today was a big task. Yesterday we had to say goodbye to a couple of teams, but today is the day to celebrate. And what a way, to start with Fnatic.
Yeah, what a way it is indeed. And Vlad, this is the Fnatic we've been waiting for, right? Not just to win, but win convincingly.
Yeah. I mean, convincingly, that's a question still for me. But to be honest, I feel like we repeatedly watched the same Fnatic for 2 days in a row right now. They kept losing in the first half, no matter what.
Three's enough.
I mean, 3 or 4. One of them is Leo clutching 1v3 like out of nowhere.
One of them?
At least one of them in the first half, and then he pops 25 each map. I mean, really solid guy, just like Jake said. I mean, they're so lucky to have him, and he's both fragging and also calling some runs, which is amazing from him.
Yeah, the mid-rounding they spoke about, Kukuka, Leo's already a great player, world-class player, but the fact that he can do that as well in such high-pressure situations, he might just be one of the best.
Yeah, exactly. It brings me back to the times when he was in Guild, right? And everybody was talking about him. Probably one of the reasons why we even first saw him picking out by Fnatic. He was one of the names that was out there in the top. Where is this guy going to be? And he have been not MIA, right? But I think that it hasn't been the best year for Fnatic. I think we can all agree in that. But hey, they had the way to change things around, to give us rounds like this one that we're witnessing right now. Vintage Fnatic, things that we know that they can do, the things that they have prepared in this map. Just because we do not see the teams play so often, we forget that they are able to do such prowess.
Yeah, this is the thing, Vlad. Fnatic, they just throw out rounds like this when they're 8-3 down.
Yeah, I mean, like, I did an interview with Leo the other day in Turkish.
How is his Turkish?
I mean, like in Turkish casting.
No, but he spends a lot of time with Alpha, so I
mean,
feel like
I asked about that as well. Like, he likes to play football with Alpha and etc. Whether it's Valorant or not. So he told me like we needed to adapt to a new era of Valorant where youngsters take over, and they did some. I mean, teams like Carmen Corp has been playing so risky and individually perfect. So I think the evolve from Fnatic from kickoff to here is like super good.
Yeah, it is great indeed, but this is the thing. There's 2 more slots left, and it comes down to 3 teams still. But we are going to see a Team Heretics versus Foot coming up. And for me, not just because I'm biased, because there's also 2 Turkish players on the side of Heretics, but Foot, I feel like they're just the favorite in this playoffs bracket in general. I've not kind of felt a single moment where I thought they won good.
I think that it was complicated because at the beginning of the year we could not see like the full potential of Foot. If you think about how everything started, how they were in that Group A, and both Casey and Team Heretics end up winning that group, right? And they were the teams that we ended up sending to Madrid. But now when we come to stage 1 and everything is unraveling bit by bit, we see a Foot that is bringing in new compositions. Some of them work, some of them don't. It doesn't matter. They're adapting to how everything is moving and following along. And now we see them getting the first seed on their group.
I mean, I was almost like gonna point out the exact same thing. They're trying out new stuff with their agent comp as well, because they have the credibility from the last year top 8 of the champions, and even if that doesn't work, they're not getting a bad vibe, they're not getting a bad mood, they're just taking it over again. Like it's amazing.
They just look so dominant. I feel like that's the word, right?
Yeah.
We talk about teams winning convincingly, team looking good when they win, and Vlad, the Foot feels like just one of those teams that I personally think will be a huge upset if they don't make it to Shanghai.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm completely agree with you. Right now, Foot is my favorite as well in this playoffs. Right now, on League, they compete against Fnatic, Liquid, and beat everyone. Literally everyone. And they have to make it into Shanghai as well as Fnatic.
It's so complicated, right? Because the teams that we have left, right? There's KC that just lost, Heretics and Foot. Only 2 out of those 3 are going to make it, with Fnatic being through. And we have to think, are we going to say, you know, take some time off for KC and Heretics after they went to Madrid? Because definitely Foot has surprised us a lot, right? I think that they've also adapted to the circumstances of how the stage works and working week by week, changing and adapting a lot super well to your opponent. But now, when we go back to this kind of tournament, this kind of format where you're playing in playoffs, you do not have that much time to prepare opponent to opponent. You have to have a set plan, not only because of playoffs, but if you make it to Shanghai, things are going to be very different.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they make it and then play close.
Hear me out.
Just play
This could be 2023 all over again. One of the teams that we sent to Tokyo was Fnatic and Foot.
That would be amazing. But this is the thing. You mentioned some of the things they've tried, some of the comps they've done, and I've seen kind of discourse that the teams that have lost to their Lotus comp are bad. They don't know what they're doing. They're trolling. But maybe Foot can just play this comp. Maybe they're just good. Are we ever on that side of the conversation?
I mean, they are good with this composition. I think that they make it work. It's very surprising because it's one of the win conditions, I think, is that you make your opponent overthink so much the composition that you're playing. They always feel like they need to be on top, not only on the wall, but also of how you move with the rest of it, how you're going to be using the Cypher, right? It's very weird to have this combination of Sentinels especially and not having a duelist. For example, Fnatic, they thought that they could win against this, right? And the way they did it is that they were waiting in corners because they cannot explode into you. Like, Mr. Fallen can flash you. The rest, they just need to, they will face you. They will face check you.
Vlad, is this objectively a bad comp? Is this just, is
objectively
this not,
bad comp.
Yeah, a bad
objectively
comp.
bad
Yes,
comp.
but why are they winning?
Too good.
How are they winning?
I mean, element of surprise against Carmine Corp, and then Fnatic most likely didn't expect this comp to be played against them in the second game. But the win condition had to be at least 3 or 4 rounds in the attacking side when Foot was playing attacking side. And then they struggled a lot, but in some conditions such as 3 versus 3, Fnatic did individual decision making, which was, I gotta say, bad. So Foot actually took really advantage of that. So they won it, but I got some intel about this. I don't think this is going to be played today.
You know it's not going to be played?
I mean, as far as I know, the second one, second game against Fnatic was not supposed to play with this comp as well.
Oh, but they forgot when they locked in agents. Please tell me that's the, tell me that's the lore.
I mean, I'm not just joking, but this is like my estimation rather than a solid info. But I don't think I would be surprised if this comp would be played today.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see if we even get Lotus. Yeah, even if we get Lotus. But before all of that, there's also some Turkish players on the other side. You know, we got Rians, we got Woot, and we had Woot with us last night at Postplan, where he was talking about how, you know, I actually first of all cannot believe a Turkish player said this. I was kind of like, okay, are you sure about this? He was like, the reason that, you know, we're so good at the team is like, I don't really need to frag, I don't really need to perform. Our macro is good. We kind of prioritize the macro, which he's right, but it just sounds weird coming from a Turkish player. That's like, I don't need to aim, it's all good. So I thought we play a little game because, you know, we've got CNED on Cracks on the other side. They're the OG Turks versus the young bloods, the new up-and-comers, the ones that are not even prioritize their aim, apparently. So I've got a few questions for you guys, and I do believe you have some props as well. And I want you guys to just choose the answers, and there will be Rians, CNED, Cracks, and Voot as well. Let's just bring up question number 1. I actually don't have them written down in front of me. Question number 1. Which duo, so I want you to pick the Heretics duo or the Foot duo, has better aim?
I mean, given the tier 1 experience and the official stats, I mean, I gotta go ahead.
I was gonna do the same.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, you scared me. For a second, I thought you went with the other duo. I was gonna be like, whoa, okay.
I think it's crazy. I love the versatility and everything that these boys from Heretics are giving, but there is something with Cracks. I honestly, if Ada Captain was in this battle, I would have knocked out a single second. But yeah, I have to go with it.
I had to pick the two, like, you know, OGs. I had to go as OG as humanly possible. I feel like Atta is still in the middle pack in terms of coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think though that is going to be enough? Is the raw aim of these two will be enough to be Heretics?
I think it depends on how much chaos we're going to see in the server, right? I think that these are probably the 4 players. Maybe I would add some Boo. I think that he's been great in it, like thriving in that chaos, right? Where things are going crazy, when rounds are veering extremely explosive, even without an initiator, who is going to go up on top? Who can take all that thinking into thinking, action into action with making the least mistakes?
I think both CNED and Cracks is not known as role fragging, right? Both players are good in the individual decision making, and also Cracks is one of the best Turkish support player ever.
Oh yeah, he's cracked.
I think he's my best support player. So, and his KO and the way he supports, and as a clutch player, as a pistol player, all around, he's one of the best Turkish player ever.
I mean, there's a reason that Foot, you know, they kept him out of everybody for this long as well. Let's roll up question number 2 as well. Same concept. I want you to pick the Heretics
Please
duo
give me an easy one.
Or the Foot duo, which is, who would you rather have on your team? If you were making a team, would you rather take Voot and Rians or CNED and Cracks? Or you went for the young guns?
Yes, I went for the young guns.
I mean, this is a tricky question. This depending on whoever is gonna be the third. So I will go with these two.
No, whoa, wait, you're combining them.
Yeah, I will go with these
You
two.
can't combine them. You gotta pick a
That's
duo.
cheating.
No, I gotta cheat this
You
one.
can't combine them. You can't combine them.
I'm going with the youngsters. I think that
I want to go with the youngsters this time
yeah.
as well.
I think it's crazy. Like Wood, for example, is extremely flexible. There is no agent that he can play. Last year when he was in Fireflux, it was the same. It was brilliant to see him play, and I think that there is so much that it could be teach to him. Like I still remember the first time that we ever had Alpha, and the way that he thrived with Fnatic, everything that he was learning game by game. I see this too, being able to do that.
All right, one last question to see where you guys gonna go for this. I guess this is the tiebreaker because you went with Heretics one and Foot the other as well. Here it comes in just a second. Here we go. Which duo has title-winning potential? Who can win it all? I feel like track record, right?
Yeah. I mean, these two...
I just want to disagree then.
Okay.
I love disagreeing.
I mean, these two youngsters are one of the best potential for Turkish scene as well, but they have to move their way into more international events and more official records. Yeah.
I mean, potential, CNET has already won.
That's
right?
what I mean, track record. Yeah.
Right, you know. So I'm just gonna go with them because probably they will be in the game longer.
Wow, CNET's only like 23 or something. He's not
Yeah,
even
but
that
he's been here
old.
forever, you know.
He has been here forever. He has.
And he's going to become talent. He just loves coming here, so.
We'll see who has the most potential on the server today because the winner will be advancing to Masters Shanghai, and it's time to bring out the second match. It is Foot and Team Heretics.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
This will be a rematch from earlier in the year, but the stakes are also very, very high. And not to mention, Wout will be going up against his ex-teammate Yutajay today, and he said last night, I'm waiting for him, I'm gonna wait for him, and I'm gonna beat him. So this is gonna be a very important map pool in their rivalry.
Yeah, exactly. No surprises in the first one. Team Heretics does not want to do anything with Ascent, and Lotus is going to be our first one. It's so interesting, right? If we think about the changes that we've seen in the composition, same goes for Split and what we saw yesterday from Heretics.
I think Foot is gonna win Split. I mean, their win condition is to win Split as well. I mean, CNET is playing Chamber there. Remember that? And
so you think that's staying?
I mean, Krax is playing Raze. They're dropping 20 each every time they play Split. And Decider is Sunset as well. I mean,
do you think that Lotus could be a trap? Because Heretics picked it, which they're good on it. I get why they picked it, but is it a trap? Are Foot expecting that?
I think Foot expecting that, leaving it open. Either Sunset or Lotus, they have to be prepared for this because I think they had enough time to prep Lotus from scratch, both map approach and also agent comp as well. We're gonna see something really nice.
Here's the thing, we've seen teams struggling to adapt on the fly to new compositions, right? That's probably what Foot was looking for the first time that they played that composition that we don't know. Well, Coach Vlad, we're not going to see today. How much is Heretics expecting that? Because they also changed their composition yesterday when they went into this Lotus. And the bet is the same, the Cypher, changing things up and also putting Miniboo in something that is not the Neon. Probably very similar to what happened with their Sunset. They need to think of new ways to stay on top of their game.
I'm so glad you mentioned Miniboo Neon because he was telling us last night, I kept saying, I got stunned, and his teammates are like, no you don't, you got a nade, you don't have a stun. And this is the other thing, Woot was like, I'm gonna trash talk you today, I've got him, I'm coming for him. Miniboo was like, I'm gonna be very humble about this, I'm not a trash talk type of guy, but I have dropped CNET once already and I'm gonna drop him again. So let's take a look at the agent select Vlad and see if we get anything new. We don't, you were wrong.
You
were wrong.
Oh my god,
they
lied to me.
They didn't change it.
I mean, I have no idea. Like, either they trick me or they have to prepare something else because like with this comp, there's not much you can actually make a question mark for the your opponent. You have to go around and do some tasks as a pack. So that's it. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, I think that obviously the duelist head-to-head is going to be very important. We also talked about Krax a lot. To me, also my eyes actually go on Yetiye and Benji Fishy. I think that the Cypher gives you some edge, and especially the fact that Team Heretics does not have that Viper. They might as well not even need it so much against a competition like Foot. But whatever these two teams want to do, it has to be ready for Shanghai.
Oh, surely they don't get away with it for a third time, right? With this comp, and with that said, it's time to jump into the game and throw this over to your casters. It's Pansy and Steel.
Thank you, Sue. And yeah, this is a hell of a matchup between these two. Obviously, Shanghai on the line here. A lot to be made up for. Obviously, Heretics after a disappointing Madrid 0-2ing out to respectable opponents, but still 0-2, a chance to make up for that. And for the other side, Foot didn't even get the opportunity to go to Madrid, being denied by Carmine Core and Heretics. Huge chance now, but narrative aside, break down to me what we're looking at here. Give me some of that nuance. What are you looking for in this matchup?
Well, I think the first thing to point out is that Team Heretics, they played these maps yesterday.
Yes.
So Foot has a big leg up on them, and that's going to be one thing to look out for. And Foot, they have no initiator going into this.
It worries me.
It does. I like the breach from Team Heretics, and if they bring out the op early, it's going to be scary for Foot.
Yeah, and I could even see the desk were a little bit curious about the selection when it came to the agents here. But let's see what Foot has in mind. Is there a method to the madness? But Foot looks very ready for what's coming his way. So just going to filter away from this. Does want to outstay his welcome, but CNED's going to see that as an open door and a big opportunity. Well, I was going to say the paranoia didn't land, but it didn't matter because CNED landing 2 back-to-back beautiful headshots. The sight's there, spikes down. It's a tick in the box here for Foot. It's just mini boo and boo.
It's going to be tough to close out.
Yeah, it feels like a formality, doesn't it? Maybe a bit of damage could be achieved, but it doesn't feel like you're going to get much more than that.
Some ultimate orbs as well for a raise, potentially.
Yeah, would be nice.
Last player
Fallen wants this one done. Yeah, gonna find Mini Boo pretty quick, and it's just on Boo now. Left in a 1v5, and the time, well, I think we can hear the beeping. So, I don't think there's much more he can achieve from this, but, I mean, relatively simple, relatively clean, and CNED off to a belting start.
It's a great start for Foot, and one of the strengths that Foot has is that they are so good once they start getting a lot of momentum. So if they start winning a few rounds in a row, it's going to be interesting to see how Heretics adapts to that. Usually it seems like they stick with the same game plan for the first little bit, but it's going to be very important that they take an early timeout to put Foot on ice and not let them run away with a lot of momentum.
Okay, let's see if that momentum factor comes into play. Only one round so far, but out of all the players to start building up early, it's CNED. Right, so straight onto that Vandal, looking very, very comfy here, looking kind of hot to trot, really. And we've been seeing some real vintage CNED throughout this season up to this point, even prior to playoffs, of course. It's brought a lot of the CNED fans back out from their grave. Good to see him looking very well situated in this talented roster. And a bit of a stack coming in here for Heretics. So right place to be, but only classics really, and a little bit of utility to complement. Be able to shut down on this kill on CNED. And they do. Okay, Mini Boo's going to take him away. That is big. Any recoverable weapon, though, I'm not sure if they can quite get their hands to it, but they will. As soon as they notice that Foot are pivoting towards that B site, this kind of falls a little on maybe what Benji Fishy can make out of this as well. Again, it's only classics, and I say that with bated breath. And this position from Mr. Fallen is lovely. Should be able to spot the cross. Doesn't want to outstay, as he will be hunted down as well. That rifle is in hands of Mini Boo now. You can see Benji Fishy still holding a good amount of position here. So
Foot doesn't know exactly where people are going to come from, so they're questioning, like, do we push or do we just stand our ground?
So the rifle's been dropped over to Rienz. He's playing it in back by Mini-Door. Benji Fishy, the first one to try and take some contact here, but this should spur on the rest of Heretics if they want to try and get involved. Really nice from Foot. It's just Rienz to draw blood. Oh my god, what? He's got time.
Plenty of time to spare.
How the hell did he just find so much impact then? The last two of them coming through. I mean, the trades were exceptional. I just didn't see that happening.
I think they were waiting for that stun to come off cooldown from Rienz.
Yeah.
That was a great trap setup that they had over at A. It was set up by the fact that Cypher had all of C mound control. They stick to their guns, and they know. What? Yeah.
Bro, I gave you.
To be fair, Rienz, I think a lot of us saw him, even in Madrid, even in the losses, the guy is mechanically just a terror to witness. He can really kind of hit those highs. Now, seeing that already come through here, this is a stark reminder for Foot, though, isn't it, Josh? Because they're now going to be back on red alert. They thought maybe they had to come from the beginning. Oh, cool. CNED's having a bit of a heater. Brilliant. We can get him up on that ult early, potentially. Not to be the case. Benji Fishy going to get that first bit of contact.
See a Guardian and an Outlaw, but CNED leading the pack with just a classic.
Oh. Benji. Absolute cinema for Benji. You can't get enough of it. Look at him, just easy work. And I've got to say, Benji Fishy is quickly becoming one of my more favored players to watch. Absolute talent. Yeah, Jay though. Again, speaking of talent, so it's on the other side to keep a note towards. But this so far has mitigated a lot of the threat, right? They've had everything they've needed. No real big problems in this round, but there is still Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain who could potentially do a bit of damage. But beyond that, I'd imagine Heretics can find some stability here.
And Heretics is good on their defense as well. Boo probably going to line this up.
Just gonna let
Got the info.
But yeah,
it's fine. 4-on-2 gets the info. The spike's not
30 seconds
worth
left.
that much. 300 credits.
Shadows
We're gonna need something mental from Mr. Fallen in this. Maybe Ada Captain gets one, you know, does a bit of damage, buys a bit of time. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making things up. Trying to focus towards the door side here. Timing's everything.
Last player
No,
standing.
Boo's not having it. And now Ada Captain. It's a formality, and Boo makes sure of it. Very, very reserved from Heretics, and rightly so.
Yeah, the main goal for Heretics there to close out that round isn't to stop a spike from being planted, it's to make sure that they win the round with all 4 players alive, because those Vandals are going to be huge going to this next round. Foot, they really need to, you know, get their foot in the door. They need to pick up this round, and I wonder if they're going to do something reminiscent of what Na'Vi was doing yesterday. And, you know, we've seen it from Foot before, where CNED walks around alone, and maybe we see that from Yettajay or Ada Captain as well. We need to see them walking around, because if they do what they did on round 2, they're just going to run into a trap. It's breach stun, raise nade. It's not going to be good for them.
Now, and I wonder if maybe Heretics want to kind of turn those screws they've already got in place. Yeah, a little bit of aggression to start with. Miniboo going to pre-fire that pain shell over towards the back of the wall, stunning, expecting CNED's presence, and deals with him handily. The rest were denied, even trying to get closer. You could see the stall there. The rest of Foot couldn't help him out. He was left on an island. A little bit of utility just to confirm attendance. Oof, dangerous game, but a quick pivot, and once again it falls into the lap of Benji Fishy. Does he find value for the second time around? Forced away here. And again, this guy
They don't know where it is.
It's just like, bloody hell, he gets to see it all happening. Very comfortable in the call for support now. Everyone from Heretics can make it over here. And they're gonna have to try and deal with this utility flood coming in. Already the flash, every bit of pressure. Yettajay tries to play it forward, but Foot actually getting an effective trade, a 2-for-1. Miniboo the only one to answer back so far. So down to 3v3 with a spike down, but Miniboo holding the angle, trying to catch it on, backing away. Pops the ult, that's gonna clear. Krax is gone and is down to 1. Miniboo on 28 HP, looks up to the challenge, and he is!
Nice.
Beautiful from Miniboo. Set into motion perfectly by Benji. Everything is coming up good for Heretics.
I'm loving the adjustment from yesterday as well for Benji. He was often in the site, trying to lock it down, playing, waiting for his teammates to rotate, but that rotates were too long. And now his setup's completely different. The camera's outside mount, he's popping it after Foot is in the site, he's playing his life, he's alive at the back of the site with trips, but what is Foot gonna do to it? They don't have a raise to put satchels or paint shells to break the trips. They don't have Sova shocks or prowlers and all these things. They don't have an initiator. So they're walking into these trips often.
Yeah. And again, this becomes a bigger conversation about this composition in particular for Foot. I think it's a little too one-dimensional. It leaves them a little bit too vulnerable to some of these very traditional setups. And they're gonna be suffering through on this. You're going to need some of these players to individually find a great deal of impact, which is a lot to ask for. It almost feels unfair to ask so much of them. With the comp they're coming in with, it even caught out the desk. It's not looking good so far. A lot of those, you know, I guess footfalls, a lot of the issues that could be happening are. And another challenge for the young gun himself. Well, utility invested to maybe dissuade the approach, but Rienz is here. Deadly duo. They noted the camera, but do they even consider Rienz?
I think it would be funny if this is the round that Foot wins of all the rounds.
Well, I mean, you might have just willed it into existence. The position's going to be found with the hat invested off the back of Yettajay's pick. That was over towards B, so again, what do they read into this and how do they want to approach this round? They're down to 48 seconds. They've got a little bit of time to play with still.
Free A site. Foot doesn't know this yet. Resin play and Team Heretics, they're playing for the full retake. They know that if they spread apart, that's their worst chance.
Boo's got to be careful. Oh, he's feeling himself though, feeling confident enough. Miniboo took most of the damage there. Wait to see if Yettajay's lurk does come in. It did, but he got spotted. So he's going to lose a little bit of that effectiveness. TP going to be committed to as well. This is going to make it trickier. 13 seconds. Foot's options are becoming limited. So they've decided B's the place to be. Going to invest the ult off the back of Ada Captain, but they need that plant to be going down and nothing to deny it. For now, there is nothing to stop this. Actually, CNED might... No, he's... Ooh, took a little bit of damage, but keeps his life. Recovered rifle with cracks.
Heal.
Heal's going to come in. That should be CNED back in fighting form. And a brutal retake here for Heretics. Not easy by any means. CNED happy to be the tip of the spear, but it's Yetajay to be the star. Another pick found. Couldn't get the follow-up there for CNED, though. And now Heretics start to clear. They're starting to find these problems. Going to lose out by door, but they still hold even numbers. 2v2. Counter all comes in. Going to force them away. Going to force them towards the door. Rienz wants to put his body in the line, and he does. 1 HP is all he's going to need. Fuse, in the meantime, comfortable in the end. It got threatening throughout that round, but Rienz and Benji Fishy looking well equipped for this.
That was so close for comfort. These guys are probably so nervous when this situation arises where it comes down to 4v4 retake, Viper spit and everything. But the reason why I said, like, it would be funny if this is the round that Foot wins, it's because they have the Sheriffs and they look scary with Sheriffs for some reason. But the main reason was they did like a split, a 3-1-1, 3 towards C, 1B, 1A, and they got a lot of that space. Here comes the up for Miniboo, and this is going to be the decider. Like, how is Foot going to play into this? No initiator. Paranoia is the only flash.
And I think watching kind of the 100 Thieves game yesterday, seeing what they were able to achieve when there was no one to really force on these players with the operator off those longer lines of sight, you're going to see this once again. But for now, Foot need to be really aware of this. You've got to know the downfall of this comp you're running. Rienz, oh my god, this guy's filthy! CNED had pause for thought there and he still got punished. Oh, just about got caught in the end by Mr. Fallen, but the trade comes in, the site's not available. Miniboo's still around, the res going to come out. CNED back up. Miniboo wants in, just kind of forced away. Paranoia there, going to just try and put the paint shell back down. A little bit of an exchange on this. Mr. Fallen, though, clearing house. Miniboo turning into a combat AWPer at this point. But Mr. Fallen is just expending ammunition. Leaving just Boo and Benji. I say just. Okay, baiting the TP. He's still around. Where's Benji in all of this? Over by stairs. But Mr. Fallen's on the case. Surely you don't win that fight. Now you don't. Mr. Fallen doing more than enough just by himself here. And Boo left in a 1v3. Paranoia and the smoke and a TP not going to make any difference to the outcome. Foot answer back and they find a solution.
This is sort of like a deja vu from the last time I saw Foot running this comp on this map, is that they go on A basically all together, they face check, they die to an AWPer, they get that res up, and then they get to A site. The last time I think was against KC, and you know KC was stacked towards B and C, and A site was open. But a very similar situation where once they have that res, it seems like they're just going A together, and if they lose someone early, as like a human drone, they just res them and they play the round out, but they take that space.
But they have to find repeatable success as well. This can't be a one-man show. Mr. Fallen. Ooh, a little bit of chip damage on either side. Voot doing the same on the other. A little bit of an equal exchange almost. And they really want that camera gone. Oh. No, not quite.
If they had a satchel, perhaps.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? They don't. Huh? If only you knew. There he goes. They should. Oh! Benji Fishy taking CNED out of the sky. Oh man, that's wild. Well, Foot found the camera, but Heretics found the pick, so I think they'll take that trade. And do they continue on this pathing now? What do they do? They've lost down CNED. They can't get a res this time. Oh, Rienz! A pixel out of place and he plucks it. Yetajay gone, Lurk removed. They're losing out on options here, Josh. There's not many opportunities left on this map. Not even towards A. You still have players pushed up into positions. There's nowhere they can slip to quietly, aside from B, but there's still utility there.
This is one of the situations where you just grind out the next 30 seconds, not necessarily looking to force a plant. You are looking to see what you can get. What opportunities can you find in the isolated duels, make it into a winnable situation. Otherwise, you just have to save. So here, Mr. Fallen making a little bit of a fake presence. It's going to give the opening into B site. Here comes the spike plant with the wall. 3 versus 5 is going to be very difficult, especially when Breach's stun comes online.
Okay, plant is in place. We're going to need an over-delivery from one of these players. Seize will be noted. Can't get punished on it, though. This is getting uncomfortable here. Crack's starting to feel the pressure. Doesn't get dealt with just yet. Has to swing and gets to. Massive impact, but Anna Captain down low. Still viable, still trying to fight, but the numbers were just simply too heavily stacked against them. Heretics having the bodies to trade back in. But man, Foot is still dangerous, but you've got to look at that scoreline now. It's starting to separate.
That's one of the traps about planting in B is that you feel so... Just like fly swatter.
So nasty. Ugh.
One of the traps is that there's 4 places that the defenders can come out. They can come out Waterfall, Heaven, they can come out Link, they can come out B main Flank. There's so many angles that they can come from. Foot need to stabilize. Once they get that stage wall down on Waterfall, maybe they have to take control of something. And it got a little scary for Team Heretics. They dumped their utility a little bit early. We saw that yesterday as well. You drop the Siege, then you drop the Haunt, but you're not going out with any of it, and you almost lose that advantage.
Looking for adjustments here. CNED going to pop the ult. See if they play the classic game of avoid CNED. And hard to avoid him now. Oh, I think he just ate the paranoia himself a little, unfortunately, there. May have been mistaken. No, it just got sent from the other side. Miniboo going to find him. Again, CNED just being really, really manhandled in these couple of rounds. Yeah, a little unfortunate, or I guess depending on which side you're on, Benji Fishy able to just like one-tap him out of the sky, basically. But outside of that, here, they are so well equipped, and they disengage. Heretics aren't playing the game that Foot want them to play at all.
Spike planted.
That wall is going to break on its own in about 20 seconds. These guys are going to pop it. We see Boo actually expecting a late flanker coming in. He's going super late on this retake.
This is difficult, though. There is a lack of utility for Heretics, right? They don't have anything available now, so they might have to go a little bit ahead of this. And Foot, well, they've got the positioning. Crack's there, going to see the barrel. And Foot doing well. It's an effective trade until then. Boom and Benji Fishy tipping the scales. YettaJay's got to go nuclear in this. He knows who's on the spike. He knows the kill that he's got to get, which is on Foot. And he's seeing everything. Oh, he's playing this like an absolute master. 6 bullets. He's toying with him. He's done enough. YettaJay, excellence on display. Keeping Heretics quiet. He knew what was at hand and he knew what he had to do.
That was so close in the end there. Great play by the Cypher. Just having the camera and just like literally not even having to peek at all. Just sit there. But another B play for Foot. I wonder if there's going to be a block from Team Heretics on it. They don't have to worry so much about C. I think they've been shutting it down so handedly. And also, I've seen them set up with a breach for the stun line in the back at C main. So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a heavier defense towards B. We've only seen Rian's there by himself. Maybe he gets back up now. But I mean, Foot did find a little way into the game there with these B plays, but I don't think it's going to keep working for them.
When does the buck stop? Right, and you're already seeing the money starting to be humbled, though. Heretics haven't found stability. These rounds have been very, very precarious.
They do have the res again. So I do wonder if they're going to go and search out A at some point on a timing. Leverage that a little bit. So much time wasted just to find that camera from Benji. That's getting a lot of value for Team Heretics.
We've just got to be really careful here on this replenishment of the smoke. Do they challenge on this?
Shadows traveling.
No, but he's going to feel the pressure. Expecting enough to try and slip further away. TP close enough by. It's clear. Here. How do they want to use this? Is it going to be another B piece?
Looks like it. That's what they're gearing up for.
Worried about the TP.
But they do have the Viper outside C mount, so I don't know if that's a late flank or if they're going to do... Yeah, just here comes the Sage Wall, the plant. They took link control. This is really good. That Omen TP allowed them to know A is looking a little light. Maybe it's a C stack.
Yeah, this was good fact finding. We do have the fight on the extremity. That was over towards Mound. That's Benji Fishy gone. Foot. Gotta hold it back this time. Yeah, really nice from CNED. Not forced away from the fight. Finds a new corner to play from. Cracks there by his side. This is looking clean. Foot. And something they needed. A clean, concise round. Keep that money building. Everything looking much better for them here. And that B site is a problem. Heretics need to find a way around this or something to deal with it, because Foot are finding comfort, and that feels like a bit of a mad statement after the first couple of rounds, but still. Boo, not much more to do here but die. And Ada Captain's get a gift in that. And Lucia flawless in this round. None of those potential threats being exploited by Heretics. None of that naughtiness. And 5-4, it's game back on.
Sage has been out of the meta on this map for so long. I think when the map first came out, a lot of teams ran her, but really she hasn't really been played by that many teams. So once you are in a situation where you're playing against a Sage and you're not used to it, and then these slows come in, they last about 7 seconds, huge area of effect, and it completely like stops you from moving in. Team Heretics, their whole bread and butter are the retakes. If they can't even move up for 7 seconds, and if you stagger a second and slow onto it after that, that's basically half the Spike's time ticking away. You can't even move through the choke point. And this is really just a thorn in their side. So figuring out a way around that, they're going to have to adjust to maybe do what they were doing yesterday against Na'Vi, which was taking these fights a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Well, before Foot's able to get into a site and situate, they need to take these fights to Foot a little bit. And I think they have the agents, the composition to do it.
Yeah.
And I don't think Foot has the agent composition to be able to go head-to-head with it early and fast.
Well, we haven't seen an actual tactical timeout. This is obviously glowing red. It's a tech pause.
Of course.
You're welcome. You thought Mitch and Tom were going to steal my tech pause time? No, this is for me. So neither team have actually pumped the brakes to have any coach influence yet. Seemingly happy enough, but I am wondering if maybe Heretics or Foot at some point. I feel like Foot have found a little bit of something that's working for them, so maybe don't feel the need to yet. But for Heretics, do they decide, okay, maybe we'd like a little check-in here? Are we equipped with what's going on? Have we identified what we need to, kind of maybe in alignment with what you're considering there? But the problem is their money's not going to be great in the upcoming rounds as well. So it's not like they can instantly come up with that fix. Speaking of a fix, hopefully we find out what the issue is. It looks like it's potentially Foot's side. I'm not sure. We could theory craft.
What, spilt water again, maybe, perhaps?
No, it doesn't look like spilled water. Because I normally you can see like shame and panic on their faces when that happens. I don't see that here. And I'm always curious when they leave bottles or cans of beverages on the right side by the mouse.
By the mouse, yeah.
I'm like, you're an animal. What's going on?
That is a risky play.
It truly is. It scares the life out of me. They seem happy enough. Everyone seems in good spirits still, so hopefully it's a quick solution. We haven't been informed what the problem is yet. Maybe it was the same thing as the first series, which, might take some time. They're having a nice time in game, though. They're having a little jump around, just looking at stuff. So, as I said, no one seems upset yet.
Well, as you say that's one of the win conditions for Foot, right? Is it when they are happy, when they are
it does kind of work.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, Cena not looking too happy.
Yeah.
Charles Neddington having a serious chat there.
Well, he's also been first at a lot of time, just dashing in, getting stun naded, really no chance to play. But I mean, that's the fault of their game plan there. But
yeah. I mean, because as much as maybe let's say people only tune in, oh, we're all good, no idea what happened, but we're good now. So there you go. That's all you need. And of course, Heretics do decide then to go for the tactical.
I think it's a good time for them to go for it because one of the things that I noticed from them yesterday, and something that I'm going to look forward to as the game progresses through their attack side and then also next map, is around kind of midway through the first half, that's when they start adjusting their game plan a little bit, and we're already at round 9. So I do wonder if this is going to be a trend that we're going to be looking out for, that Team Heretics, they do a major shift in just the entire approach. So we do see them having to probably do an eco. What they should look to do here is make sure that they can afford to buy a really good buy for the next 2 rounds here. So I don't think we're going to see much of an investment at all here at all, even though they do have the Nightfall, but I think they should just do a full save.
I'm with you on that. I mean, if Rien's as well then can maybe work towards his ult, even in just a small way, get that ready to go, which he should have regardless, but kind of build towards it, same for Miniboo. If there's any sort of silver linings they could try and grab, that'd be fantastic, because then they've got more to play with. But I am seeing their investment coming in here, Josh, and it looks like they're actually going in for kind of light shields and sheriffs.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're going to commit yet, because we haven't started the round, but that's what it's looking like.
It's one of the traps that you get into as a team is you have 3 rounds left. If you can get 2 full buys, that's great. If you do a weird light buy, a full buy, and then another kind of mixed buy, that's not the most high EV situation to be in.
It's crazy that you hate the Shiko, Sheriff Eco.
Is that what it's called these days?
It's what I've called it.
Okay.
Which is,
are you trying to make a trend?
We already did this.
Stop trying to make Shiko happen. It's not going to happen, okay?
It's already happened. All right, you're late to the party.
My
yeah,
bad.
you're in my burn book. Relax. You can't start quoting Mean Girls after being on our show this much.
Hey, I wore pink yesterday, right?
It's true. You were on brand, which is wild. You have to find a pink item to adopt, but I'm sure we can work on that. As it stands, though, caution being displayed by Foot. Maybe trying to figure out what they're up against. Is it this sort of stack? Are they trying to feel out where these players are? And it's quite a widespread approach, kind of 3-2 split here. And there is no resilience towards that C side of the map, so they might start drifting back from this.
I'm surprised Krax was the one to kind of go and lean in first point of contact. He's got the res available.
Yeah.
I know CNET's not been having a great one, but you still in that role have to be the guy that just has to face check in these situations when your Sage has a res.
Yeah, not the most fun role, but willing to do it for the greater good of the side. But at the point where our captain's got to, he'll be happy, right? He's cleared pretty deep, he's got through towards CT. Doesn't need to go
30 seconds
too
left.
far, but he can take a fair amount of space. Spikes down. So this stack, sadly, a gamble, but it's fine.
Smokes down.
Yeah. Not gonna make things any easier on the way back in. And actually, the captain got to be careful. Yeah, decides to back away, rightly so. You don't want to give any opportunities here, any springboards into the round. Let's see if they can keep this clean. Foot, do they get away with this with 5 standing, breathing, and no res is needed? Cracks the one to find Riens. All looking good so far. Looking like 5-5 should be the scoreline in just a couple of seconds, really. As they are already peeling away, not playing any of what Heretics want to hear. Yeah, clock's a big factor. And yeah, this is comfortable. Very, very comfortable.
I'm looking to see what that adaptation that Heretics kind of talked about in the timeout. Obviously here, they're just eco. They're going to do a gamble stack. We've seen this time and time again from them. But this is where they took that timeout to talk about this round here.
They've got ults. They've got quite a few ults. Only Mini Booz is missing for them. On the other side, TP was taken by Mr. Fallen, and CNED utilized his not long ago. The rest have theirs ready to invest as well. So actually, a massive swing round between these two, potentially to take the scoreline obviously in their favor and maybe tip the scales for that secondary half. So what do we have coming into this? Already looking like, well, quite straightforward for Foot here.
The play used the Viper's Pit to secure the round at the post. But the Rolling Thunder.
Riens. Right place, but is it the right time?
He's got someone to take contact this time.
On the other side here, Boot's going to call for support here, and it's Riens this time to just destroy CNED and looking for the follow-up, but there's no layers. The smoke already in towards this. B main denied. They can't make it through. They can't capitalize on what CNED tried to achieve there. Yes, they've still got the res, but they don't have the space to invest it. That was deep invested in towards that B site. Rolling Thunder going to come through. Yedajay unaffected by this, so could have a chance, but they're still checking on him. Still going to try and keep him humble. Boo barely alive, going to back away. But they've sent them away from this now. This is difficult. A double phase through by Door. They're taking no prisoners in this. And Krax, yeah, he was drifting this way, maybe hoping to get that res. Maybe hoping to get a second.
Spike down, B.
Yedajay now in a 1v5, and Heretics finding stability.
Good adjustment from Heretics there to block B with 2. We've seen Riens there by himself before and just a trapwire. And this time he had someone to take first contact. And the two of them together were able to just dismantle CNED.
Yeah.
Yedajay, nothing to do here.
A lot of angles to clear. Very complimentary ones. Oh, man. Smoke gonna go in.
No time to even run around the mapping and the spike. They know they have to come through.
There it is.
Yeah.
So 4 alive for Heretics. Yes, they invested Riens ult there, but that's about it. They'll be happy with that. Able to be a little bit more reserved, and this is again the start. There was no threat to follow up there either. A little bit of maybe the spacing not quite where they want it to be. And probably a little frustrating if you're seeing it as well. If you're the one running in there, putting your life on the line for it, which is fine, but you're not seeing the value overall, going to get trickier and trickier to do that.
Got the attack side op out for CNED.
Show me it. Show me what you can do, CNED.
A lot of the time, Team Heretics on their defense, they're doing a lot of jump spots. Obviously, Benji Fishy with his camera is able to get a lot of info for free, but the rest of them, they peek and they jump spot. And this op might be a really big play over at A if looks like Woot was doing a jump spot, maybe got info of a player and then backed off.
I think even just playing safe because they had that triple stack towards C, right? Like they've kind of pushed up Boo a little deeper, felt no pressure on it, so are you expecting another B pivot? What are you expecting on this one? Because we have seen this tendency from Foot to then end towards B, but as it stands, doors being swung, all the indicators is going to be this A site, but still not fully confirmed behind it. Maybe, as you said, Boot caught a glimpse at the start, but that's about it.
They do have the Cypher lurk towards C. It's the only thing that I can think that they don't end at A here, but they've got the res, they've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Sage Slows to disrupt the post plant.
They're getting no play-in. There's no one peeking into this. CNED clearing methodically as he goes. Yeah, a little bit of util invested, TP gonna be taken and actually committed.
Wait, does the Underchain not? Okay, he does hear hat. Knows they're all A.
Yeah, so this is big info and it's gotta be a run. 30 seconds.
They're gonna go around the world though?
Okay,
30 seconds
that's
left.
enough. Yeah, the J's not going to overextend here. He doesn't want to give up what he's garnered, right? That site is so valuable. And he's got to make sure they have safe passage. The time is going to be close. It's not going to be a huge issue, but it's close enough.
Viper's Pit probably from the entrance here. Sage wall up to right into the site potentially.
Sounding like it's seen it. Already going to take away Benji Fishy, and it's going to be Yedajay to follow up here. 9 seconds now. Eyes towards the spike. Minibu going to deny the push through. Spray comes in. Oh, doesn't quite get what he wanted, but he did get some damage. But it is a 2v4. This is so difficult now. Numbers so good for Foot. They can just kind of sit back a little bit. They've still got that Viper's Pit. They've still got so much working on their side. And a captain. Oh my god, the timing, no! He just sit back a little bit too deep. Cracks with a great trade though, as Minibu waiting for his very limited amount of HP. It's making no difference now. Tied up all even, 6-6. This game is going to be right down to the wire, Josh. It's got to be, right? We're seeing these two teams really going back and forth.
A lot of great plays from both teams here. I think that Sage is really causing issues. Boo with his teleports. I've seen this a couple times from him, where he'll have his Omen ulti and he'll go across the map at such an inopportune moment. And right here, Yedajay was able to slip through into C site, hear that he came back, canceled the ultimate, and once that was done, C site's open for business. Hat on the body, gets all the information, and then that's a 6-6.
It certainly is. And we were talking about the kind of pitfalls and downfalls of this comp, but they've made it viable. They made it work to an extent, right? There were a couple problems, but they've managed to navigate around it. And now they get that defending side to kind of slip into a little and feel much better on. See Ned, forced away, but look who's played in on the box here. Yedajay, not spotted, not checked, and there's so many potential victims too, even a third not to be, but still great damage from Yedajay. I'm sure Heretics will be kicking themselves for that one. You take him when you get him. Riens tries to make a desperate play. The spike now left behind the door. Benji Fishy, he worked miracles last time. This might be a touch too far even for him. 1v3. Had a captain potentially the first challenge. Benji closing in. Spike needs to fall to his hands. How does he get around this?
Starts with
Oh,
one.
That's a damn good start.
I have retrieved the spike.
He's got 48 seconds. He's got
So
time
much.
to play with this. This scares me because it's him. Out of all the players,
He's him.
he's absolutely Himothy right now. I just don't get how he can make all these situations look so doable, and he makes them sweat, right? He's so got the spike, played a little towards that C side, but again, he's already adjusting. He's already trying to invest that utility a little late into this round.
30 seconds left.
He's got a plan from this, and he's going to have time because they're on the wrong side of the map, so he's got an opportunity. How does he decide to play it?
He didn't take his camera back. He's got his flank covered. He knows they have to come from spawn. The link door's still intact.
He's got him somewhat funneled. I mean, is he just going for trying to catch them as they push through on CT?
I think he wants to isolate one fight, just one tap the first guy he sees. He could do it to CNET, he can't do it to Cracks.
Okay, does he get his dream come true? He damn well tried again. This guy's lethal. He's gonna hear them drop. He's gonna note it. A very good attempt. Again, it gets so close to this guy, but still, Foot playing that very diligently, trying to take as few risks as possible at the end there. And I'm able to handle Benji.
The more times you're in that situation, oh yeah, this is you guys got a hard clear left situation right there. But the more times you're in these clutch situations, these 1v3s, it's just so easy. You've done so many reps of it. You know exactly how you need to play it. You gotta find that one isolated duel on a person getting a little bit too curious, getting some info, take them out, work the time, try to isolate some fights, see if you can pick one off, and then get it down to that 1v1, where now the time's on your side once the spike's planted.
Oh, Minibu. Interesting. I quite like the idea of it, actually.
The Na'Vi buy?
Yeah, I makes sense. On the other side, CNED trying to thread the needle a little here. Gonna be keeping eyes on anyone crossing down. So poor old Benji might be on the receiving end of this.
Light shields for 4 of the defenders as well.
There's a real opportunity for Minibu. Well, that's a good find. CNED gonna take away Benji Fishy, so that removes the deeper backline. Where are they off to? Rax gonna deny an easy point of access. He's waiting on the other side here. And it's really on Minibu to make impact happen, right? But I'm looking at the way Foot are playing, they seem very aware that someone could have slipped through this side. And Mr. Fallen, probably one of the players you didn't want to be finding, considering he does have the heavier armor there. This is all just a kind of push and pull opportunity for Heretics. They just want to try and find that pick, do a bit of damage, but aren't really allowing them to play to that tune. Do they check the top of the wall? They didn't do. Oh my god, okay, they did eventually, but able to get one. I don't know if that's... recoverable is a strong word in that position. I don't know if you'd want to try and go for it, but if maybe they could work out
30
palm or
seconds
something,
left.
that'd be fine, but it's going to be Cena challenged.
One enemy
Oh, come on. He's probably ready for that third as well. Cena, clean as ever. Clean in house hit. Not bad work from him. Taking that scoreline a little further away now. We're starting to see much better progress from Foot.
You gotta love the lineups. Lineups are so nice to get. They're so satisfying. These outlaw buys on round 2, attack side. They are really kind of like scary to look down the barrel of, just because, how do you decide if you're gonna go for, you know, a Spectre or Stinger?
It's something you have to think about now, right? It's kind of changed that whole perspective. It's not such a gimme anymore. And into the bonus round, looking at the purchase. Outlaw still there, yep. We've got a Bulldog, Sheriff's bits and pieces. And nice progress from Cena towards the ult. I'm going to nab himself the ult orb over towards C-Mount. He's not feeling much pressure early on here.
Great map control from Team Heretics, though. We haven't seen this from them yesterday. Today, they've got A control, they've got B control. They're retaking C-Mount, they're putting the pressure on Foot. It's going to cause an overreaction. 2-1-2 setup right now for the defense, as Team Heretics basically can choose to do whatever they want. They'll have a big advantage into the round.
Deciding to go back towards his A site, though. Having to clear tree, to deal with the utility that's been put into play. J already investing a little bit of that.
This is going to be a signal to see if there's an audible back towards B.
Yeah, looking like they want to try and pivot J though. Oh my god, the drive-by Minibu just pre-fires it. Very aware, seen it. Tag, no frag though. Voot still standing. They've got the B site, but it's pretty precarious. It's certainly not comfortable yet. Need to find stability here. Cena trying to clear his way back in. How do Foot want to approach this? What do they start to play with? Utility at a minimum. Difficult to play back in. Paranoia still in play for Boot. Minibu at the forefront, on the front lines, traded. Next in line, Benji. Good for one, but 20 HP, he's vulnerable. No one there to trade back for him, so they're going blow for blow, but they're down to 2. Grax and CNED need to do some serious late round damage, and I don't know with that tag, they've got it in them here. But they're gonna make it damn costly. They're gonna make a damn good go of this.
No wall for the defuse.
Stun, just forcing Grax out of that position he was favoring, and CNED's gonna fall. Okay, 2 left alive. For Heretics, not clean by any means. That's not what you're dreaming of, but you've got a round back.
Love the approach from Team Heretics there. Taking A control, getting Boo set up by the rubble. Benji stealing front B, re-clearing C, going back to A, pivoting back into B. Just breaking the ankles of Foot. It was so nice to see. We didn't see that at all yesterday, and I do wonder if this is going to be something that we see over the next few rounds here before they start going back into their, you know, bread and butter 4 or 5 man, just straight up hits.
Here we go, first full buy for Foot. I saw them kind of toying with the idea of maybe an operator, but deciding on the Vandal instead for CNED. Going to be checked early, but look at this from J. He's going to push himself up here. He's going to have a little bit of a battle on the other side. Does Benji read this though? There is pressure coming towards the A site at the same time. Just next to each other. Benji seems to have no idea. Oh, very diligent to shoulder check it, but J, this guy's aim is nasty. What a horrific battle, because look who's on the other side as well. You still have support coming around on the other side. Boo's found the J, and now it's on Cena to try and bail him out. Oh my god! Sprung back into actually still got Benji! Just on a slingshot! Boo took him down, but it's still a 4v3. It's not out of the realms of reality here for Foot, but it's difficult. Brienne's not quite on a platter. Crack's gonna take him down the trades. Crack's is desperate. He's trying so badly to make it work, but Minibu and Boo still standing, still alive, but what a volatile round.
Whenever I see Benji has his ultimate on, like, just available, I'm always thinking, oh man, if he gets this kill, it's just over. Team Heretics is converting these rounds. I feel like they might have like a 100% success rate every time he's able to use that, but this slingshot back in, that rubber band, oh man, that was a good kill. Hard to get that kill on CNET, actually. Just whips across your screen.
I see the smile. A rare treat.
I think CNET realizes it's too hard to get an op up against this. With the prowlers, the flashes, there's so much, and then like the double satchels in his face, there's so much stuff that just takes him out of the game. Stealing B again.
He's doubled down. He's not happy with how the last round he went. You know, just go back to it again. And if you've been given that freedom, why not? Lots of info could be gathered from it. And all they've really seen so far, confirmed, is Benji. That's it. They put stock behind that, faith behind that? Not yet. He's taken a little bit of damage, though.
Just spam Marshall shot through the smoke.
Yeah, must have. This is all a ruse. It's all backline pressure. We can see where Heretics are, but do they continue to commit? There's three players here.
They can pivot back into B through the door if they need to once they spot.
Ult's gonna come in though, and on a platter is Foot. Can they close down the kills in time? It looks like they can. Miniboot does well to find out a captain, but there are still two towards CT, and the Danger Man CNET is there. Plant safe from his challenge. Careful now. Boot does get to keep his life. Oh, that's why you're careful. Giving out haircuts for free, Boot. And Mr. Fallen scored Benji. Okay, game back on here. We got an upgrade in hand for Mr. Fallen. Yellow J.
The body, seeing if they can get a res, but...
What a shot! And yeah, they got a body now. And now they know CNET gets let off the leash. He can close that gap if he can. Yellow J applying the pressure, and now Heretics in danger, and they've just been put out of their misery. What a round to turn for Foot. Beautiful shot from CNET. Catch on the lurk, and the answer back. Everything lining up for them.
It's always those Sheriff rounds that get super scary when you're playing against Foot. Don't know why, but it just feels like they have aimbot with it.
Look at this round back. Ugh. Ugh. This one?
One tap city population, Team Heretics, honestly.
It's kind of nuts, isn't it? I mean, I kind of expect no less when we have like one of the best Turkish teams here, and then two other incredibly talented Turkish players as well. It's just there is a lot of aimers in the server. You see the little watch party there as well. We are back into game underway. A little bit of a pace change too, but confidence now being built here for Foot. They can start stretching their legs a little bit, taking some of that space. Over towards Mound, CNET feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit freer. Stall comes in to try and slow down the presence from the tree, but Miniboo gonna disrespect that.
Big first kill.
Huge headshot. Once more, wants to allow the rest of his team through as well. He needs some support here. Hey, the plants be coming down. They can't deny this. They can't stop this. The paranoia. He's just playing it forward. They tried to make something of it, but Yenergy still. That's 3 in the round for him. He's even hunting down a 4th here. Nightfall comes in. Yeah, they'll note him, but they're still scared of him. And yeah, with that charge, you know why? Yenergy is absolutely out of this world at this game. Big impact in the last couple of rounds, and he's not letting off now.
You'd think you get hit by Nightfall, they're gonna back off, wait it out a little bit. Nope, holds W, goes in, gets his 4th.
Who needs sound when you got aim? It's fine. It's fine.
Aim and confidence, that's the big thing.
You were saying how Foot kind of are one of those momentum-based teams. Once they start feeling that kind of wind in the sails, it's hard to stop them.
Especially off the back of a round that they won with Sheriffs and then Jet, you know. Yep, he's back. He's happy again. So that's scary. Timeout for Team Heretics. This is where we're going to see a change in their game plan. I like the approach in the first few rounds with the splits and, you know, taking the map control and kind of like knowing exactly where to go, doing a little bit of a pump before they end somewhere else, and activating Benji's lurks. But we haven't really seen that the last few rounds. We saw grouped hits. We saw it kind of like delayed a little bit where they lost in the retake or the post plan. And we just saw it again here with like a fast approach. But again, I mean, they just had like, they had a Guardian, a couple Sheriffs, a couple Classics. Nothing great to work with, so this is going to be a big round for Team Heretics. They don't really have any ults to work with.
Yep. 2 away for Miniboos. Not close for Rien's, not close for Voot, not close for Benji. I mean, well, Benji's is easier to get, I guess, but still on the other side, they still have that res. It just sits there looming, right, in the back pocket of Cracks. And not far off the Viper's pit either for Ada Captain, so they've got that option on the horizon. Operator is out as well for CNED. Love to see this here.
Retake B, wall and camera. I wonder if they're just going to leave this wide open, get CNED on that A line, stack towards C.
He's going to have a whole lot of challenges, though. Do we get vintage Charles Neddington? Flashed off first, but he's not really respecting this at all. Spots the player. He's been seen. Forced away. He has to respect it now. They've got themselves that first step towards rubble, but that's about it. But they're not coming behind this.
This is one of the situations where Heretics might watch this back and think, why didn't we just go into CNED at the end of here? As they gear up for the C hit. Double tripwire.
Away we go. They're all in on this one. Oh, Miniboo, big pick on Yetajay. There's a lot of bodies here, right? We spotted that early on, putting a lot of faith behind Cena to putting everyone else on the other side of the map. This is a very tricky path to walk. So many players now. Utility dealt with, and Mr. Fallen watching for that cross. Doesn't quite get it, but Cena does. Benji goes down, and now Fallen looks for another angle. Boo's found him. So now Numbers actually sitting with Heretics here, but Cened's still alive. There's always still a chance. Krax has res too, but he's far. This is not comfy. They're about to double swing. Proactive work from Heretics. Try and find themselves safety in the post plant. Krax with just that res. He's got all his utility though. How'd you dice this up? Tricky to separate. To overcome, to conquer. Not gonna happen. Voot there. Want to tilt it, and Heretics stay within touching distance now.
Grabbing that round is going to be big for Team Heretics. They got the showstopper online now as well. Big opening kill here. Slipping their gap on that tripwire. The Prowler just triggered the second one. That would have caught Miniboo there. Once Yetajay falls, the whole round kind of falls apart behind it. But getting another op-out is going to be pretty important. But still, so many abilities that take him off the line. The HOD, the Prowlers, the flashes, the stuns. It's hard to get some value.
Yep. Similar scenes at the beginning here for Heretics, kind of painting a similar picture. A little bit more commitment of utility, but maybe just trying to identify, has CNED pushed up? Now we can see where he has. And that's a little bit scary considering where they're coming back to. CNED is waiting. 3 players, 3 potential victims. This man
Great
gonna get what he wants. Very diligent work from Heretics, maybe noting the lack of not rattling off shots on the other side of the map. Deciding now's the time. Pressure from door. What does he do with this? Pops dash, feels it, gets it, beautiful. Benji removed. And Heretics now, do they continue on this pathing? So they try and back away. TP, hello.
Did you see him?
One. Yeah, he's definitely saw him below the wall. CNED. How long does he stick to this? How long does he wait? We know.
They have stun, they have flash.
And they're waiting to just pop into this one. Ooh, gets invested on the other side. He's really trying to sell this attention over here. CNED flashed off the angle, but Heretics are pivoting.
To be.
Yeah, right in. Miniboo needs some help here. Gets left to rot. Yetajay's gonna find him. That's a huge loss for them here, but they're gonna get the plant, I guess. Yeah, and they get away with limited amounts of damage done towards Rien, so, but it's still a 3v5. Still got that paranoia. Still got smokes on Cena. They've got a lot to play with here. We're gonna need almost one of these players to go above and beyond. Good timing on the paranoia.
Repositions.
Who trying to play with Rien's here? Gets caught by the paranoia on the way back through. Anyone got vision still? Oh, apparently Rien's a boo! Absolutely do! Rien setting up Vu to close out at least that player coming through, which was Mr. Fallen. And now Ada Captain, what are you going to do with this one? Jump spot swings, Boo is there. Heretics right back in this one, 10-10 now. Not letting this game slip, but it is getting so damn close. But the money, Josh, it's starting to run down for Foot.
This is getting scary for Foot because I think Team Heretics is starting to crack that code a little bit when it comes to their approach on their attack side, losing Benji as a first man, but having a really good just like idea of what they want to do and how they're going to react to once they see CNET's up, how they kind of make these plans around it. And I love the usage of the doors, of the splits.
Let's
through
go!
B. I think they discovered that towards the end of the game against Navi yesterday, and they're just abusing that right now. I'm really liking how they're using these doors to just open the doors for them on this map. Sorry.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I always say too, I had to cast on like big and everything. I was like, oh, it's a big round, big shot there. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like, it's in your head. It's awful. It's rough. I did it with Cloud9 as well. And
I
I've
feel like
never
it's
said it
bad
before.
when I do it, yeah.
Yeah. Tough. And speaking of tough, this is now for Foot, right? 10-10, and the tide started to turn against them at potentially one of the worst spots, that little B.
It's also tough for Foot because they have so many ults that can't really be used proactively.
No, they're reactive and, you know, stuff like that.
The
But how you meant to...
someone has to die.
Yep.
The hat, someone else has to die, but from the other team.
Man, how do they get back in this? Because it just feels so silly though, because like on this half, it felt like Foot had the upper hand, but that timeout, whatever, you know, Niels and Weber are up to, it's been working. They've got the right reads on this. And I'm looking at Heretics as well. Those ults are going to start coming back in at the right time. You know, past this round, they could, you know, build up a couple more points towards it. Mini Boost isn't there, but still, they've got a lot to play with. So we've got a hero rifle for Mr. Fallen.
Early
the
C-fight,
sheriffs.
potentially.
Benji's going to be really careful not to get caught out here because it looks like they're trying to find him. Oh my god, Benji. Benji's in severe trouble. He's in a 1v5 essentially.
He doesn't know about CNET on his left.
He's not. They pass each other.
Hello.
Okay, CNET's got him. Okay, that's a rifle. That's
Hat
another.
comes
That's
from
two.
Yetterjay, maybe?
Is he coming up? It looks like he is, yeah, okay. They're going to be pretty aware, but it's going to give them the full picture, right? This is huge. So now 2 rifles.
All the info.
I know. Miniboo getting a little proactive, going to have to back himself back down here. Riens does have ult, so if things get a little too dangerous, a little too dicey, he can invest it. Smoking towards door to try and deny any of that. Maybe springboard back in. Yetterjay takes a little bit of glimpse at all in that smoke. Bloody hell, what is going on? This is about to get hectic. Playing back in towards Stree, they want to try and take this space back. And Heretics doing so well at that. It's down to 2. Cracks and Yetterjay, what can you do with this? Cracks made a damn good go of it, but Yetterjay, 21 HP and 2 to find. And they, I mean, the camera is a problem, but the time's the bigger issue. And they've made a mountain out of a molehill, but it's not going to be enough for the round. A very, very valid attempt and a very costly round for Heretics, but a round for them nonetheless.
That's great. They only had to invest really a Cypher hat to get all that damage onto Team Heretics. And that might be the difference maker to swing this back in their favor. If Foot's able to pick up this round, Team Heretics is going to be broke. They had to use Showstopper, they had to use Rolling Thunder, and they lose 4 players. That's 4 repurchases fully that they have to do. So Foot could make something happen here. They haven't had a chance to get the res off. Maybe they figure out a plan to use that, but right now we're just seeing them spread across the map.
Operator is out and about here. They heard the classic, and that might be enough of like, hold on.
Who's shooting a classic at this?
Yeah, that there you go. There's your confirmation. You're not gonna go. Ooh, bloody hell. Careful now. It's Danger Man for a reason.
Wait, are they doing the play where they're gonna go through Waterfall with the Raze? Maybe use the Nightfall to make it happen. Split into B.
That'd be nice.
They have to wait for the stun to come online for the breach again, so we might be seeing this about like maybe 48 seconds. I wasn't paying attention to the clock, to be honest. Probably in the next 15 seconds or so, though, we're going to see that type of play. Smoke coming in, Raze going in, Nightfall.
I'd love to see it. They've clearly got something in mind, right? Because they've just paused. They are fully paused here. Then that clock tick down, getting closer towards Mount now. Rien's getting ready, but Zen's already found Miniboo. If this was the plan, then they're starting to falter. 35 seconds, got to get a move on, and they don't really know about Anna Captain. Now they might do, as he's going to shift across a little closer. And yet Benji's caught him on the way in. And this is just a very late round here. Oh my god, Rien's! That doesn't even look fair. How the hell did you just find CNED?
CNED did not look happy about that death either. He was putting his hands up in the air.
I'm pissed seeing it. And now it's 3v4. Yelige, Krax does still have res. I keep feeling like I keep saying this, but he does have it. Is this the time to go for it? Are they going to wait and punish this, though?
It's the
Smoke to try and keep it safe.
best
Paranoia.
opportunity for it.
See? He's back down again, Riens! A glutton for punishment here for CNED. Dead twice in a matter of moments. Krax and Mr. Fallen trying to do something with this, but there's so many players against them, and Heretics pushing themselves up to 12. Foot left on 10. A key round, and they left that late.
I like the idea from Team Heretics waiting until they have all their abilities off of cooldown so that they can go in. They know that CNED's off is going to be a problem, and yeah, just getting spammed there.
Not again.
Be hopping around.
Oh, he did it twice.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining. Did I get...
Nice! After you're having a bad game, the whole game, basically, you're just like dying first on attack, jumping in because you have... Nice.
I just like the little clap there from Niels. You're just like, very fast. If we can get
The
that back
opposite
at
of
the
the
end.
golf clap?
Yeah. He was very excited. I think he knows that was quite important to get to 12. Funny that. You know what I mean?
Clinching, yep.
Okay, so what the hell does Foot have for a buy, Josh? Because it's not pretty.
Well, CNED's got his Jet ultimate. Those daggers can make dangerous things happen. And we saw him getting a little bit active on his defense. Towards C especially, just getting that deep line.
But it's so hard to keep yourself motivated when you've just been backhanded twice in a row in one round. He's been the sacrificial lamb in the last one. Like, I know it's his role, but as an individual, it's got to be hard to be like, cool, time to, I guess, do it again.
I hate the, like, you need to set him up thing because it's like, you should be able to do things. But the fact is, there are so many abilities from Team Heretics to get him off of lines that he can't really deal with these things on his own.
Yeah.
So once he does need a teammate at least to break the Haunt, break the Prowler, so that if he gets like counter flash, he's able to like get a kill, or maybe even like have someone do bait setup, right? So CNED baits him in. Oh, I'm here alone, and then Team Heretics tries to chase him down. But the fact of the matter is, I feel like Team Heretics until that round were avoiding him. Once they found him, they went to the opposite side.
I've heard that's a great strategy. A
Me
classic, some
too.
might say. 12 to 10 though. We go back in. Let's see what you got for us.
No one's in a position to listen for this either. Benji's usually towards C or B and would have heard this, seen the paranoia, heard the dash, all that stuff. I don't think Team Heretics has a clue. And this full gamble stack from Foot might break these guys.
Heretics. This path is paved with danger, but Miniboo just hops over the top, still going to find Yelige. Good trade from out of Captain, though. And there's a lot of players nearby, more than maybe they'd expect, but Rien's up for the challenge. He's up for the fight. A 4v3 now. CNED didn't continue on that pathing. He didn't continue on the flank, but he's still nearby. The Bulldog with Mr. Fallen and Crack still there. They've got to find impact in this one, or it's over on map 1. Plant coming down. He tries to look for a victim. CNED can't close on it. This Rien's takeaway Cracks, and now just Mr. Fallen brought to his knees. 13 to 10. Map 1 in the books for Heretics. Another good look for them here. Coming out strong. A close affair, as expected between these two heavyweights. But a fantastic start for them. And Foot need to get themselves ready for map 2. This is not going to be an easy series now. Heretics looking like they want to make up for Madrid, have another chance at that international stage. And well, they're now one map away. We'll find out how it looks on Split after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
my god! Oh my god! I'm the goat. I'm the goat. Nice! Let's go! Let's go!
What a fantastic start that was from Team Heretics, and a nice bonus that we got that, a handshake on camera at last. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash. You know, at some point I thought maybe Foot could take it, but third time is not the charm. It looks like maybe the comp has to change.
Yeah, I think it's a bit difficult there, Kakuka, because when you're looking at this comp, you're looking at a lot of gimmicks as far as how Foot are going to look to contact up on towards site. And then once you see the weaknesses there, it leaves very little flexibility for them to work off of.
Yeah, but I'm still surprised on how they keep surprising teams with some of these things, right?
Yeah.
You think that it looks so easy on paper, right? But we have to give props where is needed. And actually, Team Heretics being able to win this map, Foot winning ecos, also winning both of the pistols, even though they didn't manage to translate the first one into a second round win. It's very surprising.
It is indeed, but I think it goes to show some of the stuff that Heretics were talking about last night from Miniboo and Wood. Sometimes their macro is just better.
Yeah, exactly. There was a couple of rounds that I wanted to show that actually speak a lot about what Foot can do in this map and how they do it. First example is round 9, okay? We see a lot of this B executes because for them, getting onto the side was being very easy. Team Heretics wanted to play for this retakes, but actually they were finding a lot of space, and especially having that Sage wall, things got very complicated from Team Heretics to have an easy retake because also of the way that Foot keep control of the map even after planting the spike. There is not a safe entry for them because of all the utility that they're able to save. This, a flawless round. Now, what does Team Heretics do to adapt to this? 3 players playing onto side. CNED dashes in, but Team Heretics is waiting on them already. And the moment that Foot thinks about the next step, Heretics is ready for it. We see the pings, we see Boot giving the info, the flashes, and everything falls into place.
It really does. And when you also look at it, though, Foot really didn't have many options other than going over towards B. We saw them getting stalled out consistently on that C site. Benji Fishy had really great setups with the Cypher trips, prepared for CNED looking to dash in, and then with the lack of information on the side of Foot in their composition, it leaves a lot to be desired and little to work with when you're actually looking over towards A and C. And then you also have the fact that Heretics did really well, I think, to funnel them by reacting over on that A side and actually taking that rubble control, because it's so hard to fight for it when you don't have an initiator.
I just can't believe they still maybe could have nearly won this map again on this comp. Again, and maybe not so much the comp, but Yutajay, if we take a look at him at the AIM Labs warm-up, he couldn't miss a single shot with that Sheriff. It was nasty.
Yeah, exactly. Not only on the ecos, as you were mentioning, he also gets the 1v3. I think we also got a 4K for him. As you're saying, he wasn't going to go down easily. And if we think about Split, we need him to keep up with that performance.
We really do. I mean, we even heard it in the post-plant, though, yesterday with Wood on the couch with us. The fact that he was looking to go toe-to-toe with Yutajay, I feel like Yutajay probably heard that back, and he was just like, okay, I have a point to prove.
Oh, 100%, 100%. But this is the thing. Let's talk about the next map, because if we didn't see Heretics play this against Na'Vi, I would have been extremely worried. I probably would have been like, we're going to map 3. But Ash, they looked good. The changes worked yesterday, and Na'Vi didn't really have an answer for a lot of the things that Heretics were doing.
Yeah, and it's crazy because, again, in the post-plant, the fact that Wit and Miniboo were talking about how their macro has just been so strong, even when they're not able to individually consistently frag out. We've seen a lot of great mid-round pivots coming out from this team. A lot of that assisted by Benji Fishy's secondary calling there as well on those lurks and whatnot. So I think that Team Heretics had the opportunity to take this 2-0.
Oh, but will we get that chamber? We will.
Yeah, we will. No surprises so far. Narn and Lotus and not here. I love, Ashley, you were mentioning Benji because he needs to step up. During that first map, he's been a little bit quiet. But now when we think about this one, when we think about cracks and his very crisp aim playing on that raise, Benji has to be on the other side, especially starting on the defense, to shut him down and get creative with the setups, just as he has in the past.
I think it's difficult, though, too, because when you're looking at CNED here on the attacking side for Foot to start on first, he does opt more for that mid control. Meanwhile, you usually see Benji setting up over towards that A site. So I'd be looking actually more towards, I think, the likes of Wood to be that, the Viper to be able to shut down, keep that mid control, and deny that line of sight over towards CNED.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we need to also talk about the info kind of game that we're going to see right off the bat.
Well, Team Heretics, they are one map away from making back-to-back appearances at an international event. Pansy and Steel, this is exciting for them.
Well, I think it's exciting for all of us, if I'm honest. I can't wait for this one now. After what was quite an explosive map 1, a lot of kind of expectations met and a lot of issues shown, we come into map 2. And as you rightly highlighted, even at the start of the day, we've seen these two maps very recently, especially with Heretics. But what do you make it, really standing out to you here for Foot? Like, where are your eyes going? Is it the CNED choice? Is this something that you think could be valuable against Heretics after what we've seen recently?
I hope to see a lot of value from this chamber pick, because what we see from Team Heretics, Woot jump spotting vents a lot. That's an easy pick for CNED to get. And then I like how CNED's able to walk around with his teleport and just get really deep into lines. I mean, last map, he was just getting picked off, diving into places with Jet. He had no escape, but now he will have a bit of an escape.
Let's see what you've got for us, CNED. Another, tall task. Boot, though, gotta be careful, because that Headhunter, yeah, it's not the tour de force, it's not an operator, but it's certainly still dangerous, and respecting it enough. The utility, a clear-cut indicator that they are taking mid-space, and they've already taken it. Look at Krax's position.
Doesn't matter. Team Heretics has all of B right now.
But oh, who just turned around? He's got no idea how close he was to death. And they've got so much space on this map here. This is really uncomfortable for Heretics, and Cena still looking for that pick, but no one's giving him those options. They're sitting deep towards the A side. They've got Boot trying to play safe towards CT. They don't want to give up these opportunities or this amount of space. They'll swing to confirm that they're still there towards heaven, and it should be the go signal now. 2 players on the site though. This they don't know about. He's already starting to drop down. Benji one, Miniboo the other. He's going to play forward to this one. They're coming through towards elbow. Stunning work from Benji. 2 back-to-back. Voot now dives it on the site, clears it. That's the spike loss. Now Yellow Jay and out of Captain. A lot to do, and Boo's not allowing it. Nice try out of Captain. Put the knife away.
Almost had it, almost had it. I'm seeing instant kind of improvements from Team Heretics. Yesterday, what we saw on B was like, you know, they lose mid, but Boo isn't taking B main control. Here, what happens? They lose mid instantly. Dog comes into B main, Boo goes forwards with it, they use a flash to extend a little bit deeper, and they give up B heaven and B site entirely. They say, hey, if you're gonna go B here, like, what are you gonna do? You have to get into the site, you have to plant, you have no main control, we go for the retake. But the fact that you have no one at B main tells us you guys are going A. And Team Heretics is able to stack A, Benji getting 2 perfect kills on that entry. On that opening, I guess.
Yeah, it feels wild that it was that late into the round, but yeah. And again, Voot is going to be tested constantly, right? This is going to be a consistent factor he's going to have to be up for the challenge to, which isn't easy. Yeah, he is up against pistols in this round. The Headhunter's still going to be a factor, still going to have a little bit of util to play with as well. Rienza needs to keep him safe. Make sure he doesn't get shot down on. A little bit of adjustment already. Again, doesn't want to outstay his welcome. You can see they're targeting this. T-Ned not getting what he wanted so far, and they're going to pivot. Spike is in sewers, however. So that's going to be a long time before it's picked up, and that's going to be handed to Yellow Jay, if anyone.
Destroyed.
And Rienz. Again, I quite like the... I don't say patience, really, but it's the discipline the Heretics are playing with. They're not taking too many risks here. They're not overstaying their welcome. They're happy to fall back a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner. It's only classics against you. Say that. There is a Headhunter as well. And yeah, those classics can be a little dangerous. All right, we've realized this. But they aren't playing into what Foot want.
Great reads here from Team Heretics, and they're repositioning here. Boo getting to the back of the site at B. It's just Mini Boo on A site, but it doesn't matter. Foot is coming into B site, into the setup, into the stack.
Everything is just, it's coming up good for him.
13 seconds. They're gonna have to force a plant, but Mini Boo in the back of the site
10
here.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, this is tricky. It is only a ghost though, so yeah, okay, they're gonna get the block for this.
Classics.
Yeah, hey, the classic can go toe to toe, as we've already noted. Krax gets a little heal here as well. Zenith still here, Headhunter. Locked and loaded. Oh, Rienz.
Cheeky little pre-fire.
Yeah, not bad. No kindness in this. Classic, still good, but not quite good enough. Heretics 3 alive. Take back the site, and they're just composed, keeping it clean enough.
Okay damage, but Mini Boo just had a ghost there. Just they are gonna have the Vandal going into this next round. I want to see something different from Heretics in this round. It's gonna be such a pivotal round that if they do the standard setup with Woot jump spotting from vents, and then Boo is maybe jiggling out the B main angle, there's a potential for them to get run down. It's not the greatest composition to just dive at people from foot, but if CNED's able to pick any of these guys off or walk up and get the really deep line and punish anyone peeking into him, that's gonna get scary for Team Heretics.
Bonus for Heretics though. So Guardians, Bulldogs, Spectre, Ghost. Oof. That was ambitious from Boo there. Go back on that one. Mr. Fallen will be loving that.
And that means that there's no smokes for the defense. It's all on the Viper. The Viper orb is at middle and the wall is on A. So B is gonna be very difficult to retake and hold. We might see that ending towards B, even though that's where the kill happened. Yeah, instant push through A here.
The dog though, the dog went so deep, they've got to know there was a push up here, right?
Yeah.
They've got to know that someone's nearby. Miniboot, oh my good God.
Yeah, J peeled all the way off, but they did not suspect that there's actual follow-up here.
Jesus Christ, this could be devastating.
Especially on the
timing. And he pulls the trigger on the first. That's CNED gone, and he knows that Mr. Fallen's ahead. They've already got contact here. Seekers pop, they know they've got him on the ropes. That's the spike! That's the spike! They've got so much to play with now, 3 of them. With the backs to the wall, gonna try and retake towards middle, and Krax tries to get a hand to it. Slapped back into place by Voot. Another captain in Yellowjay. This is a rotten round to try and handle. Great fight back from Yellowjay. The double swing. Oh, but the damage is just irrevocable. Heretics letting them know. That was a huge round from them. 3 on the board. They convert the bonus. All off the back of that space taken.
That is, you have to wonder, is that a communication breakdown? What's going on? Yerujay, he backed away from the dog. He knew that all the space was taken from Team Heretics. Did he not expect someone to like move up with it? Did he expect a spawn push? The fact that none of these guys were aware of it and they're able to get the flank off, the spike down. Oh man, Team Heretics is gonna be loving that.
Oh yeah, you couldn't ask for a better outcome. Speaking of motivation, confidence, that's going to be shattered a little here. CNED, he was the first victim of that flank. And he's not having the success he wanted in middle on this chamber pick here. Pace change, going to try and take quickly towards Voot, who's having none of that. Yeah, he takes a lot of damage, so he has to respect it and fall away, but it's not the first time that he's trying to slink away from vents. CNED trying to take the space that was given, but still stall. Trying to take that valuable space, the space that opens up towards the site, still unavailable.
This worked though. The pump towards B pulled everyone away from A. Now the A lurk is open.
Oh, it's a little labored. Good trade though. Still trying to keep this competitive, but Rien's doesn't really like the idea of that. And yeah, he's not letting it happen. Yeah, what are you meant to do with this? Wrong side of the map. Spike, thank you very much. Mr. Picture in Picture, whoever's done that. 10-10. Good job, production. Yeah, Jay. Ugh, it wasn't pretty in the end, but that's fine. Job done.
It's a little weird that Foot are doing so many things to kind of set up a certain play to happen, but then they don't follow through with it. And I do wonder if there's some sort of issue with the communication. For example, in that round where, you know, they're getting backstabbed from A through sewers, or on this round here, Energy walks up A ramp, he has all that space, they have the pressure towards B. That's gonna pull the rotation into these guys towards B heaven, but instead of going back towards A after that, they commit to the fight, they lose the spike in the open, they have to go and retrieve that. And it pulls them into a losing situation.
And the scary factor is, this is the buy round, right? This is a big round for Foot. They've got a couple of ults to play with, Ada Captains and Mr. Fallens. What's the adjustment? Trying to set up Cena towards round. He's got the space, but he gets noted by the flash and forced to TP away. So a bit of a stack towards the A side, but they've dealt with that early mission of exploration. They turn back towards middle. Oh, actually, Ada Captain, the TP, I thought he might have had a window to play with, but Miniboo outdoes him, very aware of this, and they're fighting back to take even that close amount of space. Here in the Seekers come in, but how do you gap close on the back of them?
Team Heretics just one step ahead of Foot. Foot just so indecisive, disjointed.
This is heartbreaking because you've got to keep into context the season that Foot had. These guys looked fantastic, but they had it all. And Heretics were still, you know, trying to bring us back in line after what was a disappointing Madrid and a couple of losses here and there. Nothing too detrimental, but enough that it caused us a second of doubt, and they're losing on players left and right here. Yeah, they've got at least an open A site, but you've got to get past this guy.
They found my
He's already seen him. The camera's told you enough. What are you meant to do with this Foot? 25 seconds, you might be able to get a plant. Can you hold it on the retake?
5 versus 3.
And they're expecting it. Look at them. Look at where Heretics are sat. They know what they want here. If you're in a 3v5, you want to pick.
I like these off angles though. This is a great decision for Foot to just hold this position instead of going all the way through.
Two of them focused towards CT, towards screens. Miniboo clearing quickly towards ramp. There's one player on the site. It's going to be Mr. Fallen. And Cena trying to almost play the pendulum, swinging back towards supporting the site. Stunning from Cracks. Secured CT, and now they can focus on the site. Maybe Heretics won't be able to make that cross so easily, but they made it on the site now. Mr. Fallen, there! He's the backbone of this! Holding on to it. Incredible work between Cracks and Mr. Fallen in that round.
If you want an example of a round of a team doing a post plant really well and another team doing a retake really well, that was a good example of it. Even though Team Heretics lost in a 5 versus 3, I really like how they recleared. First, they waited for the push. Then they went and recleared through heaven, through ramps, cleared all of lower, knew exactly where Foot was. They weren't able to convert on the kills because Foot had a great bait setup. Chamber TPs away. You know, they set up the play. They don't push all the way through. But I wonder if that smoke from Boo on the top of the map there made it difficult for them to clear out the site.
Cracks. I thought he got actually ahead of this. I didn't know if they'd even check on it, but they are. They're very diligent here. And Heretics responding. substantially. 3 players towards heaven. Cracks. Want to be real careful. See it, they're waiting, getting proactive on both sides. Trade comes in, Cracks gets dead and running, actually still alive. They stand and face their maker at that point. Bit of a trade out, but it leaves the numbers still in the hands of Heretics. Mr. Fallen.
Oh no.
Can't get away, Mini Boot. Puts him to bed. The spike gets left. And the Energy again. 1v3.
I can tell you what he's saying right now as well. If I did a rocket like that, that would be 1 damage.
Rien's noted his position here. And they're just swarming the spike. They don't need to challenge him. They can leave him to rot. Hold all the angles.
There's enough time, just barely, for Yedu to be able to do this slowly. Difficult, but possible.
30 seconds left.
Has to make a committed move, and it's Rien's. And yeah, he was perfectly positioned. I liked how safely they played that. The second the spike goes down, they're taking no risks.
And I think this is where Foot is going to have a really tough time getting back into the game. They should probably call a timeout right around here. Because if they... What's basically happening is they are a momentum-based team, and it sounds cheesy to say this, and I hate to like bring it up again. But
it's a momentum-based game.
It is a momentum-based game, and you can snowball really easily. But part of it is whenever they start stringing a few rounds in a row, that's when they start snowballing really hard. And it's not really a thing about like what abilities they have or anything. It's just their confidence. These guys are confidence players, and if they start losing a few rounds in a row, they lose that confidence, and it's so hard to regain that confidence once it's lost. So this is the struggle that they're going to have. It's not about strategy necessarily. It's not about game plan. It's going to be about mental.
And speaking of mental as well, this is going to be a very hard road for someone like CNED now, who's had a fabulous season. One of the statistically better players there has been during this run. Currently down 0-6, not finding what he needs here. I know he'll want to be able to try and deliver something for his side. He's been on point, but it's not just on his shoulders. I mean, we speak about the young talent as well. Yetajay, the guy has been hailed as, you know, I don't want to say another Alpha, but I mean, when Alpha first came onto the scene, it was like, who's this young Turkish talent? And Yetajay was in the same sort of breath, kind of brought through as one of those real high potential players. We're going to need someone to start really activating here. We've got to see it, because on the other side, Heretics look like they have that single goal in mind. Get to Shanghai.
And we're already
not far away from it.
We're already at round 7 in the attack, and we haven't seen CNED. Since he has no kills, he can't even get his ultimate off out, right? And having that operator is going to be a big difference maker. Getting Boo at B, getting Wood at mid. There's no opportunities. Keeps going into the sky, getting flashed off the angles, getting Dog to re-clear.
Heretics reading the expectations, it looks like. But taken over towards ramp. Not the first time they've tried this, but not getting the success on the information behind this. Pop flash and an actual swing from Rien's. That seems a little audacious.
Too ambitious.
Walking into the unknown like that, I think went a little too far. That's recovery on weapons too. Who's got to be cautious though? Feels like he's in a tricky spot here. TP committed and now he's pinched. Boo. Yeah, you're not making it out of that alive, but gonna take any opportunity you give them. If you open that door, they'll walk through it. Benji, yeah, you can clutch up sometimes. You're not gonna do it now, right? You're not gonna do it now, right, Benji? A 1v4 made to a 1v3? It's a lot even for you.
With this man alive, with what I've seen the last week or two, I don't know, man.
Okay. Hey,
I'm not counting him out just yet.
If he gets past cracks, if he gets past cracks, game on.
Position compromised.
Yeah. Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop it! It made me nervous. I can only imagine what Foot's like. Then it's like, cool, we got 2. It's fine. He's dead. It's. What the hell is in? I don't know. In the water. Benji's nuts.
But again, Foot, Sheriffs, what's going on? Just use Sheriffs in a gun round.
But it did feel like an overcommitment from Heretics. That pop flash through the wall. I mean, you are leading, and maybe you want to try and establish that authority, make him have to waste all that utility early again. I get the concept, but it is a bit much when you're coming up against someone who'd love to pick up that rifle. You leave it on an island that you can't defend. It just felt too high risk and too low reward.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of where, you know, having a lead and keeping that advantage is so important. And like when you start winning and you just keep that confidence and keep going forwards again and again.
Yeah, this is getting punishing.
Here.
This time it feels a little bit better balanced, right? They get the pick, they back away. But that felt like, you know, further intent behind it. 3 players, utility sent in, information off the Dog. Everything was right for them there. We look on the rest of the map, and now they're going to have to do this without Yellow Jay. Mr. Fallen trying to find the information for himself, spots him towards CT, but spam.
Oh boy.
Careful, Riens. And actually, Crack slipping ahead could be pretty good here. Yeah, the flash and the Pain Shell, he can't make enough of it. It's Mr. Fallen, I think that was pretty blind,
Seekers.
I imagine. And yeah, the Seekers.
Not a great position to pop them from.
Maybe paranoid about the flank here, but Ada Captain is the one to try and make this one work. Straight up through middle, and apply the pressure. Do they pivot? And it's being read by Boo. Boo is reading this.
He's going to get in a position in time.
He can't make a step here, but the paranoia is good. He's going to catch one on the other side too. Does he keep his life? He's made it behind Pillar. He's buying time here. 30 seconds. Big flank on the way as well, coming in from Benji Fishy. So Mini Boo and Boo need to combine, and it looks like they're already on the road towards that. Going to take down Cracks. Gets another fair fight. Boo on the swing. Nice attempt. And now, out of all the players, it's going to be this man. A 1v2, far more feasible. They have no idea.
Oh, he saw the gun barrel. But
Did
I think
Ada
Ada Captain might have...
Spike planted.
But he slipped ahead. He's way further ahead. 5 HP. Of course he does it. A 1v2. He couldn't quite do it last round, but this one with 5 HP. Yeah, he's got that one.
Again and again and again.
Can't stop winning, this kid. Can't stop winning.
But I do like the, you know, A-Ram fight. This time they're taking contact first. This guy's ready to flash behind it and fight as 3 together instead of just like one person popping through the wall by them lonesome and going through. This is going to be really important that Heretics is able to rack up as many rounds as possible. They don't want to just get a few rounds, get a little overconfident, start doing really aggressive stuff on their, you know, as individuals. They need to do some team-based stuff. I like how they were able to just reel it back in right after a round loss.
Nice try on muting the word there from Niels. Didn't quite catch it though, did we? A little slip on that one, huh?
Let's play.
But finally, there it is. If you round 9. Oh, that's such a... It's a long wait. What'd you get for it?
And he knows that Benji loves spotting from screens and elbow as well. Fight over a B main potential in the next few seconds as well.
Does he get any play into this? Mini Boo. You'd need quite a bit of commitment to even get towards that. The flash might indicate his presence, but he just spins on a dime. He takes away Ada Captain, and Cracks having to back away from this, having to respect it. Ned couldn't quite spot the player in time. There's a tiniest window of chance, but he's getting no play here.
Yeruji's abandoning his B main, coming all the way back around to A.
Poison's off.
Just needing bodies in the right place. Benji gonna note them up towards heaven. They're trying to filter through towards the side, but Benji not gonna be able to do the damage this time. Miniboo from CT gonna catch Cracks on the cross.
That works.
Plant going down.
I'm too
Ned
far.
trying to find some stability here for himself as well.
Welcome to my world.
The Viper's Pit on top. I mean, that doesn't really help CNED, but it certainly helps around Counter Pit to throw in.
I like the positioning from the attackers, one deep in the screens here. Yetajay forced out of his own.
Caution here.
Oh dear. Yetajay's fallen. He's gonna get spotted here, but time.
His paint shells.
Just don't know if they've got the time to do much with this. He's got to get moving here. Xena does find one. He's been traded down, Mr. Fallen. Gonna get him a window to work with here, a small buffer to play with. It took a lot, but it finally got there.
I think 7 of Mr. Fallen's kills come from the A site post plant from around the screens area, the map area on the site. Seeker's back up. I swear I just saw these pop like a round ago. What's going on? But it, you know, it kind of feels like Benji is one of those players where the more of his teammates are dead, the better he is. It's like one of those reverse perks or something.
Nice! Terrifying player.
That's a bad round to lose for Team Heretics as well, because now they're going to be forced onto some low buy, no ultis in play. Foot maybe able to pick up another round off the back of that.
Oh, God, do they need it? An absolute tonic for what's been happening so far. A couple of rounds maybe string together. And Heretics going for the stack. The dog going to see nothing in middle. Now, what do they read into that if you're Foot? Do you continue on this pathing?
I've got your trail.
Not. Seekers going to come down. How much do they find here?
None of them went towards B, or maybe at most one. They know that A is the stack.
They're off. Oh, God. Oh.
That's not a good start.
Oh, God. No. How's he That's a classic. That's Yetajay dead. They're down to 3, but they've got the site. It's fine, right? They've got the site. They'll get the plant.
Yeah, but 100%, right?
Yep.
We got the hat going on the body as soon as that spike's planted.
There he is. Corpse found.
Weapon.
Shorty classic. Okay, they got one Vandal there. They still got Woot with the Guardian. You need this round. I can't tell. Oh my god, the utility in hand. This is just in the maelstrom we go. Boo trying to take a fight here. Goes down. Nice work from Krax and CNED. They're desperately trying to keep him in this one. Playing towards a pillar. But they can't do any more. Surely not. Mini Boo. Just with that stinger. Yeah, CNED's low, but not low enough. Much better. Just about holding on. Clinging on for dear life. But that got far too close, but you take a round when you get him at this point.
I am actually shocked that that weapon down in heaven didn't go to Benji. Benji has to go into the retake with just a shorty. What's going on? Like, at least give this man a classic so he can snipe some people, but oh, that got so close for comfort. Team Heretics with a great start into that. Yeah, I mean, all he has is a shorty there, not much you can do.
Now the Clutch King gets denied once. Timeout for Heretics though, because overall I think they're starting to hit, I don't say a brick wall because they are still very contested rounds, but they're hitting that like on a swing point, right? And we've seen now continued success for Foot. They've got, you know, ult in hand. They're looking like they found a little bit of an answer to something here. So what's the response? There's not many rounds to play with left in this half, but still, it's time to pump the brakes here.
I think they're doing a lot of these head-to-head fights over around A ramp and lower A against Foot because they know that Foot is trying to get CNED on that line, seeing if he can get an opening, breaking that Cypher cam, finding out what the setup is, making them invest dogs and flashes to re-clear for info. And I do wonder if Heretics is going to decide to take the fight elsewhere or if they're going to do an even heavier commit into that fight. Like, those are the things I would look for, but Krax on the other side has Showstopper. So are we going to see something different from Foot? And this is something that Team Heretics needs to kind of like weigh in what they're thinking about. Like, what's Foot going to do? How are we going to stay a step ahead of them?
Getting tense now, isn't it? Again, it's the first opportunity for these two teams to lock in Shanghai. So high pressure game.
We're getting the Cypher on B. This is the first time I think this game, every round he's been towards A with the camera in heaven.
Yeah, vast majority. Benji, careful, because yeah, there's pace to this. Krax trying to isolate him. He is actually going to make it out of there with his life. Going to be spotted too. But they've got to relinquish the B-side control. They get to clear the back of sight. But look at the state of heaven. There's a lot of bodies here already for Heretics. But the plant's going to be coming down. Nothing to deny or stop that. So safety in that regard. No lurk in play yet. That's a late presence from Yellow J potentially.
Alarm bot would be devastating for the defender through spawn.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Gotta go for this one. Boombot goes down. It's CNED to find two. Yeah, clean work from Foot. Just shouldering this. Perfect combination between Ada Captain and Mr. Fallen. They'll be happy with that, and that was clear. That was a clean round for them, and God, they needed that again. A couple of these rounds are going to rebuild the confidence we were hoping to see from Foot throughout this.
I like the adjustment from Foot there. I think they read, hey, you know what? Team Heretics, what have they been doing? It's been usually like Boo alone at B, and they've been doing these heavy A fights. They expect us to go A, probably again right now. Let's just go and do a pace change. Let's go fast. I'll be having with a Showstopper. The rest of us connect through B main. And I think Team Heretics was trying to be like, well, these guys have gone A every round. Let's stay and do this A fight. They were heavily postured towards A. They have Cypher towards B Heaven. They have Viper and Vents, and everyone else is towards A. So they have a really big pivot to fight either A or mid, and they lost they covered basically 66% of the map. But Foot went to the 33.
Yeah, 6-5. Do we get a tied score in the half, or maybe a little tilt of the scales? Boo, after a proactive beginning, gonna take space. Free up the other two players to hit an early rotate. I feel like, considering that last round, if you're Foot, you're probably fancying that B-side again, right? And Heretics gonna read into that. They should know that there is a man here. And they just walk into that almost lackadaisically. Krax gonna be punished very quickly.
Not almost. Very quite.
I'm trying to be nice here, you know what I mean? I'm the nice one, you can be a bad
good
cop.
back up.
That's the one.
Still have 2 flashes for Mr. Fallen. Paranoia.
What do they do now, though? They've hit that wall, right? It's like, do we continue this way? What do we do?
Well, Foot also knows that they've lost this A space. Team Heretics took that like immediately in the round. That's why they were able to shift everyone over to B, is because they took such deep space towards A with all the info. They know exactly where Foot is and where they can be.
Very late attempt towards middle here. They haven't really dismantled the pack of players. They're going to smoke up towards Vent. Maybe look to isolate the fight towards maybe Mailroom or Heaven, but still players here, and they're going to start running low on time here. 30 seconds.
Boo cannot use this and misposition himself again.
Benji's got to be careful, though. There is pressure. Gonna force him off the angle. Paranoia gets sent in. I don't know if it caught Miniboo. It doesn't seem to matter because Benji Fish is still watching the angle. Catches out a captain. Miniboo waiting patiently for the timing on the swing. And yeah, he's got it right about... not pretty, but oh god, even for the second time of asking, that was rotten. As Woot now is in a bit of trouble here. But do they know about Boo still playing off the back of this? Yeah, the Paranoia goes in and time is everything. Woot's denied it. That's what... Live! All he's got to do is live! He even takes down Mr. Fallen with him. A lead on the half is what they get. Hard fought for, as Foot did find answers towards the end of that first half.
These rounds are coming down to the wire. It's almost like we're watching Na'Vi, but some really good positioning from Team Heretics. I like the proactivity. Massive change from yesterday's game where we saw them having the information about where their opponents were around the map, and they just didn't do anything with it. Now they're so proactive. They're getting the deep blinds, they're getting the space, they're getting rotates in front of where the enemy is going, and they're there to receive them. The fights are getting so close and scrappy in the mid rounds, though. Foot coming out on top with a lot of these trades, but with just great positioning and info, Team Heretics is able to close these out.
But Foot aren't disparaged yet. They started to fire up towards the end of that half. There's still life in them. Heretics on the attack now. Foot on the defending side. We go back through. A small lead for Heretics, but that could be completely erased with just that pistol round falling in Foot's favor. Already early contact towards the A site. Get a J on the platter here. Got to be cautious. Going to note the Miniboo's on the other side. Flies on in, takes him out. Side looking vulnerable and available. Spike could go down. Just being ferried through as Foot isolate and already looks to take back that space towards ramp. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, so he got two there. Heretics trying to secure CT, and Woot's got to follow up towards Mr. Fallen. And now Kraxon out of captain with the two folks towards ramp. The Paranoia goes in and they clear, but now down to one re-ends. Oh my, oh, he tried to control it at the end there. He really tried.
I think it's off the back of that headhunter from CNET getting the 2K. That was pivotal change in that round because Yenergy just fell apart on the site, and Team Heretics had that 5-on-4. I'm surprised that they went so aggressive into screens there, knowing that they had that man advantage, and I think they only did it because they sent so many players onto the site early that they didn't have any ramp control or like a late Heaven hit or any back. Yeah.
He's getting pumped up.
When Yampi uses it, it's a headhunter, and when CNET uses it, it's a body hunter. No? Okay.
It's not your best work.
I tried.
It's not your best.
I'll get back into the workshop.
If you don't mind. Just take a little time.
I'm new at this, okay?
Yeah. It's fine. We can do a little VOD review later. You know, go over it, talk it through. To be fair, Yampi was filthy on it.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him back on that. Kind of missing some very unique agent selections, and him on that was pretty damn good. I almost swore there. That's wild. G was throwing me off. Josh is crazy. For Heretics though, we've got classics. We've got bits and bobs. Not much. Time to show off the bundle. Filthy sellouts.
CNET's got this A-cross.
Thank you, man in the crowd. Paid chatter has appeared. I see you with this, is it the little flag there as well? Yeah, nice. I don't know if the cameraman's gonna bother.
Great stack here from Foot. This is going to be so good. And this information from the dog, they only see one, and it is the Viper. So they might not know about it. But CNET has that line on A. And when the Viper wall's on B, there's nothing to make them question, has someone crossed the ramp or not? Just the Cypher changes.
If anything comes to this round, I'll be very surprised. As
30 seconds left.
But have everyone here. As you said, reading it very well. Being very comfortable, not having any threats, no problems. Easy work for Foot. And what they needed, and Andalusia flawless here in the second. Finding the scoreline now nicely tied up. Still a chance of the third here. If they continue on this pathing. Decent little bonus for them too.
Outlaw for CNET, so if they're able to convert this bonus, I mean, Team Heretics did it in the first half. This would be really good for Foot to, be able to get back into this. This is their map pick. They picked it for a reason. CNET's on Chamber. He gets his Outlaw a little bit of a budget off. At least he's not waiting till round 9 for that. I am interested to see if they're able to get him on a super deep line so that they could get a nice stack again like last round. Fast main control. over at B for Team Heretics.
Show a little leg early, but they're not going to commit much behind it here.
They move CNED's Outlaw all the way around to B. He's not the one holding the A line. He's the one rotating, but it looks like he's got indecision as he bounces around through defender spawn.
Well, they've thrown a couple of question marks up, right? They had contact towards B main, the flash to clear it, but then didn't connect towards Voot, who's
All the way out B.
Now, he doesn't know the level of success he's had. And Benji has somehow gone ahead of that. The paranoia, a little too late, and he's being an absolute nightmare. Because that's not where the spike's heading. It's going back towards B. Voot's trying to clear the site super methodically. He's like, surely someone's here. Guys, they're not here at all. I'm in CT.
At some point, Woot should stop pushing all the way through and just keep his space. But
They got the fear of Benji Fishy put into it. It gets one pick and they're like, guys, we need 5 here.
To be fair, so I think like the one issue with this round from Foot was that, you know, the indecisiveness from CNED bouncing around back and forth, but they're on bonus. It's not bad. Yeah, he gets taken out in the back. It's not bad for them to take a gamble and to like stack a site. It's one of those risks that you have to take. And it's like at the end of the day, if you lose the round, not the end of the world. So I'm glad they took it. I don't like how they took it, how they came to stacking A and deciding A was the place to go. Pixel crack here. Gets the info.
They finally made it past Voot at this point. They get to the site now. And, I mean, yeah, there's not much more for to do.
Enemy remaining.
I don't know how he got that, to be completely honest with you, but, you know.
Happy little accidents. Is that trademarked? Can I say that?
No, I think that's all yours now.
It's all mine now?
Yeah, you can have that one. That can be your like, little catchphrase. I don't know if it's one of the best, but you went for it. That's on you, Chief. Yeah, it was a gamble, right? It was a risk, and I think what you were kind of highlighting, the logic of getting there didn't feel great, but again, yeah, it's a gamble. You got to put some weight behind it, maybe just hoping it worked out. I'd have liked to maybe, bloody hell, yeah, I'd have hoped they'd maybe pursue the idea of trying to get a little bit more information first, but it's fine. This is the round that really matters, right? We got this coming out, the big, I was about to say the big green, I don't think it is anymore. Probably not his skin. Who knows? You know, maybe
we'll see soon.
Yeah. Beyond that, though, this is a pretty important round, Josh. This kind of shows us everything we need to see. Where is he going to be playing this from?
Or blind up to do the same lurk setup that he had last round. Benji on A to throw the cages to, you know, shroud the information a little bit. All of mid is just open for Team Heretics for the taking.
1-3-1.
But here's the op on B Heaven.
It's such an uncomfy split, though, right? Like, if you're playing on A, you have no vent control. Yeah, I guess no one can push you too easily without being noted, but...
They're going to wait for the reclear dog or flash here. And then they're going to make a decision where they want to go after. But this is a great insert. 2 players. Usually you'd see like 1 player inserted and regroup with 4. But here they've got 2.
And with this, you can just pinch towards Heaven, right? You got Benji creeping up here. They probably have some utility to keep it safe for a player.
The alarm bot is going to basically be the only thing alerting these guys.
Yeah, they just used the dog to clear that deep space towards B, so they're already going to kind of bring over one of the additional players. I think Mr. Fallen's the one to quick rotate, and then maybe seen it late, you know, waits around a little later just in case, because they could always double pump back through. But as it stands, Heretics get the red carpet rolled out if they can clear sight. Cracks goes down in a blink of an eye. And now we've got out of Captain Mr. Fallen on site. Fallen was the first rotation. He got to be cheated over early off the back of the dog steering through. What is going on here? Guys, a fumble. Now I know how Henry G feels. An absolute
blunder
made in that moment. CNED luckily bailed him out for a little here, but it's a 2v2 still. The time's on their side. The J makes it over here. How do they clear this back in? That retake with the operator, not ideal.
Big perp.
But finding Voot out in the open, drifting over, hey, that'll help things. Rienz, it's all on you. It's a rough position, and he's been cleared. J makes up for what was a mess on the site, and they get things back in hand and in touching distance, an 8-8 scoreline.
It's one of the rounds in VOD review. You go back and you're kicking yourself that you let that round slip. Great retake from Foot. CNED catching Woot, repositioning on the site. That a beautiful opening for Miniboo as well. It's so tragic how that happened. Benji getting the 2 and elbow. Sky healing mid-battle. Love this reposition here, getting caught in the open. That just opened the round up for Foot.
Yeah, nothing more to be done with that, but a really big opportunity to Foot to finally take that lead, right? This has been a good half for them.
Yeah.
Buy still in place though for Heretics now.
But Cena gets to keep his op.
That's a very key point and very close to the ult too. So he's got a little bit of, you know, buffer to this now. This is excellent. This could be the tick in the box we were waiting for. And for Heretics, how do they approach this? Looking patient. Foot going for a very large presence towards B main. Deep flash, no info off the back, so they explore a little further.
This alarm bot towards A Heaven here is going to protect them from vents, and they only need to spot over towards B Heaven for info on the defense side of things, especially with B main control, but they opt to give up B main, so they have to shift into a new setup here soon.
Here.
Into the minute mark now. Very little progress made by Heretics.
This reclear into B main from Heretics might... Oh, wow. This dog is a
dog?
Just see the Viper just again. And we've seen Wu just hanging around B main by himself on A hits.
But the problem is there's still like so many bodies behind this. Even though I'd say that Heretics have tried to exploit that a little bit, that maybe they're, you know, reading into this. But there's still 3 players here from Foot. They still have presence. Krax is one of them. An unknown quantity that delivers in droves. Finds 2 and looks for a little more. He's on an island, but he's looking rather composed there. Rienz does clear him in the end, but it's down to just Benji Fishy. Trying to play it up through Heaven. 20 seconds. And that spike is not to hand. What do you do with this? I don't think there's much to do.
This one's chalked. I mean, he could try to take away the op from CNED if he's able to find him, but it's probably not going to happen. Maybe explore a little bit, see if he can find out what's going on.
Huh?
Yeah, get one. If he's able to see the alarm by here, might get a little bit of information about what Foot's setups are, where CNED's playing, where he's putting his alarm bot and utility. But, I mean, realistically, what we're seeing right now from Foot is Team Heretics keeps putting the Viper wall over towards B with the orb. And the only way to figure out if there's someone walking through is to have B main control, or to have someone kind of like on the left side of the site, backside, or under these like shroud boxes. That's the only way, unless you put an alarm bot there instead. So Foot has to put 3 bodies to defend towards B unless CNED's there. And I think, yeah, it's tough, man. They like Cracks coming through the wall and getting the backstab. They just have so many bodies to deal with that.
It ain't easy. And I think that's why we're seeing the timeout now. Maybe off the back of some of the information they found in the last round, a couple of key pieces being identified, but how do they want to deal with it, right? How do they want to address that is really the conundrum. A very tricky predicament to try and figure out. A couple of ults to play with, sure, but not really the finances to back them up here. And on the other side, we haven't really seen Foot pushed yet. A couple of scrappy rounds, sure, but overall they've had the right approach.
Yeah.
Now, we have seen some great success, though, after these timeouts for Heretics. This wouldn't be the first time they found a good answer back.
And I'm wondering if they're taking the time out now to decide if they're going to buy and invest into this. They're one off of Seekers. They have Viper's Pit. They do have a Showstopper. So if they're able to get into a site utilizing these ults, like the Showstopper, and then they're able to secure the post plant with the Viper's Pit, we might see a full investment into this round, as opposed to them saving, waiting for the next round, and potentially giving a bigger lead to Foot. They also know that CNED's probably going to be on these deep lines alone with his op. Are they going to try to punish that, get in his face? With the Seekers, with the Skyflash, with the dog, with the Showstopper.
Options are plenty. A couple of seconds to figure it out. Let's see what the plan is, at least in this round.
Small investment.
Yeah, the thing is, I do see Benji with the rifle still, so that's there in the back pocket, kept over from the previous round. Operator noted. So they know where it is. Didn't land its shot, but it was pretty damn close. That 338 just whistling past, but for now, they're going to post up a player in towards vents. That's about it. I don't know what the adjustment off the back of this is here.
Alarm bot towards B.
Yeah, big change. I like that. Getting spotted in just that last round and already a little bit of a switch up.
Poison orb emitting. Toxic poisons off.
Both Vipers trading toxins. You put yours up, I'll put mine up. Oh, yours is down?
Here.
Put mine down too. Great timings on them.
Yeah, so much towards this. A little bit of an alarm that was previously invested here, now not around. Benji.
If Benji's able to get one, though, he's got his hat. They'll give them the info they need to make a decision on where they want to go.
But it is Cracks on the other side. He'll be his fight towards CT. Not dealt with, but the Boombot should identify who's here. Spots another. Benji now notes 2 players. He's going to know that there's 2 on this side of the map. They have to respond. They have to respect this. But do they get past the utility adjustment? They actually do. They do to an extent. The Energy is going to see enough, right? They're going to call them back, calling back the cavalry. Maybe they don't need it. The Energy does so well to just turret around on the side. Paranoia. Oh, okay. 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 It's all good. All good. Foot 4 alive. Ult's coming online. They're looking really solid here. Double digits made. Sunset's starting to feel like a real reality between these two. But this should be the round that maybe they've been trying to tee up here for the Heretics side on that timeout. Was it just to try and figure something out during that round between? Hopefully, it included this too.
5 ults up for Team Heretics, but not even the strongest of buys because, you know, they've invested a little bit too much in the previous round that now they can't afford full shields. And when like you have to use your ults in this round, and it's only going to clench you like 9, right? You're not even going to be on like double digits or tying up
away.
fast.
It's pacey, straight towards ramp. CNET is on the case. This is his part of the map to hold. They're going to hear it. Do they continue? Do they back? Do they try and punish this further? Already presence shown towards middle as well. The dog will be heard. Might even be seen. Dealt with. Where are they going? Question marks are plenty now. Is this a pause? This is going to have commitment. Seek's going in. Fallen. He's going to connect a little, but not a lot here. He's going to be forced away from this 38 HP, and they are in danger. Pop flash. High tempo, high pressure, and a pause for a second, but there it is. The drop of the utility and the punish of the back. CNET's made it to the site here. Boots done well to find Fallen, but CNET's still alive, and the spike yet to make it towards the site. 1 minute though, plenty of time here. Shot just about missing. As the plant's gonna come in. 4v3 numbers sitting in Heretics' hands. Miniboo's position could be very valuable here. Gonna be forced away, but Boo can counter swing if needed. And it's all through heaven. This is all of the players here. This is everything that they've got, and Rian's already gonna find cracks. They're down to 2. Are you not backing away from this? I mean, you've got money, you've got ults, I guess, but still, what more can you expect to get from this round? They've just drifted away in towards events yet. No real other problems for Miniboo. Beautifully played by Heretics. And just lighting a fire underneath themselves, flying into this. The pace change was audacious here.
I really like these late game tempo changes from Team Heretics, utilizing the splits, utilizing these ultimates. Great usage of the Seekers there after pumping the fake towards A ramp, getting all the space, taking middle, popping the Seekers, getting the information on B. Benji opening up the site, kill on Yetajay, just standing in the open. Hat goes onto the body, finds out where the rest of the defending foot players are. That's all over from there.
Can you do it again, though? that's a lot to ask for.
They still have really good ults. They still have really good ults to make this happen.
True. But there's ults on the other side. Foot have been having these in the back pocket. Almost one away as well from having the, the flush here. You've got everything you'd need.
That works.
A Viper's Pit nearly on the horizon. CNET, where do you decide to commit towards? Looks like Vents this round. Could be the right call. Early flash and quick commitment. Oh god, CNET on a platter, has to evacuate. But Miniboo unrelenting, he wants forward. Oh, he's found it. Huh? Oh, mom.
34 HP.
Where did that go? Where did it go? Mostly probably in the box, it seems, but that feels a little unfair, but it's how the cookie crumbles.
Hey, last half he got it. Got a kill that shouldn't have happened. This time, doesn't get a kill that maybe could have. Would need a replay for that one to see if the launcher passed or...
So what you're saying is karma's a bitch, right? As Jojo Siwa once told us, the modern day prophet, of course. I don't know what else to say about this round, because that looks like it's just stumped them, right? They're like, well, this is the plan, and it felt really good at the time. Now we're down to 4, we've burnt a lot of our utility. Where do we go with this?
I was thinking, is he going to use Viper's Pit as like a fake on B? But no, it looks like he's just holding for the re-aggress or the re-clear. So much split up. That's like a perfect opportunity for CNET to work his op, get his pick on Boo, then that smoke's gone again from Team Heretics. Just the Viper wall to work with.
30 seconds. Gonna need an over-delivery. That spike is still on the A side of the map. Voot's made pretty good progress here, but there's no favorable numbers on any side of the map yet, and that might have just shut the door, but the spike's on the way, they've got to commit. 17 seconds.
Gotta save.
Gotta save.
4 ults up still, 4 foot.
This is gonna be 11. This is a really close game between these guys. 11 found Foot. That start, I felt like an all-in play from Heretics, and the second it just didn't work out, they had nothing to fall back on.
I think Team Heretics is falling into a trap right now where they're walking around a little bit too much in the mid-rounds. And that's so dangerous and risky when you're doing up against CNET's op and you don't know where it is. Oh yeah, I went a little bit past. It went past him and hit the wall behind. That's what happened. But like, yeah, you walk around in these mid rounds, you're gonna walk into CNED's op if you don't know where it is, and that's opportunities you cannot give CNED. Their game plan was good. I like the pace of it. I like the splits that they were doing. It looks like they kind of like left their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, they're running on empty here.
My camera is destroyed.
Early info there. Not as telling as they'd like, but still. New looks coming out here, new adjustments. CNED, this time found early, but he finds himself a victim. That's Benji down. Heretics are just hitting their heads against a brick wall here. Foot want this 12th round. They want a chance at that third map. And they've stalled out middle.
Op shows himself at A, instantly rotates over to B. I'd like him to take that angle on B main instead of B heaven here.
He's got a lot to handle up towards heaven, doesn't he?
He can get easily forced off, flashed off.
Yep, there it is. So first step open, second flash to confirm they've made it further. CNED, Mr. Fallen, beautiful work between each other. Fu got there, but I don't know how much one man can achieve from this. There's still no support coming from heaven. As Boo can't isolate the kill towards CNED, the paranoia is going to catch him too. And CNED's feeling confident now, heating up a little bit. Voot overwhelmed and Foot make it to 12, making Sunset a reality for themselves and still a chance to lock their place in Shanghai in this game. They've got money galore, they've got ults everywhere, and Heretics have no solution. They've not found an answer to this.
CNED, the thorn in their side, didn't get his op up until like really deep into the game. No! But now, it's reaping its dividends. Woot still has his Viper's Pit, but no opening into sights for Team Heretics. They're trying to take the space and the map control, but once they have it, once they've inserted someone, the only time that they can really insert someone that is able to be effective is at middle. These A inserts and B inserts, they're not doing anything because CNED's op is right there to receive them.
Okay, a three-man slip up towards ramp. One player here dedicated, that's going to be out of captain. It's still the alarm though for CNED as well, so that there is that to keep in mind. They've started to pull over the player. Yedajay want to respond. Yeah, noting that, but can they then find CNED? What can they do off the back of this? Benji Fishy going to be denied, but there has been a player slipping ahead. That's going to be Miniboo. And CNED's on the wiser. They have found him. Okay, it's the first time. Good. An assassination on his life. CNED's gone down. So they can pause a little here. They've got 55 seconds still, a lot to work with. Can they find these final couple of players? But I love this response as well. Straight away, they lose that information. They lose an idea of what's going on. They take map space and they take the info back. But by now, there's a lot of progress being made on the other side.
Viper's Pit for Yedajay. Wonder if he's going to pop it this round.
This could secure the victory, potentially, right? That's.
I think Ada Captain's going to bait
30
for him.
seconds left.
Make it seem like, hey, I'm alone in the site. Don't clear Yedu.
Yeah, potentially. Utility going in, re-ends with the flash here. Yedajay, the one to swing it. And he's gone down in a heartbeat. Ada Captain with 2. But there's plenty of time for the plant here. 15 seconds. Miniboo's got that operator to hand as well. He's locking down that line of sight from CT, but they need to get a grip on towards Heaven too. Crack's still there, has his ult. Mr. Fallen, no flashes here though. Ooh, Miniboo. Second time of asking, gonna deliver it. And his Crack's left in a 1v3. There we go, okay. 10 found from Heretics, and it does feel like that game of find CNED and maybe we get a chance.
I really like the adjustment from Team Heretics there. Normally what they're doing is Benji's going towards A, he has Rien's to set him up, dog flash, whatever. But this time, they shroud it a little bit. They have Miniboo going up as well. Miniboo slips the gap, gets into vents here, while Benji is like, hey, I'm over here, and he gets spotted.
Nice, Tommy,
Foot
nice.
thinks, oh, we've dealt with this. Benji's still not able to get into heaven. He's not able to flank you. He's still like on ramp. You're chill. CNED getting stabbed from the back a little bit. Like dominoes, they just all fall right after. Yeah. 2 cages on the ramp this time, instead of 1 ramp in, sorry, on lower, instead of 1 lower, 1 ramp.
Okay, here comes the first challenge. Crossed over. Alarm still here. Boombot can be invested. Can't hit the shot on the cross. Gonna spot out 1. And a captain. Gotta be careful. It's really left in no man's land, so gonna sit a little bit deeper towards CT. Play safe. But look at where the spike is. Look at where the rest of the team is as well here. That late exploration towards main does get noted. And CNED, he's going to get a chance to get some picks now. Doesn't? Does get caught by the flash. So they've managed to back away, but there's still a couple of question marks, and one of them actually is a player behind it. That's still going to be Benji. And do they even consider it? Do they think about him being here late?
That flash caught Woot in B main. This late into the round, 50 seconds left. Foot can't move around. They know A ramp is exposed. They know B main is exposed. They don't know which side Team Heretics is going to go to.
Mid's just been locked down, though. Look at that. How are you meant to get through that?
30 seconds
Spike's
left.
just not finding any point of access. They're down 25 seconds. The word melon starts to spring to mind, but Benji strikes from the back. That's the ult now gone, and B looking a little bit more vulnerable on this pinch. 18 seconds. They still need to get past Mr. Fallen. The paranoia doesn't land, so he's still got to do lease of life. Miniboo looking to find cracks. That's devastating timing! 10 seconds. Spike can come on in. Nothing can deny that now. He was down to the wire, but it's worked. Zened, the chance to be the hero here. This is a lot to ask. Oh, flank on the way. 5 to find. Already look at that positioning coming out from Miniboo. Nasty Miniboo. You're so goddamn nasty and you've worked it so well. Out of captain. It's time to back away from this round. And another step closer for Heretics. This is where you get those sweaty palms for Foot here, because things are getting a little bit too dangerous. They're starting to get a rhythm to this. They're working out what you're doing. They still, I think, have a decent enough buy going forward, but still, you're getting nervous if you're Foot here.
Cena got to be kicking himself at the start of the round, missing that op shot.
Yep.
Onto Miniboo at lower A. That one shot, that one kill could have changed everything, but instead, 5 alive.
5 standing. Key ultimates there. Miniboo's, Voots, the TP for Boo as well. Not a million miles away from the Seekers. This is watching it back here. Oof. Where did Crack's ult go in that one? Not where he wanted, obviously, but the watch party out there. For the Heretics fans, I'm sure the smiles are coming back on the faces, but for Foot, it's panic stations. You get one more chance to close out in regulation. Now, hopefully Sliggy's got the pen out, he's writing, you know, how many chances there are. If he's not, chat, pressure him to do so. But the point is, this is going to get rather difficult, because there's a lot of question marks, bigger picture, not just in the round that's coming up, but how do they plan to use these ultimates? They've got a lot of key pieces to put down here for Heretics.
Well, that's one of the things we saw in the first half, is that Foot had a really good read on a situation like this, where they had Showstopper on their raise, and they decided to go and do a tempo change, go fast B after showing a ramp control time and time again. And that's what we've seen from Team Heretics here on their attack side, is they've been going hard towards a ramp, taking that control with the Cypher cages, plus the Sky, and then they're also taking, you know, Miniboo in some of these situations. So is Team Heretics going to pull a Foot and say, like, you know what, we've been doing this and we're going to go B instead, or if they're going to go A, and seeing how Foot is kind of going to stay one step ahead of that. And it looks like their solution to it is by putting CNED over towards B to stop whatever B hit and putting more bodies towards A. This is something that we haven't really seen yet from Foot. This is going to be huge, though. Showstopper in hand for Miniboo.
Here we go. It's OT or it's map 3. A little bit of patience at the beginning, but I want to see what the gear shift looks like for Heretics. And away we go, straight in. Miniboo gonna fly forward, gonna spot his victim, but no! Couldn't connect towards it! They don't know about cracks! Perfect swing on one, but it's messy! It's a back and forth affair, 3v3 now. Now the plant you're looking at coming in here. Nothing gonna stop that, and a quick heal up too. Already out of captain's got ramp control. Flash clears it. Okay, he knows he can progress now. They're starting to clear through methodically. Nothing connected close towards underneath those rafters. They know they're on the site here. What's left for Heretics? Still a flash in hand, and not much more. This is so difficult though, but they could be grouping towards ramp. A 2-1 split on the retake. Heaven still kind of held by CNED, but he's got to join with the rest here. Benji Fishy plays ahead of this! Refusing to lose, he wants OT, and CNED has to do it all now. A 1v3, the flash, oh, it's just not gonna happen. Heretics back in the game, back with a chance to close this out in map 2.
Team Heretics deciding to go straight into A site there. Teleport behind the screens, get the backstab off, pull Yetajay away from fighting lower, breaks the setup with cracks. Clinches overtime. Just when Foot thought, hey, we're gonna go to map 3, we're gonna do sunset, we're gonna reset the scoreline, best of 1.
Yes, this should do.
Heretic says, nah.
Nah.
What do you say to the god of death?
That goes there.
Not today.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Hey, look, I recently rewatched that too. Don't sweat. I got the quotes down pat. Okay. Oh, this is so up in the air. What an exciting game to decide who goes to Shanghai right here, right now. Foot now back on the attack. Heretics on the defending side. And a lot of intent put towards this early A presence from Foot. Cena trying to draw that attention towards middle. No punish, no catch towards Voot, who's playing quite passive this time. A little safer. Is Voot tempted?
Cover going out.
He's very nearby.
Caution here.
Ooh, right on a knife's edge between these guys.
This is similar to one of the last setups of regulation that we saw from Team Heretics with a Cypher towards B and Boo over towards A. Great Cypher setup. Mini Boo with one flash left. Is he going to use that for info? Or is he going to use that to fight after the camera, after the trip, after Benji takes contact? The rotation as well. Team Heretics knows this is going to be a B hit. And Boo getting the better of Yedijay as well. This is going to clinch and secure this information.
And they're getting stalled out here. They can't progress forward. They've got 30 seconds. They've got to stick the landing. Flash to come in, Cracks to get caught. Voot's the one to deliver the blow at the end with Rien's, but still, look at this. It's a bloody battle, but Voot and Mini Boo in unison take the lead back after what was a drought throughout this game. Foot lose the advantage.
All comes down to this. Team Heretics. Great resiliency.
30 seconds.
That trapwire catching. Cracks there on the entry. I don't understand how they're able to so regularly and consistently get the good reads on the gamble stacks and the rotations and everything. Team Heretics is so good at this, and we get to sit here with the luxury of seeing everything happening on the map, and we see how perfect it is. But they're doing this without that information. Oh, well, that's a good start if Foot want to be able to, you know, stay in this game a little bit.
Mini Boo, the scalp you claim. We're taking that every day of the week. Trying to get a little closer here.
No.
Mr. Paulin. Ooh, they're so close though on the burst here. Yedijay doesn't get caught with paranoia as he comes back out swinging. A 1-for-1 trade still keeps an. Oh, the flash is filthy from Mr. Fallen. He's still holding ground here. 2 in this round alone. Where is Benji coming from?
He's only coming for the mid flank.
Oh yeah, but the timing on that. Cracks gonna note him. That's perfect. Benji didn't fall for it, and they're pausing for a second. They want to try and find that pick, maybe even this back up to a 3v3. But for Foot, they've got to keep their composure as well. Trying to deal with this slippery. Oh, wait, what? Cracks got caught like that. They had no idea. And a captain response in kind, and now it's all down to 1. Benji, if there was a time to clutch, this might be it, but it feels like I've said this before. 40 seconds, and 1 man still alive.
This is going to be more difficult than the other 1v3s that Benji traditionally finds himself in, because normally it's like one player alone that he's able to isolate first before he deals with the other 2. But now, across the map, he's going to be beat to this rotation as well.
Oh my god, do you double swing that? Do you dare risk it? They do, Foot. But life on the line to tie this one back, all even. 13-13, we go again.
Blinded.
What a round.
These flashes.
One enemy remaining.
We're getting into these like super deep mind games, the mental warfare, figuring out which way, like how you're gonna like anti-strat and do this whole meta game against your enemy. Oh, we've shown this, so we're gonna do this, but they're gonna think that, so we're gonna do this other thing instead. We're just seeing it from both teams at the moment.
OT just becomes mad. It always does. It just loses any touch of reality. And this time, what does Foot bring us here? Okay, well, presence in mid. Deep enough that it will note CNED, at least for a second. They back away from this. Has to respect the little even exchange, but they've chosen the challenge towards the A site, at least so it seems. A lot of pressure on Benji's shoulders, so they do continue on this pathing. Heaven looking quite vulnerable. And it is a 4-1 stack here, Josh.
Really deep B main pressure here. Paranoia invested into it after Skyflash as well. And Foot knows, they know that here's the heavy aggression towards B. Let's go A fast. A is going to be weak, but Benji's got 2 kill trips. Make that 1 after 1 gets taken out. So he's still got his cage.
That's all he's got now, though. He needs some support here. The team's on the way, but he is in danger. Paranoia coming. Heretics are there. Benji's good for one. He's good for two. He's still standing. Oh, this guy is just out of this world. He keeps going. He keeps fighting. Benji David Fish, the 20-year-old sensation, does not know how to lose. 14 rounds and another chance to close.
Oh, Benji just saying, who's Fish 1, 2, 3? I'm Fish 1, 2, 3, 4 in this round.
This guy is something else. They had everything there. If you're a Foot, if you're a fan of Foot, it's like going, brilliant, cool. You know, we've read this correctly. Come. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's just wild because, as I said, we get the luxury of being able to see it in front of us, right? They've chosen the correct site. They've made the right call on that, a little bit of a test towards middle. They hit maybe a little late because their rotations were there, but sure, they still had a good opportunity. And then it's like, oh, Benji's gone and...
Yeah, I think Foot did miss the timing by just a few seconds there. As soon as they hear the Sky Flash paranoia, all these things happening towards B main, I feel like that needs to be an instant reaction where they're just beelining it as fast as they can. Because the rotation from all the way in, like inside B main, all the way back up, through spawn, through heaven, and out to flood before you're able to get through sewers back into A, the attacker should be winning that by like a few seconds. So Foot, too much indecision there, leading to their downfall. And this is great from Team Heretics as well. We see them proactive, getting this info, getting the rotation, and by the time Foot is able to hit A, it's not just like the trickle lemming fest that we saw yesterday. Today, they're together. One's coming out to the left, one's coming out to the right. Benji's locking down his ground in the site.
There was a timeout. They actually get the timeout to maybe address this side. There has been a problem. For Foot, they had a chance to talk as well. And it's a pacey start from Heretics. No subtlety to the show towards B, potentially a show of strength, but they're not going to commit directly behind it. Maybe just looking to try and tease a little bit of a response, tempt Foot to over-analyze and try and find information where it may not reside and see Ned. Ooh. I think he spotted him there, because Ned's calling something. It's just that 1-3-1 again here from Heretics, but what's the end goal, the end destination? Foot need this round, or it's all for naught. This is everything that they've been eyeing up here to confirm, to lock in, to send themselves with a chance on Sunset to then potentially Shanghai. But Heretics now 1 round away. The spam, the flash, it's all pressure, it's all Benji! This kid just keeps winning. He keeps winning. And now our captain needs to bail him out. He needs a big couple of kills here. A little bit of a pre-fire on the pillar. They know his position. Yeah, perfect from our captain. More. Does he get more? He gets away. And if anything, that's incredibly impressive considering the state of affairs on the site.
3 versus 3 in this post plan.
Toxins going up.
OT or GG. Foot, show us what you're made of here. This is the moment to do it. Can you claw this one back?
No flashes for Mr. Fallen. Off angle and elbow.
And look at Woot, he's already getting aggressive. They're playing a little further ahead here. They're keeping space on the side. They're going to make them work for this. They could try and take every step. Laborious in its approach. Rien's back to the site, holding towards elbow. The time is ticking and they got to get a move on. Rien's and Woot just posting them, getting them through. Heretics now with a second chance at the international stage. Madrid was a nightmare. Shanghai might just be magic. These boys wanted a chance. They've got it again. Incredible work from them here, Josh, considering how well Foot played in regulation during that regular season as well. They looked like one of the teams to beat. And Heretics proved they're the ones to take them there today.
I think Heretics has done a good job of it because it's not just that they're, you know, taking like a one-off team and it's like, oh yeah, it's like the same thing day in, day out. We've seen improvements. We've seen them change players out of the roster. We've seen them change compositions. We've seen them play maps that we haven't seen them really play at all. We saw them on split 2 days in a row. They haven't had a split win this year basically until these. And now they're taking out good split teams. Absolutely. And so to see them do it in this fashion where, you know, day to day, game to game, we're seeing improvements, we're seeing changes. They've definitely done their homework, they've done their VOD review, they've made the adjustments that they need to make in order to get to this position. So, you know, well deserved to these guys. It's not like they're fluking their way through. They're actually putting in the work.
They absolutely are, and I want to put a little bit of credit, obviously, to the players in the server, but the coaching staff as well, having back-to-back days of games and coming in so well prepared, so well equipped with this. After that regular season, after everything else that was kind of thrown at them, this has been an arduous task for Heretics, but they've done what was needed. This was the hurdle to get over to make up for what was a disappointing Madrid. I think a lot of us, when we were talking about international stages, had a lot of high hopes for this team. We saw all that potential before, and it fell apart. Yes, respectable opponents, eventual winners they fell to, it's fair, but they're back with another chance, and they look better than ever. They've made it through the gauntlets, they've come over those hurdles, and they've reinvented themselves again. Some very good looks from these boys, and there it is in the back there, beautifully displayed. The Team Heretics have indeed qualified to Shanghai. We'll get to see them take to that international stage and see how they fare against the world's best, because those other regions are looking pretty lively. But if they come with a performance like this, it could be anyone's game. Josh, for the other side though, for Foot, it's not over for them yet, but what did you make of this performance today?
I thought that they had a lot of ideas downright. I don't think we saw CNED with a lot of opportunities to be able to, you know, show himself. And I think because of that slow start, because of that Lotus, you know, just dying constantly, not having a chance, I think that affected his confidence even going to that second map. We didn't really see him being able to hit his shots, even simple shots. So, you know, not the worst showing at all. They did go the distance. They lost from what? They had 12-9 lead. Yeah. They were right there on the cusp of taking it to a third map. So it's not like they're just getting blown out of the waters. No. They're really close to it. But yeah, I mean, they need to find some of that regular season form a little bit here in the playoffs.
Are you really getting Fortnite dances?
Yeah, we're getting Fortnite dances.
How dare you do this too? I mean, we've got a Fortnite player, so it's only fair. Anyway, speaking of that, we've got Benji and Boo joining. I believe it's going to be Yinzu. Who knows? Who knows on the postpark? But you guys don't want to miss it, so go check it out.
I know, Lauren, I know, and it will be Benji, Fishy, and Boo. I'm your host, Soon. I'm back here with Kakuka. You've come back at the perfect time. I know missing Na'Vi yesterday would have really upset you, but it's another great day of saving
the
Spain.
bees. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. So happy to see that now Team Heretics has secured their second international. Who would have thought, right? Last year. Yeah. I mean, but last year, you know, with everything that was going on with the team, seeing them perform like this, actually being able to bring that back with how they were struggling to gain control over the map in that second half, how CNED was being so persistent in the operator usage and how he was locking down parts of the map.
I mean, that's the thing, that was not easy at all. I felt like they fought tooth, they fought nail, and they gave everything, and I think a very deserved win for them.
Yeah, exactly. On the other side, right, we see a Foot that did have the chances, right, to close this out. They had 3 of them, but as you're saying, I think that they deserve it for the resilience that they've shown. It's not easy, especially when you're in that second half of your opponent's pick and not being able to see past it, you know, not being able to adapt. I think that they have very good pauses, especially the last one that we saw.
I'm gonna quote Steele here and just say that the vibes kind of carried them through. It felt like, even like you said, when they were a few rounds down, they were still so hyped and so with it.
Yeah, exactly. I love seeing the celebrations and how they live round by round. We were also seeing it on the side of Foot. Remember that, of course, they're not out of the tournament. They still will have another chance tomorrow of securing that spot against KC. It's not going to be an easy one.
That's makes me really, really like nervous of the fact it's going to be Foot KC, because either of them have what it takes to make it.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the season that we had, right? With the stage that we had, we're talking about both of the seed ones from each of the groups have lost today,
there we
right?
Go.
So yeah, we're very happy to see that Heretics manages to make it, but tomorrow we will have to say goodbye to one of those 2 first seeds.
But Heretics versus Fnatic, that's going to be exciting.
That's a good one. Yeah. That's going to be a good one.
And no one's going to be playing a crazy Lotus comp. They'll just be playing like, you know, pretty manageable Lotus comps.
You never know. But definitely, whatever they play, it has to be to make sure that it's ready for Shanghai. Or, hear me out, even if we know that in the past, Seedon has been more important than other people thought.
Bring on the boys! Hey. Hello. Good to see you too.
Good to see you again. Oh my god.
Yeah, nice to see you guys. Welcome back. How was that?
Yeah, pretty solid, man. Pretty solid.
Yeah?
Can't complain.
That last map, Benji. Damn.
Oh my god, right?
That was the last round.
I was shooting. I don't know what.
Jesus.
I don't know what happened.
You're always shooting, though. You're always shooting.
Okay, first map. Yeah, I don't know the
Nah,
first
you're
map.
always shooting.
I mean,
It's
first
split.
map was-
You have a very good split.
I don't know. I don't even like Split, if I'm being dead honest. I don't
Split
even like
likes you.
Split. Yeah, I know. Split likes me. I don't know why.
Based. Before we get into everything, who the hell taught Mini Boo that dance? Was that you? I feel like it could only be you.
No, I didn't. He just knew it. Okay. Dommy, Mini Boo, he wanted to do like a slow-mo walk, right? He wanted to do like a slow-mo walk. And I was like, everyone was like, nah, that's not gonna be good. So then I think Ryan's made a suggestion of doing like take the L. So then it was
Could have
like,
gone
yeah,
badly.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, we ended on that, but I don't know. Maybe wants to do some like weird walkouts, and we even did like two matches ago where we like copied Neil, our head coach's walkout.
Oh,
So he
yeah,
always goes like, he always goes like that, so we just copied him. But yeah, no, many people likes to do weird walkouts.
Well, no shenanigans for you, Boo. I feel like you gotta keep keep it.
I hate all the walkouts.
Keep grounded. Keep it grounded.
He gets a 4K. He's like, I call everybody's like, oh my god, you're insane. It's just like, yes.
This guy doesn't react at all, bro. It's insane.
But this is the thing, though. Back to back now, Boo. After the year you had last year, 2 international events. It's gotta feel good, right?
Obviously, it feels good, but also, I mean, it's hard to believe. Like, in theory, it shouldn't work like that.
What do you mean?
If you don't want to go.
I mean, a new team, super young players, first time in Tier 1, like, it's crazy. Like, as I said, in theory, it doesn't work like that, but the work we put in, the way they play with the confidence, like, I think it kind of compensates the lack of experience.
The brother you also help. Yeah, I mean, you're saying it's like the way they play. I mean, they're in an ecosystem. You're also part
It's
of
why
it.
it's cool. That's why it's called the brother buff, not just like one part of the Boos, because both of you put together, it feels like it's pretty unstoppable, right?
Yeah, maybe it's brother buff, but I think everybody does 20%.
Aw, you're all brothers. You're all brothers. All of you are brothers.
Like, we are just like another family, really, because you spend every day with each other. Like, you all moved to Berlin, you're all spending, time, our office, and then going home, like, together. Like, you're literally with each other, like, every single day, 12 hours a day. So it's pretty hard to, like, not, get that good connection.
Honestly, production's gonna hate me for this. Let's move the things around. Let's move stuff around, because I feel like that was a really good segue into our game that we're gonna play. We're gonna play a game. I know you just played a game, but we're gonna play another game. I'm sorry, production. But I'm gonna give you both one of these. So it's got Rians on one side and Vut on the other side.
Okay.
And since you spend so much time with each other, I wanted to ask you guys some questions, and you just tell me if the answer you think is Rians or the answer is Vut. How about that?
Okay, yeah, I like this game. It's a lot more chill. Than
Yeah, a lot
when
more
we
chill
play
than
it.
usually.
Yeah.
So let's just start with an easy one. Who is louder between these two?
I mean, they're both kind of quiet, but I mean.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Enes as well.
Rians.
Yeah.
They're both
like
they're both chill.
Yeah, they're both pretty
but
chill.
I think Rians does more crazy, stupid stuff. So
In what sense?
That's why.
Like in the server
I'm just
or out
fooling
the
around.
server?
Fooling around.
Oh, like
in real
joking.
life.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Who is the funnier player? Who's
funnier
funnier?
player? Oh, I mean, they're both pretty funny. Oh, I feel bad now because I don't know, they're both funny. I'm gonna go Enes though.
Me too. I'm gonna go Enes.
Double whammy. Is it because he likes to joke around? Is that
He
why?
loves to joke
Yeah,
around.
he's
I mean, so does
just
Wu.
talking some bullshits.
You're so sick of it. You're just
Okay,
sick
I
of it,
have
yeah.
one. You're in a 2v5 situation. Who do you want to be with to have the most chances of making it, of winning it?
Oh, like this is so mean.
It's not
I mean, okay,
mean.
but
I'm
like,
just gonna
both
say
of them.
what.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Wu.
I mean, you have other options if you want.
No,
I'm good.
Just saying.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna say Wu. Like, okay, Enes, I would also be very comfortable with, but Wu, like, he just does stuff sometimes that just doesn't make sense. He just, like, I can't comprehend it in my brain. So I would just bank on the fact that he just goes and kills 4 somehow, and he hits the last guy at 120. Yeah. Like, I've just got the spike, he goes and kills 4, like, he hits the last guy at 120, and I just hit a little, body shot. So yeah, I'll go with Wu.
I think with Rians, you would go for some calculated, okay, flash for me, let's double peek.
Yeah.
With Woody, would just go, I'm just gonna sit here and then you.
I would choose
do
you.
it.
I would choose Boo. I feel like
Bro,
your
Boo's cold as
TV
well.
behind them, and then your TV behind that guy.
On those last rounds, I was like, it's so important actually the Boo's alive here because otherwise without those moves they'd be effed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you an easier one. Who plays more ranked games? Who's the ranked grinder?
That's not an easier one.
Oh, that's not an easier one.
It's Wu all day.
I mean,
like,
considering that he wasn't on the main roster, then obviously he played a lot. But like right now, I wouldn't say that Wood is playing more. I think they're both playing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, everyone on our team like grinds ranked, but like, if we speak about the past like 4 months, Wu has probably cleared everyone on our team combined. Because he hasn't had scrims, right? So he just sits and grinds ranked today. I don't know how he does it. I would.
That's how he's so prepared, right?
I mean, I guess so.
Yeah.
I don't know what they teach you in ranked, but I guess it works.
Okay, I have another one for you. So now that you're going to Shanghai, 100%, you get to share a room. Who do you want to share a room with?
Oh, these two.
Okay, you don't play this round.
I'm gonna go with Woo. I'm gonna go with Woo, and that's, I mean, okay, if we're also sharing a toilet, like, okay. Listen, Ryan's, this guy takes like at least 40 minutes to go to the toilet. Like, it is insane.
See
and
you?
I'm not trying to wait 40 minutes. That's just how it is. So I'm just gonna go with Woo.
Okay, I think that's fair. Boo,
Yeah.
what about you?
I think that's a very important argument. So
Yeah,
also
yeah.
would-
I think that's
So
fair.
you can't wait for the
I mean,
toilet.
it's also the shower time. Like Enes likes to
He
take
takes his time, mate.
Oh, I respect that. You know, listen to a bit of music, you know, why
it's
not?
chill.
Speaking of music, who has the better music taste?
Oh.
100% would. Like he's like an old soul.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Really?
Yeah, listening to some like super old Turkish
Like,
songs. Like
oh, Turkish songs.
Actually, I mean, to be fair, okay, I'm gonna go with Woo as well. He's even got like he's got his favorite album like tattooed on his arm as well. Like he's very into music.
What is it? Do you know?
No idea, some Turkish album. I couldn't tell you. But yeah, no, he's like very into music. Ryan's as well, but Woo more.
Okay, who's got the better music taste between you two? Benji or Boo?
Benji.
Yes!
Wait, who do you like? What do you listen to?
Boo's such
What
a
do I
team
listen
player.
to? I don't know. I listen to a lot of stuff.
I mean, everything you listen to is chill.
I've got a lot of chill, like some Loyal Kana, some Bakar, some Biba Doobie if I want to be very chill. You know, just like English, singers.
Yeah, I respect that. You got another one, Kukuga, for these guys?
I don't think
We'll
it's
do,
good for now.
we'll do one more if you can think of one.
Let me think of something. I cannot think of anything that is too embarrassing.
I mean, we now know about toilet habits and stuff. I feel
Yeah,
like nothing
that
is
threw
off the
me off.
limit. I will do one more just because it's semi-related to the question that we're gonna get from Miniboo. Actually, Miniboo was here yesterday. He asked you guys a question. We'll get that in a second. Who's got the bigger appetite? Who likes to eat out of these two?
I think Ryan's.
Yeah, probably Ryan's, but it's not a big difference between them.
I mean, the thing is, we've got a chef called Mo. This guy makes like banging meals. So it's like everybody like eats really good. Like, oh, it's so nice, you know, waking up. You know, we have like, you know, sometimes we'll have like an English breakfast. Sometimes we'll have like some Turkish food, and we always get like a smoothie. Like, you can't go wrong really. So everybody, we're all eating good.
You're living your best life,
it's amazing.
Benji. Actually,
Brilliant.
best
I mean,
life. Okay.
I can easily say that we are eating the best out of all.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Like no doubt.
Why don't you invite us over?
Yeah.
You wanna have some
Enzo invited us over for tacos.
We can for sure.
Yeah,
Like, tomorrow.
He makes banging food.
Tomorrow we're working and you're playing, but
I'm not working. I'll go. I'll be there for breakfast.
Okay, I have another one, okay? Imagine that Boo is sick one day, right? Someone has to be the IGL, right? He doesn't have a voice. He
Oh,
literally
one of these two, one of
cannot
these two.
speak. One of them has to take the lead. Who's taking the lead?
It'll be
You say that they're
Ryan's for me.
quiet, but...
I think Ryan's. I'm curious what Boo thinks.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would say Woods because I think Ryan's would try to lead in a like traditional way, but Wood would have some crazy ideas like, I don't know, go A to B and then back to B and
Oh,
you
that
know,
would
like all
overcook
of
it.
this, which will, let's say it's for one game. I think it would be throwing enemies more, throwing them off
yeah.
more.
Yeah, that's
fair.
perfect. I think I like it. You know, it would be very different, but it would work.
Yeah.
And why did you say Rian?
I mean, okay, I was just going more like traditional. I think Ryan's is could be more of a leader than Woot. I think Woot doesn't have like as much leadership as Ryan's would, so that's what I'm saying.
I mean, they're both so young still. I mean, all of you are so young. All of you are so young
You
still.
too, Boo. You too.
Yeah, that's why I said all of you. That's why I said all of you. But let's take a look at the bracket real quick. We had some other stuff to show you, but I think at this point we can just take a look at the bracket. It's looking kind of good for you guys. You qualified. Did you expect Fnatic to make it today?
I did, actually. I was hoping Fnatic would qualify. I mean, you know, I'm a Fnatic
such a fanboy.
I'm a big fanboy. You know, I saw them taking a picture after this when we were walking back to do our walkout. I was like, yeah, let's go, let's go. I'm a big Fnatic fanboy, so I'm excited to play against them. And yeah, I think for me, the people that are going to make it, I think it's going to be, I mean, us Fnatic, and I think out of those two, I'm going to go KC. I'm going to go KC will be fair.
Boo, you agree? Yeah?
I'm gonna say Foot.
Oh, KC fans.
I mean, we won 2-0, right? But it was super close. It was so hard. Like the whole game, I think it's always like that. When you play Foot, there is never an easy round. Even if it's like eco, even if it's like 5v2 or anything.
Especially the ecos.
Yeah, like they fight until the last bullet and the last HP, and I think they're so resilient, so I would put them over KC.
Oh, I mean, also CNET, I just feel like he's back in like championship
farming.
form.
It's crazy.
CNET.
Was it difficult to go against him on split? Were you?
I mean, he did.
He started like 0-8 though, no? Like, I mean, on our defense, we were chilling. But like, when it swapped to them on defense, he's like, that was quite scary. Him just going on.
He was everywhere.
I mean, our whole D side was how to push him off. Like, it was literally focused around him. I mean, it was, to be honest, it wasn't focused around CNET, it was focused around Chamber. We don't think as, you know, it's a Chamber.
I mean, people talk about like the double controller meta. Like, I'm glad we're back in the CNET meta where like people are trying to find CNET and then run away from him.
Or deal with him.
I love that. Before we close everything off, we have an updated bingo card. Thank you to Team Heretics today. We've managed to stamp a couple of things off of this. Yesterday, we managed to stamp off Reyna being picked. We managed to stamp off Death by Viper Say Bye, although Tom Mazzy did that like 8 times a day anyway. Mitch cursing Liquid is done now for this week. I have a sneaky feeling.
No, we're not going to see Angel picking.
Yeah, we're not going to see that. I have a sneaky feeling that N will wear the same sweater tomorrow as he did today. And a Fnatic player, 5 Fnatic players have qualified for Masters Shanghai. We potentially could see another ex-Fnatic player make it. But we also locked in a mystery pick from Ulysses, which is if Benji and Rians do their special trademark celebration at any point.
Oh no, it's Wu. It's not me.
Oh yeah, sorry, you and Wu. My bad. And you did that a few times. I don't believe Tom's one has been stamped.
I have a hot take. I think that tomorrow we get the agent combo we've never seen before is played. I'm telling you, Foot has some weapons ready.
Clove. Bring out the Clove. Yeah, bring out the Clove. Why not? But yeah, so I hope you guys at home are playing along. We've got a few categories left. 13-0, I hope we don't see it. I really don't want to see it. But hey, that's the name of the game, bingo. And last but not least, you guys know this, you've been here before. You're going to answer a question from your teammates this time, Miniboo, and you'll leave a question for whoever's going to be playing tomorrow. So let's roll the clip of Miniboo's question first. It's coming.
It's coming. It's on it.
Let's go, Miniboo. We're waiting for you. Let's go. Okay, it's going to come at some point.
So, yo guys, what's your favorite Chinese food?
Did you hear it?
No.
What's your favorite Chinese food?
What's your favorite Chinese food? I think, I don't know. Can you get is duck Chinese? Like you get them from...
It can be made that way.
Like the duck with like
the wraps, the
pancakes.
Yeah, that's a
God,
great shout.
Bangs with like the sauce.
I'll take you to a great place in Shanghai when we go.
Oh my God, that would be unreal. Oh.
All right, Boo, what's your favorite Chinese food?
It's boring. It's same as Miniboo's, just like the chicken with sweet and sour sauce.
Oh my God! Wait, how did you know he said that? Or were you watching yesterday?
Of course.
I was gonna say that's exactly what he said. Okay, so tomorrow you will be leaving a question for either Casey or Foot because that's the second game. So it'll be the winner of whoever wins that game. So you got a question in mind you want to ask them?
Think about it. Like the winner is also going to Shanghai.
Okay, I've got
All
an idea.
Okay, Benji's going.
Guys, if we play split, would you rather come against me on A site as while I'm solo or run into 4 of my teammates on B?
That is a fantastic question. Can we answer that? Let's answer that. What do you think, Kukuga? What would you rather?
I'm going up against him on his own.
Yeah,
I know his setups already. I know how he's going to move.
You know my setups. Okay, well, let's see.
I mean, I'm probably the person that watches you the most.
Well, you play KO, so you just knife him and go. She's a KO man. So actually, she could nerf you. She can nerf you.
I mean, okay, KO then.
I mean, I'm a Killjoy main, so I'm not going anywhere. I'm sitting like mid like Nats.
Sitting in spawn with an Odin.
Yeah, I'm sitting in spawn and waiting like Nats does. That's it. But yeah, thank you very much, boys. Congratulations, huge congratulations today. But we will see you back here tomorrow for that upper bracket game as well. Thank you very much, Kukuka.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, you guys at home, for watching. Congratulations.
What's going on?
Congratulations to Team Heretics and Fnatic! But it's not over! There's one more slot, and that's gonna come down to Casey Woffer. But have a lovely night, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Let's go!
Woo! Woo! Oh my God, that's good.
What the
Nice! Wait, do we have time? Nice, Enders! Good Where you on? Can go. Ah!
Map 1 in the books for Heretics.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, he keeps going! He keeps fighting!
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Okay, so any starts in a little bit over 15 minutes, and it's like half an hour of like just talking. So I don't know. I could play a game.
Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat. I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun.
Probably what's gonna happen. Oh, my fucking Vanguard is off. Not gonna restart. Well, I guess can play some PUBG. One or two PUBG games in the meantime. Before switching to NA. Let me see. Gonna check if it's on. Yeah, it's not on yet. This is just for like one game or two, just 15 minutes, and then we'll go for the pre-show of the VCT Americas.
Okay. That should be it. And it should be started. Just gonna open that. Oh.
Rock, paper, scissors. Come over here and do it. You know the rules. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, Baby Bay threw rock. He always throws rock. It's crazy like that. Okay, so Baby Bay, you are going to go first. And by the way, just want to let everyone know, Twitch chat, you guys can vote for the best team. So spam Wyatt, spam Baby Bay in the chat for who you think is better.
Easiest yoink of my life. Ridiculous. $100
It's
for Boostio? Ridiculous that Boostio
that
is
is a crime.
100. This is based on stats.
This is the best McChicken deal ever.
There's a lot on the line. Boom. A lot on the line.
My guy went to the dollar man.
Yo, for real
in
though.
that case, he got gold.
This is so messed up. I mean, I'm gonna go big.
Oh, right out of the
for
gate.
5.
Okay.
But that being said, then you just you have so many options.
That doesn't leave you with a lot of money left, man.
Well, I got to get a heavy hitter when he's got.
True.
I don't know. I feel like he's got the deal, the steal.
All right, hurry up.
I got a better one right here. Who's actually gonna win?
Know, which is
One sec, I have to check something.
Cryo, okay.
I'm not tall enough.
Klaus, I'm impressed with his IGLing. He's been fragging well. I'm going to go with Klaus. I need a good IGL.
All right, Baby Bay, your turn. What do you got?
I'm going with myself.
He's going with
my twin.
Yeah, I mean,
you're about to be dead broke.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 IGLs.
Heavy
you thought Boosty was IGLing. It's actually King. Boosty's unleashed.
You
on
do
this
know
roster.
that you only have $200 remaining.
200 left.
Yes.
And I have a
think he
decent
knew
amount.
that when he
What do I
made
have,
the pick?
700 to play with.
And,
I know what I'm doing.
I actually know exactly what you're doing, and you control him, Wyatt, by removing what.
I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to do that.
You're gonna give me a chance?
I'm going to give him a shot.
It doesn't matter. I got Boostio. We win 4v5s anyway, brother.
All right, come on, Wyatt. Let's go.
All right, I need a good initiative.
Come on, yeah.
You know what? I'm
just gonna hit him.
No, I'm going. No, dude, these stickers.
Come on,
for the love of
hurry
God.
up.
I'm going with Mizzino. I'm making the LATAM super team. That's my new strategy.
Okay, so Mizzino's on the lineup there. So we got Klaus, Mizzino, Aspas. You have $200 left. Baby Bay, what are you going for? The economy is struggling right now.
Inflation I know what I need.
Has hit you at an all-time high.
I know what I need to bring this all together. I need a teacher, someone that can just be a professor to the squad. I'm taking Jonah, the professor.
Taking Jonah. Do you?
Boom! I got Boostio. I don't need 5 players.
Wait, so you're just going
we win 4v5s all the time, brother.
The math ain't mathing,
the math
brother.
is not mathing.
What are you talking about? I don't need a 5th.
Oh,
That's how confident I am in my roster.
No, all right. Hold on. Listen, we're sticking to the plan. I'm going to have
give you
5
6 players.
And they're all going to have 6 players.
You can use the entire budget. Go
we'll
ahead.
get 5 players in GB. You'll be in on the team.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Pop off. It's my time to shine. All right.
I think I win this matchup, man.
I think we needed more money.
You need one more. You need one more.
Well,
I mean, yeah, one more, another LATAM player.
One more. Famously LATAM player. Famously Latin American player. All right, so we basically.
Oh no, you're
I basically just have
Crew and Leviathan.
Yeah, I'm Crew and Leviathan. I have a LATAM super team.
And you have 2 IGLs and 4 players. But you have Cryo, which can actually account for 2 of their own. So.
I mean, if you count me and him both as brothers going on the stage, this is a nasty team.
That's not how it works.
Would you play
just real quick,
Jet or
roll-wise, I got King as IGL.
Doug, can you just
Cryo as Sentinel.
Just throw.
Wait,
Just throw.
I got Cryo as
Just keep going. Just keep
Cryo
going.
as Sentinel, Boost you as Duelist, and I got Jonah P.
You're trash. Today, make sure you guys let us know in the chat who you think won this one. But today, Cruz's shot at returning to the global stage. Elizabeth Klaus, I got to get some order over here. Liz, please save us. Oh, my word.
Went for the headshot. Was trying to get 150 off that.
All right, I'm going to pull Klaus over for a second while Shy attempts to punch a wall. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hi, Visa. Hi, bye-bye. Fist bump, anyone? Yeah, thank you. Okay. So there's one LATAM team that is guaranteed to qualify for Shanghai. What would it mean to you and the rest of crew if that was crew?
Creo que, o sea, obviamente muy ansiosos por también llegar a donde estamos y porque somos candidatos también a ganar el torneo y también hacer un buen torneo en Shanghái, así que nada, ansiosos en eso y orgullosos por donde estamos y siento que estamos muy confiantes para ganar hoy y tener ese cupo también.
We're very anxious and excited for the possibility, but also very proud of where we are and all the process that we've made and all the matches that we want to be here. And it would mean a lot to just get to that instance.
We're bringing it home, homies. Best of luck.
Oh boy, lots have transpired. I still don't understand how you thought that you were going to get away with 4 players.
Man, Twitch chat just don't see it, man. They don't see the vision, bro. They just don't see the vision of the 4v5 sauce, man.
Yeah, if you're in perpetual state of 4v5, how could you possibly lose?
I mean, they're 1-0 in series where they had to play 4v5.
Is this why FaZe fell apart?
Yes. Yes, it was 4v5.
It was 4v5. Oh, good Lord. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on, though. Talk about this matchup. Save Baby Bay's career. Crew versus G2, of course. This is going to be a rematch, by the way. This is going to be a rematch. And Wyatt, what is going to be really fascinating here between these two teams is I feel like both squads, they're different than what they were when they first squared off against one another. And now we're kind of getting the better versions of both teams, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't even have those games in my mind going into this at all, honestly. Yeah. So much has changed. G2 with both teams with a roster move that made significant differences across the board for what all the rest of the players are doing. In the case of G2, obviously they have, Leaf on Sentinel, and the man that you're seeing on the right there, Heat, coming into this team. No one would have thought that he would have been the missing link to make Crew this consistent machine that they've become, but he is. It's surprising. No one would have expected that, but he's just fit in so perfectly to the squad.
Yeah, it has been impressive to see Heat become that player for this team when he was, the duelist. He was the guy previously, right?
Yeah, and I think there were a lot of questions about how he would integrate with another team, but I think there's been so much that he's been able to alleviate off of Kesnit's shoulders. He's able to play a lot more comfortably. He's able to play a lot more loosely, and Heat's supporting there. Yes, he's in a supporting role, but I think the value that he offers is infinitely more than what you would expect in any other player who's in that position.
Couldn't agree more, and that's part of the reason why heading into stage 1, you would have expected Sentinels to be in this position as the #1 seed. Maybe even NRG, a little super team. Nope, didn't happen. Instead, it's the super team of Crew that managed to do it, and I think that has just been so freaking cool. Genuinely, to see a team go from the bottom of the bottom to the top of the top, that, Wyatt, has to feel like such an accomplishment for these 5 guys.
Absolutely. And aside from the 5, for Coach Adam as well, who started with them at the beginning of last season, was with them for the 0-9, was there for their run at LCQ, which felt like a flash in the pan, which is not something they haven't had in their runs before. Suddenly at an international event, they get a couple crazy upset wins, but it never really went anywhere. And this is the first time that that's actually been the case. And I think Adam should get a lot of credit for that, too. I mean, he's just a very intelligent guy that has a lot of a great perspective on what the team needed to get into this state that he's expressed in interviews. And so I've been super impressed with him over this past year and how he's transformed the squad.
Yeah. Not only him, but they have a performance coach too, which has helped out quite a bit. And I feel like that's a big key factor in this matchup is who's going to contain their mental the best. Yeah. And we've seen that G2 can kind of like go off the the deeper end on that side and kind of like just crumble when the pressure is really, really on.
Yeah.
And the emphasis for Crew this year has been making sure the mental's good. And that all started with Kesnet, the main IGL, who, I mean, he needed to have an ego for a reason. You can't be a good, sorry, I don't know why I said IGL. You can't be a good duelist without having an ego. But you need to have that balance and also be a good teammate, and I think he did a really good job figuring it out this year.
It was also really interesting to listen to that conversation that they had with Dryad and Liz, where he was talking about how much it would mean to him and how it feels like such a big achievement. And I think in a lot of ways that's true, but I think in other ways it's interesting to listen to them speak because they aren't talking like the best team in Americas.
Yeah.
They aren't talking like the team that has taken Americas by storm and is currently sitting as the #1 seed. They're almost still talking like the team that just kind of went 0-9 and went on a run and like limped their way through things. There's almost like this humility that's still in there that's so heavily ingrained in their DNA, which you only get by going through
when you've been through the ringer. When you've been through the ringer, right? And actually, as a matter of fact, that takes us over to a really interesting bit here because we did have Coach Adam who joined us not too long ago to talk about the struggles and climbing with this team. But this was after they clinched that #1 seed. Let's actually go ahead and take a listen.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the team is very disciplined right now, especially Shy. I feel like that's something he really excels at in the game. Is that a focus at all for the team? Was that something you were consciously thinking about in the offseason?
In terms of like over-peaking and stuff like that?
Yeah, stuff like that. Just playing more disciplined, kind of teamwork-oriented.
Yeah. I'm the kind of coach that I don't fight that much with over-peaking because at the end it's a shooting game. So making a player not to shoot, it's telling a player, hey, don't shoot. It's like telling a runner, don't run.
Yeah, jog,
yeah. So the way that we try to approach that is to lead the players to find better situations to over-peak and not just to peak just because you are crazy, but try to find the right conditions to over-peak.
That just reminded me so much of what Dre was talking about earlier, because as a duelist and as someone who's going to shoot and is going to frag out, you have to have an ego. You have to be willing to go. And I think it's interesting to see, even in the team structure, they're not concerned about, hey, whoa, don't over-peak. Pull the leash back a little bit. No, do it intelligently, preferably. But go ahead and do it. And I think that's why they feel so loose. That's why they feel so comfortable.
How difficult, though, is it to do that? I mean, from your experience, right? Because, like, you're in this position, you're playing Jet, you're playing Raze, you have an opportunity to just go for it. That feels like it's a tall task to ask a player to have to contain themselves in those situations.
I mean, it can go sideways really fast, and that's what we saw in the matchup against Lev. I know it was a really close game, but the blowout map, which was Ascent, I mean, Lev were punishing Kesnet and everybody else that was trying to push aggressively in post plants and etc. So there is a fine line that you have to find, and that can vary from team to team, match to match. It could even be, oh, I woke up and I ate a banana today, I'm locked in. Now I know I can go for
that potassium buff.
So, sometimes you don't have that potassium buff, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's all dependent on how you're feeling, and you have to get a feel for it in the series that you're in, and see if you can get away with certain things. And if you can't, you got to be able to hone it back.
Yeah, you are so right. I completely agree, especially on Ascent in that game against Lev. That was the first time where they were really struggling, and you were seeing moments where they were reverting back to old ways, which, like, especially Kesnet. Like, there were situations where they were maybe a man down or even like 3-on-3 late in the round, and he would just take some crazy swing through a smoke without a dash, just trying to take a fight because he is back in that mode of like, I need to be the provider. I need to hunt and gather for this team and get kills, and I'm the only one who can do it, rather than just playing in them a little bit slower in some of those moments in the more cohesive way that they've been mostly playing this season. So if the pressure's on, hopefully those cracks don't begin to show again for them.
Well, I think that we had mentioned him earlier. It's worth bringing it up again. I think part of the reason why that hasn't been the case is because now you have Kesnet with a little bit more help out there with Heat. And, I mean, honestly, everyone in Crew has been stepping it up massively. So it's not just these two guys. But you could definitely see the impact that these two players, Doug, had on this team. Kesnet with his slang, and also the way that, Heat has become that supporting slayer as well.
The fact that you have two guys on your team that are top 10 in ACS in the best region in the world is crazy, right? Like the luxury that you have in being able to have that much output map after map, week after week is honestly what brought them to this point. I also think, we can talk about their loss last week, but you guys know we've been around competitive stuff long enough to understand that you learn from your losses.
Yeah.
Infinitely.
Probably the
more.
best time for them to lose was right at the end there.
Exactly. And you learn from those infinitely more than any win, any blowout win, any close win, whatever, stuff like that. So for a team that's on the up and up in a way we've never seen before, to drop a map going into playoffs, going into what should be a run for Shanghai, going into something really special, this was the time to do it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it has been impressive 100%. But yesterday, we saw G2 redeem their coupon for a free map 1, thanks to Cloud9. And they took them down into overtime for a 2-0 victory. That brings us over to G2 Esports. This squad, I mean, they finally have found that rhythm. And funny enough, we saw Valen out a little bit in the earlier on. He was saying, we just got to talk to each other more. And it's showing in the gameplay. They're talking to each other way more, and it's working.
Yeah, and going in with the mindset of, this isn't the end of the world. And you don't have to have all this pressure on you going into a match like this, I think Icy was a big deciding factor in this series. We finally saw him comfortable on the stage and really taking this series into his own hands. It was a beauty to watch. I'm happy we got to see it.
Yeah, that boy grew up. And there were rumors about Scrim Icy, and we're like, okay, whatever. Yeah. It's not like Scrim Oxy. He can't pop off the same way. And he didn't. But he certainly put up a performance that we hadn't seen before out of him, and it was right when the team needed it most.
Yeah, and the question is, of course, whether or not they can maintain that consistency. As it was an issue for Crew, it could very well be an issue for G2. But let's actually go ahead and hear from Icy himself, because we have Icy standing by with Elizabeth.
Icy looking good with the shades, and everyone else, IG2 in the shades. Stoic Secret Service, I love it. All right. Icy, you had an insane, monstrous performance yesterday. How do you feel about going up against Kesnet today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling confident going into the game. I think we just gotta play our game and we'll be good.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? If Icy plays his game like he played yesterday, I think he'll be perfectly fine, because genuinely, this couldn't have come at a better time for G2, fellas. I mean, Baby, they needed the pop-off duelist, and they're getting the pop-off duelist. Whether or not he can maintain that form, that's going to be a question we get answered today.
And that's the name of the game for me. It's Icy is the key factor in where the series is going to go. If he can handle the pressure from Heat and Kesnet well enough, the macro game, in my opinion, should be won by G2. The problem here is, how is he going to match up against Kesnet when Kesnet starts winning these individual battles against him, right?
Yeah.
And G2, they've been playing a lot of contact style, and we saw EG play similar style against Crew and get totally mopped because the mechanical talent on Crew, I mean, it feels like when you walk into their crosshair, they're instinct.
Yeah, and to keep it a buck, Icy looked really good, but that was against an Oxy who had probably put up one of the worst performances we've seen all stage.
That's fair, right? But I don't want to take anything away from G2, though. They certainly put them in those positions.
But I think the point I'm trying to get to is...
But you're not wrong.
Icy did his thing against an Oxy that wasn't performing the way we had gotten used to him performing. Now, I'm to ask you guys a question here. What's more likely that we see again? Because I can't fathom a world in where Kesnet is absent the way we saw Cloud9 as a whole struggle yesterday.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
There's no way. I mean, he hasn't had a bet. I think it was the first map against Lev. It was on Ascent. That was the one where he struggled. But aside from that, I think every other map
he bounced back like that and dropped like 30 or
something. Went insane. So, I mean, definitely. I mean, you're totally right.
Yeah, and that's
hard to believe.
That's where I think, as you mentioned, this all kind of falls on Icy. Watching a G2 where Icy's not playing well versus watching a G2 where he is playing well are night and day. It's like the duality of Valorant in a way we've never seen before.
Yeah, and also, I got to say, against C9, G2 owned them in the map pick ban. Hard owned them.
Yeah, and they got a coupon.
They did.
They cashed it in.
The first map curse, but the fact that it was Ascent, or Ascent was second and first was Lotus, I mean, those are just two. You're playing second, the map that Cloud9 have looked the worst on by far the whole season. Yeah. And then Lotus, which has just been so good for G2 the whole season as well. And it was Icy 3 or 4 rounds in when they were down 4-0. He got that 1v3 clutch that we showed not too long ago, and then everything just turned around from there. Yeah, it was totally
It's like the complexion of the game changed entirely from that point forward.
Yeah, so
and you're so right.
The maps for this will be huge as well, because they just had such a big advantage going into that game.
You know what, Wyatt? I'm so glad you said that, because you know what's coming up? The maps. That's right. Let's go ahead and check in with our coaches. Find out today's map picks. I'm doing things differently, baby. Let's go ahead. Jump in.
Alright, guys, welcome. As you know, Crew is going to have higher seeds. What team would you like?
We are Team A.
All right, Crew's gonna be Team A and GT's gonna be Team B. Crew, you're gonna have first map ban.
We ban Bind.
Crew ban Bind. G2, what would you like to ban?
We'll ban Sunset.
G2 bans Sunset. And Crew, what map would you like to pick?
Icebox.
Crew picks Icebox. And would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
G2 picks defense. And what map would you like?
We'll pick Ascent.
G2 picks Ascent. And would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
Crew picks defense. And you have one map ban.
We ban Split.
Crew bans Split. And G2, you have one map ban.
We'll ban Breeze.
G2 ban Breeze. Decider map's gonna be Lotus. And Crew, you will have side select.
We attack.
Crew selects attack. All right, boys, best of luck today.
All right, so your map order is going to be Icebox, Ascent, and Lotus, if necessary. All right, we talked about the map picks and bans yesterday and how that benefited G2. I'm kind of getting a little similar vibe here today, but I want to get your takes on it.
Yeah, I would agree. We're watching it kind of unfold, and we're all kind of in agreement that this feels really good for G2 for things to shake out the way they did. Yeah, Bind was off the board right at the beginning, but I think there are still a lot of things leaning in their favor.
Icebox will definitely be interesting because they opted to get rid of it yesterday, I believe, and mostly due to the fact that they got blown out on it the week before by Loud, if I remember correctly. They could not. They got like 2 rounds on attack. They couldn't get anything going, and up until that point, it had been their best map. They beat Lev on it. So that being back in the pool, we'll see if maybe their confidence. I mean, it seems like their confidence on it was definitely shaken, given they got rid of it yesterday, and now they're going to be forced to play it on, against Kesnet, where he was playing Reyna and going crazy on whatever teams they're playing earlier on in the season. So interesting there. And then again, they get Ascent against a team that doesn't like Ascent.
I mean, we should just get straight into the predictions.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I have a really hot take.
Okay.
And I wanted to...
You want to go last or you want to go first?
I'm not going to go last. I'll go last.
I think you should go first. I think you should start off strong. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest.
I'm going to say it with my chest.
Say, puff it out. Puff it out. Let them know what's good.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
All right.
I think the first map, it's Icebox, correct? And Crew chose it because, they saw Loud absolutely dismantle G2. I actually think G2 is going to win this map.
Ooh.
And when we go to Ascent, I think that, G2 chose this because Crew looked very mediocre against Lev. I think Crew's going to win that map. Ooh. And then we're going to go to map 3, and I think the mental resilience of Crew is going to take them over the edge. And I have the script.
You have the script. Well, let's see. What did you end up picking? You did pick Crew. Me and Riv and Vansili were the only ones to pick G2. I don't know why. I just felt like G2's on the up and up here. I feel good about it.
They do look really good. But
okay, so we did get some
I'm all
spikes.
in on Crew this season.
You're all in on Crew, so you're saying Crew at the end?
I believe so, but I also believe that if G2 wants to qualify for Shanghai, this is their best chance. Because I think the matchups on the other side of the bracket, when they go to the lowers, I think it's a bit of a mismatch for both.
Did he just say he had a hot take and then he hedged his bet? I have a really hot, controversial take. It could be this team. I think it's going to be this team. But it also...
It was mainly about the 2 maps that they're going to win. That was the main hot take.
That was true.
Each team is going to win on the opposing team's map.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I do agree, though. I think Crew looks really good. I think Kesnet is going to do his thing. I think Heat will as well. And I think a lot are on the shoulders of Icy here. This young kid who's finally starting to come into form against the best team America's probably has to offer. That's a tall task, man.
Yeah, feel the same way, Wyatt, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. I'm going with Crew. Their form is way too hot. All 5 players have had fantastic moments throughout the season individually. They look so confident in each other right now. Gotta go Crew.
All right, well, this is it, folks. Let's get ready for day 2 of the mid-season playoffs. You got Crew versus G2, Leviathan versus 100 Thieves. VCT America starts ahora.
A ver cómo resuelve. Fabián Usaño que no podría agarrar, Vacino en aprieto. ¡Siente el body!
Next 3 players of G2. Looks like the plan was red and ready. The race with 3 right clicks.
Jugar contra G2 estaría bueno porque sería el rematch del rematch. Triple rematch.
Against Crew, I feel pretty confident going into this game. We're looking good. I think we're going to make Shanghai.
Still got 2 before they fell, leaving Icy alone. 1 versus 2. Nice one tap. Raise there. Comes in for the clutch. And that's a way to step up here in your important game, Icy.
Creo que ahora somos un equipo totalmente diferente desde cuando jugamos contra ellos.
I think Crew, they made a solid addition with Heat. I think Heat is a really good player. They just do things together, and if you do things together with confidence, that's what makes or breaks certain rounds.
It's allowed Kesnet to creep up a little bit more. He doesn't see the top of his head.
There we go.
Three for Kesnet. Now the cooking. Yes, some of that YouTube will come to interrupt, but the blades are coming out. Kesnet explodes into the game.
Obviously, I want to prove myself as a rookie. Like all the hard work I put in, I want to be able to show that on the big stage.
Yo tengo ahí un poco de sangre en los ojos.
Riot Games Arena. Hoy 4 equipos se juegan su clasificación a Masters. Que se sienta el hype por Crew Visa.
Let's do this!
And let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commerce. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this turn of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a wild west. We ain't faking what I claim, it's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2.
A massive matchup with a Shanghai qualification up for grabs. You win here, you're taking a trip to China. You lose, you get one more opportunity, but it's going to get even harder as you get into that lower bracket. This is a matchup that both teams 100% desperately need to walk away with a win here today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake right now, and there is a loser's bracket, so it's not the end of the world if you lose here, but you want to punch your ticket in as soon as
You
possible.
want to go in as fast as you possibly can. This is the way to do it.
Yeah, I'm so curious about Icebox, man. Wyatt, you mentioned it earlier. They look good, and then they get rinsed. And Icy was trying to figure out his spot on the team at the beginning of the year, and he was primarily playing Gecko. And kind of how does this shake out? Because I think you're right. This map really does feel like it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the series. And when if they're running the Reyna again, if Kesnet's just going to be doing his thing, eyeing and then just swinging and like doming everybody, how do you counter that? How do you kind of weather that?
G2 were struggling hard against the operator when they were on attack. And that first half, they were down 10-2, and Loud had 10 first kills against them and converted all of them. Yeah. And it was mostly just QCK offing down B main. They could not.
He was taking so much initiative
out of that area,
which I think is a thing that G2 just needs to be a bit more prepared for.
But that's the thing is Kesnet feels like the king of taking initiative.
That's true.
Kesnet sometimes takes too much initiative, and sometimes he overpeaks, like we were talking about earlier. So how do you prepare for that? How do you prepare for someone who's just gonna fight you with reckless abandon, and he's gonna get in your face? And I hope you win because he's coming at you no matter what.
I think the best answer is they have to have their utility timings down, because this was a big flaw that QCK was abusing. I mean, he wasn't getting hit by the eyes. He wasn't getting tagged by drone or whatever it may be.
Right.
Yeah. And he was just able to get away with murder, especially around that B side of the map on the defense, right? So that's going to be the name of the game. And I think G2 will make the changes to have their defaults adjust for that.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the reasons that QCK was getting away with so much back yellow too is that G2, they don't run a KO. He's never getting knifed. He can take a shot and dash away. And it's going to be the same problem against this Kesnet Arena. He can get a shot, get a kill, and, dash away. He's not going to ever deal with a knife, deal with a null command, right? So,
yeah,
we're going to have to be really weary about him.
We'll see, of course, Agent Select coming in now, and we're getting that Reyna from Kesnet again, which, you know, it's just great to see that different look get thrown in there as well, right? You know, it kind of removes the thought of the bog standard being the standard here, and it forces the other teams to have to think about how you're going to shut down this guy. Because if he gets that opening and that opportunity, I mean, good Lord, he is just going to run roughshod all over these guys with that Reyna.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Jet maybe is probably marginally better than the Reyna in some situations where you're trying to hit A site, maybe get deep onto the site to scale off a deep flash that's going back, where the Reyna is just going to be slower. You're not going to get the dash in. But the way Kesnet plays it, and with how talented of a rifler he is, I mean, that marginal difference is entirely irrelevant.
Yeah, I wasn't a full believer of the Reyna at the beginning. I too was thinking like, yeah, Jet's probably better, all things considered. But again, I think there's no one that's more feast or famine in the agent pool than Reyna, and it feels like there's nobody who's more feast or famine than Kesnet in America. So, but he just tends to feast all the time. There's very little famine with that guy.
All right, the Gecko gets locked in here for Icy, and now it's time to see if whether or not that game plan is going to come to fruition, right? This is going to be an interesting matchup, without a doubt, and the pressure is most definitely going to be on this G2 lineup here. But we are now ready to jump into the action. Time to find out who is going to be going to Masters Shanghai. Let's send it over to your casters. There are a couple of bonkers melons, as I've been told. It's Brennan's Sideshow.
That's a new one. That's some new material right there with the toss. That's a new one right there. Crew versus G2. And this is our first match of playoffs as well. That's going to be defining and deciding a team to go to Shanghai, our second international major event of the year in VCT. It's an exciting one here. And I think this one is between two teams that are honestly kind of sneaky good in terms of different ways. A lot of people attribute the success of, you know, G2 having a really good calling in terms of Valorant. I think that's very fair. But for Crew as well, you know, a lot of the times we're talking about this team being all brawn, no brain. Sometimes with Kesnet leading the charge, but this is a sneaky good team on their attack sides with the IGLing masterclass that is Klaus sometimes on display. And I think this is going to be a real test for Valent in this match, actually, in terms of his IGLing go toe-to-toe with a team like Crew that are just so damn good right now.
Yeah, one of the things to watch out for, especially as we head towards Ascent and Lotus, are those ways that Klaus is going to mess with G2's defense ideas. But G2 have got a 4-player stack over towards A at the pistol round. And Icebox does play a little more straight up. Trent spots a couple.
That's risky. Belt wasn't being held.
I think that's going to keep the stack towards A, though. You see Kesnet, you see Klaus, you're expecting Spike there, and the main duelist. This is coming A.
There's 4 players of G2 ready, stacked, waiting. You look at them. Biding the time, waiting for the explosive nature that is Crew now. Starting to lead it forwards from the alarm bot. Take the contact. Snake bite, all meant for that plant denial, and it does do the job, as was intended with the high tide ripping away control of the site, with G2 gaining it back in their hands. What's the call now for Crew? Icy's still waiting.
Icy used Wingman there as well, so that's going to make the retake a little more difficult.
There it is. It's a knife and a dizzy to try and set it forwards here, but the wall timing goes up again. Another layer of things. That one in their face. Crew are finding it really difficult to chew through this one and just get any sort of advantage going. Underhanded, flash, round the side, round the corner. No connection to it, at least the kills going their way. Or is it G2? Still holding their ground, rooted to the spot, and it's risky. Klaus really pressing forward to that advantage here. Kesnet falling. Decay down to the single digits, double digits now just for Klaus. The top of the plant. Bring around the Rosies. Got 2 of these players to watch for, but doubled up discipline is the name of the game for G2. It carried them this far, and it carries them to a pistol round win.
Great setup for them. They had the read at the very start of the round. 4 players over towards A. As soon as Trent spots both of them, they can feel very confident that they've got the stack in the right place. And despite cycling the defensive wall multiple times, they never really bought the fact that Crew were going to rotate off. And Klaus loves doing that. He'll pump the brakes in the middle of a round after they've taken some early map control and try to bait the defenders into making a mistake. And instead, G2, they hold firm and get themselves up to a nice beginning in this one.
Not being pressured or postured away from the orbs either. Finally going to be taking away a lot of the available options here for the attack side of Crew on their eco.
Yeah, and you actually look at Crew's composition. Without the Molly shot combo or something like that, how are they going to stop Valent from just running forwards and taking orb every round? That's something to keep an eye on. We might see those kind of fights accelerated at some point. And Kesnet tries to take ahead with that Sheriff he's taken into the round, but broadly speaking, unsuccessful there.
It's very spread out so far from Crew. They're poking, prodding, looking for the weaknesses in the defense of G2, but it's pretty rock solid so far.
And when you look at the maps that these first couple are going to be played out on, Icebox and Ascent, we've seen both of the teams that didn't pick the maps be good there, but recently get blown out by a certain team. I think there's great chances for both squads, and here comes Crew on the acceleration. G2 looking to hold on with that better weaponry.
Alex just throwing up walls all over the place here, just trying to stop them in their tracks. A lot of damage being done to them, but already the shots are fired back and forth. 25 seconds left. Spike will need to be planted in the middle of all of this, and look at it, waves of that util long range just being lobbed into the fray, and every single straggler cleaned up here. Kesnit, surely you don't want to save the Sheriff. Got to make a go of things, and he does do so, but getting straight into the arms of G2.
No real damage done. And G2 are going to have some decent weaponry here. You can see how difficult it is for Crew to get into a good position unless they full commit to the site.
Yeah.
And so what you'll see when there's more utility online, rifles online, is a huge amount of aggression there. When they get to that barrier of the wall, at some point they'll pick a time in as the wall goes down to unload util and try to force the G2 players back. Because if they try this like posturing game around 410,
Hey, other me.
G2 are just good for it.
Real good read in terms of how they want to play here. Let's see what they do on the bonus round. Again, same plays. Valen just using Cascade, push forwards. Leaf as well is in a very deep position, just seeing the head. Well, Kesnit will return the favor. It's evened out at least 4-4. Jonah P is getting very aggro again. Same playbook.
Yeah, Melza almost looked like he wanted to take a clash there, but Crew just choosing to pump the brakes again. With Leaf dead, G2 lose a lot of information around the map. That's why you see them pushed up on B, droning through mid, trying to mitigate the fact that their Killjoy went down and they no longer have that turret and alarm bot active. Crew are trying to mess with that, put the pressure on G2 a little, and go for a re-hit.
See how difficult this has been for them, but with both the walls eventually fading out and away. Gonna hit the go button, shock darts. Rebounding backwards, mosh pit a little bit delayed and late, so the plan's still going down, dropping down from the rafters. Icy! How was he managing that? Bringing it to the 1v2. Possibility here for Jonah P when he has that rifle in his hands, and even the flank positioning. Crew might not be aware of it.
If he'd gone up towards Belt, he would have had an amazing angle onto Klaus and Melzer. No way for him to know, though.
Klaus and Melzer slowed all the way down. They were doubled up for a time, but now just watching for all of it, and with time running short. However, this isn't planted for Melzer. A rebound here from the snake bite. Not enough to push him away. Jonah P sticking this one all the way through. But Melzer feeling the time pressure, tickling away at the back of his head. He just knew the time to strike was then and there.
Overall, though, that is a massively successful round for G2. Sticking Leaf into an aggressive spot, that's going to put a little bit of fear into Crew. They're going to have to clear that in some more of these rounds. And they've also done quite a bit of damage to the economy of Crew, despite the round win. A silver line is for Crew. They have Thrash online, but look at that Outlaw pickup from Leaf. He knows the economy. 4 players will die to 1 shot.
I love this. Whole tab, look at the economy, look at the state of things, see that it's half armor online, why not?
The thing is, though, he's looking for that pick underneath Belt, doesn't even see a turret there. Everybody on Crew heading towards A. This Outlaw's not really going to be a factor.
Yeah, all the noise being made by Crew. They're not obfuscating it, are they? Now sending it forwards to the Thrash. Movement in play, just making sure that they can clear the left side of the side, even sending it back for round 2. And there's those waves being used. Klaus now with a plant up top, got to duck their head as he's going for it. Will get it online now into the post! Melzer way out into the open.
What is going on there?
And that is a bizarre one. Maybe thinking that the angle was potentially cleared here, but now it's going to be that player advantage for G2. Stuns up, and everybody dropping like flies around him. Shy and Klaus, so much more to do here with the Cove propped up, placed up. It doesn't matter how many kills you get. Safety in numbers, and G2 have enough of them.
What a horrendous round for Crew to fumble early on. Shy's got 3 and he's managed to survive, but that's diabolical. Crew want to try to set up in aggressive post-plant positions there and use the fact that Kesnit is playing Reyna. He can play on many different angles compared to what would be more normal. What is going on here? It doesn't really elucidate what was happening any better on the replay. I have no idea why Melzer was the only player trying to play forwards there.
Maybe cut up by the nanoswarm or something behind him. Yeah.
A bit of a communication problem, perhaps. And Crew have allowed G2 there to get up to a really nice lead. Everybody on the same page for G2, applying that pressure, then getting set up onto good angles. Would have been a one-shot.
Just a bit shy off the mark. Shy taking space and scaling now up towards the A site. That's a little high ground perch.
Note that G2 are not expecting Crew to be just walking into A here. This is quite nice. The Crew are just doing the same thing again, really, taking a lot of space while still pressuring over towards B and giving themselves a backup option.
Yeah. Running through the simulations, a bit of a tap, forcing out that util, and pulling rotations away.
Yeah, they're headed over to B. They've spotted enough utility coming out of the defenders that they are pretty confident that Kesnit and Melzer have just opened up the entirety of the opposite side.
But it is a weak buy round, and with that comes a half armor. Leaf definitely ripped them to pieces and to shreds as they're trying to make their way over towards the B site now. G2 have also got the right to read on this.
Yes, but G2 have got to be worried about where Arena could be. Look at them clearing every single angle. They know that somebody's lurked up.
And they're playing this together as well. With Kesnit dealt with, now you can start to try and speed things up. A lot of util being expended onto the other side of things. Leaf also trying to keep that watchful eye onto the mid player. Spots it out. No Shy removed. No more danger.
He's looking so good.
Yeah.
Crew keeping enough money so that they can go for the full armor purchase. They don't want Leaf to be getting any more value out of the Outlaw. And Leaf takes the opportunity to upgrade to a Vandal in the meantime. And it's this crossover here that allowed the spike to drop. But even then, there were still chances for Crew to win the round. But Leaf managed to shut down Kesnit, the Reyna, who was in an aggressive position, and the mid lurk. I mean, he just did so much there. 9 and 2 to begin in the first 5 rounds for G2.
And timeout force for Crew. They're on the back foot right now. I mean, these repeated A hits where they're just trying to bait out these waves of util. Whatever the game plan is for G2, just flooding in, plant denial, and even their retake protocols as well. I mean, there's just not enough there for Crew to really stand the test, I suppose, when G2 just set their sights on that A site.
But they've also, I think, to give Crew a little bit of credit here, they can use this timeout to talk about the fact that they've now conditioned G2 to be expecting big A hits. So if they try to send, 2 people towards B or 2 people working mid, they will have options in the mid round to back out of A and hit somewhere else. I think G2 are playing pretty heavy on the over rotates towards A. And this is the kind of stuff that you can mess with a little.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if they just try and deal with this mid angle. Leaf has been taking liberties on that middle section of the map, especially with the Outlaw in his hands, which now with the rifle.
This is also another good round for G2 to be aggressive on defense. Coming out of a timeout, you know the Crew have got some idea of what they want to be doing. They took the timeout to talk about how to get back into the game. So you can shake them off their rhythm and go for something aggro.
Let's see what's been cooked up here. The back end here, the timeout again. It's nothing to stop them from just vacuuming up every single orb available to them. This is many angles to account for. G2. I mean, that's essentially a triple face if they chose to face it like that, but the belt angle, when it's locked off, Melzer now will have to try and pick up the pieces into this round. Maybe he can get something going over towards B, but a lot to account for.
The timing on B.
A lot happening across the map. Yeah, the timing on B. Drone into mid. Melzer, if he catches a kill, could be everything.
Shy is just soaking up so much pressure and engagement towards the middle of the map. He's opened up this avenue for Melzer, but the problem is Melzer didn't clear yellow.
No.
So now there's so many players in weird spots.
And they can just hear the footsteps running, so it gives Melzer that perfect opportunity and timing. He has to have called this, though, that Jonah P hasn't been cleared out towards it. He thinks he can catch a timing, thinking it was a solo player. Removed. Vulnerable up. And Melzer, I mean, he just writes his own will there, doesn't he, with that one. Plant still coming down. At least the lockdown clearing away for most of it. G2. Brains scrambled in the middle of this one. And the players still not expecting all of these positions. Ratty plays abound, but it works. It's going to get Crew potentially over the line, assuming that Trent can't do the most in this spot. A tap. Util forced in heat with the swing. And that acknowledgement.
Very important round for Crew to get done, especially considering they were in a 4v5 to start this one off. Taking notes from Baby Bay's super team earlier on, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, That round was so messy from a macro perspective because, but the general idea of putting pressure A in the early round and then having 2 lurks and the lurks being aggressive. Shy tried to lurk through mid and ended up drawing tons of attention towards himself, even forced out the Thrash to clear him through tube, and that opened up Melza. So it's like I said, coming out of the timeout, using the A conditioning to create space elsewhere. And again, this knife, immediately 4 players start leaning towards A for G2. Can Crew expose that by getting the mid and B lurks going?
Orb up, angle, but off and away. Jonah P will rattle a few bullets forwards. Back to A. Seems to be the game plan. Crew will offload that ult with the no command now, emanating out.
There's 4 players here.
It does mean that there's going to be no util here for the plant. And now G2, they choose to take it with that brute force. Facing with the players, there's a high-low triple face again. In through the back of the side and all the footsteps heard. Shy shut down, Melza striking from behind, but at this point too little too late.
That round reminds me exactly of what we were seeing G2 do to Cloud9, where they don't take 1v1 fights. As much as they can avoid them, they're going to shut down star players by double swinging them, triple swinging them, making sure there is no opportunity there for a player on Crew to have a hero moment.
That is so damn proactive from G2. In fact, this whole map so far feels like it's been a name of the game.
I mean, they bait Crew in. They have 4 players there, and then they swing as soon as they anticipate people trying to take backside control.
And I think it's so unexpected as well. The usual game plan, I mean, G2 notice, Crew notice, playing for the plant denial, sending in the util to stop it from even being planted in the first place, try and play retake maybe, but G2 flooding in. No util available to them here. New round. It's 5-2. Such a heavy lead for G2 still.
Yeah, and it's such a heavy lead when you take into account the ultimate situation as well. Crew are going to start trying to build back up. They've got the Thrash online. Leave trying to give away as little as possible, but does know that Shy crossed, and so he's going to break that turret. But I mean, look at this. G2's retake ultimates are just kind of unbelievably good.
And the pit's offloaded nice and early. Just from those signs of life out towards the B side. It does give opportunities for Crew. If they wanted to start lurking and working their way around the extremities here of the pit, but just Kesnet taking a poke and a sniff of things, going to be backing away.
One of G2's biggest strengths is that Valen's been able to read where these hits are coming. And the problem is Crew have almost always been going for re-hits. The space that they take, they pause, and then they continue. This time they've rotated, ping-ponged across the map back towards A.
Shy is being spotted with a knife being thrown now deep into the backside of A.
30 seconds
Blizzard.
left.
Nice and easy path now for Crew, even with this ult being used. Okay, Viper's fit. This is a half-by round for Crew, but maybe just feeling like they have to use ults into this one to convert it. Already.
This completely blocks where you would want to use the Killjoy lockdown for, so instead Leaf has to get creative with it.
And what's the next layer of it? Crew, was that a nade that just missed, man? I mean, it sailed right past.
Okay, where was that one going?
Not too sure, but you have to respect this ult now, and Jonah P might just be flooded right back into him with the sightline. Angle, watch Kesnet, there's good awareness there with a jump spot at least, but now you see it with the Thrash being used and utilized, sent forwards and flying. Cove needs to be brought down here with a shot. Fire, Trent, half, already onto the defuse, maybe a win come for them. But it's coming down to the wire with the time ticking away. Jonah, where's he pulling this from? What a shot!
That's outrageous!
Get out of here!
That's so well done by G2, the early half, and Leaf's Outlaw. He must have more kills with the Outlaw in this map than half of the players do using any weapon they would choose.
He's 14-4.
He's absolutely dominating. The consistency with the shots he's hitting, making it look like he's never in a spot where he really needs to reload. Just picking people off, securing that space, and closing out a player disadvantage retake there, where Crew got themselves, honestly, in a really nice position. Remember that it was Leaf's lockdown that even got them into that point and allowed them to clear pit.
Yeah.
Very well done, well navigated, a dangerous, anti-eco.
It's a second timeout being used by Crew in the first half, and you can feel it. Pressure's mounting on this one. This is Crew's map pick. They took G2 to Icebox, despite how G2 have been looking on this map recently.
And I kind of want to dig into that a little more, because I think people will remember just because it was so recent, that G2 got destroyed by Loud here. But that was so bizarre. That was unexpected. G2 have otherwise been looking excellent on this map. It's a really interesting composition that they have. And some of the ways in which the rounds were working, like less winning multiple 1v2s, clutches, you just don't expect to see that again. But Ascent is kind of the same story. Again, you think about the next map coming up, that's G2's pick. Crew have been really good there too. They just got bought by Leviathan.
Yeah.
So I think we've got a competitive series here. If Crew can show us some more of that fragging, which has defined their run so far. Because you do not expect Kesnit to be at the bottom of the scoreboard 2-8, getting completely shut down.
So damn unusual.
And when he's playing Reyna, he's got to be getting the fight.
Hell of a brawl occurring, and yet taking a fight to him. It's Melzer through and through. Hunter's Fury seeking to offset the disadvantage that now G2 are staring themselves down. And it is a kill, it is some damage. But it's a 2v4.
Toxin screen down.
Plant down. Committed. Kesnit. He's going to go down, and that is that prior damage done. 2 versus 3 now for G2. Setting it forwards with the drone. Trent trying to get some eyes onto any sort of target, but everybody ducked away. Knife out. Might be regretting it. No! It's Leaf. The reactions from this guy off the charts right now with Melzer shut down. More than winnable, and this could be heartbreak for Crew. All set up nicely for the round win as G2 are stealing it away. Trent delivering that final blow. They just can't be stopped.
G2 can do no wrong. And Leaf, it feels, is at the forefront. Trent gets 3 in the round, but the kills from Leaf, I thought, were just, there was no way he was going to be able to pull that one out. Yeah. And he continues to have major impact in every single round. It's ridiculous what we're watching. Crew keep getting themselves in nice spots. They got so many entries. This was a 5v2. They simply can't lose here, G2. Taking away a 2v5 in that spot. Just shouldn't be happening.
Stars aligning for some of the moments there in that round, but honestly, no discredit to G2. These guys are popping off.
Still, G2 constantly stealing the ult orb every single round over towards A.
I mean, just hard abuse of Crew's comp, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that they got nothing to push the back. Just that A avenue.
Yeah, it's not like normally you could try to abuse that with a shock molly, or you can try to updraft the jet. They don't have either.
Poison orb emitting.
Done their homework. It's evident in the round differential so far. 7-2.
Toxins going up.
In a match really where the stakes could never be higher. Jonah P. That's a nice punish. Leaf onto the corner here. Jonah P's being swarmed with the flash. The Lear, too much to overcome. Didn't know which way to look here. Another advantage situation for Crew.
Exactly, a 5v3 this time.
Scanning ahead.
Can Crew convert at least this one?
Gonna have to. I'm sure all the areas are accounted for here, but this is proactivity by Crew that's being called. You can see it pressing forwards and away, but I mean, he's just way ahead of the curve still. Planned as well in an unorthodox spot at position, forcing out the wider fights, and respect has to be shown here by Icy. Realizing it's given up here. This time, the confidence is back for Crew.
Yeah, that's a bit better. Forced confidence. Somebody making the call and everyone swinging together. The call being made there, even when the Heat looked like he was a little less coordinated with the rest of the team, they did all swing left side of yellow, and then the others tucked back in to throw utility at the spike and stop the defuse from happening.
My ultimate is ready.
They're gonna need more rounds like that, where they can barrel over people early and then still convert. The aggression, finding those timings to put the pressure on G2, that's what Crew has been doing so well. I was expecting aggressive post plants. They just haven't been able to get into those spots. 4 players again on A from G2. They've been doing it so often, and Leaf again up here.
Yep, high up into the rafters, firing all away, but everybody blinded up, and they are being eviscerated. There's no remorse from G2. None in the slightest. If you opt into the fight, G2 will go pound for pound.
Last round before the switch.
The level of prep work that G2 have showcased in their game against C9 and now here in their game against Crew, it's awesome to watch. They've 4-player stacked A so often, and that has been the right read for this match. And then also they've got an extra layer if you choose to try to root out Leaf. It's so sick what they're demonstrating here.
Yeah.
They want to get back to another international event. It's been so long.
Over 2 years for this G2 squad and core. Reykjavik 2022 is the last time these teams, the last time that G2 ended up qualifying for a Tier 1 international event.
They had to make their way back through Ascension. Prove that they were good enough to hang back at the top level, despite the fact they've already been the representatives of North America before, as you were saying. This is the kind of level you want to see from these guys.
Right here.
But Crew, another round here, and a fight in mid. Kesnit shut down again.
Man, I mean, this is the G2 playbook. We were seeing it the other day against Cloud9.
Wow, what a read there, though. They have 4 players stacked A in the previous round, and then 3 players looking to re-clear mid at the minute mark here. I mean, just the reads on what Crew are going for are absolutely immaculate. I feel like the ults have barely even been a factor. It's more to do with them just having the players in the perfect spot every time.
Look at it, as soon as the pit comes down, it's a reckoning. Pushing them back in the way. There's golden beams that will point them directly towards the right targets here, but he needs to do a bit more of that. Thrash forwards, pound for pound, equalizing on either side here, but still trying to dominate these angles. And it is 3v3. Crew, they got to convert this one. It's almost necessary to stand a chance in this map. Leaf forwards now, up onto the angles, onto the edge of the molly. Damage being done to a multitude of targets. Still with that ult available, but Leaf not in a safe enough position to use it. Waiting for it with a wingman. Forwards and firing, off and away. Final bullet does it, but Leaf in a 1v1. Heat shuts him down.
So Crew take their own player disadvantage round, winning the 3v5 to pull things to 4 rounds in favor of Crew. At the half, G2 have been dominant here on Icebox. Crew's map pick and Crew sent reeling. Is that going to be a confidence knock? Is it going to affect them going later on? We've seen a bit of a recovery, but mate, Leafs at 20 kills at the half.
Yeah, it's absolutely absurd. Well, listen, IC also had an incredible game against Cloud9 yesterday, and we spoke to him about his performance leading in to this match.
For me, playoffs is important because obviously I want to prove myself as a rookie. This is my first year in the league, and I want to show what I'm able to do. Like all the hard work I've put in, I want to be able to show that on the big stage. And I think we're able to do that going to these next games.
From that, I mean, IC definitely proving that the hard work that G2's been putting in has been working out. I mean, a 4-round difference, 8-4 half on the map pick of Crew. Preparation being key to that. And it doesn't hurt, I guess, that Leaf, sitting at 20 and 7 on the Killjoy.
Yeah, and so many of those kills, though, were also prep-based. Like just having a good read that there was a mid-lurker that he needed to watch out for. Having a good read on the economy and getting easier kills with the Outlaw, farming people with either no armor or half armor. Leaf really using his brain rather than his brawn in terms of getting up to the top of the scoreboard, I think. 8-4. What an opening for G2.
Kesnit sitting at 3 and 11, bottom of the scoreboard for his team.
And one of the things to point out is that I think the Reyna has more angles that they can fight on the defense side that might be unexpected. They're going to be able to try to do what QCK did against G2, hold their ground, disrespect the Dizzy recon kind of clearance, and try to continue fighting. And I think there's still chances here for Crew's game plan to work. It's just that they have a large deficit at the half.
We'll start with a pistol round, though. Anything like that, get a few rounds on the board as well to maybe equalize it up in the map. Remember the pressure, remember the stakes. You win here, you're sent your ticket booked for Shanghai. Massively important for both of these teams.
The Crew have got 3 players over towards B at the start of the round, including where Kesnit is positioned. That's the player that I'm going to be keeping an eye on in the minimap, because wherever Kesnit is, surely that's the area they're looking to fight over. It's a weaker A side.
Toxin screen down.
Once more, looking like Valen's got the right read. And they threw a cascade over towards mid to block off the turret. And now Heat is worried about that.
They're so worried about a mid lurk. Now with the util flying forwards to dart at the flash. No one to receive it, of course. Shy was just playing a very passive angle on top screen. He's going to retreat to the rest of his team. Nothing really to deny the plan either, not for this pistol round. It's going to have to be that full retake. G2, though, look at this space and positioning from them. Valen is getting ready to make a play of his own. It's a deep cascade that's going to be cutting off the rafters angle. Making it difficult for Crew now. They can only really exit out of the one side, but they're giving a lot of space now with the shock darts flying forwards. Damage softening them all up for Valen. The time to strike is nigh. Wingman pushing forwards, advancing! The double connection. Doesn't matter if it's high-low. Shy is left alone. 1v3.
Team A.
What a sick round by G2. That is a gorgeous pistol. Disguising the fact that they were heading A by throwing that cascade over towards Boiler, and that pulled a weak site into an undefendable site.
Yeah.
There were 2 players over towards A at the start, and that one cascade from Valen, messing with the defender's perspective, made this a free site for them. The high tide then stopped any kind of a flood attempt. And did you see what we had there as well? Following the Wingman out with the stun inside of smoke.
Nice. It's too nice.
Sick micro plays from G2 to set themselves up for advantages, and 9-4. With the momentum, with starting to build up more of the ultimates if they're able to secure this eco. It's looking great for the beginning to steal a map pick.
Amazing preparation. Look at this. I mean, Heat jiggling the corner, spotted out on the ropes. He didn't see anything, but the first initial spot pays for it with his life. Drone's going to be sending them forwards and flying here. Risks to be taken by Crew. They're going for a heavy and fast flank out through B, but isn't really going to be accounting to much. Leaf is seeking to contain, spots a number of players as well. He's going to be calling this for the rest of his team now to just really accelerate.
It's only Melza that sticks around on the flank. The others trying to combine with Shy. But 2 Sheriffs on Kesnet Klaus, this would have to be unhuman.
It's really the only chance the Crew have. The time's against them. The util is bountiful right now for G2.
Look how much respect their Crew give that little combo, even though everybody on G2 is holding passively.
And with that, the time starts to tick steadily and running short. Aim, snappy, on point from absolutely everybody here. It's all clinical from G2. 10-4, flawless as we're heading into the bonus round for this team.
Icy 1 away from getting Thrash online. And this just looks like an avalanche right now. The Crew have no chance of stopping. It would take something really special for this to be turned around. At least gone for the Outlaw, or at least thinking about it already. And look at this. The difference in terms of how the teams are reading each other could not be more obvious with just this round. You know, Heat thinks if he doesn't hear any kind of attacking utility or footsteps over towards A, G2 are not going to be there, but they're kind of late contact taking this area of the map. All right, so space potentially taken over towards the A side so that Icy could get a Thrash online, or are they going to use that for post-ban?
John P. Oh, mistiming it with a cascade. He's just trying to slip through the net, but he's the one who gets caught.
All right, so 1 mistake for G2. That's, we haven't seen too many of them.
Certainly haven't. Shock darts flying forwards here from Trenelise. Forces a preliminary pop there of the Nana Swarm. Wingman now going to be trying to put this plant down, denied and out. And this followed up and followed through. Damage being done with these guns, but backing away. Watching for the mid-angle. It's a game of timings. And Leaf wins it out. 2 versus 2. With a minute on the clock. Plenty of time to work with for G2. It's Crew being left to stew.
Yeah, and Crew have also lost information, I think, towards the spike. Kesnet may have just had an angle on it there over towards screens. And Kesnet and Melza would probably like to double up here. Has Kesnet realized that the spike is still down? He at least spots Leaf.
Oh. That's going to give them the indicator, but a high tide, a bit of a safety
30
barrier
seconds left.
up. Along with the smokes. Using it to reposition here. You can see Crew still doubled up. Hoping that they would play that position. They're not finding any G2 players. Both teams just trying to get the right read on things. Not giving too much away, but the body spotted and out and open. Leaf can't be doing this to a man. The bonus round conversion will be the nail in the coffin. And it's up to Kesnet to put a stop to it with only 5 bullets left. What can he do? Leaf's out forwards. Heal online, reload forwards, but again, time ticking away. Not planning for him, a tap. Valen forced forwards and Alpha wins the fight anyway. It's inevitable at this point for G2.
Every single situation is going their way. even when crew have chances to push it across the line, we're not seeing that individual gunfire advantage or the timing's working for them. Literally everything. I mean, Leaf with the timing down mid, Valen winning the 1v1 towards the end of the round. All of the small moments, everything going the way of G2. And that on top of, that just the cherry on top of, beautiful preparation that they've got coming into this game.
It's making all the difference.
It's 5 Guardians for crew.
Yeah, and this is a desperate play if I've ever seen one. They're trying to push back. The A take, a bit of a brute force play. Melza, the sole defender. Sitting nice and pretty onto the B side for now, but might find that his position is quickly worked upon, especially with a Thrash to lead the charge once more. He's going to carve out a nice little path. Pretty here, avoiding the detainment. Melza stepping back and away. He's going to be making the call for his team here. There's a lot of noise being made. It is being followed by crew. They have players. How are they going to be denying this one? It's a snake bite, a bit of spam, a few bullets. Will it be enough? Not quite. Plant now down, kills, collected. Crew are the ones trying to find that advantage, but shutting them all down. Evened out, 2 versus 2. It's up to Heat and Shy.
Shy's
to make
so
the
far
difference. Heat, he's taking matters into his own hands, and you're right. With Shy being so far away.
Trent's panicking now. He's got to be thinking about the flank. Shy has just taken so long. Why would he be peeking from the same position as Heat? Surely they would have doubled up if they were there together.
Uncertainty, and yet still, it's Trent who wins it out.
It's wild, man. It's absolutely wild. Every situation, every moment, going the way of G2.
On a swivel in the 1v1 there. Like you said, Trent has no clue as to where the next player is going to be. It doesn't make sense why Heat would be pressing the advantage like that when there's no player next to him.
Yeah, you just, the longer the time goes there, the more you're thinking, where is this guy? He's got to be coming on some kind of long flank route for him to be this late. And Trent just finds the timing there perfectly and hits the shot.
On the cusp now for G2. One more round to get a nice start and lead. But there it is, an early snake bite. Melza, he's eager to take the fight. He does take the first blood away, at least into this round. Maybe some breathing room. Jump spot, no punish. At least catching Jonah P. Overextended himself just ever so slightly.
And look how active these crew players are being over towards mid. They're grouping up 4 players in mid instead of trying to spread out across the map. They're just following noise, trying to make exploitative plays because they're 8 rounds down. And Valen's been playing him the whole time, just as he was yesterday.
Crew do have that advantage in terms of the players. A lot of noise being made now. IG2, Valen just seeking to really press forwards once more. Kesnet though, making sure to follow through and up onto the Thrash. Dizzy over and around. We'll get the connection, but there's no plans online, so there's no real chances for Leaf in this one. Crew, they do buy themselves that breathing room, at least into the map.
Crew had a phenomenal comeback against Leviathan on the defense side of Breeze, I believe it was. But this is just, it feels like way too much, especially with how well G2 have been playing. We're gonna see G2 here knocked down onto an eco round, so chances for Crew to build up economy, buffers, confidence. But at some point here, the G2 ults are gonna come online and there's gonna be some very difficult hits to stop.
Placing swarm grenade.
That's the trouble, right? G2, they just need the one round.
Look how nice that lineup is as well.
He's been doing that a lot.
Yeah, we've seen some great ones from him.
And G2, it's always the rounds that you count them out in. It's always the way when you think the money's running tight. And this is really it now. It's turned on its head. Any sort of safety net, any sort of buffer that Crew might have felt like they've earned themselves. It's all denied and ripped away. And it's one left to stand against it. Melza against 4 players of G2. They've come prepped, they've come ready. The ults are online, fully committed it. Inevitable is the word that comes to mind once again here for this team. This map should be their playground. One obstacle removed, but not the next. With Valen's last final blow, that's the opening map going away at G2.
I did not think we'd be here so quickly. A 13-5, absolute domination. G2 coming in with immaculate prep, the players hitting, Leaf finding huge impact. Valid as well, having some awesome impact, and I think fitting that he closes it out. And they take this map win and one step closer to booking that ticket to Shanghai. It's been such a long time since we've seen the core of this team representing at an international event. And it looked slow at the beginning of this year, much slower than I think a lot of people were expecting. But the roster moves that both of these teams made have been successful. And I think for G2, we're just seeing that at its peak now.
Oh, yeah. They're coming alive, I think. Preparation being the key, but also all the players just hitting on top of it. They set themselves up nicely with this opening map one. We'll be stepping away for just a moment. Of course, the Analyst Test and GP are going to be breaking it all down.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that little thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
cómo resuelve. Fabián Usaño que no podría agarrar, Vacino en aprieto. ¡Siente el Mori!
That's 3 players of G2. Looks like the plan was red and ready. The Wraith with 3 right clicks!
Here with Coach Josh RT of G2. Sir, you are 1 map away from qualifying for Shanghai. The last time that guard core qualified for any international event was 2022 in Reykjavik. You just said you're probably not going to tell your players, but what would it mean for this team after everything they've been through to qualify for Shanghai?
I think it's validation that all the work they put in themselves, like for last year and this year, it's like finally paying off. Them trusting the process. So, like, we'll try not to think about it. It's just 1 map at a time, 1 round at a time. And if it happens, it happens. But yeah, that's what it is.
On to your map pick, so best of luck.
1 map at a time. That is what Coach Josh RT is saying. And that 1 map that they got was Icebox. And let me tell you, if that's the system, they're going to be all right, because that was awesome to see from G2. But for Crew, they're certainly going to need to find a way to bounce back for them. I mean, fellas, like, let's get the initial reactions from that matchup. I mean, Baby Bay, it seems like...
I knew it.
I don't like this narrative. I'm going to be honest with you.
This guy was praying for this win from G2. It was crazy.
He cares more about being right.
Come on, close it out. Close it out.
It's ridiculous. But you know what? That's why we love you, buddy. That's why we love you.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it was dominant from G2, as expected. I knew this was going to happen. I've foreseen it already. On the flip side, shut up. On the flip side, you know, Crew is no slouch to coming back in series. They've been resilient all stage long, and they showed that in against Lev as well. So this isn't the end, I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, but I do feel though that if you are Crew in this situation, you're coming into it, you have that upper seed, a lot of hype. That has to feel a touch demoralizing, though, Doug.
Oh, yeah. I think we saw a Crew that we haven't seen in a really long time. They felt disjointed. Kesnet bottom frag. They were swinging by themselves. Melser got caught out with utility a number of times. Like, it felt like a very uncomfortable game of Valorant from beginning to end. And yes, in large part because of what G2 was able to do, but Crew looked off.
Well, and you say that too, but it's also in part because of what Leaf was able to do as well. My guy was living his best tree life out there, and he was fragging away wide. It was impressive.
I mean, you're right. Like, there were so many little mistakes, and Leaf was catching out players making them. Like Melser having the utility out, like you said. It was those moments Leaf was finding a lot of kills. But that aside, I mean, what he was doing with the Outlaw, holding these proper angles, hitting all of the shots. This pushed-up situation, what a flash for him as well from the Dizzy, and then just gets 3 from up top.
And the utility support that G2 were giving each other was just so well executed.
And it's specifically Leaf on the KJ is insane. Already going into this, his kills per round were just about 0.9, and in that game, 1.33. I mean, there's no one putting up numbers like that on Sentinel. Better than Duelist numbers, and especially better than Kesnet's Duelist numbers on that map.
They shut him
He
down.
Just couldn't get into it.
They shut him down straight up. That was the thing that we wanted to see happen for G2. They did just that, Baby Bay.
Yeah, Leaf plays that Sentinel role on Icebox like a duelist, and that's so unique to see because they don't run it. They run the extra utility and whatnot. So it kind of gives him the freedom to take those lurk timings, or even on the defensive side, go for early picks, whether that's with the Outlaw, other matches it's with the Rifle. It's the same outcome almost every time. So this was a big blunder, in my opinion, from Crew trying to pick this, because I think they saw Loud stomp G2, but that game plan is not going to work the second time around against a team like G2. The macro game and their coaching staff is just too strong. They're not going to let you roll them again.
That's a very, very good point there. But let's actually go and see what Coach Adam has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Here with Coach Adam of Crew, a stolen map pick from you. Was that the Crew that we're used to seeing, Adam, or is that just a Crew that was underprepared or just overwhelmed?
I think that we are prepared, we are ready, but I think that it's been hard for us lately to find pace at the beginning of the match. So I'm pretty confident that we're going to give another phase on Ascent.
So to be clear, you think you're going to get that pace going during map 2?
Yeah, I think at the end of the map of Ivok, we find a little of pace, and I think that now on Ascent we will be able to start better.
Best of luck.
I think that actually is a really good point that Coach Adam brings up about the pace. You could definitely see that being the case there for Crew at the start of the game.
The last time they had a slow start was that game against Lev, where Kesnet similarly had a really bad first map. He only got 9 kills for 17 deaths. And then map 2, they started slow. He got an ace. They're right back into the game, and they finished with him getting 27 kills, I think, on the second map. So it's not like they haven't done this before. They've been in this situation. They climbed themselves out of it.
It's very similar too because G2's Icebox defense is so hard to bust through, especially on that A side of the map. When we saw how many times they had backside setups where they're just mowing people down.
Yeah.
It's not the first time G2's done this to teams. So yeah, Crew put themselves in a hard spot. You can't really get things going when you're running your head into a wall.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how things shake out in, again, Kesnet. On the Reyna previously looked, he struggled, right? But now he's on the Jet. Now he's got a bit more mobility. Now he's got a little bit more playmaking ability as well that I think is so desperately needed for Crew right now. They need to be able to leverage that because they just looked so rough on Icebox, man.
Yeah, and they don't need to run their head into a wall here. They're starting on the defensive side on a map that is arguably probably defensive sided in most cases. You know, obviously when you run into a good team with a good game plan, it could go the other way, but more likely than not, it's a defensive sided map. And this is a side of the map where Jet actually shines the most. If you can get set up by your KO, you get those early first bloods, get the op online, it could be insane.
Well, let's see if we get ourselves a map 3. Can Crew keep the Shanghai dreams alive, or will G2 find their way to a flight to China? Let's send it back over to your casters. It's Brennan Sideshow.
We're definitely about to find out here. This is a Crew that have got to bounce back after really just getting knocked straight down, lying flat, man. I mean, honestly, there's no ways to put it. They got absolutely dismantled here. You know, Adam, as the coach of Crew, I mean, he seemed quite confident, thinking it was like a momentum issue. But they gained that towards the end. The confidence was there for them to take some fights. Is that really what it's going to take here as we're heading into Ascent? I mean, yet to be seen. They are starting on a defensive half, which was the analyst desk were pointing out.
Yeah, I mean, the defense, in general, this map, statistically has not been that great for Crew, but I have really liked the ideas that I've seen from them, and I think it does lend itself into kind of their style of trying to take fights. There are 3 sheriffs on the pistol round for Crew.
It's Kesnet, Shy, and Klaus who are just sending their sights straight down mid. Look at these guys. Look at the pinch these players potentially out towards tiles. Can't even remove the pesky turret in the process, and G2 are straight in through. Onto the B site now. The closed, shut case for them, really. Only have to clear out the back of the side, and now peace of mind granted to them. Be able to get that plant online.
Crew would have liked to come away with a pick in the middle of this, but we're just going to get a 5v5 retake, neither team having used Paranoia. So we've got flash recon combos. Klaus actually using it early there.
Out of B main. It's only Melzer, and he misses the timing. Him versus Leaf. With Leaf dropped now, Trent. You have to watch onto multiple positions here.
Do they expect a second in B main?
There was no swing. It's a Paranoia. Potentially coming from the side there, maybe. I think that was Valen just trying to push back the lane plays, and unfortunate that it actually caught onto him, trying to hold on to it. Crew, best chance they've had in a long while to try and do some work here, but they just cannot dislodge these backside players. Defuse, stuck, potentially half, and it's turned all the way.
A wild round. Looked like G2 was somehow going to be able to recover there, despite getting a team flash onto their player in B main. A Crew do come away with the victory after penning all of the post-plant players, sticking them deep into back B site. That's unlucky, man.
That is unfortunate.
Shrek going down there at the assist of his teammates. And like I was saying on Icebox, it felt like every 50-50 kind of situation was always going the way of G2. Every timing, every clutch, all of that kind of stuff. This time we see the timing not work out for Leaf. He gets caught in the back. And there, a bit of a slip-up that gives Crew the pistol.
The taste of their own medicine as well. Look at Kesnet deciding to opt into this outlaw buy.
And takes down Leaf. Couldn't get more poetic.
A lot of pressure being applied by G2 out through A main, but Melzer's sitting nice and pretty right now. His teammates at his back and plenty of util as well to just push them away if G2 tried to get a bit more explosive on the back of it.
They're going to reclear towards Jordan P. They've caught him. Icy and Trent may soon fall as well. Crew looking aggressive in mid. On the pistol round, fighting mid with 3 players soon as barriers dropped. Round 2, re-clearing mid at what, like the minute mark, something like that?
Yeah.
They decide to re-push out cat with 2 players while somebody swings from bottom mid. This is gonna start playing into G2's head. We need to be cautious about this kind of stuff. And the more that you condition your opponents that you could make moves like that, the slower G2 are gonna have to play, and then you can just kind of sit back and win the mind games. What have Crew got for us on the bonus here, though? Looks like the aggression's heavily over towards A. You don't normally see the Sova starting in this side of the map, too.
One suppressed.
Bot coming back.
0.7 flying here. Leaf has to pull back the turret.
They've just posted Kesnet up with the Killjoy turret in B main, while everybody else leans mid and A.
Yeah, pretty standard take here by G2, looking to see if they can split themselves into B and through. Damage done. Icy just dropped down to 10, but he will survive, and now trying to lead that charge. It's Crew following up. All that damage is being done here, swarming the available positions. G2. A lot of damage potentially there. Still, backs turned to him. Icy and Trent clean up the stragglers. Shy's got too much to overcome here.
Those are huge duels that happen over towards Market. Icy's done such a great job in that round. Being able to bully his way open and not go down to Kesnet, and then also try to help Trent in mid. Really nice team play between the two of them, and Trent even won his duel. Good stuff there to stop Crew from running away with things on that bonus round.
Just look at that. I mean, this guy, rookie player, a lot to prove, and he certainly did do so the other day. Now he's stepping up to the challenge that is Kesnet.
Yeah, this is a tough Jet head-to-head in this match. Very tough.
He's getting active. Nice bit of early util. It's now a Storm, Shock Dart, it's all combined. Pushes back any chances of a B main rush. Real late knife as well. All being layered together here with the drone. This has to be broken by at least one player only shown, so it's Leaf. Good awareness on him. The only body spotted, and now they can seek to again push up forwards.
G2 able to walk into B main without too much difficulty here. Just a little bit of Shock Dart chip onto Leaf. The recon. I mean, it got a pulse but didn't catch anybody. You know that Icy is around B main. It's starting to feel like a B split, which is why Crew have 3 players in here to defend. What does Valen want to go for? Do you commit? Do you back off? There's 45 seconds left.
That's the trouble, right? They haven't really pulled any util out over towards the A side either.
No.
Nor any space. If they do choose to pivot, all eyes going to be on Heat. This guy looking in 2 directions, but this time setting it up through mid, breaking the alarm bot. Spike is going to be going in a different direction through Cat now. No noise being made, but updraft now and setting their sights towards it. There's the nade. It's good by Heat. Seeking to the lane, and just by that bit of time here with the paranoia sweeping through, cuts it up. Nice and easy now, and it's gone back and forth between them. Crew buying so much time for them. The options are running short and shy of the mark. Crew just need to try and delay and deny. And they do just that with a wall drop down in their face. It's them with the advantages every step of the way.
Great work from Melzer, from Heat, holding on once that play went through Cat. But it was all down to that recon dart. If they did break the recon and not give away the fact that Jet was playing in B main, they were about to go for the B pop there. The whole game plan from Valen was, we're going to slowly contact and take B main and then explode on the site. And when they gave it away, they were just worried that there were too many players for the defenders over in that direction. Small things forcing G2 to make a pivot and giving Crew the lead right now.
Come down to that on occasion, especially with these Ascent mirror matches. The tiniest of differences in the way the util's used.
This is going to be a fake B split here through Market at the same time as everybody actually passed through B main, through A main, sorry.
Trent goes down towards tiles.
I don't think that's really going to disturb anything.
I don't think it's really going to be finding anything out here, but Icy steps up to the challenge. Takes it head on. It's going to be met though. He meets his match entirely there. 2 players of Crew seeking to clear him out. Now here comes the fast play. G2 spells it up. Oh my, it got out, but just not in time. Leaf, he's barreling his way forwards. He has carved out a lovely position, and he is just doing all the work in the world. 2v2 now. Spike was dropped down just into the outer sections here, off to the side. Valen's got to at least seek to retrieve it. Crew also making moves of their own. They're doubled up.
That one way is going to be difficult to get through. He does have a flash.
Pop through it, just disrespecting it. But he none the wiser. It's all collected by G2.
And G2 had a player disadvantage by the time they hit A. But Melzer just beefs his position.
Yeah.
After doing such a great job of shutting down the A split in round 4, round 5 he tries to teleport away and just gets stuck.
Also credit to Leaf, I think, as well. Only 2 kills in the map so far, but they were some of the most impactful ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Enemy remaining.
Overall, though, again, nice game plan from Valen. It's a disguised A hit through A main, where it's like a fake B mid, and then you end up
Placing swamp grenade.
committing fully through A main instead. Completely caught Crew off guard. They only had one player defending.
Bit of acknowledgement there from the knife, enough to just throw out the util. It's a drone with a player up next to it. All that space here, at least removing the turret. G2 stepped all the way back.
Everyone on G2 grouping up to try to clear Shy out this position. They can hear all of
They
this.
can hit a jump spot for sure.
The question is just how you want to punish it. It's with the dash, they failed the dash.
He's got no exit strategy though. It is Shy going to be caught stuck into this corner. He needs to bail out and he needs it now. He's not going to be getting it. Any sort of supportive util, just a little bit too delayed there from Klaus. And G2 with another first pick advantage, even a TP from Melzer, just reinforcing the B side, expecting like it's going to be the re-hit. But again, another pause in the action that's going to be called here.
The thing is, I think they're going to be right. This almost has to be a re-hit from G2 because they have nobody giving them info on the opposite side of the map. So they are going to commit here into 3 Crew players, and despite being in a 4v5, Crew have great chances of winning.
It's crossfire, straight through the choke. Flying forwards now, at least Hunter's Fury, no command. It's all going to be combined and collected with the kills here. Jonah P and G2, this squad just dominate a position. 20 seconds to spare with a spike going down. Plenty of time.
Spike planted.
Only advantage left to Heat here is that the post-plant positioning, he doesn't have to worry about main. Trying to seek a timing against the drone, just spotted out. And the bullets are going to start raining it down onto him. There is no easy position to play here for Heat, and he's starting to realize it. Recognition.
Even if he gets past Valen and Jonah P, Trent's just going to checkmate him with an Odin in backside.
Absolutely. And he knows it, so he's going to be playing for the exits here. There's only $200 to his name. Keep the rifle, maybe keep your life, maybe do some economical damage, but...
And I love the decision from G2. They realized that they got themselves in a spot where they had a player advantage, but it was still going to be tough. And they decided to rip ults to close things out.
Yeah.
Send the null command, send the Hunter's Fury, make sure that you commit there. Crew only had their weapons to try to stop that play from happening, and the triangle crossfire just didn't end up quite being enough. Look at how good the Odin is here, by the way. And Crew not buying it on defense, not putting pressure B main by using the Odin there. They need that. You have to be buying that, in my opinion, as Klaus here. So you see him not really investing in this round. He's got like 2850 in the bank. I think that's because he needs to be buying the Odin. The G2 are just getting B main control way too easily.
Yeah. It's a lot of high pen weaponry being bought by Crew, maybe seeking a counter spam. It's available for them, but it's a dart flash to clear through for G2 again.
That's a nice
main control. Are they looking to refight this? Because it's close.
I mean, that is going to literally get 4 players. Oh, 2?
Yeah, I'm not
How did
too
the others
sure
dodge
what the
that?
hell happened there, but it just ran
tucked in the
out
corner.
of range of it, I suppose, yeah.
I think it didn't quite clear the very corner of the cubby.
Look at these protocols in play. G2 making sure always one player is in an anti-flash position here with Kesnet. There's an off-angle posted. Melzer's going to be that next wave of things. Bucky in work and play, but he is cleaned up again. At the end of the day, now the drone sent flying forwards inside the smokes. Heat seeking a timing past it. G2 is so damn disciplined when all of this is occurring, and yet that reflank of Leaf. Surely he's going to be sealing it here, out wide into the heaven. Fight! And eventually the bodies topple. G2 choosing to play patiently, just at the right moments there, making sure that Crew just overextend just enough for them to take the round win.
Bears mentioning that this is a defense-sided map, almost all of the time. And aside from the pistol and the follow-up, it's just been a singular round from Crew. G2 have otherwise been running away with things. Their coordination, their calling, all looks superb.
Yeah.
And we still don't have an Odin out on the defense side for Crew. So G2 are going to be able to get B main, again, so much more easily, as long as they can navigate past this operator.
It's Klaus who was saving up all the money just to buy the op for Kesnet. Putting priority into this weapon, seeing if it will make the difference.
You know, Brendan, coming into the day, yesterday in Americas, there was a single player in EMEA who'd bought the Odin more than everybody in Americas.
I mean, it just goes to show the differences, I think, in all the regions who have Kesnet. I mean, he's easily dealt with, swept away in but a moment lockdown.
No opportunity to contest this.
Not at all.
No
Shy,
way.
who's just sticking around for about a moment here. The uptrap dash play over into the top. IC still worried about a backside play here. Shy, he's full sprinting. Just trying to get into these open access
That's crazy. I think Crew thought that was a fake. There was a couple of players, Melzer and Heat, they started checking over towards like tree and grass, wondering if G2 were heading in the other direction. Chaos in the camp of Crew.
Just wondering how they can really bail themselves out now of this spot. It comes down to sheer mechanical ability. You got to get the kills and collect them when you can. But again, it's a 1v3, and if Leaf's hitting stuff like that, good luck. Good luck to you.
This does not look like the Crew that we've been watching so far in stage 1. And I think G2 have just baffled them.
Yeah.
So many of these rounds, there's an additional layer. Something is disguised. There's a set play to get rid of the operator. There's a fake being called by Valen, or perfection with the ultimates. There's so much stuff that Crew are getting bamboozled by.
Yeah.
The fundamental stuff is falling to pieces.
We use the term masterclass quite a lot, but for Valen, I think, and the G2 team as well, credit to the coaching staff, they've done such key preparation and calling as well. It is throwing Crew for a loop. Not even the mechanics can save them.
Yeah, this is kind of what G2 did when they were playing in Ascension. They weren't necessarily the dominant best team all year long, but when it came to the tournament that mattered, of which this is the tournament that matters for getting you to Shanghai, they were there, they were prepped, they were ready.
And Leaf, this guy is indomitable! Yes, it's against the half-bite, but he's ripping him to pieces. Crew, no chance, man.
Yeah, and Klaus offered an opportunity and just couldn't respond. Kesnick gets one to bring it back into the 2v3, but there's cover and fire from Trent.
Surely not. Thrown out in the open. I mean, the bullets just exit him out of that one.
Caught them both.
Yeah, almost bringing him down.
Fractional HP here for Kesnick and Klaus.
Essentially, a single shot will do it.
One enemy remaining.
Right through the walls, all it takes there from Icy. Dropping his adversary. Klaus again. It's an impossibility, surely. And look at the protocols in play. G2. There are so many layers to everything they're doing right now. And at the beginning of this, I kind of alluded to it. You know, Valen has had many tests in his career as, you know, the core member, the IGL of this team. You think back to Reykjavik qualifying for that event back in 2022, 775 days ago since this core has been at that Tier 1 international level. And even Ascension as well. This is arguably one of the biggest tests that they've had since the match to qualify them for Shanghai, to prove that it was all worth it.
A reminder that this team, the core of this squad, they could have accepted more Tier 1 offers in the first year of partnerships. And they decided not to. They decided to stick around together and play through Tier 2. Because they were confident that as long as they stuck together, they would have a chance of being able to win Ascension. They would be able to get to this top level event. And then they'd be able to perform. Well, they're here now, representing G2. And they're turning up in Stage 1 playoffs. The mid-season playoffs here. They barely squeaked in.
Yeah.
It was round differential that put them over the line to even get into this point, to continue an opportunity to qualify for Shanghai. And now that the pressure's on, they are blossoming. It's looking great here in this match. And the previous.
Making sure not to fumble this opportunity that's been granted to them.
Odin's on both sides. Klaus finally picks one up to try to lock off B main, an area that G2 have been taking far too easily.
The util already be setting up. Lying in wait.
Yeah, and they've actually swapped Shy's setup over towards A as well. So this setup looks to isolate Icy.
Paranoia knife being used to command a position out towards A main.
It looks like they want to fight Leaf.
Might be able to catch him and squeeze in here, but calling the pressure now. No command is going to be going out.
No,
and a swarm to stop them. They cancel the hit out towards mid.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking to try to push down mid and put pressure onto Leaf, flush out the lurker, and now instead, they're gonna try to commit to the retake, but they've always got to be worried about this sneaky player behind.
That's the thing. What is going to be utilized here? It's a different position for the lockdown, lower down, so it's actually, yeah. Nade going to be missing. G2 have to respect the positionings here. Icy overstaying it. Look at the Hunter's Fury! Combination! And it's fish in a barrel, man! Klaus, easy access, all the damage done, everybody cleaned up and collected. But it took everything for Crew to win that.
Great round, using both of those ults perfectly. Fantastic adjustment from Shy as well, anticipating that the molly would come through. Almost every team has some kind of fragment grenade set up to try to break lockdowns on a range of different maps. The teams are starting to get aware of that. Look at these four trapped in the corner, desperately dancing a jig to try to recover. But all right, that's still only 4 for Crew. The best case scenario is a tied up half. And they've gone back to their more standard setup with Kesnit over on A. Knife gets thrown cross map over towards B main. Looking for info in that area. They know that G2 have been prioritizing B main quite a lot. And again, all 5 players on G2 grouped up towards tiles. Is this actually going to end in a B split? Or is this designed to try to drag people away?
Right here. Drone for a drone. Straight down mid. Not quite broken. Leaf taking a peek. That was an attempt of a punish there as Shy was removing the turret. Flash through into the corner now. Updraft, peek, and Icy. Still got the dash available. He's going to now use it, cutting up the corners. Still a dart not dealt with, and it's spam from the back of the side. Klaus definitely softened them all up here, but G2, they cause and call an actual excellent pause. And this is going to be really making Crew stew. Look at these guys. They're all hard angering these positions. Kesnit, he's wrapping his way around. Leaf, he's the sole player left standing onto this site. Back of his head wide open for the taking. So Kesnit, with him dropped, they realize it now. They've been played like a fiddle. G2, easy access now to the A site.
So a 4v3, but you're always worried that one of these G2 players is still hanging around somewhere. You can take a look at the scoreboard, realize the Sova got the plant. So you're not worried about Trent, but where are Valen? Where is Jonah P? Well, there you know the knife. Now where's Valen?
And the footsteps, they're just giving the perfect timing. I mean, Jonah P and Trent, they combined it all. It's all based off instincts. And look at the damage being done, man. No easy fight for them. Crew, it's the best chance they've had yet. Doubled up, facing it together, overcoming the adversity.
That is really nicely done. Like I said, that internal tracker inside their heads, they recognize that Sova got the plant, he's got to be on site. They see where the knife came from. And then Kesnit is hyper aware that Valen is going to be playing in some weird spot. Collects that kill, super important impact kill over towards Catwalk. And that allows them to focus back in on breaking that crossfire, which they do with excellent teamwork. This round, they pushed 2 players out of Cat as soon as the B main hit came through. So they always had that retake happening. Kesnit having huge impact in the round, back up to the top of the scoreboard for Crew. Can they tie this one up 6-6 and give themselves chances in the match still?
Series on the line here for Crew. The pressure is mounting. Finally, spam from the Odin. Klaus trying to condition and fight over that B main. Angle is counter spam. Trent almost punishing. Locked down. Drop down. There will be nothing to remove this one, at least for Crew. They've got to step back and respect these boundaries. But again, it's an open spam sightline, and they can't afford to take Nanoswarms, almost bringing them down and still doing the damage. Flooding right back at them. Crew not willing to give up that space so easily. But now in a Hunter's Fury, this is straight through Bonehouse and it's cleaved them in twain. They cannot stand their ground. And in the middle of all of it, Crew, they stand a chance here. 1v3. Trent is praying, hoping. Paper-thin wars on Ascender. You really do find yourself in, but surely with the damage done, yes. Dropped to the floor, 6-6. Hard earned for Crew, but eventually even up.
We're starting to see them get back online there. The aggression, the flood defense, putting pressure. The spam was all connecting as well. It looks more like the Crew that we've been seeing so far throughout stage 1. But this was not a good defense half. You're expecting more than 6. G2 is still set up with a fantastic opportunity to close this out in the next half and make an appearance at Masters.
Definite chance. Let's send it down to the analyst desk. We're getting a bit of a change in scenery here heading into the next half.
I don't know, changing scenery. I just decided to hang out with the people. Yeah. Love to see it. All right.
right, we decided to mix things up a little bit. And what was funny was that we brought Baby Bay out here because we wanted to relish in his shame. Instead, now it's 6-6. So Baby Bay actually might be right, Doug.
We even made the call to swap him out for Wyatt when it was like 2-6 or something like that. And then, of course, they came back. So what do we know? We're the idiots trying to make fun of him.
Yeah.
I thought it was over. I was going to hide in shame. I was going to be like, yo, I should
Well, the crew ain't going to let you handle with that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We need more hype from the crew, actually.
All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into what happened in this half here because, you know, it goes without saying G2 looked fantastic out of the break, but then Crew found a second gear.
Yo, the game planning from G2 has been insane so far in this series, and Crew honestly brought it back off of kind of heroics, in my opinion. I feel like Valen has been calling a superb game so far.
Yeah, Valen has been exceptional. Jonah P continues to light it up in ways that we're almost like perpetually surprised about, but he just continues to do it. So he's been exceptional. I think there were a lot of heroics at the end from the likes of Kesnet that kept things competitive, but I think the second half decides everything. Given that they're standard comps, I tend to lean towards the defense.
Yeah, so are you feeling the same way as well? You think G2 did enough to be able to pick up this win, or do you think Crew is going to walk away with the dub?
Crew got this map for sure. We're going map 3 Lotus, baby.
You think he's right? We're going map 3 Lotus? No? We got a lot of dissenting opinions over here, but I think one thing's for certain, we got to do this more often. So in any case, let's go ahead and send it back to Bren and Josh so they could do their job.
I mean, that's incredible. Cheers and jeers across the board there towards the end. And yeah, I mean, it stands on the brink, doesn't it? This pistol round going to be defining so much heading into the second half of Ascent. Will we get that third map and extension into the series? Or will we be just sending G2 to the first international event they've been to in quite some time, at least at the tier 1 level?
G2 will have picked this map, I think, remembering how rough Crew's attack side was against Leviathan. But I actually loved some of the ideas that they were going for. Pistol round strats, the rifle round strats. But Crew love taking mid control, and G2 recognizing that and put 4 players here ready to
fight them and brawl, man. It's a clash. And the outcome of this one could decide so damn much. Stalemate called, but maybe calling for a refight. No, it looks like they were posturing up forwards.
I like this pivot. I mean, look, they found the gap in what's happening with the defense.
And open access to the A side. Door closed down in their faces.
For a moment there, looking like Melzer wanted to take kind of an advanced position, but he's trying to hold the paranoia for paranoia. Leaf is on, I mean, he's putting in the steps.
Yeah, I mean, what a hell of a marathon sprint.
This is going to take the time down just a little, you know. This is like 10 seconds of wasted time to some degree.
It's going to be met anyway by the alarm bots. So now, position noted.
He's got to make this kind of flank play work.
With the door closed up, paranoia sweeps its way through, but it's being met again. Matched in kind. Melzer from that lower position. Leaf now has to get a bit of a move on here, but Crew surely set up for it.
Didn't get out the smoke with the turret.
Single point of damage will do it. Shy, he's fallen all the way through, leaping into the site. Time is running against him. Valen, there's no more chances. Enough has been bought. And with that, pistol round on the board.
Too slow there with the retake, trying to make the flank work when they just didn't have the time to go for it. And they didn't break the door either while they were waiting for Leaf to go around. So Crew given a lifeline, they needed that pistol. You're so favored on the defense side of Ascent. G2 at 6-6 with a team in control, and now with Crew starting to build up some momentum on their attack side, expected to win the follow-up as well. This is definitely going to be more of a contest.
So Crew granted that ever so slight lifeline. Gotta keep the momentum moving though here if they do want to bring it to that map 3. That means no afforded slip-ups. Big turret's gonna be taken care of there. He met with the knife.
Man, one of the things I'm noticing so much in this match is that G2 are so happy to gamble on their defense side in some of these rounds. Remember back to Icebox where they were doing those 4-player stacks on A? Here they stack players over towards B. Now they're making the read that, of course, Crew would not want to go into the stack.
Downbait by Crew. Which direction do they want to go into?
They're just trying to play with the gamble of G2. Valen's called for them to end A here, and it leaves Leaf all alone.
Tucked using an off angle at the top of the box, but doesn't win it out, not against that kind of weaponry. So an incorrect gamble here called by G2.
just to talk about the kind of things that might be running through Valen's
30
head.
seconds
When
left.
we've seen Crew play before, they love taking fast mid control. They'll book it down mid and be through cat on an A split or through on a B split in the first 15 seconds of the round. So how do G2 want to deal with that kind of stuff? Are they going to go for mid crunches? Are they going to try to dominate A main and B main control? Plenty of options of what they could do.
I mean, it's so far relentless.
G2's had a really good game plan.
Yeah, they certainly have.
I see Valen and Trent are just looking to try to dive the spike.
I mean, Crew this entire time, the proactivity was off the charts in terms of how they were clearing. They really want to build up to these ultimates. They understand how key it is. Making sure that G2 don't just give away their lives to the spike, denying the chances to build up those ults on the attack side for Crew.
Yeah, and it's a pretty clean anti-eco there. They only lose one of the rifles that they were buying in, and with Kesnet being fairly close to a Blade Storm, they can afford to force into it if they wanted to, I think, here. G2 are going to need to be prepared for a level of aggression from Crew. Very standard setup for them on defense. Trent getting the Odin online super early on.
Dash even activated. Crew. They look like they want to send it forward here, but Kesnet pretty pushed back. They're going to be hearing that sound cue along with that spam.
This feels like a B hit, but you've actually got two players on catwalk very early in the round as well, so there was never any chance that that was just going to be a full B pop.
I see ADS stop. Shy. It's unusual to really be winning that one, at least with the Bulldog in his hands. Normally going to be not favored. Leaf. It's going walkabouts now, and he is going to be spotted! Lining them all up! Crew are going to be lucky that they didn't end up dropping 3 players in the approach. Now, again, indecisive but making all the noise into the world. Don't know if it's going to be heard by Valen, who is tucked into that wine position, but the Rumble steadily moves towards tree area. Even a Paranoia sweeping up.
That caught
away. Did catch him, but it's already going to be called. I think they know that they're going towards the A side here with main control for Valen. Very, very affordable here for G2. They can take their time now, doubled up. Just trying to put the pressure onto them. A tap, they see Valen. They get off the plant. It's going to be denying that space around with the Paranoia forwards. At least with the smoke, dropped into their face. Counter spam, dropping them down. Jonah B! My God, man! Could have just stolen a few more kills there, but Shy stands its ground and stands tall against it. It's up to Kesnet now. The tap. Only 13 seconds remaining. Valen
10 seconds left.
just hunting for a chance. It's a double face, 3, 2, 1. Snappy from the IGL. Valen, 8 bullets left. Oh my God!
What a 1v2 to win there. Unbelievable performance from Valen, who bided his time in wine. But it's a very dangerous and deadly bonus round from Crew. I think they'll still be happy with that one. Taking every weapon apart from one out of the hands of G2 and forcing armor rebuy on top. Despite Valen's heroics, they're going to be feeling the effects of that in the next round. It gets a 7th on the board and starts them clawing up. But look at what it's done to the economy. Ares, double Bulldog, Guardian. This is... G2 just won the round, but they're forced onto a very odd buy. I think they were even thinking about going for the half buy, but they forced into it. This is the point at which Crew could run away with things, actually. If they get an ult orb and get Shy's ult online and, you know, snowball things forward and knock G2's economy, this is their chance, Crew.
Meiser takes the contact there, the drone. Used in kind, at least, to try and clear out through the A main angle. Didn't stretch deep enough to at least clear through Wind. And now Crew are calling what they really want to do here. I mean, looks like there was a little bit of hesitancy. They backed away, maybe anticipating that Jonah P would throw the knife, but now holding it, now throwing it.
Clearing Wine where Valen was hiding in a prior round.
Yeah, just delayed knife. G2 gonna have that level of awareness. This has knocked a lot of time off the clock, I think, for Crew.
Yeah, but look at how passive these positions are for the G2 players. They don't really have any control towards mid or cat. Giving Crew tons of space. It's just the time that's the problem.
Hot flash. Rebounds here. Cut to the corner. This is Icy. It's time to see if he can chop. Oh, but he's team blinded. flashed in the moment. It's supportive util that just goes wrong. Funnel in! Answers entirely! And the combined mind of the anchoring players, Jonah P puts the finishing touches on it. 8-2-8.
That was Crew's chance. That was Crew's golden ticket to starting a snowball that would have seen them potentially win Ascent and take us to a third map. And they've squandered it. They could have played it more standardly. They could have tried to fight for map control at the start of the rounds a little more, and instead went into an ace play. Oh, even gifted with a team flash onto Icy, but couldn't convert. And now they're the team with the economy knocked. And they're the team that needs the miracle, the magic out of Kesnit.
Turn right around, Crew. Straight up the gut, in through mid, alarm bot. Kesnit, his attention's not even directed towards this util. Dash is there, spots one up trap. Dash trying to hunt him out. Missed it, can't get it. And so the angering players leave. He's going to be supported so damn well. Shots gone wide and wild. That it is. Still blinded up. That supportive util is just pure excellency. Jonapy's there.
Getting the flash, getting the fragment grenade kill as well. Phenomenal, making up for that team flash onto Icy in the previous round, for sure. He's got 15 assists. I mean, I know that KO, you do kind of farm them, but looking at the opposite side, Heat's on 7. I mean, Jonah is really playing that supportive element, making that a focus on just dealing with Crew.
Could not root out Leaf.
Yeah, and that's, Kesnit had an opportunity. He had a moment where you would expect him usually to be able to get that kill, and it just slipped away. Massive ults for Crew now. So G2 are going to try to disrupt this set play we saw them go for previously. One out of the Sentinels playbook.
Really quite interesting. It's a double face. Leaf. Couple of pot shots. Do they want to try and explode into this one? Yes, they do. At least with Kesnit sent flying and forwards. It's the Molly and they drop down. Struggling Crew to try and get themselves and their players back into this one. Melzer at least will relieve that pressure, but they haven't dealt with Leaf. This guy doesn't matter. On a perch in this position, you just cannot remove him from the B site, and he makes it so damn hard. And he can't do anything about it. It's 10-8. This lead that G2 are accruing now, steadily growing out of control.
Where was the ult investment there from Crew? They had massive ults to be able to play around, didn't use them on an eco swing situation, and just kind of sent it in instead to their demise. You're right to highlight Leaf. I mean, look at it. They're playing a flood defense, and they're through off the back of a pop flash from Jonah P. Everyone feeling that coordination, and it feels like Crew, what we've seen from them throughout stage 1 is that they're able to make decisions really quickly. We see the aggression from them. They swing through smokes to trade each other, to support each other. And today, they look like the slower paced team. They look like the team with hesitation and caution. They've got to find that fire. To be honest, it might already be too late. G2 poised to get up to 11 here.
The state of the economy that they're in, I mean, the only advantage that Crew have has to be those ultimates, but you don't want to expend them, not necessarily in a round like this, not unless you have a good chance to win.
All right, so a break on the alarm bot throughout mid. And it
a lot of noise.
In.
A lot of noise! Giving Icy the perfect cue! Kesnit! What are you doing, son? Trying to defend this one, but dominating the smoke. Doubled up side by side. G2 in complete control of this one. Nothing gets by them, especially when Leaf is on the prowl, on the hunt.
Spike planted.
Planting for the money there as Klaus blinded up. Just gotta think about the next round coming up. No chances in this one. 11-8. G2 are running away with things. Crew are gonna have one last hurrah with massive ultimates to try to turn this. But they only have one chance left, really. If they don't convert this, there is no hope left. And Bren, what I'm seeing in these kind of moments are hero plays from Crew. Yeah. I'm not seeing them time things so that they double swing into a smoke. I'm not seeing them try to play tight with each other. I'm seeing more of what we saw when Lev put the pressure on Crew, and it was, you know, Kesnit running forwards and trying to find the overheat timings to be able to win the round on his own. They're not finding it. There's no individual that's going above and beyond for Crew, and all of the good team play element stuff has kind of withered away too.
It's the wrong opponent if you're going to be relying on hero plays. This G2 squad, I mean, they shut down Cloud9 almost as easily as you go, to be honest. Just, I mean, fully understand the way that they wanted to play. Always trying to take up fights in real disciplined scenarios, high-low setups, always 2 versus 1 most of the time. And they're doing it here again.
Yeah. I mean, to bring things back to a stat that I brought up in the G2 C9 game before, Oxy was getting 48% of Cloud9's first kills, sorry. Kesnit gets 41% of Crew's opening fights. He wins them. And they held him to only 1 first blood on Icebox.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like even with him getting 15 here, there hasn't been that much more success here. It's not like he's ripping open rounds. G2 have been playing in such a nice, disciplined manner to shut down that level of individualism. And the 2 opponents they've gone up against are the big early round heroes.
Placing swamp.
G2 have had an up and down stage 1. It's a similar play they did it before.
Yeah, same
Tars
set,
aggression, spam from the Odin. Get rid of deep TP of Valen, but he will respect that space and just give it up now. And it's a bit of a read and call being made by him. Deep B main position from Icy.
Yeah, Icy's not heard anything. So, G2 ended up coming back to reinforce Icy.
There's a dash, just getting out of there.
He's got to get punished for that.
Yeah, no kill inside. Kesnit's forwards, though, had already been cut up from the rest of his team. Defensive rotations abound. Lockdown, committed, Hunter's Fury. It's all going to be expended here for a win for Crew. It all hangs in the balance. Updraft, whacking the head. Icy just doesn't get the height he was looking for. Can't punish the exits. But Melzer's onto the side now. The plan coming through, and it's a call by G2 to go fast and loose straight into it. Shy, an attempt and a chance. G2 have shut it down entirely. Melzer in a 1v2. Lockdown committed. Paranoia up close now, swinging wide. Leaf intelligence off the bloody charts there. Just holding for it, knowing that Melzer has to push them.
And Melzer swinging in when Valen's nearsighted right into his face as well. It's not like the Paranoia even did anything.
Yeah.
He was just put into a desperately difficult situation as G2 get up to match point. Simply 1 more round, and they will have, dare I say it, strolled to Shanghai. It feels like this match has been far easier for them than anybody would have predicted. The level of preparation and the work that they've put in, justifying all of the difficulties that they've gone through over the last few years of grinding that through Tier 2, looking to make another appearance at a Masters event. They are 1 round away.
And this is validation for them. As we've been mentioning, as we've been setting in terms of the tone of this match, it's a G2 squad. Their chances to be picked apart, poached. Individual players finding their spots into Tier 1, but now 1 round stands between them and booking a ticket to a Tier 1 international event. The money stretched thin here for Crew, still with some rifles, still with some fight left into them. Ults offloaded off of what kind of contact? I'm not even too sure.
Off the turret contact. They broke turret. They've got a setup between Valen and Leaf here, but Crew dodged it.
One singular tag and a pause being called into this one. Maybe G2 might just seek to overextend themselves, a re-clear into mid.
Very slow pace by Crew, trying to bait out some kind of info peek from G2, but they have info everywhere. You need to push Jonah P off the B main angle to cause some kind of loss of info.
Kesnit tries to swing this one. Surely his back's open. There's a Paranoia right through them and Leaf. Oh my, the supportive utility. It's perfection at play for G2. A ticket inside, around the world they go. Straight to Shanghai.
A stunning, stunning performance from G2. Dismantling one of our best performers that we've had here across stage 1. And Kesnit is left in shock. Disbelief written on his face. How did that crumble? I was expecting Crew to be the favorites in this game. I thought at the very least we would have a great match. I'll be real, this was just G2 dominance. This was not a close game by any metric. Leaf stunned out there. He was electric on map 1 and map 2, showcasing why he was one of the best players last year on the duelist role and taking all of that to perform across both maps on Killjoy. The level of preparation as well and the calling from Valen, amazing. This team knows how to peak when it matters.
Immense amount of credit to all the G2 staff as well. Josh RT and the rest of his boys here. can stand tall and proud, smiles on their faces. They know that they've got it. Vindication, validation, however you want to call it.
How long has it been, Bren?
775 days since this core team was at a Tier 1 international event. They've had their challenges, don't get me wrong. Ascension to even get into this spot. But here, I mean, this is what it's all about. This is what makes it worth it.
Yeah, they've proven that they can hang. I mean, today and yesterday, taking down teams with extraordinary records. Neither of these squads had really dropped matches. You know, C9 and Crew were smoking everybody in Americas, and G2 have just come out and dismissed them both. And I think dismissed is the right word. It wasn't even that much of a struggle. All of the prep that they'd put in, they just had reads. The players were on the same page. All of their setups were working. Beautiful, beautiful Valorant to watch. Our first team from Americas going to Shanghai is the team that came from Ascension. Yeah. Just beautiful to see. So different to what we watched at Madrid as well. We knew it would be a different crop of teams.
Yeah.
And we're still guaranteed at least one of the LATAM teams going to Shanghai. It's just that there's no guarantee that it is Crew.
Yeah, which one it will be, exactly. I mean, Crew still have their chances in the lowest, but for now, let's celebrate G2 and send it down to Elizabeth, who's down on the floor for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with maybe the man of the hour, Icy, who has done such an incredible job. You didn't join this team that long ago, and now you have just booked your ticket to Shanghai for your first international event. And you've been this team for like what, a month and change?
A month or two.
How does that feel?
That's a real feeling, you know. The boys came out there, we played well, we were well prepped, and you know, like we just took every round, like round by round, we were just owning.
That's exactly what your coach said, round by round, and that we see that kind of synergy that you guys have. You know, following Valen's calls, your protocols are so strong. When you joined G2, did you expect to be this successful this early?
You know, like going into the season, I was pretty confident in myself. You know, I feel like I've been like underperforming to my standards, but like slowly, like game by game, I feel like I'm gaining more confidence, and you know, we're doing better and better. So
well, that's one of my questions is you received a lot of criticism at the beginning of the year that you weren't performing to the standards that certain people expected you to. Would you like to say anything to those people who were criticizing you?
I mean, you guys saw it out there. We were owning, so.
Simple as that. Now, you will be facing some of the best of the world in your role. You know, people you haven't faced before, people you haven't even scrimmed against. Is that scary? Is that exciting? How do you feel about that?
It's pretty crazy. I think I've like scrimmed like a few other regions, like when champs happened, when they came here. But I'm looking forward to playing like new styles of play, new comps. So exciting.
I'll give you one last because this is your moment, homie. You qualified your first international event after what, 2 months of playing with a team. I'm just gonna let you take the floor and say whatever you want to say.
I mean, thank you to all the fans supporting, my amazing girlfriend, my family, of course, my team, Seo, Josh, Peter, everybody behind the scenes helping us out. So, yeah.
And we'll see you in Shanghai, Icy. Simple as that. Thank you so much, Icy. We're gonna throw to a break, but stay right there because we have a heck of a game next. It's 100 Thieves versus Leviathan.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
100 Thieves son un equipo que está jugando muy bien actualmente.
I definitely do think this is the strongest iteration of 100 TV.
It's always a fun match against them. They're a strong opponent.
There's still much work to be done. Only 2 remaining for Loud. Can they hold them back? The first will fall. Cryo gets 3.
Son un equipo que está muy estructurado, que tienen protocolos bien marcados y al mismo tiempo dentro de esa estructura son un equipo muy agresivo.
I think Lev is a really good team. I mean, they have Aspas, best player in the world. That team is always going to be dangerous.
Aspas has the glass cannon up, looking their way. Seeing QCK go for this play quite frequently. There it is, Kesnitz! Well, you never saw what hit him.
We're feeling really confident going into it, so we're just going to see what happens.
Trabajamos mucho para esto y ahora concentrarse y seguir trabajando el doble de lo que lo hemos estado haciendo para asegurarnos de ganar ese spot en Master Shanghai.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second mid-season playoff match of the day between Leviathan and 100 Thieves. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Doug, Baby Bay, as well as Wyatt here to break it all down. And boy, oh boy, first things first, congratulations to G2 2-0, and they're going to be representing the Americas region at Masters Shanghai. But now we look forward to our next match. I mean, what's fascinating, just like our previous match, this is another kickoff rematch that we're going to witness here today. We're going to see Lev and 100 Thieves take each other on for the second time.
Yeah, and I think this match should be better than what we saw the first time around, given the state of these two teams. I think Cryo, we saw put on a ridiculous performance in a way we haven't seen it possibly ever. And then Aspas is going to be good for it every single time. So I'm super pumped for this series, man.
Both of these teams have leveled up so much from kickoff. Back then, we already thought Lev were good, and then they started the season poorly against Cloud9, and then they just went straight to the moon. This team is so sick. And 100 Thieves at this point started worse than Lev and now have met them right at the top. Their game plans on the maps that they excel at, like Bind, are just fantastic.
Yeah, and Boostio had an IGLing masterclass yesterday against Sadhak. I mean, that was really a sight to see. So I think the prep going into this is going to be everything for both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge without a doubt, and it seems like everyone's firing on all cylinders. Let's go ahead, though, and jump over to the IGL of Leviathan. You got King, who's standing by with Elizabeth.
All right, pay attention, okay? Pay attention. Pay attention. Take notes. King. How you doing, homie? Good, thank you. So we noticed a pretty big change in Leviathan from week 1 until the rest of the matches you have played. What prompted that change?
I mean, one of the main things, obviously checking our loss and okay, have to lock in. We checked the documentary of Doc Rivers, and the main thing we got out of it is that pressure is a privilege, because a lot of people, desk, teams talk about us, and instead of having it as a weakness, we're okay, they're talking about us because we're one of the best teams, so let's prove it.
Pressure is a privilege. I love it. I'm taking notes. What we look, rushing B.
Quite profound there from King, and also good to see Elizabeth jumping in the analytical role a little bit there. Love to see it here. But see, there's an interesting thing, though, right? He talked about how this team was, put a lot of pressure on their backs, right? I mean, look at the names on this list. You got a world champion, 2 world champions, as a matter of fact. You got big players in LATAM, up-and-coming players in NA. So, I mean, Baby, this was a super team on paper. It did not start that way, though. And to see this team come together like this has been so awesome.
Yeah, and also one of the first mixed rosters that make it actually work.
Yeah.
And dominate this entire stage too. I mean, it's a lot of pressure not only on the fact that you're playing with a player like Aspas, but for Texan Comp specifically, who just gets slotted into this role, with 3 LATAM players.
Literally, yeah.
It's that's in itself pressure.
Yeah. I respect that approach so much. There are people who shy away from pressure, who shy away from expectations. And when you put together a squad like this, there are going to be a lot of expectations, but for them to understand and lean into it and go, pressure is a privilege. It's just such a cool thing. And I think not only when you think about the expectations of the roster, but also the fact that they've played on some of the biggest stages that Valorant has had to offer, they've thrived in those scenarios. should be a lot more comfortable, and we've seen it kind of come together from beginning to end. The evolution has been a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, it certainly has. And of course, let's not forget how this team got here to begin with. It was, through a string of impressive wins, but also a big win that they got over their LATAM rivals in Crew Wyatt. That pretty much set the tone for what we're seeing here at this Leviathan roster in playoffs.
And not only their LATAM rivals, it was stopping the Crew that hadn't lost yet.
Yes,
that was,
they gave them the one.
They were at the apex of their hot streak, and they finally were the team to be able to shut them down, to shut Kesnet down, Ospas being the first player in any of the matches against Kesnet to have a superior duelist performance. But it's never just about Ospas with this team anymore. That's kind of how it began. That's how it even looked when they beat Sen. It was, well, Ospas, he was the only one getting kills. He got 47 kills.
Yeah.
They're nothing without this guy. And then we're seeing the rest of the team show what they have to offer. King, Mazzino stepping up massively, that it is actually this well-rounded unit. They're, being referred to as a super team for a reason. It's not just one guy. It's what they have in totality.
But that being said, though, it's still Ospas. And you still got to talk about the guy. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I agree with everything you said, Wyatt. It is the sum of all of its parts. But, I mean, you got one big old part there with Ospas. I mean, my boy's cooking right now.
And a lot of players from 100 Thieves, even in that previous interview that we recorded, I mean, even they're calling him the best player in the world still to this day.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, this is a big, big moment for both teams, but Ospas brings a different vibe to the server, man, and he's always going to be shooting straight.
Yeah, there are just only so many ways that we can describe Ospas as good, right? and we've been talking about it for, 2 years now, right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, number 2 across all of Americas on every single stat you see on your screen.
That's crazy.
The guy's insane.
And I think it's Oxy that's ahead of him? Or
Even
is it...
at that, Ospas was by far number 1 of anyone in the world up until the last week of the season when Oxy just kind of dunked on MIBR and got some stat padding in at the last second. But up until that moment, Ospas had the best stats in America's, any league this year, and any of the leagues last year. So,
wow.
Kind of tells the story.
Yeah.
He's good.
He's good. He's good at video game. Now, the thing is, though, is that, yes, I know we talked about Ospas here, but there are other elements to this roster that have been shining. And one of those players, Mazzino, this guy has been clinical for the team. He's given them Doug so much to work with. I mean, again, it's kind of what we talked about with Kesnet and Heat. When you just have that tandem duo, being able to collect those kills and make impact on the server, these are the results you get.
Yeah, Mazzino's done such a good job of unlocking and enabling the players around him to be able to succeed. And I think that's one of the things that often goes underappreciated when you've got a guy like Ospas on your squad, right? Because he's going to be statting and all that crazy stuff. But when you're putting together a mixed roster like this, when you're putting together a project of this magnitude, that's the glue.
Yeah.
That's what makes a team like this succeed. And again, it often goes under the radar. It often goes underappreciated. But Mazzino he deserves the flowers he's getting now.
Totally agree. That second game that was being shown against NRG on Sunset, that was the one where the switch kind of flipped for him.
That was some of the craziest breach play.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, he was pretty quiet. And then since that NRG game, he's been electric. And on that map in particular, he was going off individually, which is so tough with how clunky breach is. And
He's got big old metal arms, man. You got to give your boy a break.
It's tough, man. It's a tough life, which is why
I'll be there in like 4 years. You know what I mean? Just give me some metal arms.
Prosthetic everything.
Somehow I got to get muscles. You know what I'm saying? Well, speaking of muscles, Busio wasted no time in calling out Leviathan and his former teammate Calm. Here's what he had to say in yesterday's post-match interview.
What does that have to do with muscles?
I might have to use one swear word.
No, I have to beep you out.
Okay. I'm going to destroy Calm for one. Yeah, I will destroy Calm. And then I just hope Ospas doesn't go plus 30 and we'll win.
Completely fair. Yeah. Well, talk about the Cryocells Ospas matchup. That's gonna be.
Yeah, that is peak. That's like peak anime battle. So we'll see. I think we're going to destroy them. What we're playing at right now, I think we're the best team in the region. So.
I mean, do you see his arms? Absolutely jacked. Okay.
I didn't know he was built like that.
He's just under that jersey. My guy's got a six-pack. You guys don't even know about it. All right, well, 100 Thieves, of course, made top 4 by eliminating Loud, causing Sadak and the team to miss their first global event in that organization's time in Valorant, which is big, profound, if you will. And now here it is. 100 Thieves, Baby Bay, they look best they've ever been. 100 Thieves fans buying all the sweaters. This is it.
I mean, yeah, it's by far the best version of 100 Thieves we've ever seen, and also the best cryo we've ever seen. He's finally being enabled, and that's due to the fact of Boostio giving him more space and more freedom to go for aggressive plays. And honestly, he had one of the best performances, I think, of his career.
But you know what? Also, there's another thing that because yesterday we had the opportunity to interview Cryo and Asuna, and you know, one thing that I had noticed right out of the gate is just what Boostio does from a morale perspective.
Yeah. I don't want to call him a vibes merchant because he's so much more than that.
Yeah.
But he really does so much to bring the team together, to keep them energized, to keep them pumped up. I mean, the fact that he's getting out of his seat every single round
time
and talking trash across the stage is just so like, yeah, dude, you get invested behind that. That's somebody who casts a vision and everybody follows.
And there,
go ahead.
I mean, there's just moments with that too, where when Cryo was making a big play happen, usually he's just the stoic male laughter. You can see Boostio is talking trash for him, and he starts to smile. He doesn't say anything himself.
Boostio's little smirk, Cryo's little smirk is when you know he's turning up. Like
he's
crazy.
like the Barack Obama's anger management translator. You know what I mean? That's Boostio for Cryo. You know, that's what I want. That's what I want every single time. All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to Elizabeth. She's actually standing by with the stoic man himself, Cryo.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Hi, Cryo. How are you? Because I'm doing terribly. But anyways. Cryo, I don't know if you know, but you literally had the best game of your partnership career yesterday. You played out of your mind, but statistically, you had the best game of your career. And today you'll be facing Aspas, who's one of the most, insane players we have in the world. What are your thoughts about that?
I think Aspas is probably the best player in the world, but right now our team confidence is at an all-time high. Everyone's feeling really good, and I think everyone has a lot to prove right now, so I think it's going to be a good match.
Best of luck. Give me one more chance. One more chance. One more. Okay.
It's not going to happen, Elizabeth. It's not going to happen. All right. But great perspective there from Cryo. Obviously, a lot of respect there for Aspas. And look, you're going to need to respect him because here's the facts. It has been a hot minute, a hot, steamy minute since 100 Thieves have been at an international event, guys. This is a massive opportunity. I mean, look, I still had hair.
No, you didn't. You didn't have hair back then.
I still had some hair.
Let's not be ridiculous.
I still had hair.
We're overdoing it a little bit here. He was still playing.
I was still playing.
They knocked you out to qualify for this event, I think.
I'm not going to talk about my Phoenix gameplay a singular moment on this stage.
My bad, bro.
But the reality is, it's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
And that was a team that put together this crazy lower bracket LCQ run. Everybody was invested. Will was popping off and really watching the team come to form. But since that, it's been really quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't really had any accolades to hang their hat on up until now. And now they're flirting with something they haven't done in some asinine amount of days, 600 and something dumb, I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of days.
Yeah, all of last year, confidence was the thing I just kept looking at with that team. There were so many moments where these guys are just afraid to swing for each other. They're just not taking fights for each other. Cryo on defense, he could hold angles extremely well on the op and get a lot of kills, but he's not playing like he is now, where he's jump peeking. It's just a totally different gear that he's kicked into. This is a totally new team.
We got a few seconds here before we throw to the stage. Let's get predictions. Lev?
Thieves.
100 Thieves.
100 Thieves.
I don't remember what I put on the graphic.
100 Thieves.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember.
100 Thieves.
Did I?
No. 100 Thieves.
I'm being bullied into saying 100 Thieves. I think I agree. I don't really know.
You've just been gaslit from your own prediction. Oh, man. Well, look, folks, this is going to be a great matchup, and what a way to close out the day. 100 Thieves taking on Leviathan. It's about to take place on the stage in a moment here, and, of course, there's a lot of pressure for both of these teams, but this is it. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage and bring out your players.
Riot Games Arena, a spot for Master Shanghai is on the line. So let's bring in our first team. Give it up for 100 Thieves!
Y para enfrentarlos, la bestia imparable, Leviatán.
Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go.
This is it. What an interesting story you have for both of these teams. For Leviathan, you have a squad that's been put together with superstars and a literal super team combined together like a freaking Megazord to make themselves into a formidable force. Meanwhile, on the other side, you had a 100 Thieves squad that was looking for motivation, looking for inspiration, and they found it from a loudmouth IGL who won a world championship. This is what it's all about. This is going to be an exciting game, Wyatt.
Absolutely. At the beginning of this season, the 100 Thieves fans, they thought it was just going to be another year of tragedy. They were, there was so much
Bro, they were down on when Boosie got signed, man.
In the kickoff times, and now finally they're on the precipice of rejoice.
They don't know what to do with their hands.
No, they don't know what to do with themselves if they win this game. I mean, this would be the turnaround that they've been waiting for years.
But we gotta call a spade here. If 100 Thieves are playing fantastic Valorant right now, but it's no doubt that if they win this, it would be an upset because Leviathan are a team forged literally for this.
Yes, but I'm going to keep it a buck with all of you. 100 Thieves was built the same way. They signed Boostio with the intent, and EU, of course, but they signed him with the intent of competing for hardware, of competing for championships. And yeah, the start wasn't as pretty as we would have expected, but truth be told, it wasn't pretty for Leviathan at the beginning either, right? They looked a little disjointed. They looked like they were playing for themselves. So for 100 Thieves, yeah, it may not have had as much firepower as we signed Aspas, and that's fair. But I think the intent was the same. Yeah. And I'm also, now that I've kind of riled up the 100 Thieves stand, I remember my predictions. Leviathan. Let me remind you. That's on Aspas. Let me remind you of Aspas.
Look at the map pool. Yeah. We are getting bind first. I have left that in 100 Thieves' home.
That is a bold call.
Beyond the elite, the top quality that you can get on that map first.
Yeah, but how many more rounds can you win without a mouse? I mean, surely that doesn't happen again, right? There's no way.
I did see Boostio charging his mouse.
We're good.
Yeah. And he took it off the charger.
Got a couple AA batteries.
I think he should be good.
I think he should probably win that. Right? Yeah. That's their win con.
Oh man, yeah, this is good. Okay, well, let's break down these maps real fast. It was bind and sunset, and if necessary, we'll go to icebox. I gotta say, I feel good for 100 Thieves here, but you gotta have some cojones if you're going for that bind pick against them.
Absolutely. Yesterday, they were prepared for some of the stuff early round that 100 Thieves were throwing at them. They were able to dodge getting killed by some of these early util set plays, but that was nowhere near enough. The overarching play from 100 Thieves is still so good.
Yeah, and I think we can talk about Cryo versus Aspas, and I think that's going to be the majority of the discussion, but my eyes go towards Bang. Bang has been a rock for this team, and he's developed every single time we see it. Yeah, every single time we've seen him on the stage, Bang just seems like he's maturing and developing round after round, and I think Asuna is going to get unlocked. Cryo's going to do his thing. Bang needs to deliver for 100 Thieves.
Well, it's time to find out who is going to be joining G2 in Shanghai, because this match punches a ticket to the Masters event right around the corner. So let's go ahead and get the show underway and send it over to Vance and Riv.
We have a rematch now of kickoff between Leviathan and the Thieves, and last time it was Leviathan that actually came out the victors, but at least this time today, one team is guaranteed to make it through to Shanghai, as they both missed Madrid last time. But man, this is gonna be crazy because we're starting things off on Bind, and everybody's talking about it. Why are you leaving Bind against 100 Thieves here at this point?
Why? I mean, if we look back at kickoff, Leviathan did win the Bind matchup, and it was as 100 Thieves kind of switched over to this composition of agents we see right here. Since then, they have not lost on Bind with this composition, so maybe they found the secret sauce that's going to be able to throw Leviathan for a loop, and that's why a lot of people are questioning, the Bind is there? What? See if they have an answer for it on the side of Leviathan as we get into our first map of this series. Looking around at the buys, nothing too crazy. And the spike is dropped for first round here for Lev, Sheriff for Aspas. And right now, that's just long D, so not a lot put behind that. Just making sure it can control an extremity. A quick pickup for Dizzy. There's early information being put up to Tex instead of Comm, so Comm can save all of the utility under Sky's belt to make sure that's for the site take along with the Comm Dizzy again.
Both teams have been in great form right now in this stage 1, and 100 Thieves even better form and looking to continue this momentum after dominating Loud yesterday on this map. And looks like at this position here, Asna is looking to play a one and done with late support coming out from EU. There's that contact, first blood for the Thieves. Then the Siege comes down and a double swing comes down. It's beautiful for at least a post-mortem kill onto Tex. 2 players left now for Leviathan as we're looking for the re-heal from Calm. King back at full health, entering the site. It's up for grabs now, and these are still spread out here, waiting for this plant to come down. As Cryocells is inching up here.
Planted.
One-on-one at the elbow, as you just heard the dog come through. And now we stay here under the pressure of wondering what's going to happen. Looking back behind the screen, though, looks like potentially it could be a round done.
We'll get it back for you ASAP on the screen. See the 100 Thieves getting back in a position that they did take that round. 100 Thieves up by 1. And now they reset for this round as we get this all fixed up for you and back onto the screen. Reminds me of the old days when it was fade to black. You go down and you can't give any info.
We're going down old school at this point.
Nostalgia coming back there for a moment. Quick tech pause here as we get set up to fix this. And yeah, what a play from 100 Thieves. A little bit of a noise creation, watch towards showers there as we saw Leviathan, Dizzy towards the short A, play a little bit around the map with spike dropped, but it really didn't deter 100 Thieves. They kept this whole protocol towards long ready. And I thought, if you called it Asana's in the one and done, okay, it'll be a few shots and then Asana's gonna back out of that, right? No.
Yeah.
No, they stay here as we see how this one turned out in the end. They did push into sight, but it was the hookah control and spawn control for 100 Thieves to be able to collect that. And really nice season 8 to start off B-Long and really throw Lev for a loop.
That's the important thing too, because at that point you had that one and done position from Asuna out in the open.
Yeah.
He had to land his shots, or if not, be quick enough to dodge some bullets to give a chance for EU to react here at that corner of Shed, because his responsibility was to look for the dropout and the jump out from hookah. So good thing that Asuna was able to start things off, and it allowed the Season 8 to happen too and really slow down that push from Leviathan into that B side. And on top of that, you saw it from the replay. We mentioned it just before it went fade to black old school style that they were kind of spread out across the map here for 100 Thieves. It had to come down to a big fight between Cryocells, and it seems like Calm dogging out towards the elbow and winning that with 2 players still alive for 100 Thieves. That also means they continue their momentum from yesterday that we talked about, that they looked really good here on Bind. And as we're soon about to head back here inside the game, you'll see here too that the buy is going to be fairly strong going to the second round.
And coming back into this, we'll be in just about under a minute. We did have all of our observers crash out for a moment. So obviously Prius.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. So
Gotta nerf him sometimes.
We're going to get back in real quick. And 100 Thieves is going to be in a great spot. Boostio getting 3 alt points towards the Gecko, who's already always farming points, so they can control from the defensive side with that as a focus. Asana is already 3 points up, and so is EU. They're sitting in such a nice position to carry that momentum we see so many teams snowball with recently in Valorant.
Remember on the other end too, as we're looking at Leviathan, remember they also didn't have to play that deathmatch gauntlet in that round number 1. They were waiting on the sidelines, being the top seed in that group B in this stage 1 here of the VCT Americas. And they had a chance here to watch a lot of these teams play, had a chance to watch 100 Thieves from the sidelines, and potentially why we're seeing Bind on this map. You've mentioned the matchup here that Leviathan won last time during kickoff, and also seeing what 100 Thieves have been cooking up with against the match on Loud rather. They have that staffing to be able to try to anti-strat potentially, or know the tendencies of how 100 Thieves would play it. But it still starts off well. It seems as though the opposite happened here for 100 Thieves. That off angle that started things off really threw them for a loop for Leviathan.
And what is it going to be like that again? Yesterday was Boostio continuously making sure that he was reading the opponents, going to the soft site when they were on the attack side, reading the attack when they're on defense here. And look at him already from his watchtower in his castle, looking down.
Does bring a lot here to see Boostio setting up right now and just always having fun. I mean, I've seen this before during these tech pauses where he just likes to slam his heat pad there onto the desk, but that's exactly it. What I wanted to bring it up, like Boostio has been so good here for the vibes and potentially really what 100 Thieves needed right now to gain that confidence. I mean, you've already seen in the last 2 matches for the Thieves how Cryocells has been playing very well versus Energy.
Yeah.
Eliminating the chances of Energy to make it to the playoffs, and now on to Loud with one more chance now to make it to Shanghai. And in the middle of these games where he's screaming out, "We're going to Shanghai, boys." That was like just an easy one going through for 100 Thieves in terms of that confidence, and we've seen the results in the end. And they're hoping to continue this forward against Leviathan in this series, where there's a lot on the line.
You have I think, like the night and day difference of relaxing and hyping up during our pauses here. Aspas leans back, Boostio stand up. Definitely just clashing.
Duality
even in
here.
the timeouts. Even in the time. Okay, we get back in the game. Leviathan here, running the Brimstone Viper comp. As we see, recently this was a harbor in there for the Brimstone for them, but the past few games look like the Brimstone switching it up, having the speed around the map, and also a bit more post-plant.
Still lagging another Sheriff here for Aspas and a little bit of dose to go for these trade-offs and why we're currently seeing not necessarily the full death ball. King is still watching to play that range here towards short A. But for the rest here, 3 working in tandem, working together here to take control of Hookah, where once again, passively watched, jump spot potentially from Bang in the back of that B site. There is that engagement, trying to pull the rotators out here from that B site over to A to try to get a plant down. But there's just too much here on the line, too much in the line of defense on both sides here of the map until finally Asuna falls. With that, weapon is out of reach. As Asuna falls, Bang swings out for the kill in the Bulldog. And pinched, sandwich, receives it.
Closing in on Leviathan. So that's 2 rounds. 100 Thieves has been able to read a little bit of pressure mid from Lev, but mostly a play towards B. And 100 Thieves have stayed anchored in their positions the entire time. That time, Bang starting them off, and then a few kills over towards Hookah. So Ultimate's still coming up pretty quick here. King's going to be popping off already for Lev. A few kills for him. We'll have to see if this extremity work, what Lev's trying to kind of fake 100 Thieves with, starts to have a bit more of an impact now that guns are coming into the mix. The first few rounds, you're hoping to get info and the soft site, but Lev, still shooters in their own right here, could easily start off with some peaks, but playing the default still, Vance.
Yeah, and 3 rifles in the bonus round for the Thieves too. Pretty strong buy coming in here. And it starts with a dink to the wall, but Aspas is still quite healthy. Boostio looking to close that gap. Waiting for Asa to continue to bait here so he could try to get a timing on as he goes for a jump spot instead. Now realizes here that there's a default cut noise for Leviathan.
Yeah, they'll wait. Make sure Dizzy gets kind of drowned out on this one. Now the rotation comes back over. They feel free to leave Bang.
A full rotate to come towards this A side as well. And Leviathan is a great call so far to cut that noise and re-hit and play the contact towards this B site.
Yep. They've told Bang, elbow, safer play, so the retake can fully happen on B if it comes through, and this is going to be a TP right back to the site if 100 Thieves wants to get back to B, or maybe a TP to A too. Lev's trying to read this one.
Depends on how much delay you could do, and it starts off well. The wall comes up here from Bang. There's the execution. A couple of them here are getting vulnerable as they're walking across, looking here for Leviathan. Looks committed towards this B site. 25 left on the clock as Wingman is moving forward for this plant. And you see here, it's no TP. It's a silent walk for the flank for 100 Thieves. So important here for the 2 players on elbow to delay for the Thieves for this flank to happen.
No one's looking.
Keeping them busy. Snakebite on the ground, fighting towards the front. And Bang gets that pick onto Tex. He has a chance here, but the shot is missed by Asuna. The jig is up. They know the flank is coming through. Pink shells to push it back. Busso gets the kill from the Hookah. Players are holding back from Leviathan outside towards Octagon. A back and forth we go. But advantage coming out for 100 Thieves. Only one left. It's Calm at 10. Sees down and picked off. Carl gets it. And the Wingman for the assist on the defuse. And a great bonus round converted for the Thieves.
Oh, 100 Thieves playing it quiet the whole time. It looked like it was going to be an absolute burst through the teleporter. But a slow rotate, as you called it, through the market just left Leviathan feeling comfortable that that was not the position yet. They were still going to look there, but 100 Thieves had gotten there too quick and exploded into the site. Really well played by Boostio there. And we see why they're so comfortable to make these decisions, to rotate off the site so early so they can come back, play a retake, put Bang and elbow, because Bang was solo hookah at one point. Not anymore. What can Lev do now, though, is the question. Coming in around 4, Mazzino does have a hero Vandal. They're not keeping too much util behind it, but it is focused on the right side of that map as they watch the extremity with Calm on the left side. So Calm flank this round. A little bit of communication grabbed by Leviathan, but they do not have an answer yet.
Yeah, you're definitely counting your lucky stars here with the amount of plans that you had for Leviathan that they still couldn't muster up this buy, but that hero rifle already becomes a villain as the lineup comes in towards the showers. It's a 1-for-1. Weapon could still get picked up here as Calm now has the Vandal for the remaining 3 players left for Leviathan. Dizzy being thrown up.
Yeah.
But I mean, it really looks like it's a stronghold now for the Thieves towards this A site. Until King closes that gap, calls range with the Stinger.
Oh, yeah.
Out of reach, as now you hear and see this Thrash coming out. Asuna trying to defend. You'll be able to do so. Actually, his teammates already fallen down from that crossover from King, so it turns down to a 2 versus 2 with the Wingman planning towards the A site.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Asuna takes the fight knowing it's going to be a 1v1. Now they play this confident, right? They just come back in, let Bang get close, and Asuna goes far inside here.
Now, also the opportunity of having potentially that showstopper. They'll use it, guaranteeing the round. Bang looking towards the back as King gets pushed towards that back of the spawn from the showstopper. Well done in the end. As now we have 4 unanswered for the defensive side of the 100 Thieves.
Wow. Super control of the map right now. Like, Leviathan's not even able to encroach without taking chip damage, without taking their full life in damage. We'll trade there through his teammate. And that's 3 defuses too. So Lev's finding a way to get into the site, but with how many members, right? They're usually limping away as they try to set up a defensive post plant. Back to this setup where they're strewn across the map, making sure 100 Thieves isn't getting any kind of free space, but it doesn't matter. They're just playing super defense.
Looks like we're potentially trying to get a Thrash here onto contact, or even walking behind it as well. Clearing towards the left side, the smoke's on the right. Ooh. It does get a contact, pain shells on the ground. That should eliminate King. Meanwhile, the crowd has fallen as he was trying to support his teammates. So that's no smokes for the Thieves on the retake, and an opportunity for Leviathan to work the map still, as they have Mazzino still alive.
Knowing that would work, seeing Texas ult last round, very comfortable to set up for a quick offensive hit from the defensive side. And now, again, this positioning where they can just play reactively against Leviathan. Slowly rotate. Second time Leviathan's trying to go through hookah here. They have all the util in the smoke for sight.
And it spots 3. That's a use trying to slow them down here by throwing out that Seize. Meanwhile, you see this double push coming out here from 100 Thieves towards that shower. It's trying to control the extremities, and once again, using the retake capabilities to their advantage. There's a satchel inside the site. Nice swing by Bang, but then he gets traded out here by Osmos towards that back of the site. Once again, one player inside the site has to delay as much as he can, and time's wasted, because look at how they're broken up. At least Asuna gets that pick here onto Tex, giving it a chance for Boostio to rotate all the way back towards the spawn.
Another situation, the post plant. Asuna finds a 1v1. Now Boostio.
One enemy remaining.
Instantly traded though. EU coming in from that back of the spawn. It's all left to Mazzino with no util. Backstab by Asuna. The Thieves are looking so good now on their map choice of bind.
Yesterday's entries where Asuna was taking the Viper's Pit by himself with a double kill. Now the movement and positioning from a long A or a long B kill to the hookah rotation timing to catch the back of Mazzino. Asuna is just playing in the mind of his opponents right now. And we start off the round with Boostio calling an aggressive defensive strat. Like, Leviathan have no chance to think, to breathe here. They're trying to reorganize for the next round, and 100 Thieves is throwing everything at them.
You definitely need it at this point here, this timeout being called out by Leviathan, and you're starting to see how 100 Thieves are working that map aggressively on one end, really pushing players towards where other players could delay here for the Thieves, but also in these post plans, there's so many flanks that are happening currently. As you see here, the composition for Leviathan, no Sentinel.
The wild thing is, too, is at the beginning of the round, Leviathan is in all of those positions that 100 Thieves is flanking from. It's just that 100 Thieves waits, finds the window, and exactly where we see Calm on the right side of the map, King kind of watching mid, 100 Thieves starts to take over all the positions and gain control of the map. Trying to think of the answer. We have not seen a fake from Lev just yet.
They haven't had a chance.
And you really can't on bind. You're just going to get TP'd on again. It's kind of hard to throw the opponent for a loop. All right. Let's see what we got. Moving in. 5-0. 3 towards A this time. 2 towards that market, that hookah side. And I wonder if they try to get the Gecko out. If they try to at least fight for Orb here. 1 for Aspas means they have Showstopper. They're looking for a bit of that future play. It could be Calm Seekers as well. So a lot of options here. This is a big fight for Shower.
They made themselves known from the bird coming out, getting that ult up. Aspas has it ready. They'll push him away for a bit, and then once again, we'll see here how you're going to react for Leviathan. An opportunity now to turn it over in their favor because of this Showstopper. Being fairly proactive around the map for Leviathan. Dogging towards U-Haul, trying to push them back. They know the amount of util and that dog probably saw here. Cryo towards that back of the site, knowing that there was 3 players stacked towards there to pivot towards B, and they get a nice opener.
That's the first time we get 100 Thieves trying to peek out and do a little searching themselves. Can they hold the site now? EU in a tough spot.
Showstopper is out. It's being checked. Not really. Gets that kill, and the spike goes down finally. The rocket comes out, blows him up, and enough time for Asuna to swing through towards that spawn. Advantage back now for the Thieves. Spike down towards the window. As now you have this lurk from Tex in the back of the spawn. It's being watched. Booster is already feeling it here. That lurk is coming across. Tex may know here from that Dizzy being thrown out. No, it's not going to spot here Boostio, but it's a one-on-one on either ends of this B site. 1 by Common, leads on Octagon. A 1 versus 1 now. Seekers out. The swing from Boostio. And they hold their ground once again.
Just kept, even with the Seekers pressure coming in, Boostio gives it the extra few steps on the face, draws the fire, and just takes perfect aim. Really great discipline here by EU to quickly collect and draw the Showstopper. Asuna just has everywhere boots right now. You look and there he is. Everywhere you would need him. Crazy stuff coming in from the Duelist. Ooh. That's the I got you.
Yeah, of course, when it's him against Calm, he did say it yesterday what was going to happen, right?
I will destroy him. Oh, my word. And it is happening 6-0 here to start off. No offensive pressure has made a dent in the 100 Thieves defense right now. And the post plants are all collected up so swiftly with how the protocols are coming through. Nightfall here as well to stop. There's so many ults for Lev to use, but do they use them here on these rounds? They need to secure 1 or 2, so even on a low buy, it's a possibility now.
It's a great call. I think with these ults here, playing the same style, they might have a Thrash to clear out towards this pit and then closing the gap with this Stinger buy that you currently have. And there you go. You hear the Thrash coming out, trying to clear out that pit. The dog trying to get a stun, but doesn't work out. Asuna gets the pick. There's the orbital strike as Bang will fall on that end, including that pit. Asuna stuck out in the open, but still flicks for that second one somehow. EU here for the rescue. Stop by Mazzino as he upgraded towards that Phantom. As now finally the plat comes down for Mazzino. The stun coming out for the wingman, and that's going to slow things down for a bit. Boostio has an opportunity to flank, but Crowd gets the pick through the smoke. With this half buy, it could still be doable here. A thrifting maybe for Leviathan as the smoke dissipates now towards that front of the site. Boostio with no utility. Calm, trying to wrap around here towards U-Haul. And Boostio's trying to clear that site. Now he may know here that Calm is stuck. Taps onto the spike, doesn't have a chance, and somehow,
Diffie,
as he gets dinged, still gets killed. Oh, the second time here, no charm coming through for Calm.
The gun diff, the smart play. Boostio started searching. I was wondering, I'm like, this is a Stinger you're against. Got to keep it distanced, and he does. Just goes for the defuse, pulls out the player. And honestly, a point to Asuna playing Phantom right now. Moving fast, motion all the time, swinging like that, keeping the transfer. That Phantom is doing work, and so is Asuna. Oh my word, 13-5 there. Boostio bringing out more rounds for the team. They've had some insane clutches here to keep it 7-0, but more so their insane control of the entire game so far.
In an alternate world, if there was actually something else in a stinger here for Common at 1v1.
All right, slow move. Again, a little more reluctant here for 100 Thieves to do jump peeks. Leviathan's gonna have to do work to search out where they are. Haunted and found out towards short here.
Oh, just gonna get pushed back for a bit now.
Yep.
For Cryo has the orbital strike and looks like they want to refight it. The dog's gonna come through to support. And as it gets shot right away, now you hear the showstopper coming out from off. Right from the showers. Orbital strike 2 to push them away. They wanted to guarantee this kill. Looks like 100 Thieves are not afraid of using these ults.
Yeah, they're playing and they're okay to stack the cards in their favor for any situation.
I like this though. After those ults are being used, they think here that the pivot's gonna happen for 100 Thieves to stack towards B, so Cryo could be stuck. Doesn't get checked to start, but it gets traded at least, and Calm also gives the advantage for Leviathan inside the A site. But instantly, the Nightfall comes out for EU. They take control of U-Haul. Players are rotating across. You have a late lurk from Calm with low HP towards Showers as EU lost that fight to Tex.
So smart by Calm to get over here and start to stretch what possibly the player's thin, but Bang's timing a little long, a little late. As the defuse starts to come in, so it's going to activate Leviathan to show themselves.
Oh, nice Dizzy being thrown as well from Tex on the post plant. They broke the wingman as well, and that's not even diffused halfway. There's that backstab finally closing the gap, trying to backstab on the second, and Tex does a great job now to get the last 2 as well. Trading off and also dropping the diffuser. Leviathan finally scored.
Now we're talking.
Very nicely done. Getting themselves in with a few of those ults, making sure they could still get the round. 7-1 is where they start to fight back, and it just looked like 100 Thieves had every answer here. You get slowly pushed out. They didn't necessarily want to fight King as he pushed in.
Let's go.
And they know 7-5 is a possibility now with that round coming into their favor. Not a lot of ultimates online here for 100 Thieves. A perfect time to kick back for Leviathan. And they can grab some economy too. With the way the rounds have been going, 100 Thieves does not have a massive economy after 7 wins. So that's big.
Very surprising at that point as well, right? Half armor for a couple of players.
Yeah.
At least they have util. Also using one of them towards Showers at the beginning here. EU cleared it out, puts Asuna and inserts him inside Showers, where he plays once again another off angle. Trying to see if Leviathan are not going to play those funnies and clear those 50s. But for them, for Leviathan, it's a contact play once again towards Hookah. Bang is going to be the one challenged, and Bang is going to be the one to strike. Ozbot to answer back, but Boostio's there on the ledge of the window. Another 1-for-1, but sight is finally open and taken advantage of by Leviathan.
Aspas almost has to do it himself. Get all the way towards the back, and nicely covered here. Looks like they're going to try to take double elbow and long control. Very nice defensive setup if they control together.
And they're not. Poor spacing, and Aspas now has to anchor it up on that elbow, potentially even fall back as the C's got pushed forward. Now also located, spotted by the Haunt. EU gets the easy pick, and the second one to fall. No opportunities for Leviathan to play the crossfire in. 100 Thieves are not giving a chance for Leviathan to gain any momentum.
We're seeing timing in these situations that really shouldn't be timing. That setup was there. They were both towards long. They knew the rest of Leviathan, that is, knew the rest of their teammates were coming in from the long area. So take control of that elbow area. They just single peek. And that's the window, the timing 100 Thieves is using. And like I said, it's not even really a window. They're moving so fast. Lev should realize this by now. 100 Thieves is on them almost immediately in each one of these plays with a protocol of their own to take the site back. And just look at the amount of post-plant defuses. We'll come back to it now as we're in a pause, but 100 Thieves are not afraid of giving Lev a little space here to take it all right back. Crazy stuff.
This is looking dangerous for the for Leviathan.
Absolutely.
Second timeout already called before the half even ended, not knowing how. 100 Thieves are going to play the attack once we switch sides. This is putting a lot of doubt now onto Leviathan's camp, potentially wondering why they actually did leave Bind through here against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it is definitely a question. Asuna 15-6, just another playground of his, honestly, just marking his name down on a lot of these maps with whatever he wants to play. Boostio being able to call the defensive strats that aren't allowing Leviathan a lot in the round. I mean, I'd love to go back and look at how many first bloods they're actually getting here, because they've usually been stopped at the first corner. That's walking into hookah without the util, trying to take things by contact. 100 Thieves is punishing left and right if you're trying to do that right now. Play towards the right side of the map here. All of Leviathan are going to stick on this. And 100 Thieves shower control stays true again.
Great call you're calling too. Every time you're trying to play contact for Leviathan, a death ball of 2 or 3 players, it's still 100 Thieves' first blood.
Exactly. And they're right behind each other to protect too. Here in sight.
Got hit by the flash here, but manages to fall back on time. Asna with a spray through the smoke, and Aspas is not going to like that. The lure buy that you have here for Leviathan, just looking for a plan. It gets denied right away. EU and the rest of the Thieves are just trying to window off here. The smokes that were placed inside this A site, blocking vision, and finally, now that it's gone, that opportunity here for Leviathan to try to get a plant is null, is 9. One more to go, and it's Busio on fire.
100 Thieves, well, yes, they are winning. They are just denying Leviathan the ability to use their composition to even set up in those spots. We see Aspas go down again right there. No blast back into the site. Now everybody has to crouch in again and hopefully have the right flashes, but 100 Thieves is already pushing forward. You don't have time to set up. You don't have time to do anything. You're on a low buy. 100 Thieves is not going to let up one bit. Listen to that crowd. All right, ultimates, 4 of them for Leviathan. Anytime to strike back would be now. They go for the same exact strategy, and this is a rerun as well by 100 Thieves.
But on the other side of the smoke, there's that flash. Everybody's blinded. It's the board lit up for Leviathan. All of 3 members of 100 Thieves trying to go for that aggressive play towards that A site. Has been denied here, and that's a great call, potentially off the timeout. That now activates 5 ultimates that Leviathan could carry over for these last 2 rounds.
All right, so Lev taking a bit here to feel comfortable in their own skin, really. As they pick into this map, or rather leave this map, I should say, and now kind of suffer the consequences. We still have that second half. We'll see what they have for the defensive side, but 100 Thieves with such a good read here. This one's just going to pan out for the ultimates of Lev, staying up with the weapons, and they look to grab a few more rounds. Pistol's going to be so important as we come into the next round. If Aspas, or not next round, but next half, I should say.
I like this at least for EU to try to fight. 400 Thieves, they have plenty of money to buy into the next round, and already you have all 5 ults ready there for Leviathan. So you try to make it expensive in the round win for Lev, so that hopefully they have a much broken buy going into the last round, but it's not going to happen. A much, much healthier one. Quite the opposite for Leviathan. And a chance to close it out on a 9-3 scoreline.
So now what's the question, right? Do you, if you're Boostio, do you see all 5 ultimates and say, we need to act first and chance getting thrashed in the face, getting showstopper in the face, or do you actually play to the back of the site like a KO could ult you from anywhere, right? Even though they don't have it. Just an example. But yeah, a lot of pressure. And Seekers as well if you get halfway through the round and Lev hasn't seen what they want.
I've got your trail.
100 Thieves keep it kind of default on the defense, and we start to see these ultimates unravel from the side of the Leviathan.
Yeah, double ult Seekers and also the Thrash. It does connect out to Bang there. It's that showstopper. So yes, they will unload in that site. Hot comes out, but no opportunities to go for any wall bangs across here for 100 Thieves. Finally, it's Leviathan once again with all of these ults used and an orbital strike towards the elbow, keeping him out of bay. Not giving a chance here for EU and Cryo to fight back. Pit is going to be so difficult to go through towards the spawn. So both players now for the Thieves opt to go towards the elbow, but same thing as Leviathan, separated in the re-clear. At least a trade, but Cryo has to go nuclear here. An ace clutch to win this round for 100 Thieves. And he's pinned and cornered. Back to a face-to-face against Mazzino that he wins. But you see everybody else backing up. Let's play the time into our favor. And it's definitely looking like it's doomed now for Cryo, at least on the attempt of the clutch. And a round will go in for now for Leviathan. Play the stats, don't give it to him. Oh! Still did. Still
got him. King's got a lot of kills too. Rack it up. 100 Thieves, 9-3 on that first half, and heavily in control. It felt like Leviathan needed everything in those rounds that they were actually able to get into their favor. Here, 5 ultimates to take it. If they hadn't, that would be worrisome.
Yeah, it took a bit. It took a bit
to get there.
Exactly. Able to get there is that keyword, at least for Leviathan. A chance to fight back now on the second half. But now let's get a quick word from Cryo and get his thoughts on 100 Thieves' performances in 2024 and what's changed for the better.
I definitely do think this is the strongest iteration of 100T. It's the same in how we treat each other outside of practice. Like, we're all pretty good friends, and we all relatively like hang out with each other a lot outside of prac. But I do think it differs in practice and just like our overall system and culture. Everyone's a lot more free to do whatever they want and just is more confident as a result.
Free to do what they want, free to also get that confidence now after seeing the results of how they play towards the scrim. But now Cryo mentioned it and Busio did yesterday as well. It's really translating into the server right now against all of their opponents so far. A great turnaround from the beginning of that stage 1 going into this moment right here.
I think I remember one of them saying in their interviews after even the first 2 series wins, they started to ramp up on. They're like, we feel unstoppable. Get out of our way. This is just it's going to be over. And Busio saying the best team right now they feel throughout America as well as Zix. And the way that they kind of dissect teams and read them and approach is incredible because they're very open about it too. They're like, we see this and this from a certain team, as Zix said when they faced Cloud9. We got to see their bind when they played loud, and it made us change just a few things in the way they played their composition, so we changed ours. And it just seemed to be such a good read every time, a good investment for what 100 Thieves are focusing on, and the payoff is there each time they get in the game on stage. 18 seconds left for this timeout before we get into the next half, or halftime, I should say, before we get into the next half, as it were. And again, Auspas with the Sheriff. We said that's important. Are they going to continue to support this and get him rolling? We did not see a lot of impact showstoppers even last round. It was mostly Asuna kind of flying around on that Raze duelist, 16-8. As all of Leviathan has been kept quiet on that first half.
And for the side here with the Thieves, you just saw a switch around here as you're getting more utility out of EU. Dizzy to start things off to get contact now towards Com at that octagon, but they have a lot of ghosts in their favor here. Trying to play the range and the trades here and less utility to clear those corners, so they have to be diligent now.
See one orb grab as well on that right side shower is orb grab. Maybe a bit of focus. That should go to the Gecko. You see Boostio pick that up. Still no commitment here. They're trying to pressure with Asuna. Asuna's had such a big impact on the game as well. Just putting him at the front of this site, Lev almost has to respect and react. They're playing towards the back more for a retake, and A looks like they're getting ready to rotate over to B.
They're also trying to let Cryo be a late lurk towards the hookah, and King seems to identify this. So he wants to give up the site. He wants to have full control here of hookah, but 3 players now swarming in for the Thieves. No chance there for King. So a triangle formation to take him down. Com trying to flash out. Half line is going to be at least EU, but all of us, 100 Thieves are actually through. Fighting inside that smoke, straight across. It's a 2 versus 1 advantage that goes into the favor of 100 Thieves in the end.
Ooh, fighting within the smokes, dipping and dodging there. It got a little chaotic, but everybody had their mark from the side 100 Thieves to be able to grab the pistol round. And again, that just puts more pressure on Leviathan here. Let's see how it happened again. This entry into hookah was really slick by 100 Thieves.
One enemy remaining.
And then they're able to drop back into sight too from just about every angle. You had a big lurk coming around from Bang, so every member of 100 Thieves in sight knew they could focus forward towards spawn. After they killed hookah, they did not have to worry about anything behind them. So great map control allowed 100 Thieves to focus down in the post plant. Now towards B, Bang again on that slight lurk with a stinger straight by Leviathan. They are pressured to get around in here, so a hand is forced into this buy.
Exactly, a full buy coming through that would put them potentially in another half buy or a full eco after, just to try to get the money right. You're hoping that the gamble works out here, economy-wise. Haunt being thrown, not shot out, now forced away is the position of King. Back towards the elbow and looks to walk back forward as the wall comes down. But Asana's already inserted inside Octagon. The double satchel on the back. The molly, it's at least a 1-for-1. There's that long range fight, but it's a stinger once again against the rifle of the Thieves. Plant coming down to TP across. Fully stunned, gets the pick. And all the shots once again landing for the Thieves, leaving Mazzino alone. Late on a rotate, smoke dissipating towards the back of the spawn, runs out, catches Cryo off guard. And a chance here. Weapon to get picked up. And EU doesn't want to give him that chance. But he loses that one. Now you're going to play a little bit more discipline now for the last two players. Bang and Busio set up on the crossfire and just waiting for that spike to get tapped on. And it's a smoke right onto that spike. No chance to pick up the weapon. Their early spray to come through, and Bang swings out to get the pick. No chance for Mazzino in the clutch.
And I think 100 Thieves expected that to be a buy. I was looking at Busio. He had a Sheriff, but he also had 0 credit. So even coming out of the previous round alive with Bang there, they were dropping guns to the team, getting that priority on the fraggers so they could get in and do a lot of damage to what would be a buy from Leviathan. So very heady control of what's going to be happening just in that econ game. And 100 Thieves stave off the Stinger purchase. Like you said, another one can squeak through here for Lev. It's going to be the low armor buy, but with Bulldogs this time.
Because they had that plan, so thankfully that 300 extra credit, it's a lot here to give a chance for Leviathan to fight back. So Bulldogs, as you mentioned, have fingers, and we go early inside that site.
Okay.
2-400 Thieves. Pressure now towards the showers. And nothing seems to be looking to be working for Leviathan. Even mid-range with the Judge. Fighting against Calm. Back to the classic. And then Judge long range right to the face. 100 Thieves at that point.
That was actually disgusting. Where 99% of the time you see the rays coming up over the truck when they go into sight. Asuna just flies into plant spot and then loops around the truck, completely confusing everybody. You're looking up at the Dizzy. He's coming around from the side. Disgusting stuff. Nice little route there by Asuna. Really well prepared round by 100 Thieves. Busio is just having the time of his life right now. All right, we get into another round. Like I said, game point here on this first map coming in for 100 Thieves. They play it straight to B long. Start pushing Leviathan off their first line, still on a Guardian buy. Haven't even had a good full buy for the second half.
And you see how Leviathan scrambling so far because they've already used both their timeouts. So initial contact, force rotate, opening up the site, and Busio has the whole map as his oyster. Could do whatever he wants as a call. But now looking to use that thrash to open things up towards the A site, potentially even allowing Asuna to insert with his Judge inside U-Haul. But a counter orbital strike forced to be pulled out. So we have trades towards that front in the back of the site. A 1-for-1, Guardian long range. And Texas pushed back. There's still alert coming across here from Calm. As rest of 100 Thieves are using that wingman for a plant and looking to fight towards that spawn.
Haven't felt the impact of these lurks just yet from Calm. Can he make it happen? They're entering from the other side of sight now. He's got to move soon.
Delay from the Snakebite long range fight. Easily won here by Bang. Flash coming through. And you definitely know this one-on-one battle once again. Won by Busio versus Calm. The Thieves assert their dominance and only need one more map for Shanghai.
What a showing on the first map from 100 Thieves. Not a moment of hesitation, indecisive play, nothing. They controlled the map, the rotations, everything was incredible here from 100 Thieves. And that, it's wild to think as well, because this is what people were asking from them. It's like, all right, you're giving us this, you're the best. Well, what you're saying you're even better. What is there? And there's a little bit more in the tank there. Where can they go, Vansili? It's crazy stuff.
They could go wherever they want. It's going to be on Sunset for the next map, but at least if you're looking on the Thieves camp, everybody's shooting so far. Cryo Cells wasn't really needed at that point, but we'll figure that out after the break.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
gives you wings.
King with all to do here at Logs. Holds his ground, good trigger discipline, that's two.
He's been so valuable for this squad, and he continues to kill as he gets a second. Cryo with the third, the shorty in the face.
Here with Coach Zix of 100 Thieves, literally speechless on the floor again with your team because they just keep on looking better and better and better. I have a genuine question for you, and I don't mean this in like a mean way. What do you guys have to work on? Because y'all look pretty dang flawless.
I mean, surprisingly, there's a lot that we work on. I mean, yeah, I mean, today and yesterday were just incredible individual performances along with just great team play. I mean, we're definitely peaking at the right time. So, I mean, we'll see if it carries on into map 2, and hopefully it does. I'm just happy to see that we're playing good Valorant.
Oh, one more map till Shanghai, homie. Bring it home.
Well, Coach Zix says they have a lot of things to work on, but I think what they're working on are a couple dubs. They pick up a massive win against Leviathan on Vine. And when I say massive, I mean, honestly, that was like the lead. You know, like that's how massive that lead was. It was impressive to see. And another thing that we were keeping track of as well, because, you know, a certain loudmouth IGL was spitting out in the field the other day, talking a little bit of trash about his old teammate Calm. Turns out, Busio did get the better of Calm quite a few times in that one.
Back to back.
Back to back, man.
Was crazy. And of course, in very Bustio fashion, you got to get up. You got to let him know this one was filthy. The pop and swing after getting, it was a 1v2, I mean, maybe even a 1v3, instantly out of his seat. Lets Calm know.
And this too.
They were
How did he win that fight? I thought Calm played the scenario.
You kept calling. You're
so
like,
well.
Calm's got it.
Yeah,
Calm's got it.
Calm wins. And then out of nowhere, Boosie just one taps him in the head.
I mean, he dinked him as well.
Yeah, it's nuts.
His aim got punched.
Look, he's pointing at him. He's like, oh, I'm that guy.
He has to be annoying to play against. I'm just going to be honest.
I would hate it.
I would chuck so many empty cans of Red Bull across the stage at this guy. Like, so many. But, I mean, Busio playing fantastically. I mean, listen, you know, calm, no slouch either. But without a doubt, though, this has definitely been a Leviathan that is struggling to get themselves into this. And we were asking that question, why would you go for bind? Why would you let bind through? And Wyatt, I think they learned a valuable lesson today.
Yeah, absolutely. And starting on attack, I mean, 100 Thieves defense on the map is just sick. They bring out so many, and again, this time, new little early round plays that were catching them off that they hadn't used against Loud previously.
That market hit was crazy with the nade and the Gecko Thrash and the tether. It was phenomenal. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I really feel like this 100 Thieves squad, if they keep firing like this, I mean, this is scary. Like, who stops them?
Yeah, sky's the limit. Their chemistry looks insane. They're really playing off of each other super well. As we were talking about it earlier, it kind of feels like the same chemistry and the same synergy that we saw out of Sentinels leading up to qualifying for Madrid. And now they're, one map away from doing something they haven't done in such a long time.
Yeah, this is a massive achievement, potentially, for 100 Thieves, but of course, there's still much to play. But one player, though, that certainly caught us all by surprise here. I mean, look, I don't want to say by surprise, but definitely impressed us. It's Asuna.
This guy needs to be hearing a lot of apologies from the rabid, frustrated fans earlier this year because they were calling for his head for months until these past few weeks where he's just been showing out. This was another sick performance.
Look at that shot.
And even, you know, earlier on in the year, he was still giving great maps, but just with no consistency. But right now, he's doing it at a way more consistent rate. And it's not even just that he's putting up massive maps more consistently, it's that he's not having the real down maps like he was before. The mean has just been raised up.
Yeah, this is a player where a lot of people were saying, and this is on everywhere, like even people up here on the desk were saying, does he even fit on this roster anymore? Because he was like the last standing man, it felt like, from the OG.
Well, you have to think it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
First strike days, that's crazy.
So without any success that they were having, like even in kickoff, like you saw a post saying, oh, Asuna's the problem. He's the only one left standing. Like, we got to rebuild completely. And then he goes and does this, and it's just a complete 180. And it reminds me of, like, the turnaround that Tens had.
Yeah. That's actually a really good call there. I mean, he's certainly found himself a lot of success here. This 100 Thieves team have been enabling him properly, but there's still going to be a lot of work ahead here for their opponents in Leviathan. Let's go ahead and check in with the Lev camp and see how they're feeling going into map 2.
With Coach Goked Leviathan, a pretty resounding defeat, a 13-3, very quick game. Calm just came out here and told me that was setting records for the first match, but he was still pretty jovial. My question for you is, we saw 100 Thieves perform on Bind yesterday and performed very similar to how we saw them perform today. Why did you let Bind through?
Honestly, Bind is one of our best maps, even if we didn't play good this game, so banning it wouldn't make any sense. They did a good game, and you know, it's not about the map, it's about like how we play, so we need to change that into map 2.
Well, best of luck.
Great perspective there from Coach Goked. And honestly, yeah, you know what? I agree. It's a map that they felt confident in. They were like, screw it. We'll go ahead and play it. Just didn't work out this time.
No, and I think it wasn't even close. And the nice thing about a map loss like that is you get past the map, you know you got rinsed the way that you did, but you can almost put it behind you a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Right? Knowing that you're leaning towards sunset, knowing that your approach is going to be entirely different, knowing that you've got so many other tools available into that map, I think it's easy to forget what just happened, and good for them because they got ran around the map from beginning to end.
Yeah.
They do have to start off strong, though, going into this map, too, because if they let it slip away again, especially against a team that just rinsed them, like you said, I mean, they're just going to take, especially with how 100 Thieves is right now, they're going to take it and run with it.
I'm really excited to see Lev on Sunset again. We haven't since they beat NRG, and beat doesn't do that map justice. I mean, they smoked them so badly. And it really came down to their initiator duo of Mazzino on the breach, and then also they have the Gecko. Their timings with the breach flashes, using the dizzies off those to catch NRG off while they were walking up on them, contacting it on attack, were perfect. And I'm excited to finally see this again because we only saw it once, and it was so elite that one time.
Just look at what we're seeing here. It's not a thing you see all the time where, like, you know, the IGL's just standing up, you know, just like barking orders to the team, just letting them know this is what we're doing, like keeping that energy going into the game here. This is certainly going to be an interesting situation here, though, Baby Bay, for them, because you're right, Wyatt. Like, look, this Lev squad looked fantastic on Sunset.
Yeah.
But if there's one thing that we're learning about 100 Thieves very quickly, it seems like they have a plan for a lot of situations and could be ready for this.
They definitely do, and they're going to be looking out for Mazzino's amazing utility that he has when he had that performance against NRG. But the problem that I have with 100 Thieves on this map, unless they've changed their comp, is that they run like a weird like Sova Gecko comp. And I feel like, yeah, you can make it work, but I feel like Breach is just a staple on this map if you're going to run anything other than a double controller.
I worry, though, beyond comps, man. I think we just saw on our screens, you take a look at 100 Thieves and Boost, he's, loose, he's laughing, he's, stuff the camera, and then you look at Leviathan and they're stoic. There's nobody that's speaking. There's nobody that's smiling. It's just such a sharp paradigm between the two, and I think that when we're having conversations about stuff like that, it goes beyond comps. Yeah. I think somebody needs to be the leader, and of course we're going to look towards King to be that guy, but something has to be a spark for this squad that just got rinsed.
Yeah, no, of course.
Look at him, dude. Look at him. I mean, he just knows he's winning this game. And you're looking at him and he just knows that he is winning. It's giving me full confidence because I don't see a shadow of a doubt in his mind now with how he's acting. I really don't. I just don't.
And I respect the fact he's playing the game outside of the game.
He is,
you mentioned it, and it was kind of like annoying and funny or whatever, but it's true. Yeah. Bro, to have a guy who's out of his seat every single round, in between maps, he's also jawing off.
Pointing at you.
Typing at letting you know.
Like, look, all of us here have competed at one point in time in our lives. It's annoying when you play against a loudmouth guy like that. It's frustrating. Baby Bay, you're usually that guy.
Dude, there was a point in the Schmeeg era when I was running it down so hard no one could touch me, where I was typing in chat every single game. They actually had to mute the chat in every match that I played moving forward because I was just getting in the heads of everybody. So it's a real thing.
What do you want to see, though, Baby Bay, with this Sova and Gecko? How do you think they can make it work to get this win here?
I mean, they have to bait out the Breach stud, and they have to identify where the heavy side is. That's the key factor in winning with a comp like this, because they don't really have any explosive utility from themselves, right? And Asuna isn't going to have a Breach to support him.
All right, well, question on all of our minds. Can we get to map 3? Riot Games Arena, let me hear you. As we get ready for this matchup, let's send it back to the Vans and Riv down by the river for the call.
Time's ticking, and the caller is actually tightening down for Leviathan as we're going into Sunset. And 100
yeah, we are
looking to speedrun through this series right now, Riv, and it seems that it has to be right now that Leviathan have to hit that reset button.
I like the point the desk made. That Doug said, that last map, it's rinse, wash it away. Go to the next one. You're already thinking about it. It was just a good game by 100 Thieves. So now you bring out your own good game, and it's one that they have to dictate from the beginning. Any momentum to 100 Thieves here, I think, is going to seal the deal for Leviathan, because Boostio is just eating that up so much and distributing it to his team as their vibe merchant, as it were. All right, we're into game. Ghosts around, your classics, obviously, on King and Bang. Spikes down once again for Lev on the starting round here.
Yeah. Looking to leverage here, a paranoia for the execution, a paranoia for the retake on both ends, as 100 Thieves are starting off here on this defensive side. You see this aggressive camera that was being thrown at the beginning by Leviathan, by Calm. Just playing that role with a recent agent switch and a composition switch from Leviathan. And as it's trying to scout across, it seems like Leviathan want to finish towards this area.
So Cryo dizzied up, and it's actually going to be Asuna that's focusing that alt orb they've already grabbed towards A main. Now Leviathan's on the B focus. They're going to go ahead and destroy trips. Just go for the quick plant. Wingman down, Dizzy up. Pretty default hit, and they should have decent sight control here. It's a retake now for 100 Thieves.
Two paranoias being thrown instantly on both ends here. Boostio is the one that's able to score first. Aspas holding his ground at the staircase as Boostio somehow comes across. A fourth, looking for that ace with one more to go, and he's so far behind. It's Calm. Wingmen on to defuse. They won. They're looking for the ace, and Boostio is gonna get it. Standing up proud.
Oh my God, I don't think that's how Lev wanted to start the second map, man. Silly. Boostio. He went 7-1 versus Calm in the first map. He makes it an 8th kill there and an ace to boot. Get out of here. Let's just watch it again.
What a ping that came out as well from E to get those 2 kills for Boostio inside that smoke. We're going quick in the second round. Already a Dizzy being thrown in the air for Leviathan. Of course, with the spike plant going down for the attack side, you have once again the Sheriff in the hands of Ospas looking to open things up here towards this B site, where you have different trips now set up by Boostio. Camera's still at the same spot, but he's looking to play the contact first.
Oh, little sneaky sneak game towards mid. Still double control there. Yeah, they've sensed it.
Oh. Meanwhile, though, Ospas did get the opener with that Sheriff, so Boostio fell, so all of that utility from the Cypher has been eliminated towards this B site.
And Vans, that's what we were missing before. Ospas starting off. EU tries to come back, and so does Asuna on the extremity.
Pivoting back here, losing control of one end, pushing in towards middle and towards the A site. They connect with kills, any advantage back for the Thieves, but giving that up, trying to stack back towards this B side because they lost the Cypher utility. This is an opportunity now for Leviathan to work towards the A side.
And they're only going to have 2 members once the spike goes down. They do not have Wingman to do this, so they're going to have to pick their timing. Looks like Pawn side is going to get the safety. They're going to go for an elbow plant here, just creeping into the site. 100 Thieves now moving into position to stop this. The Sheriff there from Ospas is big. He's going to try to get up, and just one shot on a tight angle could really set off this round and have a lot of trouble for 100 Thieves. There it is.
It's traded back by Cryo with the Vandal, though. 10 seconds left. Paint shells on the ground. Does not connect onto Mazzino. Trying to get that stun, but denied. Nice conversion coming in for 100 Thieves in the end.
Yeah.
Although missing Boostio in the beginning.
Had to start out at that 4v5, you're right. And like I was saying, we were missing that from Ospas last game. Wasn't really in a position to find 100 Thieves and get those first shots out because they were taking Leviathan down. But start heating up here for the second map. 2 beautiful Sheriff shots. I mean, Ospas is definitely starting to feel it, but he is the only one with Leviathan's frags at the moment. So they're all looking to shake off the cobwebs here and get into this. A little bit of a scattered by, as it were, for the bonus. Boostio with the shotgun. They're going to switch over to A site, though, so he can play that close up and personal and elbow. And he may just get the read on Leviathan here.
He's playing camera as well, trying to bait that out so he can play the pulse angle at the beginning. But we start things off with a Dizzy being thrown by Tex. Contact play, close range, Asa gets that pick. Then the swing out from the smoke, trying to look for that second trade. But it's Leviathan that takes the advantage at the beginning of this round.
Take flight. Re-clear. This 100 Thieves tries to regain a bit of ground. Leviathan's got to feel good on this one. No reason to play it super fast. You take one out, and it's basically the soft site.
Now Boostio is really just trying to bait out the audio now. A smoke inside, an opportunity for him to sit in it. Low HP is calm. Couldn't get that ping onto that camera.
He's trying to bait a peek with being in camera.
Now the trip gets broken up. Cage comes up. A late lurk coming out from Aspas as well, and it's been heard. Camera's still available. Gets that ping onto Aspas. Knows now he has to fight against a Vandal. Meanwhile, the spike has been planted towards this A site. Being encroached, Boostio connects there onto the low HP of Calm, but good enough for Aspas to come out for the trade. Also engaging and initiating the showstopper to carry over onto the next round. Weapon upgrade coming out from Bang.
Yeah.
Might be a save here for the last 2. Unless they can make it expensive. A ping could be big. As Mazzino's holding a safe angle just behind Jenny. As the dart comes out, okay, you'll take that here for 100 Thieves. Showstopper as Aspas gets that pick, and Bang will be able to potentially save this weapon or look for the exit. You see him walking back here down towards tiles. Here is the footsteps.
This could be huge.
2 kills would be huge. And there's that first. And the second one makes it out safely. Leviathan in the end still get the conversion off the buy that they have in that third round.
A little bit of low armor here and there, but they should be okay to get into this round unless they have some guns to toss around. Yeah, I don't think that will be everybody with enough. But 100 Thieves get away with some good money there. They have the credits. They're still looking at a 1-round lead here. But nice job by Leviathan to work the map, figure out where they were still going to get access to a site, and just get 100 Thieves once again. Yeah. APM up. Do that at the beginning of the round. Your aim will be better.
That's Tex trying to get his shooting on.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, aggression on the other end. Control here. Recon Dart, Boombot to give the showstopper, this time in the hands of Asuna. Leviathan, remember, Aspas had to use that previous round and won't have a chance to use it here towards this A site where Busio, one more time, is set up just at the entrance.
What can Lev do to make 100 Thieves feel uncomfortable, right? Whether it's this mid push and some noise or hearing that rotation. Busio in a real scary spot right now.
Ball line comes across, Busio hides inside of it. The one-way actually missed, so it doesn't give a chance right now for 100 Thieves to hold the angle here towards the entrance of the A site. They have to look back towards the elbow as Aspas scores the first blood. Paranoia has already been used here to try to get Bang inside that site to support his teammate. Cryo stuck inside. They're gonna let that plant go down potentially. Finally swings back out, gives his position away by shooting that wingman, and that's Cryo just by the generator.
What are they waiting for? There's one smoke coming out from King just now. Paranoia is still there, but they don't know what the priority spot to use it is.
They're afraid of the showstopper, but they waited way too long. Look at Asuna already rotating out towards the pond and ready to fight with the rest of the team already inside there. And they were waiting for that fault line to come back up, but still Leviathan is actually winning all of these fights. They convert that second round and tie up the game.
I thought for a moment it might be fault line, but you're like, nah, they're gonna be that long that they're holding these positions. I mean, why not? 100 Thieves isn't able to get Leviathan out of elbow. They're not re-clearing space. And yeah, they have to be worried about Asuna, but they had one way to go, and that was forward. Fault line was the best possible idea to do it with. Lev, that's exactly what we need to see from them. Being able to play in these tight situations where it looks like almost all is lost. But no, they had control. They knew what they needed to do to get out there and get the spike down. So now 2-2. Does the Leviathan get 100 Thieves back on a lower buy? A little more action here from Lev. Life in the beginning of these rounds that we did not see in the first map. And they push off 100 Thieves from this control. Asuna has had basically every round.
I like here that it's starting off with one smoke or freebie here from Bang and throws it high in the air towards B main just to try to see if he could bait out a couple of utility as Leviathan were looking to re-clear and take control of this B main. But they play contact instead and get it.
Right back out to mid too. Drone up, take a position, insert somebody. Oh, almost just on the shoulder there off the peripheral vision of Busio. He would be able to see it, but he's listening for the audio right now, letting his team know you can rotate, don't worry. And the first contact is Cryo. So Cryo can also call if he hears anything too. They have such a good early detection system.
And a camera too still lands that shot. You'll take that one when you're in a one and done, and also delays enough for the teammates to rotate towards the A site, but it's a re-pump back towards the B site. Busio, as you've mentioned, was inserted close down towards the bottom mid. Now has a chance to actually catch the rotate on his timing. He just got spotted. Aspas is going to clear it, although he does get that pick. Hat comes out. That's the second one of Aspas. Now the angle of the third. The wall bang also gets the damage onto Mazzino, down to 82 rather. But the spike has been planted for Leviathan, and he can reposition now inside the site. Although Mazzino seems to be caught out in the open, has to fight here for his life in the front of this B site. There's that satchel across, manages to dance over the smoke to help him out. King also to help him out as Asuna was trying to wrap around. And now a beautiful flash comes through, and somehow they turn it around for Leviathan.
Yo, Mazzino's movement was incredible there. Really not knowing what the right move would be, but putting himself on the side of his teammate was the call that mattered. Incredible teamwork there by Leviathan without even really having a crossfire, but making it work.
That was such an important smoke thrown there by King on the staircase as well, if not these shots. And converting here that Thrifty from 100 Thieves.
Beautiful Paranoia too.
Would have hurt them for sure.
That support between the two players. They look like a full team guarding B main there. That's a Leviathan we remember, even in the tightest of spots. You wonder if they're going to take those rounds, and that one they do. 3-2 now, Lev in the beginning.
The cape is so small and it's still seen.
Got you. That's why we say no capes. He's going for it. They're waiting for the house boss to get here and blast down there.
Yeah, or even go for paint shells. It's a blast instead. TP's out somehow, but there's a rolling thunder going out towards that B site. Double cages, off angle being played by Busio. Gets that pick. It works out, yes. And Busio's trying to walk in for the fight. Here's the fallback. Here's the tap onto the orb. The pink to come across, but cannot get the pick.
Vandal spam.
Meanwhile, a fight is about to happen towards middle, and that's King that wins it. Hat being thrown out now on the attack. Information gain now for Leviathan as the TP goes inside B. Knowing here that it's only EU inside the site, misses the TP from King out from the front of the B site. Although an opportunity, Thrash out in the air, Osbos gets the pick, and now it's only Cryo alone. The aggression coming out here towards that market, punished as Cryo's trying to save this round for 100 Thieves. All of his util being thrown towards that back of Boba as he wraps around towards the market. It's being watched currently by King. Crossfire is also set up so that Aspas can watch towards that spawn. Labored, but a fight won by King. Leviathan now take the lead by 2.
These are some really awesome rounds to watch. From last round's ending and how they util protected each other to 100 Thieves protecting Bang to get out of that situation. But Lev's perseverance pays off. They still push through all that utility after trying to find Bang, and they eventually find the whole team. Really nicely played.
What is that whip? Why do I put
Oh. King feeling the wind over there of the whiff. 100 Thieves are going to be getting a timeout in right here. Sort out what's going down. This is really the first time we've seen them not in control for the series and kind of having trouble figuring out how to get back. Anytime they did lose a site when they were on bind, it was a retake and almost flawless each time. And not flawless by health, but just the protocol, the way they were hitting and executing the site. And here, Leviathan's speed has taken 100 Thieves by storm on this second map. And 100 Thieves has been looking to put, whoa, whoa.
Violence on stage.
Aggression. 100 Thieves is looking to push mid. They're getting a little aggressive, and Lev is doing a really good job of absorbing it. Still playing their own game this time, not pressured into these rounds where they're forced to buy because they're behind so much. A lot more comfort in this play style from Lev here. They're set up towards A, or B, sorry, once again. 2 market. They kind of pull Cam there. Looks like Boostio is just going to go ahead and push mid with a dart, and they get that positioning again as Lev looks towards A.
Trying to see here if they could actually move aggressively towards that B main. As you saw that smoke for 100 Thieves, but instead Leviathan off the timeout are tempoing very quickly towards the right side, A side at the elbow. Paranoia potentially ready here. They're being thrown towards that left side. It's a smoke instead. It's a 1-for-1-2 for these trades. Out in the open, caught. EU actually stops Aspas out of the air and almost got that second one there onto Tex. Tex now coming out for the wingman plant. Boostio pushed down. And looks like the revenge is starting here for Calm on this second map. Holds range, set up. Calm gets the last 2. Easy one through the smoke.
Locks it down very nicely, and that's the kind of rotations from Calm we're looking for. As soon as 100 Thieves wants to get in a position, those are the kind of windows we know Calm for taking control on. EU making it tough, but it wasn't enough here. Nice hits from Calm. All right, where do they go next? They control 5 rounds here. It's 100 Thieves 2. Thrash is ready. Aspas here with Showstopper, but it's got to be noted, Asuna has been stacking up Showstoppers in this B main area round after round.
It's quick. Showstopper to Hunter's Fury. Aspas with the first blood. And even face to face against EU. No time to react. Clearing up the space. Hit by a Paranoia, but the cage is going to save him. Great opportunity now for Leviathan to take control. Catching Bang off the reload, trying to fight him. There's the support coming out from Asuna.
Wait a minute.
And somehow, too, Tex has fallen. Back to somewhat a winnable condition here for 100 Thieves as they have the showstopper for Asuna. Mazzino understands this with King as they push back towards the spawn. Asuna trying to clear out towards the elbow and sees nothing. Back to shoot it towards the spawn potentially. As there's the halfway defuse at least for the wingman. The full tap then, the spray. Doesn't work out, it's full defused. Cryo sticks it. Stealing around away from Leviathan.
All this B main pressure that 100 Thieves has controlled for Asuna to farm these orbs gives them just enough of a front there. Getting into sight, not a bluff when that showstopper comes in, and it had to be respected. Able to match it. Even though having a much quieter game, Asuna still comes in big on this round with the team to get the defuse, bring it to 5-3 there. They're still hurt for money, but a pivotal round for 100 Thieves to grab. And this time it's been 100 Thieves needing all those ults, needing everything they can to take rounds from Lev. So I still see Lev in control here. How can they keep that map control themselves? B main is already 100 Thieves, and it's going to be tough if Lev want it. They go towards A to start off here with that tiles control. On to Com. The lurk has been getting better and better, so expect 100 Thieves to be looking for it. There goes the drone.
Yeah.
Just to check.
4-1 setup to start things off here in case it was a fast split into the B site. So that Boostio could delay here on A, allowing to rotate to come back right after as they take control of the orb for 100 Thieves and also activate a potential thrash if needed for the retake. On the other end, though, for Leviathan, they're using theirs to clear out the A site. Realize now that it's open, a satchel towards the air. Bang cannot do the same thing as EU before. Almost got the wall bang, though. Aspas is low. Hat now being thrown out as Kong got the pick, but it's traded off by EU. A push out from Boostio. His own hat is coming through. Mirror matches here on ults.
Ooh. Oh, that got scary.
Spike got planted, though. There's that last ping, knowing where all the last 3 players are for Leviathan, but Mazzino still wins that one and continues to fight against everybody else. The assist coming out from the Thrash. A clean post-plant hold for Leviathan.
Bro, crazy stuff from Mazzino. Pushing through the spawn smoke there to take down Cryo, continuously take down the rest 100 Thieves with the 4K entering the round, but that push through smoke spawn was huge. Hello. EU starts him off. Yeah, Mazzino just starts going crazy. Nice job with the Thrash. Making sure that has a second hit towards the site to give 100 Thieves a bigger trouble on the retake. And like we said, it felt like Lev's in control. They take it right back. Feeling comfortable here, denying this B main now. But Asuna goes to the other side. Still gets his farm on. King's just being so patient here.
I get caught now. Paint shell's being thrown. He swings out. The Dizzy. It's a trade.
All right. Vandal up. Pick up. There's a push in from Boostio towards mid, too. So they're just trying to clear things out. Make Lev worry, but they are set up. Good extension here from Com, too. Could be a last resort if they need it on this round.
And because of the camera that saw Boostio and that double push out towards the main, look how far out Com is now towards the attacker spawn, giving a chance now for 100 Thieves to actually regain space towards this B site. Already, Rolling Thunder invested, and Aspas is running in. Bang trades it out, but it's looking pretty good here for the conversion, potentially. Com's a little bit late on the lurk. There's that full defuse actually halfway, and there you go. Both of them getting picked off in the end. No chance there as the smoke dissipated. But there was a moment there if Com was a little too late.
And Leviathan is going back to really what has worked for them before. They get behind Aspas here, make it all the util over the shoulder, take space, give him free space, let him play. 2 away from alt there, a B hit, an A hit. It just seems to be working out for Leviathan now, and they're not even having to stretch the middle of the map. They're allowing 100 Thieves to have the middle, to commit priority to that, and Lev take the sites.
They've been doing this continuously now towards this B side to try to take control of this orb. It seems like they're trying to fight it back, though. There was again. The full line that was thrown at the beginning for Mazzino, but nothing following behind that. So indeed, the showstopper is free for 100 Thieves to take. At least there's a second player to help out Boostio towards A.
I think one of the things this as well promotes for Leviathan doing well is with that control of B main, 100 Thieves knows they can almost rotate heavier towards the site. So Lev is still able to get through the defense with 100 Thieves having a bit of this extremity control. Now it's fallen off. The map is Lev's fully on their side, and they can choose whatever they want.
This is the strongest spot now for 100 Thieves, gambling on a push-up onto this A side from Leviathan. Everybody else playing more passively towards B and spawn. Aspas seems to have some sort of sense that there could be players just behind, but it's an execution towards this A site. Pain Shell's pushing Cryo away. Cages comes up, keeps them both alive.
Exactly.
And with 35 seconds left, there's that second flood of util, pushing the players away with the aftershock. And because of that pick, Com is starting to lurk forward into the B site where it's given up by 100 Thieves. TP across as well. And it seems to be a plan unless EU could foil the plans. Shock dart in, but the plant comes down. King at 30 HP. Com pushing forward towards the spawn. Lurking through. 1v1 against EU. Lands it as well. And that showstopper too difficult in the end. Unless this happens. 2 instantly fall with the aggressive push towards the spawn. Showstopper ready now for Asuna, but King just picked off Lucio. Difficult now. 12 bullets left in the chamber. Decides to use the Showstopper. It lands on the Tex. 21 HP left against our boss. Lands it! Goes in for the defuse! And Lucio cannot believe his eyes!
For the past few weeks, it's been Cryo heating up over and over. Who's still there?
Last round in
And
the half.
Asuna now, just relentless in this pursuit to absolutely slaughter who's ever in front of him. 2v1, 1v1, these clutch situations, the 4Ks, not even the first one on the day for Asuna here versus Leviathan. Incredible stuff coming from him lately.
Who might have done Asuna when he's got the Showstopper, right? 1 versus 4 converts,
And he's already two orbs to it. He's farming those ultimates have been so important for 100 Thieves this game.
At least Aspas has his. Fully blinded, lands it onto Cryo Cells this time, but the Dizzy did blind 3 players, allowing EU to isolate the fight. Asuna once again, they're trying to fight, but he gets traded off here by Mazzino. A 3 versus 3 as Mazzino's trying to push forward, gets that shot onto EU. Numbers dwindling down on the defense. Bulldog idiot, traded back by Tex. Fight now comes down as Buscio's on a 1 versus 2. Thrash available now for Tex as well as a safeguard. Out towards the elbow, grouping up with King. Busio is just walking forward to try to play the contact.
Okay.
There's that first peek.
Now he knows where they are.
And Tex might be able to throw that thrash right away. Breaks it, no, gets detained. Time to dance around, play around with your friend. Tex gets a nice kill. We're in the half. 8-4 for Leviathan.
Nice shooting, Tex. Insta jump, didn't even give a chance for the Thrash to be shot, and Leviathan come out strong. A few answers coming from 100 Thieves, but it did require those ultimates. Nothing like we saw on Bind. They had full control of the map, and Leviathan made 100 Thieves work for it this time around. Really requiring all of the rounds with priority utility to even get the 4 that they got. Great first half by Lev.
Exactly, they worked hard for it, but at least they got it. But for Leviathan, they needed to hit that reset button, and they got it. But now, let's toss it back to the floor here where the boys are hanging out and to get ready to talk.
That's right, Vansili. We're just going to be a couple yappers down here on the floor. We decided to join you guys because you look so good. You look so good. All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into what we just saw there. Firstly, Tex unloaded his entire clip into that poor young man there.
Don't draw too much attention. Don't draw too much attention.
He also knifed him. We'll draw too much attention. We're not going to draw too much attention. But let us actually draw attention, though, to Aspas, because this guy absolutely fragging exactly what you want to see.
The entering has been fantastic from him on this map, and the game has just been so much scrappier, and it's allowing him more opportunities to just get clean fights off. On Bind, he just didn't even have a chance to get things rolling on defense. Those early set plays from 100 Thieves just shutting them down initially. There was no space for him to work off of, but right now, totally different story.
Yeah, and you could see within the scrap that has been happening and the chaos, the breach is prevailing, and he's supporting Aspas really well. And for this attack side for 100 Thieves, they're gonna have to figure out how to bait that fault line out and hit the right site, because it's gonna be tough going against a breach. And I mean, I said it on the desk, I'm gonna say it here.
Yeah, I mean, do we feel pretty confident about Leviathan's chances going into this next half?
I am right now, because I remember what I saw from them with this comp against NRG. They were so good with the timings, with the Gecko and the Breach playing together and just getting free kills off of that. So 100 Thieves, though they had a bit of an electric finish with Asuna going off, still Lev, their defense looked so good on this before.
Yeah, all right, well, what about you guys? How do you feel? You think 100 Thieves? 100 Thieves. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, this is so much noise. Good, I can't handle it. All right, well, let's go ahead and send it back over to River Vansili. Why don't you go ahead and make some noise, right, Games Arena? Love that.
Thank you, GB. Indeed, I have to agree with what Wyatt was saying here during the halftime, Riv, that yes, Aspas is finally finding a footing here, getting a chance to work that map into his favor, especially on the attack side, and taking the matter into his own hands to fight the way that he did on this raise. Now, an opportunity for them to work that synergy, how good they were with the util on this retakes of the double flash setup between Mazzino and Tex. This is going to be a round here, or a half, potentially, that Lev, with that confidence of the 4-round lead, to be able to push this into the third map decider of Icebox.
All right. Boostio choosing the Sheriff.
Aspas
choosing the Sheriff.
Of course.
Big shooters. All right, here we go. No mid control to start us off on this round. Just gonna be that B main control for now. A big fight through the choke point. Oh, King's gonna be forced to eat that.
Half HP.
Very quiet from Leviathan here. They're gonna play reactive on this and just let 100 Thieves move about the map. Trying to get 100 Thieves to make the first mistake here is the play. Fully inside. Just kind of looking where Mazzino is right now, chilling in the middle of the site, feels comfortable in the situation already. But yeah, it could be exploded on with the info they have.
Well, the thing is, they have that camera, right? That comm is currently looking, and it has an opportunity to launch towards that walk up for the contact on that A main. So with that, he'll just fault line, able to play the fallback, and it just hold those angles for the rest of 100 Thieves to rotate across. There you go. Camera gets broken instantly. The fault line comes out. But now the call from 100 Thieves, what's the audible? Do we want to activate out towards this B main? It seems to be that choice because Busio has that sheriff to work with. And they want to use that for the entry.
Oof. They have considered that Leviathan have heavily rotated at this point. 30 seconds in the round, but it's still default holds here. Just that bit of damage on King is what sticks.
Pain Shells should be doing a lot as well. Paranoia, counter Dizzy. Now the wingman coming out. And this time you're not whiffing on a TP across. 5 kills instantly come in favor of Leviathan. A flawless round at that.
That was absolutely gross. 100 Thieves hit a brick wall on the way into sight, it looked like. Instantly getting tripped up there, and Cypher wasn't even there, to be honest. All right, we'll see what they have next. Great coverage on the map. And yeah, you saw how the kind of confidence 100 Thieves hits that site with is great, because they think Lev is rotated, and that's what you need to do to get into sight. But Lev did not buy any of the movement. They didn't hear enough to make them really worried about 100 Thieves were doing. So now Bustio has the idea, okay, Lev's the hard anchor in these sites in a lot of situations. Just on that first round, could probably get a pretty good read. And they're gonna have to figure out a way to uproot Leviathan from these anchor spots.
Good
push
playing
up on A main.
Push up on A main on the defensive side. Bustio gets caught. So does Bang. Classic also trying to answer back from EU, but great stall being thrown by Mazzino's fault line, including that Smosh. They can't control the orb on this A side for 100 Thieves. There's that Paranoia, and you can see here from that point of view, the orb has already been collected for Leviathan's side. Both Tex and Cryo, both Geckos trying to farm these ults to get the Thrash to create that space.
Just this util fight. Amateur. Oh my word, it takes so much to take the space away, but yeah, EU, the rest of 100 Thieves are happy to scrap out here to get this low by or eco round away.
Drive by with the stinger. Leviathan 3 rounds away from pushing this into a third map, a decider on Icebox. A map that started strong, a series that started strong for 100 Thieves, as it was really one-sided on Bind. And it's looking to be the case now for Leviathan.
Oh, Vans, can you imagine Asuna, Aspas both dancing around on Icebox to end us out here for 100 Thieves Leviathan? That would be incredible to see, and it looks like Lev has it in their books to happen here. A few more strats, a few more protocols on 100 Thieves, and they could see that become a reality.
That was quick, double satchel down. Aspas once again.
Gross.
Overly aggressive for Leviathan, and scores first blood and converts second. There's Calm. Asta hits the trip, an easy kill with the stinger. This is looking to be a bonus round even converted for Leviathan. A spike now planted for the last 2 players. EU and Cryo working in tandem. Full kit available, not anymore. EU has been dropped. Cryo now dancing around the smoke. There's that first one. Thrash at the ready, but he has to keep his gun out. Not enough against Mazzino.
Leviathan, such a great job. Half going. Tex is going to have Thrash here. Even more solutions and answers to what 100 Thieves can come up with as we get into the next round. And only Calm going down there. So the money for Leviathan looks great. The rounds look great. They've got such a nice cushion here. And with that bonus, almost a nail in the coffin here for 100 Thieves. Leviathan have taken such a more structured approach to what 100 Thieves are doing. Confident in their 1v1s and also just their trades they have with each other here. The first game, it looked like a timid Leviathan, and we have not seen that very often. They've woken up.
Oh, yeah. Definitely not looking timid, as you just saw Calm stand up here and trying to call out his former teammate and Boosie on the other end. confidence now exuding for Leviathan. Timeout being used here, the last one for 100 Thieves and none used for Leviathan. Very much the same storyline as we've seen here on that first map on Bind in favor of the Thieves.
Let him vibe. Coach doesn't want to come in and say too much just now, enjoys what he's hearing. And what they're reading, honestly, on 100 Thieves. It's going to be a stinger here for Asuna as we come in for this next buy. Switches it out. Actually, I'm going to wait because he's going back and forth with the merchant right now on what he wants to purchase.
Yeah, and what's important here is trying to see if Leviathan wants to continue that aggression here, knowing that you have such low buys for 100 Thieves. A mixed buy that you have, I mean, there are a couple of rifles, but it's half shields across the board except for Asuna. And Aspas has been quite aggressive with the satchels in the face of 100 Thieves, followed by the utility from, or assisted by the utility from Azino to try to get Showstopper up ASAP. And it might be the case. Look at the positioning currently have from Azino now.
Yeah. Getting ready to help out Aspas. They also try to facilitate Asuna here. That heavy armor stinger means he wants to get in someone's face ASAP.
It's a fast tempo, 400 Thieves off the timeout. King, though, getting that first one. Boostio on the lurk gets canceled out. As a dart is clearing out the B site. 100 Thieves are looking to fight towards the market. There's a TP on the top! And bang. That was overly aggressive, but at least gets one for his troubles. Thrash now getting stopped here by the spray of EU. Big fight coming out towards the spawn. There's Asuna with the first. Then the Stinger also. About to come head to head here against Aspas. Not enough bullets to capitalize the kill onto Tex.
One enemy remaining.
King now left alone. Now double sling coming out. Beautifully set up by 100 Thieves.
Overall, just around, Leviathan could not answer with the speed 100 Thieves hit, right? Asuna goes for a stinger on that round. You're kind of feeling like anything could happen if you get shot out of the air, whatever. Your job is to go forward and break crosshairs, right? With the high armor, stinger by. Asuna did really well to get in sight. The little jump peek he got available towards B market, obviously giving up so much information. And the two members left in sight there, nicely locking it down to keep Leviathan off of game point for this map. Right to it again. Stinger by again.
Yeah,
keep
really
that.
trying to leverage Asuna here with the satchels, and he's only got one left. But look at this flank coming through now. Push down towards the mid. Defender side of is Aspas.
And he goes.
Paranoia with a dizzy. Somehow King still collects that frag onto Asuna. Mazzino falls, but the lurk is still coming. Might catch him. It's being watched now by EU. The swing out now. Posted up as Cryo was able to save Boostio, who was looking to reposition towards that back of the site. Damage down to 27. Advantage for 100 Thieves. 3 players left for Leviathan. 2 players moving in together towards the market as EU has that recon if needed. There's that first landing. And then King trades it out. It's not looking too good now for the last 2 players to convert in the round for the defuse.
There it is.
Last line of defense for 100 Thieves. They hold their ground here.
100 Thieves stepping up with some nice shots. EU as well. A lot of these pivotal ones is Leviathan's trying to get in a position to retake, and he is just separating Leviathan members from their squad mates. Oof. Little gun diffy there. And kind of incredible that you got King pulling that back down after getting head punched. Just everybody's doing what they can and really pushing each other to the max on this one. Possibly towards B again. We do have a bigger buy. Showstoppers here. The only real ult we have on the other side is King's right now, and a couple pips away. But it's just B main control, and here goes Asuna.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. Satcheling away, but King's towards the back of the billboard. Across is traded from the market. We haven't been able to enter the site now for 100 Thieves. They had to play the long range battle. And Crowd wins it against Mazzino. Aldrone now out. EU gets one ping. Wingman to move forward for the plant. Catches one, misses the shot. Then the double swing. He connects on those. No whiff this time for EU. Tex last player standing for Leviathan. There's that first on the contact. Mosh knowing that EU's just around the corner with the dizzy thrown towards the air. And EU just wants to play the time here to give a chance for Cryo to win. They have ults to work with on the same side for 100 Thieves. It'll be wonderful here for the camp of 100 Thieves if they don't have to use it. Tex trying to clear out the corner. Wingmen on the defuse. A wrap around from EU. They'll be able to get it halfway. The crossbar set up for EU. to close out the round.
Pointed him out last round. What does he do? Comes into round 18 and gets 2 incredible kills in sight to open it up. Getting that timing onto Calm was so big. Aspas took a second to think about the nade. Then he was indecisive and brought out the boombot, and they weren't really able to check any of the corners, giving EU just enough time to walk up. No hesitation from the side of 100 Thieves. BBB back to back. And they are just taking rounds away from Leviathan here. That's going to call the timeout in. And yeah, we were saying it before. Lev was feeling good. They weren't calling any timeouts, but yeah, things going a little awry at the moment.
And you definitely see there through the chaos, a little bit difficult there to actually get into the right positions for the trades for Leviathan. As you're being pressured left and right, it should have been at least a guaranteed trade onto EU. Yet Calm is still watching towards that staircase because of the amount of pressure that was coming through from the back lines too after EU came in. So nicely done in the end for 100 Thieves after he lost Austin, trying to create that space for the team. And those vibes now for Leviathan, pumping the brakes against 100 Thieves and looking to capitalize and finish here the last 2 rounds of this map of Sunset.
Man. Bit of that damage they did on the bonus round where you see that post-plant defuse coming in from Leviathan. I mean, you remember 100 Thieves had a bit of a low buy on that round 16, still able to start a streak from just about anything with that vibe that they bring. Where are we going, Vance?
Looks like it's B again.
Back to B. All right, lurk here from Boostio just a little bit, but expect Austin to be down those stairs fast enough that your parents would say, come back down slower.
And they have also the Hunter's Fury to work with to try to open up the site. Thrash is going to be used instead. And there's that satchel from Austin towards the back.
Oh my gosh.
Pain shells available to delay even more if he comes into contact of anything. And he's just going to hold his ground as the plant comes down for the Thieves.
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Instantly in sight. A good amount of util here. They're going to have to go off of a few. This could activate Aspas ult.
The camera stayed up the whole time too, and with that camera, you have to throw the Hunter's Fury right away. A ping there onto Aspas, trying to get more. A second ping comes onto Tex. Bang does get the pick, and a second one onto Mazzino. And the smoke is too difficult for Leviathan to try to sneak into the front, but it leaves from behind. Calm also gets denied by EU. 2 players left, so low on HP. And this will be a round corrected and also converted for 100 Thieves.
You gotta think that sinking feeling is starting to settle in for Leviathan here as 100 Thieves find themselves now on top of the economy game. This is really gonna hurt Leviathan and be a few more rounds that we should see. Cryo with the flick, ends Aspas. That's gonna be the showstopper coming in for next round. So Lev might have an answer with a hero rifle if they can squeak out a buy. It looks like they should be able to force a bit through here with the low armor. So yeah, they'll be firing. We'll see this once again. Another successful B hit from 100 Thieves. Honestly, adding the pressure, beautiful use of Thrash here. You actually saw Thrash and Asuna kind of walking by each other in sight as it was just so free for them to take, and Lev cannot get 100 Thieves out of the site once they're in.
We're getting into conditioning territory right now for 100 Thieves. They'll use the same type of util and to take control of B main.
It's a great point. Yeah, setting over there with the Asuna and Dizzy, but still having extremity control. Leviathan trying to throw a wrench in the works. The first push out here towards mid with Aspas.
They're just trying to push them towards here at the mid side for Leviathan. So potentially the showstopper could be what will be the result of lots of kills, but Bang, he knows his corner, he checks it, and they're trying to trade it out for Leviathan. And it's an aim battle, won by King. Rifle too far away to get picked up. An opportunity now for 100 Thieves to go for a plant. Weapon also protected as you have this slurk coming up from Boostio on the top of mid. Pinching the last 2 members of Leviathan inside Boba. King does have a vandal, not even needing clean shots. Coming out from EU in the end as they close the gap. 2 rounds needed to tie up Sunset.
What in the world is EU on these last few rounds? Don't let him rotate to the right side of that pillar to shoot towards spawn. Literally shooting gallery for this guy right now. Bang, just absolutely controlling mid. Leviathan, everything they set up for is being picked apart right now by Cloud9. And this is 5 straight rounds they have prevented Leviathan from getting on to map point. That's all I want, that bit of more pressure. They've been pushing themselves into these rounds. And 100 Thieves are finding the windows, finding slight mistakes that are giving them everything, but also the way they have controlled the attack here is just so much in their favor.
This is where it gets dangerous, though, now for 100 Thieves, because Leviathan, the cushion that they had on those rounds exactly, has a lot of ults to work with now to try to push him to the brink of closing out the second map. And they want to fight back against the aggression that 100 Thieves have been consistently doing towards this B main. Starts out with a smoke just to slow them down, but 100 Thieves seem to want to take advantage of this.
Slowly around the map. Lever keeping a lot of this retake potential up towards the top of mid so they can rotate to either side. Seeing where Breach and Gecko go are going to be very big for Lev and how they're really deciding what they think is happening here. That's the retake potential as it's B again for 100 Thieves. Would you guess it?
This is crazy. Through all these rounds, there's never been a B split for their execution inside the site. All of them flooding out towards the front. A 1-for-1 to start things off, but the big ults are still in favor of Leviathan. Trying to close the gap. You see Cryo pushing towards the spawn, and he will be able to catch one. Rolling Thunder doesn't hit him. He lands all three. No more showstopper either. Cobb is the last player standing. Look at him running away. A chance to plant a conversion for 100 Thieves, but what a push from Cryo.
4 ultimates ready for Leviathan. They were playing so safe. Look at these kills on the minimap. Where are they? In position for ultimates to be used. 100 Thieves knows they have to push forward. They scale the site, and they nullify ultimates to be used by Lev. Still a lot of work to do in the following rounds, but 100 Thieves creep ever so close to evening up this game.
Calm is currently sweating bullets here inside a defender spawn. So they're playing tag around the site, around the map. Trip getting broken, second one as well. A side's clear. But it seems as though as the remaining seconds into this round with the spike going out off in favor of 100 Thieves. Calm will be able to save his weapon into the next round into such a low buy that the Leviathan should have.
Yeah, absolutely. See what they can muster up here. That's going to be a hero rifle for sure. Let's rewatch this again. What a getting to the left side as well. That timing. Oh my gosh.
When Crowcells needs to be activated, it doesn't have to be around that jet anymore. He's finding such comfort on Brimstones, on Smokes, on Gecko now this time around. Impact frags, allowing 100 Thieves to close that gap and once again force the second time out, the last one for Leviathan. So this should be an all-out brawl for the last few rounds as we finish off here the second map of Sunset.
We have matched ults with Cypher and Gecko on both sides right now. Aspas is the key. Showstopper is up. They can deny the hit or they can play retake. A retake has been so scattered. 100 Thieves is really being able to understand what Lev wants on the retake, what their positioning is going to be. So I don't know what the answer is. That's such a big question. A low buy here. So do Lev even use the ults? Or do they get that tie-up game? It's not out of their hands just yet, but it is quickly becoming a 100 Thieves game. Still with this B attack. Just towards the back of the site, I think they're realizing that once Asuna gets back there with a little bit of utility, he's feeling so comfortable. He wants that fight, and nobody's going to be there to fight him. They're playing market, and they're playing back site. That has not changed for Leviathan. So, yeah, Asuna's going to go in again and again. Setting up for it here. That's going to be Thrash. Showstopper's just going to be 2 away after that pit grab. And we're into the site.
Looking up at the camera too, they know it, but it's still down. Mazzino gets that pick, but EU pushes out towards the market to drop Aspas. Weapon now picked up on that side too, as Mazzino and Calm now have rifles to work with as the plant comes down for 100 Thieves towards B.
This chip damage on Mazzino doing a lot. Again, 3 towards spawn. This is what 100 Thieves has been expecting, but they split 2-2, and now it comes. Lev needs this retake.
And with these weapons, they use the Thrash, invest the Thrash for Leviathan. No ults anymore, but players are getting detained. Asuna going left and right, now finally blinded. Up to Cryo, outside of the detainment. Gets picked off by Leviathan. An important ult for Leviathan that gives them a chance to close out Sunset.
It's the partially scattered buy around. They're able to come back with Lev stretching themselves so thin there, but able to find the kills. And it almost didn't happen. Also stepping up once again to find each frag left and right as he continuously changed targets. Incredible stuff that 100 Thieves are putting down, but Leviathan find an answer. They come back in this round. It took a few ults, and they still have a few on reserve with Aspas' showstopper, but they're also against Asana's here. We get into it. Map 3 could be game point here for Lev with 2 chances to end this one. We start off towards mid. 100 Thieves aren't going to change much about the strat book now. They set up on that B site, and Lev are even more ready now for it than ever.
And the door got instantly broken as well as it was going down here towards the market. Trip breaks it, instilling fear into Leviathan. But there is that showstopper now from Asana. Lands it onto Mazzino. Aspas still has his, though, towards that back of Bova already set up. Hat now being thrown out to try to get information. They'll spot now the showstopper getting ready towards the back of Bova. This could be it right now for Leviathan. As there goes that showstopper. It gets hit by a Paranoia. No opportunity to hit any players down. Now Aspas pushes towards the back of the site. The camera still gets some information, but it's not enough. 100 Thieves fight back and need one more round to push this to overtime.
One chance for Leviathan to lock it up. They stopped a 6-round streak to get a successful post plant on 100 Thieves, and then 100 Thieves take it right back in a devastating round to what site? To B. To B every single time. It doesn't matter what the utility is. They're still running the strat. They're behind each other on this strat, and that's what is mattering. Lev has literally seen the same thing round after round, and they can't stop it. That's what 100 Thieves is trying to put onto the table right now.
Now we're going back to vanilla, back to the rifles, back to what's important to convert this round potentially for 100 Thieves or for Leviathan. Trying to walk forward for contact. King's about to swing out, but Aspas just got big. Satchel across his spot. King has the Paranoia, but cannot use it. Fully blinded by the Dizzy. There comes the pick, the Cryo, with the 2 of his own. 2 left alive for Tex and Com. Rotate simulator for the last 2. Thrash coming out. Com is left standing. Chase down. One Cryo with the quad.
OT? That's silly. Honestly, 100 Thieves run that strategy, and Leviathan defend it like they've never seen it. You gotta be kidding me. They were running left and right. Just that first kill destroyed the defense that much?
They tried.
Dude, 100 Thieves are literally on a different level right now. To come back from this already, to stuff Leviathan in so many rounds and now bring us to overtime. The momentum may be too much for Lev, but there is still a chance for map 3 on the horizon.
I don't think I've ever seen Carl like that, standing out from his chair after the quad kill.
Incredible.
Immediately going into overtime. This time 100 Thieves on the defensive side, Leviathan on the attack. Everything is reset for this moment, and Leviathan looking to start the same way as the Thieves had. Control towards the B main, Dizzy being thrown, counter smoke being thrown though, to stop them in their tracks. And they'll have to play the slow scaling for the attack side of Leviathan.
Ooh. You can see how much the game resets here with everybody getting money back in order. Leviathan wondering what's going to work. It's been such an interesting game for them to now have to be back on this attack side and know that Aspas is going to be, again, the spearhead here. Rotating to the team, it's only going to take a little bit longer before they explode onto B here, as Leviathan felt comfortable at this site as well.
And it was deserted at the beginning for 100 Thieves, trying to focus more on a mid to A control. And now it'll have to be the retake play for the defensive side. Aspas already moving towards the top of the staircase, hit by a shark dart that pushes him away towards the back. And we're looking to play the spray from B main for Leviathan.
What do they have for util here? They have Mosh that can go out. They have the Roomba as well if they need to check something. But this is going to be 100 Thieves site to take it back to 5v5. First OT round retake.
First sprays, Wingman coming out. That will force a util to come through as Asana satchels across on the left side. There is that piece of util being thrown, trying to delay that defuse. There's a second tap, Wingman being pushed. Paranoia on the ready, being countered back by the defender. Shots coming through, landing for 100 Thieves. The late alert from Mazzino though, gets 3 into the round. Rolling Thunder ready, booster launch in the air and stopped by Aspas. Leviathan back at map point.
Mazzino, the sword out of the stone at the last minute to be the hero with the showstopper in OT. An incredible rotation around. It looked, it's so different how these teams play that B site. We see 100 Thieves scale to the back of the site. Leviathan didn't even make it past stairs. They all went back into B main so they could get that late market rotation. The ideas that both teams are using are so different, but they're finding the results here in overtime that they want. 100 Thieves back on attack, and we are set up to break down that wall at B.
And there's no trips to stop them in their tracks, but also set on this right side where EU has been scaling on that part the whole time. Pain Shells now spreading out the attack. Wingman coming in for the defuse, the push forward. That's it! Only one left! Instantly Leviathan comes in with the util and fires down onto 100 Thieves. EU in a 1 versus 5 behind the smoke of B main. This will be it. Smoke dissipates, and EU is now at 10 HP. Just trying to isolate, trying to find any mistake, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Mazzino with the pick. Leviathan resurges and pushes this game to map 3.
Head underwater for most of that half as 100 Thieves were coming back. But you're right, Leviathan become victorious in the end to bring us to Icebox to give us another map here as both teams start to find their stride in this series.
It took 26 rounds finally for Leviathan to say, we know how to fight through this aggression from 100 Thieves by pushing out from the market more than anything else and smothering 100 Thieves with the pain shells, the stuns, not giving a chance for 100 Thieves to set up. And man, was this a fight that kicked things off. And it was one-sided again for that first map for 100 Thieves and Leviathan. They almost let that slip through their fingers, but at least they got it. And we'll see Icebox after the break. king with all to do here at Logs. Holds his ground, good trigger discipline, that's 2.
He's been so valuable for this squad, and he continues to tee off as he gets a second. Cryo with the third, the shorty in the face.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas as we break down that Sunset game that went to overtime. Leviathan have forced a Mat 3, and here we are. This has been, well, first things first, I was just bonkers from
It
both
was a
teams.
crazy game.
It was a crazy game, but, you know, Doug, you're looking at me. You're looking at me, Doug.
I'm just annoyed at the fake comeback, man. Like, we're all thinking it. We're all going like, why did this happen?
Make it real or just don't start it at all.
Don't start it.
It sucks losing with a fake comeback as well. It's not
exactly.
fun.
Just give up. Just give up.
And this game, though, really was wild, though. I mean, honestly, like, they were trading insane rounds back and forth, Wyatt.
This first half was so chaotic when 100 Thieves were on defense. On a lot of the rounds, they were trying to play really proactively, fight into B main, take some aggressive positions. I mean, look what they were trying to do here. They had Busio running up off the Hunter's Fury with EU, but Osmos just satchels into his face and kills him. And then even later into these rounds, it's just absolute chaos, man. But once the sides swapped, it was a bit more sensible that the way the rounds were operating.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think it goes to show you, right? Like, these two teams, both of them want it. They both want to make their way over to Shanghai. But there was one thing, though, that, Baby, you had pointed out before, and I think was very astute, which was the breach, right? The breach definitely caused a lot of problems for 100 Thieves, and, well, shows in the results.
Yeah, from the get-go. No pun intended. But this breach done on purpose from Mazzino, but the actual setup was a B stack. So they funneled all of 100 Thieves into the B hit on purpose, because 100 Thieves, they don't have the breach of their own, so they want to avoid going against the breach. And it just dismantled their pistol round.
Oh, and the truth is, they did that so effectively against Loud last night.
Yeah.
On Bind, as soon as they saw the fight line, they would rotate away. Leviathan obviously watched what happened on Bind last night, and they played that to their advantage. It was gorgeous to watch.
Yeah, they most definitely did, of course. So, looking at the series as a whole, though, you got to give love, of course, Osmos and Cryo. Two big performances there, without a doubt. But, you know, Osmos, I mean, he was leveling up. He was, I would say leveling up. He was heating up. Osmos is level 100 already. But he was heating up in that game. And that's exactly what Leviathan needed, that kick in the butt, if you will.
He brought them back into the game and into the series. He was getting so many first kills early on in attack when, you know, they were coming off getting smoked map 1, right? So massive turnaround for the entire team just from him alone, which not the first time we've seen that, obviously.
I mean, alongside us, King also went nuts on first touches. Like, I think he was 6-0 in first kills, first death, or something like that. Like, he had massive impact, not only in the way the macro was played and the way he was calling the game, but also in his individual stats. He was huge.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let's see, though, if he can keep that going as we get ready for map 3. And this is going to be an interesting one as we take a trip over to the frozen tundra of Icebox. And Wyatt, well, we saw 100 Thieves here. I mean, I just don't know what to expect at this point.
Well, what I'm looking to expect is we're going to see basically, well, not even basically, we're going to see the exact same comps from 100 Thieves match yesterday against Loud. Lev played the same thing, double controller with the Harbor and the Viper. And we saw how effective Cryo's opping was against that composition that doesn't have some of those deep tools to push you off angles like the KO knife when he was holding back yellow. Spots like that where he was just getting free kill after free kill facing. If 100 Thieves on defense win the pistol round, get the economy rolling, get the early off, Cryo is going to be a menace.
The difference here is you're not going up against QCK. You're going up against Osmos, which is like pretty ironic, huh?
It actually is.
Because they just beat Loud, but now they're gonna have to beat the main guy who made a name for himself on Loud. And I don't think Osmos is gonna just fall over like QCK did yesterday.
No, I mean, there's no chance that we see that sort of performance out of a player like Osmos, but I think on the other side, as this conversation continues, we haven't seen Cryo in a duelist role this entire series.
That's right.
Now we're seeing him on Jet, where he can fight back in a way that's way more for himself, a lot more mobile. I mean, this is just going to be insane. If we're robbed of a good matchup between Cryo and Aspas, I'm done.
I just want one just updraft knife duel. That's all I want. Just give me one. Anime battle. You know, with some spinning, with some gira on there. I would just give it to me all. It's going to be fascinating, though. Whether or not Leviathan can pull this one through. I mean, fellas, we're here. We're at the end. Everyone's still feeling confident in their predictions.
I'm still feeling confident in 100 Thieves on this map. Yeah, I mean, I think this entire map pool has been pretty good for them overall. The fact that they kept it that close for me on Sunset does say a lot.
All right, folks. Well, this is it. Riot Games Arena. Let's go ahead and find out who is going to be moving on, who is going to be joining G2 in Shanghai. Let's send it back over to your casters for the final map. It's Vansili and Riv.
Thank you, GB. I wouldn't want to have it any other way. Now, Icebox, the map decider between these two teams. A map here that 100 Thieves looked amazing. Cryocells going nuclear against Loud, where Leviathan had a chance to see all of that with the comp that they also use, a double controller. So I'm with the boys. I'm excited for a Jet versus Jet, Ospas versus Cryo. I'm hoping it's going to deliver.
My brain still goes back to Ospas doing his Blade Storm round versus C9, where he's just updrafting in their spawn because that's where somehow he ended with still having updraft and just taking out. There is some things that man does you just have to see over and over again, and I think we're going to get both teams making those plays as we get here into map 3 of the series. We have made it. Let's see if we get some more OT on this too. 4 stacked towards Aether, 100 Thieves, and already the orb focus here for Asuna to get that thrash up. So effective to retake the A site and be able to cycle out B. The focus for Leviathan here is to just slowly work the map. A B focus to start.
And Calm invested here into the Allen drone at the beginning just to try to keep that stack out towards that A site. And Bustio, he's solo here towards B. 3 ghosts right now for 100 Thieves. Sheriff in the hands of Ospas as per usual. He's creeping up here towards this site. And that is a way to start it. Sights of Bustio in this crosshair. A dome and a plant for Leviathan.
That feels like one of those looking at the mini maps for a moment. Ospas found the right one to catch Bustio on autopilot there. Slow rotation in now.
Right there.
Not too much utility. It's going to be coming down to common text with that dart and this molly you just heard thrown. A good hit for Asuna. 2 shock darts to clear out one side, and Cryo's going to try to separate some crosshairs at yellow here.
And Bang doesn't have a poison orb, not even needed. They're all falling instantly. Oof. No chance here to come out to even tap on that spike. All the shots landing in favor of Leviathan as they continue their momentum from an OT win from that second map of Sunset.
Yeah, great swing there. We're seeing that Leviathan no push, right? They stick together. They just did it on Sunset. Into B main, back to B main. Staying together. Maybe once they get guns, we'll see a bit more of a push forward with this harbor composition as it would work that way. But really smart stuff and playing much more behind each other here with confidence as we come into map 3 and start off that pistol. Over towards A, they're still going to meet Asuna trying to get the orb. We'll see how long it takes for them to figure it out. Cascade and whatnot are going to go out to deny this, and it didn't take them long, Vans. They predicted on the second round.
Haven't seen that combination in a very long time that actually landed this time around. But at least the orb did get picked up. So you're farming up this orb here for 100 Thieves, and that is one small win condition on your end in this full eagle that you have.
Spike down A. Players.
This is silly sometimes.
Because why not?
Why not? Bustio in the back. Nice shot by King, though, and it looks like Leviathan have been activated in this third map.
And that's a lot of money. What was that, a Tex on a Ghost? And still the Sheriff there for King, so they didn't really even purchase to come into that next round. Always feels good to win a round like that. And just boop. Nice timing. Because Molly has to bounce, Shock Dart has to come in easy. A little bit slower, so the really nice protocol there. And now Asuna has to think twice.
And this is what was a silver hero play. A single hero play for 100 Thieves, forcing out the op in round 3. Glass cannon for Cryocells looking towards the A site. Aspas with the updraft on the top of pipes. It looks like 100 Thieves, they want to answer right away. Rotating plays around the map.
In the bonus round, Aspas goes up, takes out turret that was over in kitchen, and now they have to focus on that area to see who's pushing where. So just Aspas going on tube, taking out turret. 100 Thieves have to consider a different setup here, and that operator is going to be online at long.
Lack of information forces them really to go for these over rotates, right? You see EU, no utility on this Sova. The turret being down, yes, definitely difficult. Oof. As now for Leviathan, they know the op is there, and look at them pull back towards the A site.
Okay,
They were looking to maybe re-hit here as they cut noise and trying to insert King towards enemy lines, behind enemy lines, and he gets denied here by Boostio. Now a chance for Austin to fight here inside this A site. Delay with the Mosh. Wingmen being thrown just to try to push him back and allow here Cryo with no dash to land the first kill. Close range! Scope in the dome! Beautiful anchor by 100 Thieves!
Absolutely nasty from Cryo. Separating enough distance, putting himself to the wall and knowing he could get that. Was it no scope? Maybe quick. Did it move?
God, it looked like a no scope.
Oh, that's just no scope. Didn't even threaten a right click.
The crouch to even pull the crosshair up.
Oh, nasty. Who else? Who else to do it right now? Game 3 to bring bonus into 100 Thieves' favor. But Cryo with the up. Now they focus it towards Long B. He's going to try to be the sniper, change position each time here and be a threat to Leviathan.
They just saw him as the wall came down. The dart was broken just behind by Bangs to put him in this aggressive position. But the clock timing down, the high tide also being utilized at the beginning of the round for Leviathan. Trying to activate Tex on one end, and Asna trying to swing behind the L drone to catch Tex. That's just gonna slow things back. Tex falls, gives it a chance here for Asuna! Or sorry, for Cryo to get that pick onto Aspas.
Oof. They're still moving. That's gonna be a lurk here from Com. Thinking that they won't still be watching mid, but Boostio has eyes on it. EU takes the position that Asuna just fell off of. And they still have coverage here on screens.
Yeah, nice beat and switch. He almost caught him as the Dizzy did blind. Mazzino forced to fall back in front of 410. Wall coming up, the game players running through. And there's Asuna storming in. It's looking like a clean hold. Another flawless 2 in a row now for 100 Thieves.
That right there, what you witnessed between EU and Asuna, is literally believing in your teammate. EU didn't believe that he had to look at the wall, that he had to turn, trusting in Asuna to hit those shots and come in. Really stellar stuff here from 100 Thieves. That's just wild.
Continuing to be quick on the trigger is Asuna with this Phantom that you mentioned on that first map.
Super fast with the transitions and the movement here. Really benefiting him in these plays. All right, they go again to try and just see if this orb control is in the mind of 100 Thieves. Cryo behind them here as they pick up 2 rounds. Operator still for Cryo as he's on top of yellow, and the A focus starts to get a little stronger for 100 Thieves here as they call Lev in the right spot.
And being on top of yellow allows Bang to push forward. Execution from Leviathan, though. They want to use a lot now towards this A site. Thrash now being utilized. It does attain 1, but no opportunities to follow up to get that pick. On the top, though, of pipes, Aspas above the Viper wall gets that kill onto Asuna. No trade as he dashes away safely. An advantage now for Leviathan to rework that map, rework that site with a lure buy.
Nice little piece of scaling here by Lev.
Or being thrown up as well. Map is now taken over on the A side by Leviathan into Crossos. Close range with this shorty and couldn't get that pick. Bangdo at least trades it out on a 3 versus 1. Knows that Aspas is pushing forward, and there's an easy headshot. Still healthy. Snake bite at the ready. Pushes through the wall, but Mazzino closes that gap. A thrifty answered back by Leviathan.
Oh my gosh. Lev are striking hard right now. Being able to go towards that mid area, losing a few, and then they flex back towards A to recover the round. Really, the way that they took the right side of the site and started pushing 100 Thieves out ever so slowly was so nicely done here. It looked like they were stalled out, but they took the spaces, they took the corners together. Lev got exactly what they needed in positioning there. Operator still alive for Cryo. Bladestorm ready. We could get that dueling Bladestorms that we're looking for from both sides here.
It's a repel, actually.
Aspas is activated.
Repel across. You just saw there the updraw, the dash forward. No anime battle. Only a Blades out now for Aspas. Flying across the map, and it's the Hunter's Fury that connects onto Asuna. Up now dropped. Players also drop from 100 Thieves towards the A site. A safe plan now for Leviathan as they now hold their spots up towards a forward position at the A site. Busio trying to find a timing, but things are looking pretty good now for Leviathan to hold those fundies.
Wow.
Looking to move into a flawless of their own in round number 6.
Yeah, 100 Thieves really putting themselves in a tight spot to just start this one off. Cryo going that forward with the op on a round. Lev has a few ultimates ready with the speed Lev has been playing here. You can't fault him. Sometimes you got to throw a wrench in your opponent's strategy to make it work, but Lev reading that one flawlessly, instantly take down the priority op. Yeah, and the Reckoning really threw 100 Thieves for a loop to start off there. Just instant ult coming from Mazzino. Squash that defensive play for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, crazy how Aspas was able to float around that A site for so long, but it was also seen from that play that 100 Thieves only had 2 players there on the defensive side, putting a lot of eggs in the basket of getting Cryo in that forward position to try to get an off pick to be able to dash away. But Leviathan continues to find, or starts to find, great result out of the Reckoning that they're having here on their attack side, just like Cloudhead on farming the Reckoning on their side too. It allows for them to create that space here for the post-plant positions that you currently see from Leviathan.
Let's see how 100 Thieves can be active coming into this next one. Looks like Cryo gets the activation on, only armor by there. Still bringing over util from last round. So they're pretty set to come into this one. But so is Leviathan. 4A now for 100 Thieves, and they're going to be calling it right off the bat here. But Leviathan, they've done really nice at rotating out of these situations or having a late flank come in from someone like Mazzino or Calm to really turn the tide of these rounds when it looks like everybody's just going straight to the site to start. Push down mid could be coming from 100 Thieves too.
So you could potentially have double recon dart coming through as well. Actually not being used by EU and Calm. They're just going to decide to save this after the first initial piece of util towards that orb control attempt from 100 Thieves. Bladestorm popped out in the meanwhile by 100 Thieves. They're looking to counteract now on that util. There's Cryo getting that first big close range, but Asura's there traded off against Calm. Advantage continues for 100 Thieves as the spike has been dropped just in between 410 and Maze. Wingman also finally spots one in the front, does get the clap onto Aspas. Giving it a chance now for 100 Thieves to group up.
Yeah, first time there's a big flank from 100 Thieves. Boostio destroys the turret. You see Lev push into site immediately, trying to fight forward. Take the space.
Tech's got the punish onto Asuna, but it continues to go back and forth. A 1 versus 2. Aspas, who's been good here on that second map to activate on that raise, trying to do so on Jet. Previous round has been on point indeed, and he grabs that spike and could work that site around the A.
30 seconds
For
left.
100 Thieves, they just want to wait for the sound cues. Swinging back out, Busio does get a little bit of pot damage there and trying to get the safe plant, forcing out the first recon, or should I say shock darts coming through. 14 seconds left now, making some noise. A second tap. Recon now being pinged out
10 seconds
towards the
left.
back. Knows here that there's no full plant coming through from Leviathan in the end. And Aspas now with no time left. The round will come in for 100 Thieves with a beautiful display of patience.
Wow. Really great comms there to keep it cool by 100 Thieves. They pulled themselves in with another round, and one of the ones we see going out on timing here for the first of this series, as you see the teams really start to pressure each other. Operator's still going to be alive here. 100 Thieves, I think, are starting to understand that they can stall out Leviathan. They'll play this long game. And it gave Boostio a pretty good idea of what was going on mid. They were able to kind of lurk up B with Bang there and get a better idea of Lev's positioning. So I expect to see that a little bit more from 100 Thieves. Already Boostio taking the lower mid, trying to get that info.
And Cryo's trying to find some sort of bobbing ponytail at the top of belt behind a cascade as he gets a reposition from screens. Al Drone being used out now. And that's the cue. Leviathan knows there's another off. In the hands of Cryocells is using the glass cannon and lands that shot onto Aspas behind a toxic screen as it comes up. Beautiful first blood, 400 Thieves. That will stop Leviathan for the reset. Cascade now, but stop the crossfire set up by 100 Thieves. Mazzino trying to save the round, but it'll get denied. 100 Thieves tie up the game.
Really great defense by 100 Thieves as soon as they recognized that was the site. Like we said, they're ready for delay, but also the fight all the way across the back, kind of just like a half moon. 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Playing the buddy system so well there. Lev need to focus something else now. It seems like 100 Thieves have this A site on lockdown. Even with a few double kills coming in, you can see that teamwork right behind each other to get the frags, get the kills, and bring in the W's. Lockdown is now here, so even if 100 Thieves don't want to go a little hard, they can stay back, but already on pipes. Cryo takes position. Pushed off by the bolt, the sonar bolt rather. And they just quiet down again here. So Leviathan finally breaks away from this A strategy. Boostio's been working on mid the last few rounds, throwing alarm bot there and B, trying to make sure there's no push. Still keeps an eye on it.
They tried to break the turret at the beginning here for Leviathan towards Boiler, but it's actually placed towards Kitchen, which then you see as they cut noise for Leviathan, 100 Thieves have to use util. Owl drone out towards the A site, realizing there's nobody there. So that's going to put Bang in a situation where he's going to get contested potentially. Orb now picked up, Reckoning ready. Bang can now play the off angle in. There's no ping, no audio coming through, but the Owl drone will actually spot him. And there's EU with the Hunter's Fury of his own. Gets that tag, but Osboss is dancing around to get these picks. Meanwhile, though, King has fallen. But they still have one wall to work with, but it's been used towards that spawn, so they'll probably have to reset before getting that plant. Cascade allowing Cry to push forward, and a shock darts onto that site. Spike is now down. Continuing to be on fire is Cryo Cells landing another shot. Osboss another chance. But maybe too late with 10 seconds left.
10 seconds
and a
left.
Spike being out of reach. Jump spot spots him, and to let him live.
What is this, 2,900 credits if it's still lost rounds for Levs? So a few members are right around 3,000. Could get some buys in there, but 100 Thieves are doing a lot of damage right now to the Lev economy. The Operator is striking true, and big props to EU this round. Taking out the Viper means one of the biggest things that Lev want to be able to take that B site is gone. They only rely on Harbor Wall, and you saw how easy it was for Cryo to start getting those long-range shots as the site was no longer split vertically or diagonally, if you will. A timeout now called by Leviathan. 100 Thieves with this Operator have quite a bit of an answer to what Lev's been bringing, so they don't have to change much. Lev has to discuss what they need to do. Maybe some mid control here, or flex a little bit more on the turret again. The 1 round Osboss took out turret, 2 rotated off of A from 100 Thieves right away. Whether or not that's comfort to play retake, or go check and see who's pushing Kitchen, you're getting 100 Thieves to move, and that's just a goal of the round right off the bat. Because if it's going to be an Operator on that angle, you want it to be off that angle for at least a moment. Easy to do that with comms utility, but the follow-up has been so good from Cryo on the repeak.
Definitely looks like you have to be a little bit more active
You
here
have
for
to be.
Leviathan around the map, trying to bring the fight face front against Cryo Cells. Doesn't seem to be a winning formula right now for Leviathan on their attack, but looks like they want to try at least that same type of control towards the pipes at the beginning. Using Cascade to push up to.
A low buy too. You can see kind of just how much they're taking hits here. 3-2 split. They are going to focus a little bit towards mid, whether or not they go. They can read Boostio's movement, or if anybody from 100 Thieves takes a peek as well. So overall, just getting more info, a slightly different look from Lev and how they may approach the round here, as they're not going B right away.
Aspas found the timing though. He might be able to catch Cryo Cells, who then decides to fall back. So the 6th Sense coming out from the Star Duelist of 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, Pit coming out on the defense for 100 Thieves to block and isolate the B site. Now forcing the players to work towards mid like you wanted, Riv, but there's players there for 100 Thieves to greet them.
Hello.
But Busio loses first.
Family photo from Leviathan there, waiting for the peak. And they read that push. It's been so much good info here. Now, up through orange, they're going to hit site and have a really good control from both.
Especially when EU falls there from the top of Kitchen. Lockdown being activated as EU could potentially still hold the pit towards that B main. And again, you leave Cryocells unguarded. They'll capitalize on that kill. Pit now used on the attack. Bang finally shows up here outside of his pit, but got punished by Mazzino. Grouped up in a buddy system with Tex. And things are looking pretty grim now for 100 Thieves to try to retake this site with an op.
Really cool round by Leviathan here. They play off a little precedent. They focus towards A, pull out of A with what Aspas was doing, because every time 100 Thieves sees Aspas, you got to think, oh, that's the hit, right? So really nice adjustment by Leviathan to then put it towards B as Aspas was inserted A. And now Cryo gets taken down. Do they grab it? That'd be the question. I think Aspas wants to go a little faster than an operator would play for the squad right now. So Lev do not even look at the op. Cryo will, however, reach back into the pocket and they get a purchase in there.
And that's the thing. I love this call no matter what here from Boostio. Hey, just stay behind enemy lines. You're in a 3 versus 1. Don't save the off. Make it expensive against Leviathan. You can try to continue to farm kills, landing every single one of these shots. Get your Blade Storm up ASAP. And he only needs 1 kill or 1 death for that. Speaking of Cryocells, game tying up 5-5. And Leviathan continues with that recipe of working with the shock darts cascade. And Cryocells uses a different angle, catches Mazzino. And that's a key piece of utility for Leviathan on their executions, at least on either site.
So big. They were ready to rerun that strat. Without Mazzino's Reckoning there, it gives Cryo so much freedom, and that's what they were looking for the first time we saw this play. Good identification of Aspas, and now they can kind of just stay back and rest on these anchor spots right now. Boostio has already got great info on mid, peeked up, and Kitchen is watched back by Bang. So Leviathan trying to get this lurk at B or mid to have some kind of return on investment as A is waiting for that action.
Everything's being watched though, right?
It is.
Recon guard now pings King, but this might be...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, instantly puts out the lockdown. And that pivots now Leviathan, who have inserted 2 players early towards this A site, but they decide to fall back. So there's a little bit of miscommunication coming through. King telling everybody else to turn back and fight towards this A site. But look at this. After the ult, everybody from the Thieves are now towards the A site.
What a read.
30 seconds left.
Boostio with the first pick, too. That's Aspas falling down. Pop dinged here through the nest and sprayed through the walls. Boostio with the pick. Boostio with the second, and make that even a third of the round. Giving 100 Thieves a chance now, taking the lead in this first half.
There's some of those rounds where 100 Thieves just basically says, you're going to do what we want you to do. And there, just a few ults, the way they were holding the map, Leviathan again not finding early frags, losing Mazzino there for, again, one of their pivotal pieces of utility. You see how disjointed they are when they lose King or Mazzino so early. The site take is not as strong. And that's a big one coming in from 100 Thieves. Lockdown used to force the hand of Leviathan. Thrash is ready with Blade Storm. 1 pip for Aspas's ult here.
Look at that pathing. It was so quick to try to punish Cryo. Cryo's trying to work out towards the pipes. But it's a different setup for 100 Thieves.
They're going fast.
A 4-1 setup on the B side instead, anticipating a B hit. But it's a bad read, allowing Leviathan to overtake the site. There's the Thrash, though, to try to clear out towards the back. It will not clear Aspas, which gives a chance now for Leviathan to be in great positions. There's that first blood. And unattended is Aspas, capitalizing on those 2 kills and dashed away. Playing around, Asuna gets the pick. Reckoning through to answer back. Getting the stuns, getting some pot damage done. And disadvantage for 100 Thieves. Look how late Bang is as well to try to help with his teammates. They're afraid of Calm on that late lurk. Finally meets up with the rest. No wingmen available to start the defuse. An opportunity now for Leviathan to tie up the game, leaving Asuna alone as his teammates fall. Tap on that spike finally. And Calm sweeps up the last kill. It's a clean slate for the second half in this third map of the series.
Both teams measuring up so good in this final matchup. 6-6 at the half after what we saw in the first 2 games. Just being able to read and route each other. Everyone's starting to step up as we would expect. 12-8 Aspas on top. Cryo 13-7. The duelists are going at it punch for punch right now. And I can't wait to see what we get for the second half.
Yeah, I want to start the second half right away. So let's throw it back here to the desk to analyze at least the first half.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And what a first half on Icebox that was. Exactly what you want to see for a qualification matchup for Masters Shanghai. Of course, 100 Thieves Leviathan giving it their all. But let's dive into this here because, look, Cryo and Aspas putting on a show for sure.
Dude, it feels like late in a basketball game, shot clock is off, it's a tie game, and you've let your point guard just call an ISO, and whoever wins out is gonna win the game. And I love that this is how the series is ending with the stakes that are on the line. It's Cryo against Aspas. Who's gonna come out on top?
I mean, the defensive op shots, that first kill with the Sheriff to open the game up from Aspas on the pistol was goddamn filthy. But just seeing Cryo in this state is amazing. It's what 100 Thieves fans and the community, what we wanted from him when he joined the team. And I feel like we're really finally getting him at his best now. He had some moments, but it hasn't been to this level. And it's just such a privilege, I guess, to be able to see him in this state right now.
Yeah, and he's answering a lot of questions that we had. How would he do against Aspas? Is he going to keep up the form that he had yesterday? And he is. I mean, he looks so comfortable in these situations, and he's so controlled. He's not panicking. He's not hitting a panic button. He's very patient with his shots.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to see, though, where, who is going to give first in this situation, though.
I don't know who has the edge right now. This is crazy. Honestly, what it probably is, even though the duelists are going head-to-head, I think everybody else on both sides need to step up for their duelists.
Sure.
And whoever can do that the best as a cohesive unit, I think will take the series away.
Yeah, of course, folks, this is it. Masters Shanghai on the line. Win this, you're going to China. Lose this, you get one more opportunity, but it's going to be a difficult one. Let's see who closes it out and send it back over to Riv and Vance.
Is it going to be the Thieves or Leviathan now to close out the series? Starting things off now on that second half. Look at how aggressive we're looking to start 400 Thieves, at least in weaponry. 4 Ghosts and a Sheriff. Leviathan with utility for delay.
I feel like 100 Thieves play this slow until they get those weapons together. 4 Ghosts and a Sheriff for the damage you do when everybody's surrounded by each other, not trying to just pick off headshots. Yeah, you can see already collecting, inserting. Just Boostio into A for now. And then they're going to have this 4 death ball start to work towards that left side. Oh my God, nostalgia rings through the arena as we get our first pistol.
Aspas once again with the first blood. Cryo to fall. Mirror matchup for the Jets. But it's the one from Leviathan that stands up in the end. Now it forces 100 Thieves to make a bit of noise and also to pivot towards the A site. King was standing there here with Calm. Still has a recon dart to work with. He's going to decide to fall back here towards that spawn so he can shock dart towards the default spot. EU pushing forward though. No tap, no kill. Wingman now with the plant on the top of the A tower. After the plant though, there's only 2 players left alive. 400 Thieves make that only EU. Under heavy pressure, caught in a reload. Another pistol in the favor of Leviathan.
They get to defuse. Aspas is going to be focused on this one. Nicely done. A lot of Leviathan just coming from the same spot as the mini-map is littered towards that top rafter side and one at screen. So behind each other the whole time, doing a great job of being able to take down 100 Thieves, and they get some nice weapon upgrades on that too as they can find on the ground. Aspas stays on the Sheriff. Bulldogs and Spectres for the rest of the squad. What a good start for Lev here. Rarely, say, in this series were they really in control at the beginning of these halves. Now we can see if they can start to run away with it, because 100 Thieves usually hits back so hard on bonus or round 4. Can Lev keep this under control? Outlaw for Aspas. Looking to tag on some of those low or no armors for this round. And they're just going to play it pretty safe. There's one of them from Jenny.
And that's 1 Ghost down, but they also still invested into 2 Sheriffs for 100 Thieves, pivoting back away from the Outlaw, back towards this B-side delay that they have on the defense for Leviathan. But still with a double initiator setup here for 100 Thieves, they could try to scale up with util, but will decide instead to at least try to get a plant down and grab the orb, farming it up for EU. I mean, he's already 3 ult orbs away here from an ult. There's that first piece of util, an opportunity to plant right after.
Cascade Denial goes out. And the High Tide follows as well.
Great stall.
So yeah, super stall right now. You're gonna have to get a Silver Dart or something else through here if they really want to clear it before this wall goes down. So just biding their time And still, Lev is comfortable in their positioning. They haven't moved from the original start on this round.
Respect here given by Leviathan, knowing the 100 Thieves could work around the map with these calls that Lucio has been doing since their series against Loud. Could call some crazy audible and to keep those players posted in their spots. Dizzy pushed him away, allowing 100 Thieves to get a plant on top of that, and a nice shot from EU, getting closer and closer to the Hunter's Fury. And that space that's been given for 100 Thieves has been taken by the Thieves. Cry with the off angle. Knows that there's one close, it's calm. Shot dart misses, but his shots connect. They kill back to 1. Left behind for Leviathan.
They know he has an outlaw too, so they're not gonna peek.
Back to a Spectre though. Clock is ticking on that spike. Last boss has to move up and be fairly quick. There's a drive-by on that Spectre. Great retreat by EU. The crossfire is being set up on top of that, and bang! Wins it with the Bulldog. The thrifty on the pistols for 100 Thieves to tie up the game.
What a pickpocket on Leviathan for round 2. I just said, will they have control at the beginning of the game? And it looks like no. Right away, 100 Thieves clap back. What positioning there. Just not allowing Lev to really gain any control on that site as they come back into it. And the share of shots, absolutely absurd here from 100 T. My word, they're right on to guns. Leviathan has to do some thinking now on how they're going to make these next few rounds work.
They're pinging some places here towards the A site. They just want to get the orb. Some silver lining on the aggression coming out from 100 Thieves to answer back on that aggression. That's 2, but a death ensues on top of that. And that's 100 Thieves now taking over this A site. Last line of defense behind the wall. Just waiting for it to come down, and the Owl Drone's even going to help Cryo get that big onto Tex. An easy one and clean, losing only Lucio in the process. Starting to really bring up the economy in their favor for 100 Thieves.
You don't want that round to be indecisive at all. 100 Thieves should be running through. They should be farming the ecos and bringing it to their economy. Now, they are doing very well. 2 or 3 rounds it's going to take for Leviathan to get through this, so what's their answer? Does Lev start pushing? Do they feel comfortable on their first gun round to just sit back and play the defensive side, allow the calls to come in from King on the rotations? We will have to see. They're actually playing it very spread out now, more of a retake formation here to allow 100 Thieves space and just try to get info on where they're moving. Right now, it is fast on the tracks towards A.
Seems to be sunset all over again.
Yeah.
A human death ball of 5 players for the Thieves. Trying to break and enter towards the A site. Already at a fast pivot and a fast rotate from Leviathan though. They already have also 5 players towards this A site. A plant attempt on the top of the A tower. The spray is coming across and it connects. A little bit of a pause and a delay here as Lucio gets the opener. King finding openings on the left side of Dice. 100 Fury finally pings him as Lucio gets that pick onto Tex. 2 versus 2. Lucio taps on that spike. King trying to move forward.
The timing.
Trying to let EU get that trade. It will. King is denied the ace. As Calm now is spotted with the L drone. Shot dart misses by EU. Second one bouncing across, trying to do some damage. Recon also will get that ping. Actually, it won't. It gives the information at least so that Calm is towards the spawn. And a chance here for EU to move up on the top of the A tower, but couldn't punish Calm on that jiggle peek.
30 seconds left.
I have the spike.
He's trying to bait it out here, for Calm to swing back out. The timing on that one, too, to swing back towards Dice. An opportunity now for Calm to walk inside the site as EU sticks that spike. Oh, let go of it. This is a timing. This is an opportunity. A mistake coming out from EU. Renders costly for 100 Thieves.
Oh, my word. At the last second, the pressure these players are under right now. He pulls off of the spike plant thinking it went down. Great collect there coming out of Leviathan. Smart play by Calm, been in that situation many a time and just waits it out for his opponent to make the mistake. Oh my gosh. And then the peak.
Lace is out.
There you go, You gotta hold it right. All right, we hop into our next round, round 17, as we start to move into A here already. It's starting to make Lev move towards the right side of the site, and I think 100 Thieves are realizing the quicker they play here and get into position, the more comfortable they feel, so instantly approach this position to hit A site. But that's when it slows down And they wait to get that utility to come out of EU.
That's a silver lining here. The economy is still quite low. Tex only has a Guardian coming in for the side of Leviathan, but they have the Hunter's Fury already being expensed now for Koff. It does get the instant tag in to kill onto Asuna as Leviathan are swarming back behind the utility set by Mazzino. A tap on the spike for Tex to swing up from Bustio though. An opportunity to get it done. Orb at the ready. Bustio trying to find that timing, trying to find Mazzino as a dash comes away. The updraft too to allow Mazzino to get that pick. Nicely done by Aspas in the end to become that bait.
The Death said they wanted a little Jira. There you go. Spin him around, break the crosshairs, and Mazzino comes flying through to collect the kill. So nicely done here by Leviathan to keep pushing the pace as they retake the site. 100 Thieves gets in, and Lev is ready to use a bit of util, back up, let the answer come through, and then they've been just absolutely flooding, waterfalling in through this Raptors position with the one take towards screens. And once they have that back part of the site, they've locked themselves into being able to retake. 100 Thieves have to prevent that fall off from Raptors if possible. It becomes so tough though. Ultimates just about everywhere on the side of 100 Thieves here. And an answer with that Reckoning, and as well as the Viper's Pit from King, could slow down 100 Thieves.
Aspas with the strongest toes on the side of the boxes now, forced to dash away. Couldn't get that pick as 100 Thieves. The amount of times that they tried to hit towards this A site decides to move really quickly towards B. The time to plant, looking at this game, seems to be so fast. As you're seeing this action unravel non-stop, Bang trying to find that timing outside the radius of that lockdown. And they lose the player early as Asuna pushes across. A 3 versus 3 though. Reckoning and Tex getting a pick. Cryoscel's now getting pinged out, trying to push towards the spawn. Head-to-head against Mazzino and wins it. Shot darts trying to bounce out from Snowman. And Cryo stays up. Lockdown now being used on the other end though, but EU protects it. No opportunity to try to go for the defuse as it's planted out in the open. Calm forces them out by tapping on that spike. And with the recon dart, they know here that Calm went for that tap and tries to run away, denied by Cryo. We're getting into these brawls round after round here, Riv.
So well answered there by 100 Thieves to find the win. Just looking at the economy right now, it's getting a little hurtful on that side of Lev as they go lower and lower. Great pick of that kill from Cryo. That we're seeing some of these kills that should not be happening. The fact that he was able to wide swing and also kind of reface that position after being pinged. Mazzino, I think, got caught up on the ping and was just aiming at the wrong position once they came out. These little mistakes, they're going to be picked up as errors by your opponent. You cannot afford to make them. Straight forward goes Lev, though.
Jet anime battle. The dash away here from Aspas. Pushing forward, and it's Aspas that's going to win it. 25 HP remaining as he falls back.
Already testing each other here on round 19. 9-9 as they start making their way towards B. 100 Thieves looks pretty confident this is going to be the site they want. Bang plants, Bang Viper's Pit.
And a Thrash 2 being used on the attack for 100 Thieves just to clear out the space behind B site. It's clear. And this time, Nokia towards the air, dropped by EU. And both duelists down. Meanwhile, we are still training kills here outside of this B site. The pit is now covering the forefront of that B area, forcing now Leviathan to wrap around towards the back. And you already see here Tex moving forward, trying to find some picks, trying to find something on the top of green. And they're holding enemy lines. He hurt the snake by being thrown close, and he lines them both up. Nicely done in the end. Asuna's alone. There's that first. Mosh now being thrown. It's halfway. Looking to get stuck here, actually, by Calm. No lineup to hit towards the defuse. Tex with the pick. Tex with the backstab. Leviathan back in the lead.
Oh, what a round from Tex. Every time we see Vipers all going out recently, it's so hard. If you're down in numbers, you're forced to play in the pit, and the other team has so much room to encroach in on the pit. Tex walks in from the backside, absolutely discombobulates everything that 100 Thieves has working for him. What a round.
One of those moments where there's fear of that flank to continue, right? The third player bringing Asuna was still watching that flank back towards green. Again, they've been so good for Leviathan. You know, with this composition, there's always going to be somebody flanking around, usually.
Absolutely.
And that miscomm allows Tex to even catch 2 off guard, off position inside that pit. So that is definitely going to be a timeout being called now by Zix, just to try to iron that out, right?
Trying to iron out the second half. I mean, after the 17 seconds go by, just look at the scoreboard when we get back in. These teams are having to deal with going through low buy situations so often, going back into gun rounds, not being able to get your gun rounds in, and then losing rounds you should be winning to these thrifties we keep seeing come out. That round, more of a balanced one between both, but Lev coming right back.
That's a great call since round number 16. Despite losing rounds on 100 Thieves aside,
this is wild.
They're always coming out with rifles. Yet slightly lower, 2 bulldogs in hand around the rifles. And they're trying to continue this pace, and they still want to take control of this half. But Leviathan are slowly, seems to be finding an answer now on these post plant situation from 100 Thieves' plants.
Somebody's there.
Dizzy spots Aspas though towards the jail.
Okay,
and that's an early dash away,
There's my buddy.
Got this Viper's Pit over towards B already. Leviathan trying to direct 100 Thieves into this defensive squad. It's up to Cryo. Moving forward with the drone on the front lines. The team's about to follow, and here comes the util. Aspas in trouble.
Recon indeed. Aspas was forced to drop down towards that side, and Cryo capitalizes on that kill, pushing forward towards that site. Women looking to get the plant, looks like at the top of the tower again. Cryo pushing forward, ready for a trade with EU. As they're all grouped up at this moment, and a wallbang comes across, denies that plant, but at least Osno is there for the first trade. Snakebite's not being thrown. Crowd holding his ground too towards the back of the site. Looking too good now on Les's attempt to flood retake. 2 players was what was needed at the bottom of that balcony. Now leaving Tex alone, and he's looking for a fight still. Not gonna happen.
Cryo got that last kill, and it's deja vu from that position he played a little while back. Literally getting a 3-4K from there. Just feels so comfortable. 100 Thieves come right back, and we go back and forth in the rounds. So each time this happens, when you win a round, you get 3,000. So right, you want to buy, but the next round, if you lose, you get 1,900 because it resets your loss bonus. So that's what's making it so tough in this economy right now in the game to get the weapons they want, get the util they want every round, and we can see Leviathan taking a break from that surge and reduction in money to just go for this round, try and sort out a low buy so they have buys for 11 and 12 being the possible last few rounds that they want if they can grab this thrifty, if they can grab the thrifty. But these rounds have somehow snuck by for the teams that on the lower buys in this series. All right, Lev, full B as 100 Thieves is full A here. Looks like they're going to be getting a clean sight.
Full A and full sail, and they were playing patiently at the beginning of the round here for the Thieves, knowing the situation for Leviathan in their eco. If they wanted to push aggressively, and they didn't. Lucio was still watching towards his A side, and as he saw no util being used, is a call now for 100 Thieves to go back from B to A for this plant. But they wasted enough time right now to have a lot of players coming out now from Leviathan in the back of the spawn. This time, no plant denial. It's in favor of 100 Thieves. Position now again aggressively behind the A site. Shares are ringing. Trades are coming across. A 1-for-1. 3 players spotted towards the screen, 1 towards the spawn at the top of heaven. And yeah, you're just cycling this Guardian, and the Guardian is not rendering too much.
Okay.
Nice post plant hold by 100 Thieves. They retake the lead now in the 3rd map.
An expected, you have to know it's expected round there for Lev with the lower buy. They're going to call a timeout once they get back into guns, though. But that doesn't mean 100 Thieves isn't feeling confident in the momentum space. That round feels so good. Being 1 away, you know, Boostio's gassing up the team. Everybody's behind each other right now. And they're going to come into this round even stronger, especially since Leviathan is calling a timeout. You're going to get a team going for your opponent's throat here. And I think that's what we might get 100 Thieves doing. Lev being relaxed as ever. Aspas taking the position, assuming. And now we are 30 seconds away from the next round here. Can Lev tie us up once again? Are we going to get another OT?
15 seconds until the conclusion here of this 3rd map. But this timeout renders to be important for Leviathan on their protocols of the retake. The amount of times that we've seen this cascade coming out from Mazino and how fast they were behind that. It was 100 Thieves actually even playing further back towards the spawn and trying to play potentially lineups or sprays. This time around, you've seen a lot of bodies being positioned towards the dice on these post plants. and there's less utility to try to push them at bay. You need potentially snake bites at that dice to try to push them out. And that's, again, ironing protocols this time around from Gotek onto Leviathan.
All right. So this is 2 in favor of Thieves. Lev's getting a little bit of that loss bonus, so they can buy, but let's focus on where they can go. This ultimate from EU is up. So post-plant can be very patient here from 100 Thieves if they don't want to try and get themselves too scaled into the site. And it looks like Lev are just going to be playing it safe on their side with space as well. Okay, turret's down. This is going to cause Lev to move. But it looks like 100 Thieves goes A again. They are literally running the strat they feel is most comfortable. They did it with B on Sunset, and it's A right now on the Icebox.
And it breaks the util 2 for the Nanoswarm towards our right side, allowing for Asuna to get the Wingman plant for Generator. And already 1 snake bite has been used by King. Now the Owl Drone from Calm, he does have the Hunter's Fury. This could be a key ult right now for the retake of Leviathan. The snakebite misses towards Dice, so these aggressive pushes are working in the favor of 100 Thieves. 2 players made that only Aspas left alive at the back of the spawn. Top of the balcony, being watched over by 100 Thieves. No opportunity right now for Aspas to even enter towards the doorway. He's hoping here for 100 Thieves to be aggressive, and it's Asuna to even cut the rotate. Shots finally connects, and there's Bang with the trade. 100 Thieves, 1 round away from making it to Shanghai here while Leviathan may have a broken economy.
Slight buy, it definitely is going to be low armor. They have the option to work some ultimates. We take stock right now of what's going on, and 100 Thieves also have those ults. They have everything they could want coming into this final round. And Lev, they chanced so much on that low buy to have a buy here to keep this game going. Just a few rounds ago, this is what they planned for if they couldn't keep it off map point. Quick pickup by Mazzino. Reckoning has been such a big swing for Leviathan in these rounds. 100 Thieves hasn't been able to deal with it.
And that tips the scale right now into even situation for the ults. Could be a chess match now between what's currently being used and who will use at the right moments.
Dueling Hunter's Fury. Thrash to come out still if they want to take site, take that space, and even pull it back to Asuna for a second Thrash 20 seconds later.
Aspas on the top here, a 410.
They're ready to fight this right on the front of Maze.
Dizzy about to be thrown here. There's a mosh, the bonnet, and the dash away. Crowd cells lands that out to Mazzino, but there's Calm with the Hunter's Fury. It's going back and forth, but no connection coming through. Crowd's down to 4 HP. A chance right now to fight. A lockdown already being placed down by Leviathan, and that's gonna reset 100 Thieves.
And it's been A. They have not had control of the map otherwise. This A strat has been working for them. They aren't covering the map. So this is going to have to be a re-hit with 30 seconds left. The rest of the map is too dangerous.
30 seconds left with the Thrash. Cryo cells again at 4 HP. An opportunity for Leviathan to still stop this push. Wall comes up at the same time. They see nothing.
Space.
Picking up the orb at the same time. Picking up that Thrash is going to be Asuna here, as Asuna's also coming in for the plant. There's Aspas back and forth. Bang only needing 2 more kills. That's 100 Thieves. King and Calm are left alive for Leviathan. With the chances to stay alive in this fight, lies in their hands. Second Thrash to come through. There's Calm with the first pick. One's being detained. It's up to Calm now just to try to delay that clock. The jump kill somehow came down in an off angle and picked off. The water beast has been bridled. The Thieves are crossing the waters to Shanghai.
Waiting through the competition to find themselves the victors here in map 3 versus Leviathan. That man on your screen, Boostio, has to be empty in the tank at this point, man. The gas this guy delivers to his team to keep them going. The fact that everybody stepped up here, that we got the 100 Thieves Cryo Aspas matchup for the 3rd map, and both of them absolutely delivered.
Holy shit, man. Both crew and Leviathan are out.
What an amazing series from these two, and it's not going to be
Not
over for
out,
them either.
but
100
they are
Thieves lock
nowhere
it in,
like it.
and the Vietons still get to look ahead for that chance.
This is going to be 100 Thieves' first international event since lock-in, but most importantly, since champions of 2022. A team that came through with boosted.
They will play each other tomorrow.
And reinvigorated as a whole. Incredible. And you see how that's turned from the mid of stage 1 until now.
Yeah, tomorrow we have G2 100
Back
Thieves.
into a form with a different roster from 2020 and finding great results here in 2024.
Asuna as well. Who's got something to say now after this performance? In a lot of this performance from Asuna 2 didn't have utility come flying over his shoulder. It was an Asuna show
we
on
have
Bind.
G2
a lot of these
Thieves.
maps as well. Cryo stepping up. Boostio. And on Sunset, EU was clapping it B. Absolutely shredding the site so they could
Then we have
continuously get in.
Leviathan.
And the Vietton, they had answers. They were playing
still
strong.
think
The timeouts
Leviathan
were
is
very,
above
very
Pro.
big for the ways they came in.
And I
but
think
it did seem like
100
they
Thieves
were
is,
always
like,
reactive a bit
better
to the way
than
100 Thieves were
freaking
playing
G2.
in the rounds. The 100 Thieves just continued to pull that momentum in their favor.
You were talking about Asuna that was being questioned, but Cryo definitely for the last few days even has found some form. And the question was, can he maintain that? Can he also maintain that against Aspas at this point? And they've overcome pretty much everything here as a team.
Yeah.
And they're looking to be a heavy contender going into Shanghai. Predicted here by Busio yesterday against Loud and making it a reality here by defeating Leviathan in the series 2-1.
You're going to hear it on the desk, but, you know, Cryo here, 315 ACS to Aspas' 250. It was a 26-15 to 20-17 Jet v Jet game. And we got the dueling blade storms. I'm sure GB is elated about that.
I'm pretty sure he's happy about that for sure. And that was Aspas that actually won one in the end. But for now, at least, there's going to be a second chance for both Crew and Leviathan, and that's going to happen later here in the week. But for now, let's toss it down to the floor where Liz is ready with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you guys so much. I am here with the man of the hour, Asuna himself of 100 Thieves. I see a let's go Asuna, Asuna raised it, all these 100 Thieves signs. Your fans are out in force and you performed for them, Asuna, brilliantly. How do you feel about that? I know.
I didn't hear a question. It feels really good because this past year has been really rough. Like a year and 4 months with the roster. So it feels really good to finally, you know, make an international stage, especially since our last showing was in Champs. And yeah, I hope we can show up in Shanghai.
Well, I think absolutely you can if you perform like that again, no?
I hope so.
You will, yes. Something you were just talking about that I wanted to bring up was it's been a kind of tumultuous bunch of months for 100 Thieves with the roster and just performance-wise. When you're kind of in the depths of despair, to borrow a phrase from Mimi from Kickoff, did you ever think you would make it to this point to qualify for another international event? Because this is the very first one you've been to in a very long time, Asuna.
Yeah, I definitely didn't feel like we were in depths of despair or anything like that, especially going in with a fresh slate with Busio and Tony. I feel like they had very good ideas on how to fix a team and what they wanted to bring, and you know, we delivered and we finally, you know, showed what they brought from EG to us.
I mean, bringing up Busio, Zix talked to me yesterday and he said that he was calling things y'all didn't even put into practice. And to have that dynamic of an in-game leader, what is that like?
Feels really good, but I also want to give credit to everyone on the team for that, because everyone on the team gives input and what we should be doing. Like Dan on the Icebox attack, he made a lot of good small adjustments that they were doing, and you know, helped us win a lot of attack rounds. Obviously, yeah, it worked out.
That's something I want to bring up is the beginning of the year in Kickoff, 100 Thieves, and you received a lot of criticism for your performance, your comms, whatever you want to name it. I think you've proved them wrong, despite. So now that you're here and you have qualified for Shanghai, anything you would like to say?
Thank you for all my fans and every single hater who told me to learn Chinese. I'm glad, because I'm going to Shanghai.
Brilliant. All right, one last question. It's either Lev or Crew. Who do you think it's going to be?
Probably Lev. They have Aspas. But Crew has Kesnet, so I don't know. But I think Lev easily.
All right, Lev easily. Well, you heard it first. Give it up for Asuna one more time. An incredible performance. And now we're going to head to the analyst desk because we have a double tree. It is Busio and Bang. So friends, please take it away.
Don't cuss, no cussing, bro.
Thank you so much for that, Liz. Good to hear Asuna working on his Chinese. Love to hear it. Of course, folks, we're here joined by Bang and Boostio. Congratulations, fellas. Firstly,
thank you so much.
Holy crap.
That was a series,
bro.
That was a series.
Yeah, how does that kind of like compare to some of the other matches, especially for you, Boostio, that you've been in your time?
I mean, I said it in like my post-game interview like a week or two ago. Winning on under T is insane. It definitely does feel good.
Yeah.
So making Shanghai, that's all I wanted, is to make an international, because like I want to prove myself on the international stage, not regionally. So it feels amazing to make it back, especially with this team. We've improved so much in the last 5 months. It's incredible. And I think we really can win Shanghai.
Yeah. Hey, dude, you guys are playing great. I will say this much. Did you see at the end of the game, Asuna jump shot it?
Dude, that game was so dumb.
It's incredible. It's like
it's a good way to make Shanghai.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Man, what about for you, man? This is huge. I mean, because you've been here for a long time. So how's it feel, man?
Obviously, last year how disappointing it was versus this year, just a complete 180. Honestly, we had a rough start in kickoff, but to win like we have been recently, it's just an incredible feeling. Honestly, I can't really match it with anything else. It's been 2 years almost since I qualified for international, so it's a good feeling.
It's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does.
Dude, what would you say has been the biggest difference? If you could try to boil it down to one or two things that are different from this roster to just last year's roster, for example.
I mean, I would say that mostly I feel like we're just all, first of all, I think we're all in pretty good individual form, honestly. I think that all of us are peaking at the right moment, and as a team, we just have really better teamwork. I think just compared to last year, our teamwork is just better, honestly. The vibes are a little bit better. Teamwork is mostly what, I feel like we have really good team fights versus compared to last year. I don't think we were always on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are taking space, being proactive. It's pretty cool to watch. I mean, you know, I guess for you, Boosie, like, you come into this team, you get told, hey, you have an opportunity to go to 100 Thieves. This is like a vision. I know you wanted to be on this roster. I know you wanted to be on this organization as well. So to kind of come in and be the catalyst of so much change, was that like something that, you know, weighed on you a little bit? Were you like, oh man, this is, you know, if I don't perform, people are going to be clowning on me, or were you always confident here?
I was always I'm a very confident person.
That's
but
true.
I would say, I would say overall though, there is added pressure. But I mean, I came with my assistant coach, Zix.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, he is the best coach I've ever worked with. He's incredible. A lot of our stuff is because of him. I kind of am just like the catalyst to like make it like a little better maybe, or I don't know how to say it, but.
Yeah. You know, you tweak it where you need to. Yeah.
But, yeah, he does so much, but me and him just work so well together. He's such an incredible coach, and it really made me more comfortable having like a familiar face.
Were you nervous coming in with
yes,
this
I was
group?
super nervous. I think anyone would be joining a new team, not really knowing the players.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, did you know them?
Me and Bang actually played like 3 years ago on some free agent team, but not for a very long time. So I was very nervous coming in, but I mean, it took like 3 days and I realized like, these are some of my good friends. I know I'm gonna love them, and I know we can do great things.
Yeah, and what about for you? You get told Boostio's joining your team, this guy who can't shut his mouth and keeps talking trash all the time. Were you worried?
I was like so sad when I heard the news. I was like, I gotta deal with this guy. No, I've played with him in the past. He's a really chill guy. It's really easy to work with, honestly. So.
Yeah.
Asuna mentioned in the interview before this that you and Tony both came in with a lot of ideas on how to fix a team and how to change culture and things like that. What were some of the things that you have specifically tried to address in the short time you've had on this roster?
I mean, I think it was blatantly obvious last year. Like, I think team fighting, they were terrible at, and also like being aggressive. None of them took space when they needed to. None of them just like played for info. They would take bad fights. So like literally the first 2 months of our team, me and Tony are like would critique a lot of individual plays. But nowadays, like we're so perfect. Like he said, our teamwork is so much better than every other team's. It really feels like the beginning of VG for us.
Dude, and honestly, it feels like a lot of the teamwork stuff that you guys do almost looks like it's done without comms. Like there are times where on Icebox in particular, Asuna was watching 410 on a wall when I think it was you who was standing right next to the Viper wall, and he had your angle the whole time, and it was so on the fly. It, again, almost felt like it wasn't calmed at all. He just knew.
Yeah, I think I also excel a lot as an IGL as like coming up with mid-round stuff, like plays like that where it doesn't, it seems like it's not possible to calm, but I do get words out, and that play was really good. Yeah,
it was perfect.
Yeah, it was very perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it was great to see you guys just put on a show. That bind, by the way. I mean, chef's kiss.
People don't ban bind against.
I don't know. It's gonna be fracture like EG all over again.
Bren has been losing his mind on Twitter, just posting every time someone doesn't ban bind against you guys. So he definitely feels it there. We do have a Twitch chat question though. This is from
I think it's I love you, Dame.
There you go. Thank you so much. You helped the old eyes. All right. What is going through your head during the third game? That is a great question. You guys face a tough OT. You get the fake comeback.
Yeah.
You think, okay, this is it. Doesn't happen. Now you're going into this do or die situation. What are you thinking?
Obviously, I feel like we're just all really cool-headed at the moment.
You were chill throughout that?
Yeah. I don't think it was ever like, I didn't feel like too much pressure. I feel like we tried to approach it like the same as if it was any other match, if it was the first map. It's just the same kind of vibe, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I got put into a lot of those situations last year, so I feel like numb to it. Like, I didn't care if we win or lose, to be honest. Like, we had another chance in lowers, even if we lost. Of course, I want to win, but to me, like, it's just the same game. I was not nervous at all. And I'm just glad we got to pull it out.
Your mentality has changed significantly since I first met you till now. Remember the first conversations we had at like lock-in? You were like excited, eager, but now this is a different guy that's in front of me.
Yeah, once you win a world championship,
it changes you up.
Yeah, I guess it's a little different.
There's the little things, you know. I love it. We have one more question from the Twitch chat, by the way. It says, Busio, what makes you a better IGL than the others? This is a great question.
Great question. I think overall, I just understand and read the game better against opponents. Like, I do have, honestly, really good reads. I know exactly what the enemy team's doing a lot of the time.
And you're the most humble, obviously.
Of course I'm the most humble. That's obvious.
And the quietest.
But I really do think that's where I can kind of separate myself. Yeah. I'm not as good as other IGLs, strategically, but that's why it's perfect with me and Tony, because he's very heavy on that side. Yeah. And I'm very, heavy on the instincts.
He's the brains, you're kind of the emotion of it all. You're feeling the game out.
And I have the instincts, and it's, like I said, it's a perfect match. I love him to death. So.
Well, and we've had 2 days now back-to-back of you out-calling world-class IGLs. Yesterday, you guys ran circles around Sadak and Loud, and then obviously today too. I think one last question I want to kind of pick both of your brains at is, we've got to talk about Cryo. Yeah. Cryo is a new man. Yeah, I swear. Insane. The way he's playing confidently, he's obviously taking angles that we haven't really seen him take before in fights he wouldn't normally take in the past. What's the secret? What has changed?
I mean, I don't know for sure. Maybe you have something else, but the first month or two of practice, we literally said, do whatever you want. Literally be as aggressive as you want. If we lose 4-20 in a scrim, it doesn't matter. Literally be as aggressive as you want, and we've kept that mentality the whole time. So he might look a little different because Cryo was super passive last year.
Yeah.
But now, he can do both, and he's incredible at both, and he is top 3 player in the world right now.
Dude, he's nuts.
He's incredible.
For me, I know for a fact he's been this good forever.
Yeah,
Ever since I played with him, I knew that this guy.
And we saw it on XSET.
Yeah, we saw it on XSET. We saw even 100 Thieves. He's always been this talented and this insanely just gifted, and he puts in a lot of work and everything. But honestly, I think last year versus this year, he just has a chance to be on a winning team. Yeah. So it's just you're able to see it more.
Yeah. And what about for you actually? Just before we close it out, because it feels like you are also in that same. You've always been a consistent player for this team. But it also feels like you're finding a second win, third win. I don't know.
Sean is being humble, but he's also one of the best players in the world when it comes to aiming. 100%. The things I see these 2 kids do in scrims is incredible. Yeah. So now he has a chance to perform on the international stage. It's gonna be.
Any teams you're excited to play against?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Anyone in particular? Any team?
Not any team particular, honestly. I'm just happy to be.
You want Fnatic?
Actually,
I think this team is mechanically better than EG was last year. So I think we match up very good against Fnatic because we're going to shut on them. We will. We definitely will destroy Fnatic with this roster.
You got to give me a warning, brother. I need a beeper.
Sorry.
I need a beeper or something, buddy, you know? Oh, my goodness. Well, on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings and see where we are right now, because 2 more championship points have been awarded. 2 G2 and 200 Thieves. You guys got yourself 5 points in the group here, and you're getting 1 step closer. I mean, guys, this is a massive, massive turnaround that you have both experienced this stage. Incredible stuff. Has to feel good to be able to step into this in a role where you really do feel like you're in a strong position here. Do you think you could maybe take the whole thing with this team?
Dude, we versed G2. I don't want to be too mean, but we verse G2 tomorrow. We will absolutely not lose that match. They are not good. So we will destroy G2 tomorrow 100%.
And you're okay if we use this footage again?
Please use
later
it.
on. Okay.
Please use it after I beat them as well. 100% we will destroy them.
What are your thoughts? Like, he's sitting next to you.
And he's just
saying
going
things
off,
like that.
out of pocket.
Honestly, as a player on his team, it feels good to know that he's super confident in his own thing. I'm not going to say things like that personally, but, I mean, it's good that he's confident.
I got flashbacks of the conversation you had next to Potter about Chinese teams last year.
Yeah.
Where you're like, there's not a single good Chinese team out there. They all suck.
Yeah.
We just saw that moment again.
we just saw it happen in real time.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my
thank
goodness.
God I would much rather verse G2 than Cruz, so I'm super excited.
Okay. I love it. All right, well, here's what we're going to be checking out tomorrow here. You heard from the man himself what was going to happen. A little preview here, but we are going to see G2 take on 100 Thieves. And, of course, we will get Crew versus Leviathan down the line as well. But you guys have punched a ticket to Shanghai. You're excited? I mean, China is going to be pretty funny. I mean, you better be careful out there.
I know. Trust me. I'm a little scared. But,
my boy, you gotta walk outside, look behind your shoulder. You know
we all make those jokes. I hope it's a good time. I'm very excited. Super glad to be back on the international stage.
Hell yeah. I think everyone's excited to see you guys back in the international stage. Of course, rocking 100 Thieves jersey, so that's going to be quite awesome. Well, guys, that's basically going to do it for us here today. Want to thank everyone for tuning in, joining us on what has truly been an exciting day of competition. But the good news is it continues on tomorrow. You're going to see these guys take on G2 tomorrow, and it is going to be awesome. And you're going to want to be there to check it all out. We'll catch you then, folks. Take it easy.
Bye, guys.
Thank you so much, fellas.
Down to the wire with the time ticking away. Jonah, where's he pulling this from? What a shot! All away, but everybody.
So that's it for today.
Eviscerated. There's no remorse from G2.
Nice, it's too easy, bro.
Let's go, man. That's the opening match.
We had like
G2.
I did not think we'd be here so quickly. They were there, they were prepped, they were ready. And leave this guy is indomitable. Valin, a bullet's left.
And then the 2-1.
Oh my God! Perfection at play for
Tomorrow
G2.
for NA we have G200 Thieves and Crew Leviathan. I think Leviathan wins against Crew, and I think 100 Thieves beats G2. I think they beat G2 easy. And I think we might see like Lev beat G2 and then 100 Thieves Lev again.
Fighting against Calm, back to the classic.
For NA. And for EU we have KC Foot. I think Foot wins. And Fnatic Heretics. I think Fnatic loses. I think Heretics win. They've been playing super good. Like, they've literally duo like Navi and Foot, who look like the best team in the league at some point. Navi is coming back like huge too. Like they're looking good, but I don't think they're there yet. Maybe if they play Foot in lower final, maybe they could beat Foot. But even then, like, I think Foot's firepower is like insane. Like, I think only Heretics beat them because they have Foot now, who's a beast. But yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. Thanks for the follows, thanks for the subs and all of that. Stay safe, bye bye.